Wei's second brother looked at his older brother with a complicated expression. When did he become so silly? Didn't he hear that Mom was just making an excuse? Now, Mom's carefully prepared plan was suddenly ruined by her silly older son. Wei's eldest sister-in-law wiped her face and thought it's okay. She was used to it. The Wei family was in chaos. Even when things were quiet, an invisible tension lingered. Wei's mother glared at her eldest son with anger, holding back her urge to slap him. Sure enough, sons were always a drain, and they weren't as caring as daughters-in-law. As soon as Lin Junman entered, she sensed something strange in the Wei family. She looked at Wei Yelin with confusion. Wei Yelin also looked confused. He wasn't stupid and naturally sensed it, but he didn't care much. After all, his parents wouldn't fight. As long as they didn't fight, it was all just small problems. Parents, elder brother and sister-in-law, second brother and sister-in-law, I brought your daughter-in-law and younger siblings to see you, Lin Junman. No need to be so formal. The Wei family. All right, here's another simple-minded person. Even the little stray dog outside is smarter than him. Man, come quickly and sit down, Wei's mother said with a sincere smile. Come, sit on the Kong. Lin Junman obediently placed the gift she was holding on the table. Uncle, aunt, older brother, and sister-in-law, these are some pastries I made myself. Please try them. Wei's second sister-in-law reached out and took the pastries, casually placing them on the table, smiling warmly. Sister-in-law, you're so thoughtful. Just coming here is enough, and you brought something too. Lin Junman smiled but didn't reply. People can be polite, but she didn't take it seriously. It's always proper to bring a gift when visiting for the first time. Otherwise, the first impression wouldn't be good. Wei's mother helped Lin Junman onto the Kong. Wei's eldest sister-in-law had already set up the Kong table and magically brought out peanuts, melon seeds, pine nuts, and a plate of milk candies. Wei's second sister-in-law also brought steaming sweet soup and golden fried pancakes. Sister-in-law, don't be shy. Try our homemade treats. Wei's eldest sister-in-law sat beside Wei's mother, encouraging Lin Junman to eat. Wei Yelin casually opened the small paper bag Lin Junman brought, revealing 10 delicate little pastries. The sweet, soft aroma wafted into everyone's noses. Ugh, someone swallowed hard first. Wei's mother awkwardly smiled. Where did you buy these pastries? They smell so good. Lin Junman wore a gentle, sweet smile. Aunt, I made these myself. It's my first time, so they're not perfect. Please try them and give me some advice. Then I won't hold back, Wei's second sister-in-law said cheerfully. She picked up one and took a bite, squinting in delight. Sister-in-law, your cooking is just too delicious. Although Wei's father didn't speak, his actions were quick and steady. When faced with something so tasty, who cares about being reserved? Especially since they'd never tasted these pastries before. Lin Junman looked around curiously and asked, what about the children at home? Mrs. Wei paused while eating a pastry, calmly brushing crumbs from her mouth. Go out and play. These mischievous kids are always arguing and giving me a headache. As she spoke, a few small heads peeked in at the door. Lin Junman looked up and saw several curious or shy eyes looking back at her. Lin Junman, smiling softly, the children, smiling happily. Grandma, it was you who kicked us out of the house, said the oldest boy, slowly explaining himself. Yes, that's right. Grandma was afraid we would scare little auntie, added another. Hey, what's that? It smells so good, suddenly said a shy little girl, her delicate nose twitching as she sniffed. Lin Junman looked into the little girl's eyes, which seemed to sparkle with mischief. Oh my, this girl is so adorable. The girl was Wei Er's youngest daughter. Because Wei Er loved cleanliness, she kept her daughter very tidy. Among the kids with runny noses and wiping with sleeves, she stood out. Now, she was acting so cute that Lin Junman felt her heart melting. Little one, what color of burlap do you like? Sister has colorful black burlap, Lin Junman asked gently. Quickly, she slid off the bed and opened a bag of pastries. She held 4 in her hands and offered them to the children. Come, try these. I made them myself. See if they taste good. The four children stared at her with big, shiny eyes, then together said, "Thank you, little auntie." Lin Junman blushed at their sudden show of affection. She quickly handed each of them a pastry. Seeing their happy little faces, she felt even more satisfied than if she had eaten herself. The Wei family members sitting around the bed watched this scene with smiles. Their daughter-in-law, or sister-in-law, was truly a wonderful person. Wei Da's wife and Wei Er's wife were especially happy. As mothers, seeing the children happy was more satisfying than anything else. Mrs. Wei hurriedly sent the four children outside to play, telling them, "Go out and have fun. Come back when it's time to eat." Only then did the atmosphere on the bed return to normal. Lin Junman also explained her conditions, but she was vague about her parents, not saying much. Fortunately, Wei Yelin had already given a heads-up earlier, so the Wei family didn't pursue the matter too much. Now, even if they are not familiar, it doesn't matter. When the right time comes, they can talk about it then. The main thing is that this young girl is quite likable. As long as she is a good person, everything else can be set aside. The conversation went by quickly, and before they knew it, it was noon. The four children rushed in, startling everyone. "Is it already noon?" Second sister-in-law Wei looked a bit surprised. "I thought it was only around 10 o'clock. "Stop joking," Wei's mother said with a light slap on second sister-in-law's shoulder. "Get ready to cook." "Got it." Second sister-in-law Wei chuckled happily, slipping down from the bed to help sister-in-law Wei prepare the meal. Lin Junman watched from the side with surprise. Is this how a daughter-in-law and mother-in-law usually get along? If she didn't know better, she would think this was a mother and daughter relationship. This also makes it easier to understand why Wei Yelin is so honest and dependable. It seems she won't have to worry about the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in the future. At noon, Wei's family prepared a very rich meal, with 6 dishes and 1 soup. This might seem ordinary in later generations, but at this time, it was considered a very high level of hospitality. They also took into account Lin Junman's taste. She likes sour and sweet flavors, and Wei's family made plenty of sweet and sour pork ribs. There were other dishes, some spicy and some not, and Lin Junman felt she could eat a lot of each one. Sure enough, after finishing the meal, Lin Junman, with tears in her eyes, touched her slightly bulging belly. It seemed she couldn't control herself and ate too much. Unexpectedly, the tense meeting that Lin Junman had been worried about turned out to be very harmonious and joyful. When she left Wei's house, she still felt a bit dazed. She used to think such scenes only appeared in TV dramas or novels, but she never expected she would experience one herself someday. Your parents and older brother and sister-in-law are so kind and friendly. Today, not only did Wei Yelin's parents give her a very good impression, but her 2 older brothers and sisters-in-law also made her feel very warm. Her worries about conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law or sisters-in-law are now gone, at least for the moment. She spoke for a while, then realized she hadn't heard Wei Yelin's voice and turned around in surprise, since she was sitting in front. There was no way around it. The back seat was full of gifts brought by Wei family members for her. The Wei family insisted, and Wei Yelin firmly stood with his parents, so Lin Junman couldn't argue. There were all kinds of homemade sauces, dried rabbits made by Wei brothers after hunting, and preserved meats that Wei's mother made every winter. Everything was packed tightly. The car was filled with these items. Wei Yelin's eyes sparkled with hidden joy, but he said seriously, Man, now you can only sit in the front." Lin Junman rolled her eyes and poked at her waist. "Be careful, your parents are still here." Wei's mother, who was very sharp, heard this and gave her son a look of approval. It's okay. Just pretend I don't exist." After saying that, she pulled her husband back a few steps and quickly ran into the yard. Although she moved fast, Lin Junman faintly heard her say, "Third son finally got it." If he hadn't, he wouldn't find a wife in this lifetime. Wei Yelin looked at his beloved wife with a sad expression. That's their attitude towards you, not towards me. Since graduating from high school, his parents' attitude toward him had worsened day by day, becoming more and more unreasonable. He remembered once casually mentioning at dinner, "This dish seems a bit salty." His mother immediately frowned. Eat it if you like, if not, get lost. Your father has been eating it all along and never complained. Why are you so picky? Wei Yelin felt he was more wronged than Do-yi, honestly. He had only spoken the truth. The worst part was his father pretending to be innocent, then stabbing him in the back for his wife. Child's mother. Let third son cook his own meals from now on. You just rest. At that moment, he felt small, helpless, and pitiful. But from now on, such things wouldn't happen again. He was now a husband too. Carrot, the road ahead finally became smooth and flat, no longer bumpy, pressed down by passing people. Wei Yelin held the steering wheel tightly, quickly leaned down, and stole a kiss on Lin Junman's right cheek. The car tilted slightly. Startled, Lin Junman immediately tightened her grip on the steering wheel and annoyedly said, "Drive carefully," but her ears turned slightly red. The honest-looking, simple man she knew before was clearly pretending. Wei Yelin saw his young wife's ears turn bright red, and he felt a little itchy in his palm, wanting to reach out and pinch her. But he had just been close to her, so he didn't dare now. Lin Junman suddenly realized that the atmosphere between them had changed. How to describe it? Yes, it was a bit flirtatious. The word suddenly popped into her mind, and the more she thought about it, the more it made sense. But this flirtation wasn't a bad thing. It didn't make her feel uncomfortable or dislike it. Maybe this is what true love feels like, full of sweetness everywhere. The car had entered the Yongyang team's area. Lin Junman suddenly remembered what happened yesterday and slapped her forehead.
How could she forget about that?
Wei Yelin was also startled by her sudden action. Wife, what's wrong? Lin Junman didn't mean to change how she called him. She noticed that in front of others, he called her man, but in private, he called her wife. He was a very respectful man. So far, the most intimate thing they had done was that shy but sweet kiss just now. Lin Junman cleared her throat and told him everything about her argument with the old lady yesterday. It's not hard to deal with that old lady. I was just a little worried about her son. If Wei Yelin hadn't been there, she could have thought of a way herself, but it would have been more complicated. Now that she had someone to rely on, why should she carry everything alone? But she didn't expect Wei Yelin's first reaction after hearing this was to praise her. Wife, you're amazing. Dealing with such a troublemaker should be like that. Too bad I'm not there. I'd definitely help you give him a kick. Lin Junman was speechless. If you were there, that little troublemaker probably wouldn't dare to come forward. As for their family's elders, if they really come to trouble us, just hit them back. I'll handle everything. Lin Junman said calmly. The only tricky part is her son and daughter-in-law in the county. Wei Yelin scoffed at this and mocked. You don't need to worry about that. Her son is a typical son-in-law who married into the family.
No one has said anything about it.
As for her daughter-in-law, just mention my name. I have some contacts in the county. Lin Junman wasn't too worried about this anymore. She felt more at ease now, knowing she had support. Next, the two of them talked about various other small things as they walked, and soon they arrived at Lin Junman's courtyard. Man, let's get engaged. As they got out of the car and Lin Junman was about to enter the yard, Wei Yelin suddenly spoke. What? Lin Junman was momentarily surprised, then quickly responded, Isn't getting engaged too soon? No, it's not. Wei Yelin hurriedly said, realizing his tone was a bit too eager. His face turned red as he stammered, I just think, as long as we get engaged, no one will easily bully you in the future. Wei Yelin had been the leader among the children in his family's Nanjing brigade since he was young, and only after growing up did he gradually settle down. Because of his relationship with Yu's mother and Yu's third brother, he also got along well in the Xiangyang brigade. When he was 6, he and Yu's third brother were unbeatable in the brigade. Plus, during middle and high school, they often schemed together, and their mischievousness was just as wild as in the Nanjing brigade. Many people knew about their heroic deeds back then, so no one dared to easily bother them. So, his words weren't just bragging. Ordinary people or small troublemakers wouldn't dare to target Lin Junman. Wei Yelin, who had previously been very arrogant and aggressive, now looked hesitant like a young boy. The strong contrast made Lin Junman find him quite charming. Anyway, she was going to spend her life with this person, so getting engaged sooner or later didn't matter much. Alright then. When do you think is a good time? Take your time to think. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly realized what he had just heard. He widened his eyes and nervously asked Lin Junman, "What did you just say?" He didn't expect Lin Junman to actually agree. He had only been testing the waters earlier, thinking maybe if he kept trying, she would say yes. But unexpectedly, fate gave him a big surprise. All his carefully prepared words were useless now. Lin Junman chuckled and said, "I said, when do you think is a good time?" This time, Wei Yelin was caught off guard. The dazed look on his face disappeared instantly, and he excitedly rushed forward. He reached under Lin Junman's arms and lifted her high, spinning her around several times. His smile couldn't be contained. Man, I'm so happy." Lin Junman was also infected by Wei Yelin's happiness and smiled happily. "But we can't be careless about the engagement, or I won't agree." "Of course not." Wei Yelin nodded without hesitation. How could he let his little wife suffer? "I'll go back and clarify the process, then ask my dad to help pick a good date. According to local customs, an intermediary is needed for the engagement." Wei Yelin already had someone in mind. Yu's mother. From any perspective, Yu's mother is very suitable. After Lin Junman nodded, she completely stopped worrying, acting like a girl who forgets her worries once she puts on her pants. Since the engagement follows local customs and she isn't from here, she decided not to interfere. She trusted Wei Yelin to handle everything well. Time passes quickly, and spring is here in March. People who had been stuck inside all winter gradually started to take off their heavy cotton coats, replacing them with lighter jackets and sweaters. The planting season was approaching. At this time, Xia Yun and Lu Haomiao also hurried back to the small courtyard. Yun, you're back." As soon as Lin Junman and Xue Xiuyu entered the yard and saw Xia Yun coming in, they greeted her. Seeing her two friends, Xia Yun's face lit up with a long-missed smile. "I'm back." "Oh yeah, welcome back." The two cheered, dropped their baskets and rushed over, hugging tightly. After the warm reunion, Lin Junman carefully looked at Xia Yun and felt a bit worried. "Yun, you've lost weight and your skin is darker. Darkness and thinness are the two biggest enemies for girls," but Xia Yun seemed very calm. "It's normal. The weather in Xian province is harsh, with frequent sandstorms. It's normal to look worse." Even though she had darkened and slimmed down, her spirit was still strong, even better than before. She touched her face, feeling rough fingertips, but her smile widened significantly. Man, Xiuyu, I am very happy." The two looked at each other and understood. They had gained a lot from this trip. "How are uncle and aunt?" "They're doing well." Xia Yun's eyes suddenly reddened. Though she felt some pain, more was a sense of longing. Perhaps they were lucky because the farm owner they were assigned to was a retired soldier. He was honest, fair, and strict. He only cared about how well everyone did their work. If they finished their tasks well, he would never make things difficult for them. Her parents initially faced some hardships when they first arrived. This was mainly because they were not used to the intense labor after living a comfortable life before. After more than 3 months of hard work, they became better at their tasks, and life gradually improved for them. However, there was still a shortage of supplies, which was common among the local people, let alone for them. When she and her friend went there this time, they brought a lot of things which greatly eased some of their difficulties. Moreover, Ho Miao carefully added some supplies later on, especially for clothing and food, which were well prepared. The farm owner also turned a blind eye and let them go, which made Xia Yun very grateful. After hearing Xia Yun's brief description, Lin Junman, Xue Xiaoyu, and Yi Weiwei felt relieved. In this world, this was already the best outcome. Yun, I have some great news to tell you." After discussing the main matter, Xue Xiuyu returned to her usual lively and mischievous self. Her big eyes blinked as if saying, "Come ask me quickly." Xia Yun cooperated and asked, "What's the good news?" Seeing her cooperation, Xue Xiuyu gave her a knowing look, showing she was a good sister. "It's about Man." Lin Junman helplessly rubbed her forehead. A smile filled Xia Yun's eyes. "Is it good news that Man is getting close?" "Yeah," Lin Junman touched her nose. "I'm getting engaged in 3 days, so Yun, Your return is perfectly timed. Xia suddenly smiled kindly, but Lin Junman sensed a hint of teasing in her expression. The once cold and distant beauty seemed to be gone forever. Yun, your smile looks a bit strange, Lin Junman said calmly, moving her chair back slightly. Xia Yun's face immediately darkened. She said ominously, Man, I'm not the same as before. It should be like this. After saying that, she gave Lin Junman a strange smile and made a gesture as if she was cutting her throat. Lin Junman looked directly at Lin Junman, and her whole mood instantly turned bad. The way she looked, combined with the dark, gloomy sky, made her seem very intense. At this moment, shouldn't she add a background music to match the mood? I remember the last time I felt this way was when I watched a detective movie in my previous life, and a young child star showed a smile. Back then, she was also unguarded. That smile was so bright that she could see it every night when she closed her eyes, which kept her from sleeping well for 3 days. Now, she's faced with another direct hit. Is this meant to test her heart strength? On the other side, Xue Xiaoyu didn't see it clearly because she was standing to the side, so she didn't feel as strongly. You should go back quickly, pack your things, and rest well. Lin Junman stood up and shooed her away. Tonight, I will lock the door tightly to prevent anyone from breaking in to cause trouble. Xia Yun returned to her gentle, calm expression, but Lin Junman still felt like she had 2 small red horns on her forehead. The two of them went to the kitchen to boil water. Xia Yun went back to tidy up and planned to take a shower. Lin Junman and Xue Xiaoyu discussed briefly and decided to take a shower today while they had the chance. Until it was dark, Lin Junman didn't see Lu Haomiao's shadow. She was still curious about the tension between the two. But since he didn't show up, she wasn't interested in asking. She figured she would find out sooner or later. Anyway, she and Lu Haomiao were among the first to know each other in the youth group, and he had once helped her regain some face. 3 days later, Yu's mother came to visit, followed by Yu Wanwan. Lin Junman checked the time, 8 o'clock. Lin's father and mother hadn't appeared. They couldn't come out now, given their current situation, and they arrived in a way that didn't allow them to bring anything with them. But it didn't mean they didn't have anything. They just hadn't brought it yet. Everyone promised to make up for the gifts once the situation improved. Lin Junman didn't mind. She helped these people mainly because her parents were here. If her parents hadn't come, she probably wouldn't have come here. Helping others was just to ease her conscience or to do a little good in her own way. According to the customs of Xiangyang Brigade, even if she wasn't here, these people would only suffer some hardships and wouldn't be in real danger. Only serious illnesses could be a different story. At 8:30, the Wei family arrived. They took this engagement very seriously, and everyone from the elders to the children came. Lin Junman saw Wei Yelin's grandmother, a kind and gentle old lady. She looked familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere before. The old man and woman were surrounded and brought to the center, smiling kindly. He asked, "Girl, do you remember me?" When the grandmother spoke, Lin Junman's memory suddenly came back. She looked surprised and asked, "Are you Wei Yelin's grandmother?" Wei's grandmother was a bit annoyed and said, "What Wei Yelin's grandmother? Now, I am also your grandmother." The old lady was very warm and friendly, but Lin Junman felt a little overwhelmed. She looked for help and saw a tall young man supporting Wei Yelin's grandmother nearby. Wei Yelin winked at her, signaling he understood, then playfully said to Wei Yelin's grandmother, "Grandma, be gentle. If you scare away such a good future daughter-in-law, I'll cry." "You'll cry too." Lin Junman found this very interesting. So this was how she could get out of the situation? Grandma slapped her grandson on the arm and rolled her eyes. "Pfft, you little rascal. Such a good day. Don't talk nonsense." I'm sorry, Wei Yelin quickly begged, but his face showed no real apology. "Grandpa Wei, Grandma Wei, uncle, aunt, brother, sister-in-law, come in quickly." Lin Junman hurriedly said, "It's cold outside.
Come in and rest."
She had already tidied up the room again, making it a bit bigger. Though a few people would be a little crowded, everyone could sit comfortably. They could eat inside and then go to the yard later, as the room couldn't hold so many people. While they were talking, Yu's mother and Wanwan also came out. They had been helping in the kitchen, cooking a dish that was almost ready, so they couldn't leave. Uncle Wei, Aunt Wei, long time no see. Yu's mother greeted everyone with a smile. Her eyes lit up when she saw the children. Wow, all the kids are so grown up now. Yu's mother was in a good mood and pulled the children over. Come on, say hello to Grandma Yu. Hello, Grandma Yu, the four children said together, their small voices adorable. Oh, good, good, Yu's mother beamed. Go inside and rest with your grandma. Look at your faces, they're all red from the cold. Lin Junman quickly took the two elders and the child inside, leaving Wei's mother outside. Wei's mother looked around and asked, Where's your father, old Yu? Mother Yu pouted and said, He's a busy man. He went to the village committee early this morning. Spring plowing is about to start, so he's busy with many things. He'll come later, Wei's mother nodded. Oh, I forgot about that. My husband has been very busy these days too. The two women exchanged smiles, and then Mother Yu and Lin Junman were sent out. They went into the kitchen. When Lin Junman came out, she was startled. It was the first time her future mother-in-law visited, and she let her go into the kitchen. If others found out, they might think she was overly nosy. Auntie, you should rest in the room. I'll handle things here. Lin Junman tried to persuade them to go outside. Mother Yu also felt it was not appropriate and nodded quickly at Lin Junman's words. You two young girls are so talkative, Mother Yu said impatiently, rolling her eyes. You're so young but talk like an old lady, even more than your grandmother, Lin Junman thought, ex-winky face. And Wei's niece said, Ha. She snorted and turned her body. I'll go talk with Grandma Wei. Lin Junman almost couldn't hold back her laughter. She cleared her throat and said, I'll help out a bit. Time passed second by second. Near 9 o'clock, more visitors arrived. Wei's mother pushed people out and said, You're the host. Go greet the guests at the door. Lin Junman had no choice but to stand up, wipe her hands, and say, Auntie, I'll go out first. Go quickly. Mother Yu waved her hand without looking up. In the yard, Xia Yun and Xue Xiaoyu had already set up the table. Lu Haomiao and Wei Yelin also hurried out to help. When Lin Junman saw Lu Haomiao, she was a bit surprised. Lu Jiqing, when did you arrive? Lu Haomiao looked kindly at Xia Yun. The look in his eyes made Lin Junman gasp. She could see that look from so far away, and it was so sticky, she could almost pull out threads. Xia Yun also changed from her usual cold image. Her cheeks had a faint red. Her shy look made Lin Junman and Xue Xiaoyu feel a bit jealous. Lin Junman was okay, but Xue Xiaoyu, who had been single forever, felt like she was hit with 1,000 points of damage. So unfair. Are they teasing her for not having a partner? Lin Junman saw this scene and suddenly thought of a saying from later generations. It's one thing to tease a dog, but to trick it into coming in and killing it is just too much. Xiaoyu, you should find a partner soon. Lin Junman couldn't help but tease. Thinking carefully, Xiaoyu is already 18, almost 19, and it's time for her to find someone. Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and said angrily, This new year, I'll ask my dad to introduce me to someone. Oh, Yuanwan raised an eyebrow. I thought you were going to take leave and go back now. Xiaoyu was not willing to show weakness and retorted sharply, Wanwan, you're just as single as I am. Don't laugh at me or call me a pig. Yuanwan paused for a moment. Luckily, I'm just a crow for this moment. What? Xiaoyu was caught off guard and stared blankly at Yuanwan. When she saw the teasing smile in her eyes, she suddenly reacted and pounced to grab Yuanwan's neck. Yuanwan. Making fun of me for being single is one thing, but calling me a pig is too much. Yuanwan couldn't stand there and wait to be grabbed. She bent down and dodged with a series of smooth movements, avoiding Xiaoyu's attack. Haha, after dodging, she made a funny face and mocked, It's all your fault. You said it yourself, so don't blame me. Two men stood aside, watching the girls laugh and play, their faces full of indulgence and affection. With many people, the food was quickly prepared on 3 tables. The invited guests had also arrived. Lin Junman and Wei Yelin, as hosts, sat at the main table. Guohua's wife was also there. At Lin Junman's insistence, the brothers Xu Zhen and Xu Dun also came. Originally, Guohua's wife planned to keep the children at home. After all, they couldn't just come along to eat because of the engagement. Such shameless behavior was rare for most people, so Guohua's wife and her husband were left out. Junman, congratulations. Guohua's wife patted her hand happily. Wei Yelin is a good guy. You have good taste. Lin Junman smiled softly. My taste has always been good. Guohua's wife choked and turned her gaze to Wei Yelin. Although Junman is a young girl from the countryside, I am like her older sister here. If you treat Junman badly, I won't agree. Although the Roots and the Stump brothers didn't understand very well, their mother said it was so, and they nodded vaguely, emphasizing. Yes, we also won't agree. Wei Yelin. He was actually threatened by 2 little kids. Lin Junman was amused at that moment. She took out 2 candies and handed them to the children. All right, big sister Lin is waiting for you to support me. Wei Yelin looked at her with a sad face. Wife, I was the one who was threatened. Lin Junman glared at him. As long as you don't make mistakes, the threat will never become reality. Wei Yelin was stunned. Why wasn't his wife comforting him now? Shouldn't she be doing that? Seeing her big man, over 1.8 meters tall, look so confused, Lin Junman couldn't help but laugh. Then she straightened her expression and comforted him casually. Don't worry, I still trust you more. Wei Yelin became serious. He took his wife's small hand in his and vowed, Don't worry, wife, I will never make mistakes. The sudden hand-holding made Lin Junman blush. She quickly tried to pull her hand away. Let go. There are so many elders watching. How can that be proper? Even in later generations, young couples had to watch their words and actions in front of elders, let alone now. Wei Yelin also realized this and reluctantly let go. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, Next time, I'll hold your hand when no one's around. Wei Yelin. Lin Junman was annoyed. She took a quick step and stepped on his foot when he wasn't paying attention. Wei Yelin grimaced in pain, but didn't dare show it. A few children watched curiously as their uncle's face twisted, but they didn't know why. The playful teasing between the young couple was seen by everyone at the table. Because they were close, there was no one deliberately looking for trouble, so everyone silently ignored it and continued chatting happily. The engagement banquet went very smoothly. After everyone was sent away, Old Master Wei and Old Lady Wei called Lin Junman into the room and handed her a wooden box. Lin Junman instinctively took it, feeling a bit confused. Old Lady Wei smiled, her face full of wrinkles. Man, this is something our Wei family wants to pass to the future daughter-in-law. It should have been given at your wedding, but since our whole family likes you so much, we thought we'd give it to you early. We 2 old folks don't have many wishes. Xiao Linzi is my youngest grandson, and the only one who isn't married yet. I just hope that you 2 will be happy in the future and that you can have a grandson or granddaughter to play with us soon. Lin Junman suddenly felt the wooden box in her hand was a bit hot. Being considered a family heirloom, it definitely wasn't a fake. She thought about how, during engagement, the groom's family would give a gift, but she didn't expect it to be so valuable. But that wasn't all. Soon, Yu's mother handed her another red envelope. That was a family heirloom from Grandma for the younger generation. This one is a gift from our Wei family for your meeting. Seeing Lin Junman's hesitation, she immediately scowled and said, You can't refuse. It's our local custom. This completely stopped Lin Junman from declining. She carefully put the items away and said, Thank you, grandparents and aunt and uncle. I will take good care of them, that's right. Wei's mother was instantly satisfied. Her quick change of mood made Lin Junman wonder if she was the same person as the stern woman just now. With the gifts given and the good intentions conveyed, the Wei family didn't stay long. Third son, stay a bit longer and keep your wife company, Wei's father advised. Just after the engagement was finished, the fiancé simply left. What's that supposed to mean? Okay, Dad. I'll come back later. Wei Yelin obediently agreed. Although he was smiling on the outside, he felt nothing inside. Haha, don't think he didn't know his father didn't want him to go back. Look at how quickly things changed, as if the money-losing item in his hand was finally thrown away. After seeing Off the Way Family, Lin Junman turned back and found that the kitchen and yard had already been tidied up by Yuanwan, Shuesiyu, and Xieyun. Thanks for your help today, Lin Junman said gratefully. If she had done it alone, she would have been very busy. No problem. Yuanwan waved her hand. With our relationship, we're basically family, right? Helping family is just what we do. Exactly, that's right. Shuesiyu and Xieyun echoed in unison, making Lin Junman swallow her thanks before she could speak. Looking around and seeing nothing else to do, she pushed Xieyun onto a chair, leaned forward, and placed her hands on the sides of the chair. Tell me honestly, what's going on between you and Lu Haomiao now? The scene in front of me spun around, and Xieyun had no time to react before being pushed onto a chair, still looking confused. What are you doing? Lin Junman sneered coldly, raised her index finger to lift Xieyun's chin, acting like a little troublemaker. Woman, you're pretty good at hiding things. Tell me, when did this happen? Xieyun's delicate neck turned slightly red, and her eyes flickered. It's just like you saw, she paused and confidently added. As for when it happened, you didn't ask me, did you? Do you want me to run up to you and say I'm dating Lu Haomiao? Lin Junman let out a sharp sound, her eyes dangerous, with a half-smile. So, it's our fault? You just said I was from my family, and now you're hiding such a big thing from us. Xieyun looked confused. Why did she feel like the other person made a lot of sense? Yuanwan and Shuesiyu watched the scene happily from the side. Great, they got to see another big gossip. Xieyun tried to explain but couldn't argue with Lin Junman. She helplessly raised her hand in surrender. Fine, I was wrong. I admit it. It's about after I came back from the countryside. Lin Junman finally let go, straightened up as if nothing had happened, and patted Xieyun's collar. All right, I'll forgive you this time. Xieyun didn't want to say anything anymore. She shook her head and stood up. She knew she couldn't win in a fight, so she better leave quickly. Shuesiyu then came over, looking curious. Man, you looked like a little troublemaker just now. Yuanwan, hearing this, instinctively glanced at Wei Yelin. Don't think she didn't see. This guy was almost turning into Xieyun in her mind, eyes nearly popping out of her head. TSK, a shy but jealous man. Jealousy really can change a person's face. Since crossing the bright path, Wei Yelin had been coming here more often. Basically, whenever he had a holiday, he'd come over. Lin Junman seriously suspected that if he got married, he'd be coming back every night. So, the villagers from Xiangyang Brigade often saw Wei Yelin around. After a while, some familiar folks joked, "Little Wei, coming so often, are you afraid your wife will run away?" Actually, no need to worry. We're engaged now, so he can come fewer times. Wei Yelin sneered at this. He wished he could stay glued here 24 hours a day. If he didn't need to work to earn money to buy food and clothes for his wife, he would stay here every day. Anyway, his parents didn't care where he went or stayed. He was just a small vegetable in the field. The person speaking gave a look of contempt. Serves you right for not having a partner. The speaker was a young man about 25 or 6 years old. Because he was careless and wandered around every day, he couldn't find a wife. Wei Yelin's words hit the other person directly in the chest. I'm just trying to help you with advice, the man said angrily. If you keep running around, you'll be overwhelmed and can't lift your head. He thought this would make Wei Yelin angry, but unexpectedly, Wei Yelin was proud instead. I like it. I enjoy taking care of my wife. After saying that, he turned and walked away. He didn't want to argue with the fool. If he listened to him, his wife might fly away again before they even got together. And his mother was just spoiled by his father her whole life. Didn't you see some older women in the village looking jealous and green with envy? Not long after the engagement was settled, spring plowing began. Because he had experience from last year, Lin Junman knew the process very well this year. The only thing she lacked was strength. She felt like she had been a cat all winter, and her bones were lazy and tired. It was like laziness was bubbling inside her bones. On the first day of work, Lin Junman felt pain everywhere. She couldn't even lift her arms. Her face showed her exhaustion. I'm so tired. I can't do it anymore. Finally, after finishing work, she went to the warehouse to return the tools. She leaned on a chair in the yard, not wanting to move. If she weren't covered in dirt, she would have collapsed directly onto the bed. Xia Yun and Shui Xiaoyu weren't doing much better. They weren't made of iron. After a relaxing winter, this sudden workload was hard to bear. "Let's rest for a while before cooking," Xia Yun said, then closed her mouth. "I agree," Shui Xiaoyu replied weakly. Because the land had frozen all winter, it had become hard and compacted. Farmers had to use a plow to turn the soil over and loosen it. This was necessary for the crops to grow better. Spring is the planting season. In March and April, the land is still not fully thawed, making plowing very difficult. Farmers mostly work on the ridges, breaking up the soil. After resting for about 20 minutes, the three of them struggled to get up and had a simple dinner. By the time they finished eating, it was completely dark. They divided their tasks clearly. After each meal, one person washed the dishes, while the other two tidied up the yard and cleaned the house. They took turns like this every day. Since spring had arrived and they were used to farm work, they also had an extra task when they returned home. They needed to turn over the vegetable plots in the front and backyards and plant some greens. This could help save some money. Luo Haomiao, being a man, quickly adapted to the physical work and even finished earlier than usual after a few days. Chang Xinghua didn't strictly control this work. As long as you finished your tasks, you could leave. Most people couldn't leave early unless they were experienced workers. Luo Haomiao, probably inspired by love, finished his work and would often come over to help Xia Yun. On the third day, early in the morning, Lin Junman opened the door and saw a familiar figure. "Are you off today?" Lin Junman asked, surprised and happy. It had been a week since they last met. Lin Junman understood his busy work schedule, so she didn't complain. Wei Yellen seemed to feel guilty. "Sorry, man. I've been busy. I just finished last night, so I couldn't come earlier." He knew that spring farming had started in the past 2 days, so he hurried and finished his work 2 days early. "It's okay. Come in quickly." Lin Junman opened the door. "We're about to have breakfast. Join us." Wei Yellen came in but didn't eat with them. "I already ate when I arrived. My mom gets up early, so breakfast is ready early too. Don't you need to help with chores at home?" Lin Junman asked curiously. Wei Yellen chuckled. "No need. I work in the county, so I don't have to do farm work. The work I did during holidays used to earn points for my parents, but now my wife is the most important." He thought for a moment and added, "That's what my parents also believe." After speaking, he handed over a cloth bag. "These are steamed white buns made by my mother. I brought you a few because I know working hard now is tough, so you should eat well." Actually, he just wanted Lin Junman to stay at home and do what she liked, without the hardship of working outside in the sun and wind. His salary could support them both. But since they are not married yet, bringing this up seemed too sudden. He decided to hold back for now. Unaware of his thoughts, Lin Junman took the bag and opened it. There were quite a few, 10 in total. "That's too many," she said, shaking her head. Although people are not as hungry as before, fine grains, especially white flour, are still precious. Many families still rely mostly on coarse grains throughout the year. "It's okay, just keep it," Wei Yellen said casually. "I made these with white flour I brought back last night. All right, I'll keep them," Lin Junman said happily, feeling no burden and quickly accepting the gift. Wei Yellen smiled then. He didn't want his wife to be too polite to him or his family. Xia Yun and Shui Xiaoyu saw that Wei Yellen was not surprised at all. "Want to eat together? We still need to go to work later," they asked. "I've already eaten." "You two go ahead," Wei Yellen replied patiently. He realized that to keep a good relationship with his wife, he shouldn't ignore her friends either. Otherwise, if they spread rumors, he would definitely regret it. After quickly finishing breakfast, the four of them headed to the tool collection point. Zhang Hui and others had long been jealous that Lin Junman found such a naive partner. They knew he was a worker from the county town. If they had someone like that, they wouldn't need to work at all. But they hadn't seen her partner in a week since spring plowing started. Zhang Hui and Zhao Yueyao secretly wondered, did he brag too much? Every girl's partner helps out with chores. If he hadn't appeared this week, wouldn't that mean he was just bragging? They had planned to mock her this morning, but before they could speak, they saw the tall figure beside Lin Junman and froze in surprise. Wasn't he just bragging? How did he appear again? Zhang Hui, realizing she had overthought, immediately became very angry, her face turning red with frustration. She didn't even bother to greet Zhao Yueya and left with a gloomy expression, holding her tools. Lin Junman looked at Zhang Hui as she walked away and shrugged. Did she take the wrong medicine? Or did she forget to take it before leaving? Who is she scowling at so early in the morning? Anyone would be unhappy to see such a stern face first thing in the morning. Instead, Xia Yun seemed thoughtful and said sharply, "She probably thinks you were dumped by your fiancé." Lin Junman was shocked and opened her mouth wide. No way. How could she have such a mean idea? Is she cursing me? At this moment, she regretted that Zhang Hui didn't pick a fight with her. Then she could have taken the chance to slap her and tear that nasty mouth apart. Zhao Yueya, who hadn't gone far, looked at Xia Yun with a frightened expression. Why is this woman so scary? Just from one glance, she can guess what we're thinking. Zhao Yueya, feeling guilty and nervous, quickly slipped away when she saw Lin Junman and Xia Yun's sharp, clear eyes looking at her, not daring to stay. Xia Yun shrugged. If you have a guilty conscience, I've probably guessed it right. Even Xue Xiaoyu's attitude towards Xia Yun changed. Oh my gosh, Yun, you're unbelievable. How could someone be so clever? She felt so stupid. Earlier, she just cursed her mentally, but didn't say anything more. Xia Yun chuckled softly. My mom studied abroad and learned some psychology, so I picked up a few things too. I can read people's expressions. Zhang Hui, being both foolish and mean, always showed her thoughts on her face, so it was easy to guess her intentions. Xue Xiaoyu was confused. What is psychology? What are microexpressions? Lin Junman understood now. She had watched many detective dramas in her past life, but knowing how to see didn't mean she knew how to think. This was just a small incident, and no one paid much attention to it. Lin Junman was angry for a little while, but then forgot about it. There was no point in getting upset over someone unworthy. She chose not to waste her energy. Why punish herself for others' mistakes? Wei Yelin was very capable at work. She finished a whole day's work in just half a morning. Xia Yun and Xue Xiaoyu naturally separated themselves from Lin Junman because Wei Yelin's work points needed to be credited to Lin Junman. If they kept mixing together, they would be taking advantage of others for nothing. Lin Junman understood their intentions and didn't say much, so she parted ways. They could be close, but they shouldn't cross boundaries. After finishing work, Wei Yelin went to find Chang Xinghua and divided another area. His holiday was short, so he wanted to earn more work points for his wife in the limited time. Lin Junman has now adapted to the workload and didn't refuse Wei Yelin's approach. The saying, men and women working together are less tired, has been proven by many people, and it fits Lin Junman's situation today. I feel I can keep working, Lin Junman said happily, showing her unseen biceps after handing over tools. I think I earned full work points today. Xue Xiaoyu rolled her eyes and snapped. Go away, don't make me hit you. Beside her, Xia Yun also spoke softly. You didn't just earn full points today, you earned double for both of you. Wei Yelin proudly stepped closer. Wife, I'll help you earn work points again tomorrow. Luo Haojiao also appeared out of nowhere and, with a possessive look, took Xia Yun's hand. He said confidently, I'll come help tomorrow too. Lin Junman and Xia Yun exchanged a glance and both silently looked at Xue Xiaoyu in the middle. Xue Xiaoyu. Oh, I'm not doing this anymore. Xue Xiaoyu stomped her foot hard and ran forward crying. Lin Junman felt a headache and both she and Xia Yun spoke at the same time. It's all your fault. Their expressions were identical, full of frustration. After that, they hurried to catch up with Xue Xiaoyu, leaving Wei Yelin and Luo Haojiao looking at each other, surprised. Oh no! Things are getting serious now. They quickly caught up with Xue Xiaoyu, who wasn't really angry, just pretending. As they approached, they could see the gate from afar, but there were two figures standing in front of it. Hey, are they here to find us? Xue Xiaoyu asked in surprise. Xia Yun was also confused. With their current situation, who else would come? As they got closer, it was clear there was one man and one woman. It looks like Wan. Xia squinted. The man I don't recognize. Lin Junman had a faint guess at her mind, but she hadn't seen clearly enough to be sure. Most importantly, her usually absent-minded older brother shouldn't still be in the army.
Why was he suddenly here?
He appeared at least 6 months earlier than in the original story. But in the next moment, her suspicion was confirmed. Yuan saw the approaching 3 people, and her eyes lit up. She ran over and said, Man, a soldier just came by, saying he's your brother. I brought him here. Do you think he's the one? While speaking, the man also strode over confidently, and Lin Junman got a good look. Actually, she had never seen this older brother before. When she traveled into the story, he had already been sent to the army by her adoptive father. But why did she recognize him instantly as her so-called older brother? Because his face looked exactly like her adoptive father, Lin Jingquan. No wonder he's the hero of the story. He inherited all of his father's good genes. But he also had some of Lin's mother's traits, so he wasn't as sharp as Lin's father but still handsome and impressive. With his excellent genes and the military uniform, he could easily be on a recruitment poster. Lost in her thoughts, in the blink of an eye, the two stood face to face, silent for a moment. Yuan and Xia Yun's group also fell silent, quietly standing aside and not daring to speak. Wei Yelin hurried over and saw this scene, his pupils shrinking. The tall, green-uniformed figure across from him gave him an unprecedented sense of danger. This person was very outstanding, very competitive. He quickly stepped forward and pulled Lin Junman behind him, his wary eyes fixed on Lin Yinian.
Who are you?
What did you do to my wife? Lin Yinian is parallel to Lin Junman. Winky face. Yuan couldn't help but cover her face, whispering to Xia Yun and Xue Xiuyu. It's over. Wei Yelin's idiot dog has met his match with the older brother. This obvious act of catching someone in the act was a blatant provocation. Xue Xiaoyu and Xia Yun were also stunned. Is this really Man's older brother? Luo Haomiao, who was a step behind, just overheard the truth and was momentarily speechless. He thought that as long as he was Lin Jiqing's older brother, he would be willing to fight to the death for this guy. Lin Junman watched her older brother suddenly turn dark and serious, and she was instantly very nervous. She quickly stepped out from behind Wei Yelin and pinched him hard at the waist, whispering, "Shut up." She didn't hold back this time. Wei Yelin gasped in pain and looked very wronged. Wife, why are you pinching me? This man looks like he's up to no good. He even wanted to hit you earlier. Lin Junman nervously glanced at Lin Yinyan's face. Wow, it was so dark it seemed like water might drip from it. At this moment, she felt like crying. Why did this guy suddenly become so foolish? Could he be a minor character she overlooked in the original story? Otherwise, why does he act like his brain and eyes have run away whenever he sees the male lead? The other person is talking first, and his brain is chasing after her. But this minor character just lost his mind completely and stubbornly confronted the male lead. Big brother, this is just a misunderstanding. Lin Junman hurriedly called him Big Brother, ignoring Wei Yelin behind her. Her mind was racing, trying to come up with an excuse to explain Wei Yelin. She did not trust her brother, but she didn't believe in that strange male lead's aura. Wei Yelin was already confused. A thunderclap seemed to explode in his mind, and his head was buzzing. Wasn't this a love rival? They didn't look alike at all. How did he suddenly become his brother-in-law? Did he offend his brother-in-law on the first meeting? Lin Yinian sneered coldly. He calls you wife, and you're married to him. He clearly remembered receiving a phone call from his sister about their engagement. He had gone to great lengths to take leave early. How did they get married in the blink of an eye? I didn't. You're talking nonsense, Lin Junman denied repeatedly. We're just engaged. Lin Yinyan's expression slightly softened. It's good you're not married. You're still young. No need to rush into marriage. My brother in the army has many good men. If one isn't right, you can try another. You'll find a good one eventually. This wasn't just a scare for Wei Yelin. He truly meant it. In the past 20 years, as the son of the mayor's family, Lin Yinyan's standards were extremely high. Even now, with his family being falsely accused, he believed that with his ability, given some time, he could make those who harmed his family suffer greatly. He is very confident, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to quickly settle into the army after only a year and come from such a family background, even taking leave in his first year. Because of this, he doesn't see Wei Yelin from an ordinary family as impressive. Especially since his previously naive sister decisively followed their parents to the countryside after the Lin family incident. That alone makes Lin Yinian deeply care for her. He knows the sister is not his biological sibling, she was adopted by their parents. But so what? Blood relations are not the only measure of family. Even among relatives by blood, some cut ties after problems arise at home. Some even betray others, which isn't just external. It's human nature's darker side. Lin Junman hesitated but changed the subject. Brother, you've traveled a long way. Come inside and rest for a bit. In front of others, Lin Yinian didn't argue with his sister and obediently followed into the yard. Lin Junman quickly led him to her room. She had been busy lately and mostly slept in her room, so it was still tidy. Xia Yun and the others wisely didn't follow, but Wei Yelin did. He sat face-to-face with Lin Yinian, staring at each other. She poured 2 cups of water from the thermos and placed them in front of the 2 men, then sat down beside Wei Yelin. Seeing this, Lin Yinian's previously relaxed expression darkened again, and he felt a bit jealous inside. Sure enough, women tend to leave when they grow up. Shouldn't she be sitting next to her brother now? Lin Junman's eyelids twitched as she asked with concern, Brother, do you want to rest for a while? I'll go cook now. I have to work later. Lin Yinian shook his head. No need. You go ahead and cook. I'll go to work with you this afternoon. If it was just his sister, he planned to go help with the cooking, but now there are 2 other girls. It wouldn't be proper for a grown man to join them. No, Lin Junman quickly refused. The work in the fields isn't too tiring. I can do it myself. What about him? Lin Yinian pointed at Wei Yelin. Is he here to help you work?
Yes.
Lin Junman nodded eagerly, like a little chick pecking at rice. From the corner of her eye, she saw her usually stern older brother's expression soften visibly. Let's talk about it this afternoon, Lin Yinian said, tapping his finger on the sofa armrest. You go ahead and start cooking. Lin Junman glanced at the 2 of them, understanding that her brother wanted to speak privately with Wei Yelin. She was tempted to stay, but when she looked into Lin Yinian's eyes, she felt too timid to insist. Strangely, she didn't feel this kind of pressure from her father, Lin Jingquan. Could this be the commanding presence of the main character? Wei Yelin gave Lin Junman a quick look, signaling her to relax. She hesitated, then finally stepped out of the room. When Lin Junman entered the kitchen, Xue Xiaoyu and Xia Yun hurried over. Junman, your brother looks so impressive. Lin Junman paused for a moment. After all, he was the son of the mayor's family. Of course he was impressive. But now wasn't the time to say that out loud. She puffed up her chest proudly. Of course. He's my brother after all. Xia Yun, --. I'm praising your brother, not you. Lin Junman gave her a strange look. But he's my brother. If you praise him, aren't you praising me too? Xue Xiaoyu nodded blankly. That does make sense. Xia Yun looked away, embarrassed. Her silly little friend. Because she was worried about what was happening over there, she would quietly sneak to the corner of the room to listen when she wasn't needed in the kitchen. She had heard before about fights between brothers-in-law and future brothers-in-law. Although her brother and Wei Yelin weren't reckless, as the main person involved in this conflict, it was normal for her to worry. She prepared herself mentally, and Lin Junman suddenly felt more relaxed. But Lin Yinian was a special person. During his military training, he ranked first in everything. No matter how quietly Lin Junman tiptoed, he could still hear her approach. A deep sense of helplessness appeared in his eyes. He was slowly suppressing his desire to make things difficult for Wei Yelin. Forget it. Since they were already engaged, her parents must have met him. From now on, with her and her father watching, even if this guy had some tricks up his sleeve, he'd have to behave. If he really showed any signs of being untrustworthy, she believed Junman wouldn't mind taking care of him herself. There is no need to hurt the relationship between my sister and me just for this kid now. You're already engaged. What do you think about marriage? Lin Enian asked casually but secretly thought, if this guy is vague and unclear about his attitude, he won't be polite anymore. Wei Yelin immediately sat up straight, though he had been sitting properly all along. That depends on Man's wishes. She can marry whenever she wants. He felt helpless. Both he and Lin Junnan were old enough to get a marriage license. If possible, he would love to take Man to get married right now, but he remembered she said she didn't want to marry so soon. Lin Enian smiled and nodded casually. That's good. My sister is still young. It's better not to marry too early. Lin Junnan outside the wall heard everything clearly and finally couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Why didn't she realize her brother was a double standard before? But since she saw no signs of a fight inside, she relaxed and quietly tiptoed back to the kitchen. The food in the kitchen was almost ready. The three of them worked together to serve the dishes. Considering there were many people, Lin Junnan decided to bring out a big table. This was a large table she bought after the engagement to prevent the awkward situation of not having enough space when more people came. They couldn't always borrow from others, right? Now it was finally being used. After lunch, Enian sent the three girls to rest, while he and Wei Yelin washed the dishes in the kitchen. Lin Junnan didn't object and was indeed very tired. They said it was rest, but it didn't last long. Lin Junnan went to Xia Yun's room to rest on a mat, leaving her own room for Enian and Wei Yelin. Fortunately, she always kept a spare set of bedding in her room, so even with one more person, there was enough to cover. As he said, Enian's signal to go to work came in the afternoon, and he also got up. Lin Junnan tried to stop him but had no choice but to agree. However, as soon as she went out, it caused a commotion. As the protagonist in the story, the author praised him with all kinds of compliments. He was tall, strong, with a high nose, medium-thickness lips, eyebrows that slanted toward his temples like swords, a handsome side face, and a perfectly chiseled facial outline. His hair and nails were carefully trimmed, and his long, strong fingers complemented his neat military uniform, making him look very impressive and dignified. Lin Junnan even noticed several young women secretly blushing. An older woman, her eyes shining with excitement, approached warmly and started talking. "Young man, where are you from?" Lin Enian frowned slightly and took a few steps back without making it obvious, avoiding a woman who reached out to pull his clothes. He nodded coldly, but didn't speak. He could guess what these women wanted. The woman was disappointed, but didn't give up. She turned to Lin Junnan and asked, "Lin Jiqing, is this your brother?" Because everyone could see that the young man was walking closer to Lin Junnan. But their faces looked so different that they weren't sure. Some people, eager to join the fun, teased, "Lin Jiqing, is this your ex before you went to the countryside?" Lin Junman's face darkened instantly and she shot back, "People only talk with words. You're just talking nonsense. If your body is broken, there's still hope. But if your mind is broken, how can you have hope? If you can't speak properly, shut your mouth. Have you seen exes and current partners get along peacefully? You must have your head stuck in a door. Go back quickly, and don't go out without your medicine." Her words made her feel sick. In this era, where men and women's conduct was very strict, her words were like a direct blow to the heart. Lin Enian's eyes also flashed with anger. He said, "Ladies, I am Lin Jiqing's brother." Sure enough, everyone was surprised, and their eyes showed even more excitement, all directed at Lin Junnan. One woman stepped closer to Lin Junnan and asked, "Lin Jiqing, has your brother gotten married?" "Ma'am, whether my brother is married or not has nothing to do with you," Lin Junnan replied calmly. The woman was pleased. "Lin Jiqing, what do you think of your third sister? Would she be a good wife for you?" Lin Junnan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even Xia Yun and Xue Xiaoyu looked helpless. How could she be so bold? Her third sister, who was 25, was quite dark and strong. Most importantly, she had a very bad temper and would often fight if upset. Because of this, she had not married yet. The onlookers also looked surprised. They had the intention to help, but they didn't want to push someone onto a soldier. Not to mention, the soldier was handsome and capable. Even they wouldn't want their son to marry such a fierce woman. And there's also a difficult mother-in-law behind her. Whoever marries her will have bad luck. Lin Yinian hadn't met the legendary third girl, but he was observant. From everyone's expressions, he could tell they weren't good people. "Thank you for your kindness, madam, but I already like someone," he said. The madam chuckled. "It's okay, young comrade. You're still young. You've only met a few girls, just someone you like. You might end up liking someone else, like my third girl." Lin Junman couldn't stand it anymore. She stepped forward to separate them. "Madam, you don't need to worry. My brother likes a very good girl. She's smart, does well in school, and is very beautiful. We're just waiting to introduce her to my parents." The madam's face immediately changed. She spat and said, "Waste of my time." Lin Junman's expression darkened. These days, marriage was still about forced arrangements. Lin Yinian wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lin Junman. "Brother, don't mind her. She's like a rat in the team, causing trouble and sticking around like a mad dog. She just makes things worse." Lin Yinian was stopped. He didn't mind much. When the holiday ended, he would leave. But his sister had to stay here, and if she got bothered, it wouldn't be good. "Sorry, man. I caused you trouble," Lin Yinian said, feeling guilty. Wei Yellen stepped forward and said, "Don't worry, big brother. With me here, no one will dare bother man. "Thank you," Lin Yinian said, patting Wei Yellen on the shoulder. While they were arguing, Lin's parents saw the scene and couldn't help but murmur, "What happened now? Could it be that Man got into trouble?" Lin's father worried. Lin's mother glared at him. "Can you think of something good? You're always thinking about bad things. People might think you have a grudge against your daughter." Lin's father looked aggrieved. "I was just saying it casually saying it isn't okay." After a brief argument, the two quickly left. Although the team wouldn't use such harsh methods against them, they also wouldn't get too close. So, they usually avoided crowds and went their own way. Other women saw that the siblings spoke like this and lost interest. They looked at Lin Yinian with regret. "Such a good young man, and you just now realize? It would be so nice if he was your daughter's match. He is a soldier, after all, with a bright future ahead." The fuss ended here. When the team leader found out, he didn't say much. He simply assigned them a larger area to work in. Of course, more workers are better. When the three of them were alone, Lin Junman couldn't hold back her curiosity anymore. "Brother, do you really like someone? Could it be Wanwan?" The main characters had already met before. The story's power is truly strong. This time, because of herself, Yuanwan didn't meet Lin's parents. But by chance, she became friends with the heroine, and maybe the main characters will also fall in love because of her. Lin Yinian playfully tapped her head. "Girls shouldn't worry so much. Be careful not to grow old." Not getting the answer she wanted, Lin Junman was unhappy. She moved to Lin Yinian's other side and insisted, "Big brother, if you like someone, I won't interfere. But if you don't, I'll introduce someone to you." Lin Yinian was almost amused. "You're so young, already thinking about matchmaking? With our current situation, it's better not to cause trouble for any girl." He meant for her not to worry too much. But Lin Junman only caught one important detail. "You haven't liked anyone yet." She rubbed her hands eagerly, already looking forward to the story unfolding. At night, after work, Wei Yellen stayed for dinner because Lin Junman insisted. Only then did he leave. "Brother, rest for a bit. When it gets dark, I'll take you to see Mom and Dad." As night fell, Lin Junman clearly sensed that Lin Yinian was a bit anxious. She understood why and comforted him. Lin Yinian nodded but couldn't help asking, Man, how are Mom and Dad?" During the day, there were too many people, so he hadn't had a chance to ask. Finally, it was dark, and he couldn't wait to fly over there immediately. "My parents are doing well," Lin Jun sighed. "They are working when they should be, and they are quite tired. As for other things, I prepared everything last year. I send some food now and then, so compared to most people, my parents are doing okay." Lin Yinian finally relaxed a little. He had guessed what was happening, but hearing it confirmed was another matter. As the sky darkened in Lin Yinyan's anxious wait, the two of them quietly climbed over the wall and headed straight to the barn. After a long day of work, everyone felt extremely tired. They washed up early and went to bed. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Zheng Yanjun opened her tired eyes. "Who is it? Is it Man again?" Lin Jingquan turned over and got up to open the door. "That girl is so tired. Why doesn't she rest? Why did she come back?" As he spoke, he opened the door and saw Lin Junman outside, but there was also a tall figure behind her. At first, Lin Jingquan thought it was Wei Yellen. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly recognized the face behind her and exclaimed, "Enian?" Lin Enian stepped forward from behind Lin Junman. The tall man's voice choked with emotion. "Dad." Lin Jingquan's hand, holding the door frame, trembled slightly. His eyes turned red and sore. "Come in quickly." Inside, Zheng Yanjun didn't catch what Lin Jingquan said. She only sensed that something was wrong and asked worriedly, "Brother Kun, what happened?" Lin Jingquan quickly wiped his eyes and looked up with red-rimmed eyes. "Yanjun, look who's here." Zheng Yanjun just sat up and saw the familiar yet strange figure. She stared in disbelief, her voice failing her. She covered her face with her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks like broken beads, unable to speak clearly. "Enian." Lin Enian looked at his parents, who looked much thinner and more exhausted. The tall man's heart felt like it was being cut. He quickly stepped forward and knelt in front of the bed with a thud. "Mom, Dad, I am unfilial. I arrived late." Zheng Yanjun reached out and hugged Lin Enian tightly, trying to suppress the surge of emotion inside her. Her voice trembled with sobs. This sound was heartbreaking to hear and brought tears to those who listened. A family of 3 gathered together, hugging and crying. Lin Junman sat quietly with a few other elders nearby, not disturbing them. She knew these 3 people needed a way to release their feelings. After about 15 minutes, Zheng Yanjun finally calmed down from her emotional outburst, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Man, come here," she called Lin Junman over. Lin Junman obediently walked over. Zheng Yanjun took her hand and sat down, looking kindly at her. "Enian, since coming here, Man has been taking care of us." Lin Jingquan sighed and recounted everything that had happened since they arrived. Enian understood that, although it sounded simple, the mental burden on a girl at that time was hard to imagine. Even he himself was shaken when he first heard the bad news. It took him nearly half a month in the army to recover. His sister, a girl, had to protect herself and manage everything to stay close to their parents. Someone with a weak mental state simply couldn't do that. "My sister, I will always be your support," Enian promised seriously. Lin Junman smiled, her eyes curved like a crescent moon. "Thank you, brother." She was even happier because reaching this point meant she had completely escaped the original story's plot. The dramatic ending in the book would no longer happen. Now she had her own love, and she believed the future would get better and better. Just as she finished her thoughts, she suddenly felt light, as if something inside her had been released, making her feel very relaxed. Enian took out all the nutritional supplements he brought and placed them on the table. "Mom, Dad, keep these for now. I'll send more after I get back. It might be a bit troublesome for Man to go get them." Lin Junman waved her hand. "No need, brother. Everything we need is available here. Sending them is just wasting money, but if you really want to send something, just send money directly. If I lack anything, I'll buy it in the county," she said. "That works too," Enian agreed without insisting. He affectionately patted Lin Junman's head. "Next time, I'll send a remittance slip. If you need anything, just tell me in time." "Okay, brother. If I really need something, I won't be polite." Lin Jingquan and Zheng Yanjun watched the harmonious scene of the siblings with great satisfaction. They felt very grateful that they had rescued the person out of kindness. A few elderly people nearby also felt happy to see this, but secretly they felt a bit envious and jealous. Why are good children always others' children? "Xiaolin, Xiaozheng, you are so lucky," the old lady couldn't help but sigh. She probably wouldn't enjoy such happiness in her life because her current situation was caused by her eldest son and daughter-in-law. The other children didn't interfere but chose to stay out of it and watch quietly. She had thought many times since coming here, after a lifetime of honesty, why did she raise such cold-hearted and ungrateful children? Even a dog can develop feelings after 3 days of being cared for, but her sons were worse than dogs. Zheng Yanjun smiled gently and said, "Aunt Song, you can also think of Man and Inian as your own children." The old lady kindly smiled and said, "That's not impossible." She and her husband had received many kindnesses from the young girl here, or else she might have given up last winter. Seeing that the time was about right, Lin Junman interrupted the conversation between Lin Inian and Lin Jingquan's father and son. "Mom and Dad, brother, it's about time. Let's go back for now. There's still plenty of time later, and coming back now isn't too late." Lin Jingquan agreed and looked at his son with concern. "Inian, how long is your leave this time?" Lin Inian pressed her lips and replied, "Since it's my first year of leave, I only have half a month. After traveling back and forth, I can only stay here for 10 days. Half a month is enough." Lin Jingquan patted his son's shoulder. "Most people don't get a vacation in their first year." Lin Inian forced a smile, but her face showed determination. "Mom and Dad, give me at most 2 more years. After that, I might not have time to come back." Hearing this, Zheng Yanjun's eyes widened suddenly, and she hurriedly said, "Inian, don't do anything reckless." Lin Jingquan and Lin Junman also looked at Lin Inian with serious expressions. "Brother, it won't be like this forever. We can wait naturally until dawn." Lin Inian shook his head, a hint of determination flashing across his face. "Mom and Dad, Man, those who harmed us have been at it long enough. Rest assured, I won't act recklessly, but you're in the military." Zheng Yanjun hesitated. He knew his own child well. From his stance, it was clear he was determined. Like his father, he has a stubborn temper, and once he makes a decision, it's hard to change. Not even 9 or 18 bulls could turn him around. Sure enough, Lin Jingquan simply listened quietly to his son's thoughts. After a long moment, he patted his son's shoulder. "Good boy, I believe in you. I have a list of trusted people in the city," he continued. "You might find it useful." "Thank you, Dad." Lin Inian gratefully accepted the list without hesitation. He understood that this time, success was the only option. He couldn't let the Lin family or his parents and sister fall into disaster. His father's connections would make success much more likely. Zheng Yanjun saw that the father and son had made up their minds and stopped trying to persuade them, falling silent. Lin Junman sighed softly. She took a passbook from her bag and handed it to Lin Inian. "Brother, you'll need money when you try to make connections. You just joined the army and probably don't have much saved. This is the passbook I took from home when I came here. I've reissued it here because the old one is no longer valid. Keep it for now. If you succeed, we can earn more when we get back home." Lin Inian looked at Lin Junman deeply, noticing her open worry. His heart warmed, and he held the passbook tightly in his hand. "Don't worry, sister. I'll do my best to get you all back soon." Lin Junman smiled warmly. "I believe in you, brother." Since Lin Inian arrived, he caused a small stir only on his first day. After hearing he had a partner, there were no more waves. But neither Lin Inian nor Lin Junman minded. They felt relaxed. Man, when will your brother return to the army?" On the 3rd day, Yuanwan quietly asked Lin Junman. She was eager to know. Lin Junman's spirits lifted at her question, but she kept a calm face. He said he can only stay here 10 days. Today is already the 3rd day, so he has about a week left. Already so soon? Yuanwan's voice rose by a decibel. When she saw Lin Junman's teasing look, she suddenly snapped back to reality and felt a bit shy. "What are you looking at?" Lin Junman withdrew her curious gaze. "Nothing, Wanwan." "Why do you suddenly ask that?" Yuanwan hesitated a little and shyly asked, "Junman, what do you think about me becoming your sister-in-law?" Lin Junman was stunned by her straightforward honesty. "Are you serious?" Although Yuanwan's cheeks turned red, she nodded firmly. "Yes." Lin Junman exhaled slowly, looking complicated. "That depends on what my brother thinks. I don't know either. If he agrees, I have no problem with it." She then spread her hands. "Forcing someone to do something they don't want isn't going to work, right?" "You're right," Yuanwan said calmly now. I'll wait and see. Although Lin Yinian was very talented, if he didn't like her, she couldn't force him. After this, Lin Junman thought there might be some progress between them, but she didn't expect it to happen so quickly. She stared in surprise at the two holding hands in front of her, her mouth open for a long time, but unable to close it. What's going on with you two? When did this happen? Her gaze especially focused on Lin Yinian. She wondered who had previously sworn they wouldn't hold anyone back. Or maybe, that day when I said I had someone, I wasn't just talking nonsense but had planned this all along? She rubbed her forehead and told the two to sit on the sofa. Tell me, what's really going on? Usually carefree, Yuanwan now looked shy, her face flushed. Lin Junman felt a bit of a headache from her obvious shyness. It was clear that women in love change a lot, and the heroine was no exception.
Ugh.
The smell of love and infatuation. Lin Yinian clenched his right fist and pressed it to his lips, pretending to be calm. Let me explain. The two of them took turns explaining the whole story, and only then did Lin Junman understand what had happened. It turned out that after that day, Sanyo's mother didn't give up. She believed Lin Yinian was better than all the boys in the team, and even in the county. Plus, he was a soldier. If Sanyo married him, it would not only solve her lifelong worries, but also make her proud in the team. At the same time, there was no need to worry about the younger son's marriage. The army has many doctors and nurses, right? Just introduce her son to one of them, and Lu Geng's family will be completely turned around. As for Lin Yinian and Lin Junman's romantic interests, she didn't pay much attention to them. They haven't even met the parents yet, but once there's skin contact, everything feels different. Today, Lin Yinian rarely stayed out of the fields. He thought about going up the mountain to catch some wild game to improve his sister's and the girls' meals. Lin Junman wanted to go with him, but was refused. The mountain is dangerous, and he might not be able to handle it alone, but he could run away if needed. However, his sister, a delicate girl, would find it hard to run fast. Unexpectedly, before reaching the mountain, they met Lu Sanyu by the river, who was waiting for a rabbit. Lu Sanyu had only heard her mother mention her before and didn't think much of it. She just wanted to get married quickly, so she wouldn't have to worry anymore. But the moment she saw Lin Yinian, she was completely captivated. Her heart was pounding non-stop. Her dark face was flushed red, but her skin was so dark that it was hard to see the blush. She thought to herself that this man must be hers. Lin Yinian didn't realize she was specifically waiting for him. When he saw his path blocked, he politely nodded and said, "Hello, comrade. Could you please let me pass?" Lu Sanyu was naturally dark-skinned, and for some unknown reason, she had gained weight over time. She was about 1.55 meters tall and weighed around 150 jin, 75 kilograms. Lin Yinian, being well-mannered, didn't speak harshly about her appearance. He only politely reminded her. But this made Lu Sanyu misunderstand. Other men looked at her with disgust or harsh words, but this man remained gentle and respectful. So, she wondered if he was also interested in her. Otherwise, why wouldn't he keep his distance? Lu Sanyu was very good at convincing herself, and as a result, she started to believe her own thoughts. "Hello, Comrade Lin. I am Lu Sanyu. Nice to meet you." She had learned this kind of greeting from girls in the county town. She thought that if she acted like a city girl, the man in front of her would gradually like her inner qualities. Lin Yinian felt uncomfortable under her gaze and took a few steps back, planning to go around her. It was just that he had to go around to the other side of the mountain. Lu Sanyu immediately sensed something was wrong when she saw Lin Yinian's actions. She reached out to grab his sleeve. "Comrade, please show some restraint." Lin Yinian quickly dodged her hand and sternly warned her. If others saw this, he would definitely be labeled unfairly. "Comrade Lin, you." Lu Sanyu was stunned by his rebuke, tears welling up in her eyes. "Why are you treating me like this?" She didn't dare say she liked him, but that was what she meant. Lin Yinian looked confused. For such a clumsy girl, his reaction was probably normal. Lu Sanyu clenched her teeth. She couldn't wait any longer. If she missed today, she might never meet such a good man again. Comrade Lin, marry me. Lu Sanyu tried to look tearful and delicate, but her tears just wouldn't come. So she secretly pinched her thigh, but since she was wearing thick winter clothes, it didn't work. Instead, Lin Yinian saw her action clearly. Even if he was slow, he knew what she was trying to do. He cursed silently, turned around, and started walking back. Today was really unlucky. He might as well skip hunting today. Seeing this, Lu Sanyu panicked. A sneaky look appeared in her eyes. Happiness was something she had to fight for. She couldn't just watch her chance slip away. She stomped her foot hard and chased after Lin Yinian, still shouting, "Comrade Lin, if you run again, I'll accuse you of harassment." Lin Yinian sneered. Did she think he was stupid? If he didn't run, that would be suspicious. Unexpectedly, Lu Sanyu didn't give up. She kept running behind him, and soon they would reach the place where people started working. Just as he was getting annoyed, a clear girl's voice came from nearby. "Comrade Lin, what are you running for?" At that moment, Lu Sanyu hadn't caught up yet, and there was a turn ahead. Yuanwan didn't see her. When Lin Yinian saw Yuanwan, his eyes lit up. Wasn't she the girl who was very close to her sister? When he first arrived, it was the girl who led him that day who asked, "Comrade Yu, if it's convenient later, could you please give a statement for me?" "What kind of statement?" Lin Yinian smiled bitterly and explained the situation briefly. Yuanwan, who was already very clever, understood immediately. "Such a small mistake has spoiled everything," Yuanwan said angrily, grinding her teeth. She couldn't understand how Lu Geng's family could be so shameless. They wanted to win over Comrade Lin, but didn't consider whether they were suitable. Feeling full of justice, Yuan immediately pounded her chest and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely testify for you." She didn't really doubt that Lin Yinian would flirt with Lu Sanyu. Just knowing he was brother Man was enough to be sure. Lu Sanyu ran over and saw the two standing side by side. Her small eyes sparkled with anger. "Yuanwan, why are you standing next to my boyfriend? Go away." She reached out to push Yuanwan. Even though Yuanwan had prepared herself mentally earlier, her worldview was shaken again by Lu Sanyu. She was so angry she laughed. "Lu Sanyu, you're really shameless. When did my boyfriend become your boyfriend?" As soon as she said this, not only Lin Yinian and Lu Sanyu, but even Yuanwan was startled. She had been so angry just now that she said such a thing. Now Lin Yinian's innocence was gone. But since she had already spoken, especially in front of such a clingy person, Yuanwan could only grit her teeth and continue acting. "Say something. Why aren't you talking?" She comforted herself inwardly that she had to be brave because her position was in front of Lin Yinian, so she couldn't see the expressions behind her. Lin Yinian was also surprised that Yuanwan claimed he was her boyfriend, but he didn't seem to resist as much as others. It wasn't that he judged Lu Sanyu by appearance. Even when he was in the army, some young nurses liked his face, but he never felt anything special. He once thought it was because of family issues that he had no interest in dating. Lu Sanyu was almost furious. "Yuanwan, stop talking nonsense. Comrade Lin didn't have a boyfriend before." "Huh." Yuanwan rolled her eyes and mocked. "Comrade Lin already said in front of so many people that he has a girlfriend. Didn't your mother hear that clearly?" Lu Sanyu usually isn't very quick-witted, but at this moment, she suddenly became very sharp. "Then why didn't he just say your name last time?" Yuanwan let out a soft hum, showing that her mind was still quite quick. Lin Yinian couldn't keep standing behind just a girl like Yuanwan. He took a step forward, took her hand, and said coldly, "Comrade, my relationship is something only my family and I need to know. Why do I need to tell strangers about it? Who are you to me? Why should I tell you my partner's name?" His repeated questions completely overwhelmed Lu Sanyu. She exclaimed, "Wow," and turned around to run away. Lin Yinian was a bit stunned. She just ran off? But avoiding trouble was the best choice now. He wasn't afraid to face others directly, especially with these strange mother and daughter. If things got out in public, his image and reputation would definitely suffer. Not everyone is honest and selfless. Many people enjoy stirring up trouble just to watch the drama. He was so lost in thought that he forgot he was still holding Yuanwan's hand. Finally, Yuanwan noticed that he hadn't moved for a long time. She snapped back to her senses and quickly pulled her hand away. But the moment she did, a strange emptiness flashed through her mind.
Comrade Lin, I'm sorry.
I was overwhelmed just now, and I blurted out those words. You don't need to worry, I won't cling to you. Once your holiday is over and you leave, in time, no one will remember this. If things got really bad, she could always come up with some big gossip to cover it up. After all, she had lived in this village for nearly 20 years and knew a few things that people kept quiet about. But keeping secrets was one thing. Once they were exposed, it was another matter altogether. Lin Yinian was also startled by Yuanwan's actions. He felt the sudden loss of warmth in his palm, and his face darkened. Not at her, but at himself. But Yuanwan misunderstood his expression, feeling even more anxious. Comrade Lin? Lin Yinian shook his head, quietly hiding his hand behind his back and clenching it into a fist, as if trying to hold on to that fleeting warmth longer. He looked at the worried expression on the girl in front of him and suddenly made up his mind. It seems that the other person also has feelings for her. Comrade Yu, from what you just said, you don't have a partner either. If you find someone, could you consider me first? Wow. Oh? Yuanwan's forehead was full of question marks. For a moment, she thought she had misheard. What did you say? Lin Yinian patiently repeated what he just said. This time, Yuanwan heard clearly. A warm feeling immediately rose to her cheeks, and she felt like she was probably burning up. You don't need to give me an answer right now. I have a week before I leave. Just tell me before I go. But I can't tell you my family situation now. It's not convenient. It will have to wait 2 years. We can get engaged first, and when the time is right, we'll get married immediately. If you've made up your mind, come find me. Then Momo and I will tell you everything about my family. Yuanwan can't remember exactly how she responded afterward. As soon as Lin Yinian finished speaking, she hurriedly ran away, feeling embarrassed. Even at night, her mind kept replaying Lin Yinian's deep, gentle voice. As a result, she successfully couldn't sleep. Later, it was Lin Junman who saw the scene. Lin Junman listened for a long time without saying a word. She never expected that this perfect helper was actually Lu Sanyu, who directly broke the barrier between the two of them. Wanwan, do your parents know? Yuanwan shyly shook her head.
Not yet.
I haven't told them. Lin Yinian coughed lightly, trying to help his partner. Momo, we haven't talked about our family backgrounds yet. So when Wanwan knows, she can decide whether to tell her parents. Is that what you call involving Wanwan? Lin Junman said sarcastically. The two on the other side looked at each other awkwardly, but said nothing. Since Big Brother has decided, just say it. If it were someone else, Lin Junman might worry, but Yuanwan wouldn't. This is a match made by heaven. Actually, my family was betrayed by someone, and my parents lost their original status because of it. Momo came here because my parents are here too. The next moment, Lin Yunman's words confirmed her guess. On the day the incident happened, I saw you in the rain. You were standing to the side holding an umbrella. Hearing this, Yuanwan gradually remembered. I also remember a girl rushing past me that day, but I didn't see clearly. I didn't expect it was you. Lin Yunman smiled casually. At that time, she hadn't recognized that this was Yuanwan, the daughter of the branch secretary's family. Lin Yinian held Yuanwan's hand and explained her family background, including the arrangements after the trouble happened. Yuanwan was very angry listening to this. Still a government official, how can you be so unkind? Lin Yinian's face remained calm, and he smiled coldly. It doesn't matter. They won't be able to keep this up for long. Feeling distressed, Yuanwan held the man's hand and said, I think I might have seen your parents before, but we haven't talked. She had wondered why this man looked so familiar before, as if she had seen him somewhere. But no one would have guessed that this man was connected to the people in the cattle shed. After clarifying everything, Lin Yunman was the first to leave, leaving the space for the two young people who had just met. The relationship between Lin Yinian and Yuanwan caused a stir in Xiangyang Brigade, with many people sighing and shaking their heads. Xiangyang Brigade had more than one family name, with the most common being Chang, Yu and Lu, and occasionally a few smaller families. So, many people were interested in Yuanwan. However, her mother had previously kept suitors away because Yuanwan listened to Lin Yunman's words and thought it was not good to start dating so early. So her mother refused all advances. Now, when she was walking down the street, someone would come up and say, "Andy, your Wanwan is really promising." Her mother didn't like hearing that. What's wrong with my Wanwan? She's a high school student after all, but it was also because Yuanwan was outstanding that the more outstanding Lin Tongji liked her. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person catch Lin Tongji's eye? Yuanwan's mother also knew about Lu Sania's past attempts to pursue Lin Enian and was very angry. Originally, they were worried about Lin's family and didn't want their daughter involved. But Yuanwan was very persistent. Her parents couldn't argue with her, and since Lin Enian was also quite capable, they decided to turn a blind eye. Then let's just get engaged first. After the engagement, you should quickly take care of your own matters, and then you can get married. Father Yu feels sorry for his daughter, but also angry about Lin Enian often being absent later on. To prevent some gossiping women from talking behind their backs about his daughter, Father Yu directly gave Lin Enian an ultimatum. Lin Enian knows he's in the wrong and accepts all of Lin's complaints and anger. Fortunately, engagement doesn't require government approval, only marriage does. He also believes that with the Yu family's background, they can easily pass any background checks. So, after Lin Jingquan and Zhui Yanjun found out their son had a partner, more people appeared in the barn the next evening. Lin's parents have been here for a long time and naturally know how Yuanwan is viewed in the community. As long as their son likes her, they have no objections. Although their own family background was once complicated, Lin Jingquan himself rose from humble beginnings, and his ancestors had farmed the land for 3 generations. They wouldn't look down on the Yu family. The engagement ceremony between Lin Enian and Yuanwan was much more formal than Lin Junman's, but for the parents, Lin Enian and Lin Junman explained to outsiders that they just didn't have time to come. Lin Junman also prepared many things to support her brother, and over 2/3 of the feast was meat dishes. Yu's mother thoughtfully left plenty of ingredients, and late at night, she went to visit the barn briefly, and everyone gathered together for a short while. Although Lin Enian left just 3 days after the engagement, no one dared to make trouble for the couple. As for Lin Junman, her brother is in the army, her fiancé is the captain of the neighboring team, and her future sister-in-law is the secretary of her own team. She can walk around freely, without worries. No one dares to mess with her. Yuanwan's fiancé is in the army, and her younger sister has a very good relationship with her. She doesn't need to worry about future sister-in-law issues. Her own father is also the secretary of their team. Such connections, she can't afford to offend anyone. So Lin Junman's life became very happy. She worked diligently every day, and at night, she cooked small meals in her space. She regularly sent things to her parents, kept in touch with her future sister-in-law, or went to the city to buy pork and earn a little money. Life was simply wonderful. Yuanwan also often visits her future in-laws secretly, and Father Yu sometimes uses his authority to give her family some favors. In the end, everyone was happy and satisfied. One day in April, Lin Junman was called back by a tree root during lunch. "Big Sister Lin, a mail carrier says there's a package for you." At first, Lin Junman thought it was from her brother, but when she saw the small package in the carrier's hand, she changed her mind. The mail carrier was a young man who smiled brightly when he saw Lin Junman. "Are you Lin Jiqing?" "Yes, I am." Lin Junman nodded, puzzled. "Comrade, where is it from?" The young man's expression suddenly became excited. If he hadn't been holding onto his bike with one hand and the package with the other, he might have given a thumbs up. "It's from our city's People's Newspaper." City's People's Newspaper? Lin Junman immediately remembered her previous submission. She had given up hope after not hearing back for so long. She was surprised to get a reply today, but if she remembered correctly, she had sent her article to the county's newspaper before. The county also has its own newspaper, and she didn't have much confidence in her writing back then, so she chose the easier option of submitting to the county paper. The young man looked a bit confused. He took the package back and examined it carefully. "Yes, Comrade Lin, it's from the city's People's Newspaper." Lin Junman no longer hesitated. She took the package and said, "Thank you, comrade. You've worked hard. It's no trouble." Serving the people, the mail carrier said with another big smile. After sending off the mail carrier, Lin Junman took the package back to her room. She opened it and was instantly surprised and happy. This is so unexpected. She held a new newspaper that still seemed to smell of ink and gave it a big kiss. Inside, there was also a letter explaining everything. It turned out she had indeed sent her article to the county's newspaper, but after reading it, they thought it was a very good piece from many angles, especially since it was a rare article praising farmers. After careful consideration, the county's newspaper decided to submit her article to the city's paper on their own. The city's newspaper reviewed it thoroughly and only sent it back after it was published. That's why it took so long. For Lin Junman, this was a wonderful surprise. The package also included her payment for the article, which was 20 yuan. 20 yuan is not much for Lin Junman now, but does that matter? What matters is honor. Back in the fields, Yuan curiously asked, Man, who sent you that? Lin Junman was eager to share her happiness. Unfortunately, Wei Yellen was not with her now, and Yuan was the same. I submitted an article to the newspaper earlier, and just now they responded. My article has been published in the City People's newspaper. City People's newspaper? Yuan exclaimed, full of admiration. You're amazing, Lin Junman chuckled. Just luck. Yuan clicked her tongue but didn't believe it. Getting an article published in the City People's newspaper was not just luck. Her loud voice also caught the attention of a few people. They didn't ask questions, but they understood that it was about the newspaper and the City People's newspaper. Didn't the squad leader often hold a newspaper and read it? Many big news stories came from newspapers. How impressive must it be to have an article published there? Lin Jiqing, you're really awesome. Lin Jiqing, teach me how to write articles when you have time, and my kid too. Lin Junman turned to look at the two parents speaking. She was speechless. If she remembered correctly, one of these children was just born this year, and the other seemed to be a 3-year-old with a runny nose. No problem. When they finish high school, I'll teach them. The two parents. The story of Lin Junman's article being published in the City People's newspaper spread quickly through the brigade, as if she had grown wings. She thought the excitement would fade in a couple of days. But when she picked up her pen to write again, she realized her writing might be a little lacking. This time, her success was mostly because her emotions were strong enough to move people. But with different topics, her articles might not be accepted by the newspaper again. So she didn't want people to keep focusing on her. She also wanted to read more books during these years to improve herself. As the saying goes, plans can never keep up with changes. This was especially true for Lin Junman. The next day, she went to work as usual. But before she even started, she saw the squad leader walking over happily. Lin Junman was quite surprised. What good news had happened? Unexpectedly, Chang Xinghua walked straight up to Lin Junman, raised a large palm like a fan, and patted her shoulder hard. Lin Jiqing, well done. Lin Junman was confused. What just happened? Chang Xinghua didn't seem to care and said casually, Lin Jiqing, did you submit an article to the city before? Was this worth mentioning? Lin Junman was a bit puzzled. Yes, why? She suddenly felt a little nervous. Could something have gone wrong? That shouldn't be. If there's a problem, the newspaper would have contacted her first. Chang Xinghua was even happier after hearing her answer. Great job. Our team is now famous. Only then did Lin Junman relax, glad that everything was fine. Her article was originally written about the Yangyang Brigade. Since the article became famous, it was not surprising that the brigade also gained fame. Come on, no need to work now. Follow me to the commune. Lin Junman was like a puppet, led all the way by Chang Xinghua to the commune. She curiously looked around at the environment nearby. This was only her second time visiting the commune. The first time was when she first arrived. Since then, she had only hurried past on the roadside, never taking a close look. When they entered the commune office, most of the commune officials were there. As soon as Lin Junman entered, she was greeted with many looks, which made her feel uncomfortable. But she kept her composure and greeted confidently, hello, leaders. Since she didn't know any of these leaders, it was fine to call them all leaders. The head of the commune saw Lin Junman come in and smiled warmly. Oh, our great contributor is here. Come, sit over here. The leaders on the side specifically reserved 2 seats for Lin Junman and Chang Xinghua. Lin Junman appeared very calm about this, but Chang Xinghua was extremely excited. How could Chang Xinghua not be excited? In the past, he had always sat with other brigades, and Yangyang Brigade was not the best among the commune's brigades. So, rarely had he been received by so many leaders alone. It was his first time, and he almost wanted to laugh out loud. When the commune leaders learned that Lin Junman was under 20, their smiles grew even wider. Lin Jiqing, you are quite talented for someone so young. Lin Junman looked very calm and composed. Thank you for the praise, leaders. It's just a coincidence. The leaders didn't take it seriously and continued to praise Lin Junman from start to finish. At first, Lin Junman could accept the praise calmly, but as it became more and more exaggerated, she couldn't listen anymore. She didn't want to interrupt the leaders, so she just endured. It was really too much, completely over the top. She forced herself to keep listening, but by the end, she wondered if she was actually sitting nearby listening to the leaders praise someone else. As a leader, their words were really impressive. After about a cup of tea, the leader finally stopped talking and reached for a glass of water on the table to take a sip. Lin Junman twitched her mouth in surprise and felt a bit puzzled. As a female educated youth under her, even if she published an article, she didn't expect such enthusiasm. But she soon understood the reason. Comrade, this time your article was very helpful. Although the main focus was on the Xiangyang Brigade belongs to our commune, so our commune is also recognized by the county leaders. Lin Junman suddenly realized, no wonder. I am an educated youth here, and naturally I am also a member of this place. This is what I should do. The leaders of the commune were very pleased with Lin Junman's attitude. That's what a modern educated youth should be like, not coming here just to stir up trouble over personal relationships. After receiving the leader's praise, she finally left with a white towel and a white ceramic cup with the words, "Serving the people," printed on it, returning to the brigade. When Chang Xinghua came back, he immediately shared the good news with the whole brigade. It was no surprise that this year, the Xiangyang Brigade would be awarded as the advanced brigade. Although the members of the brigade were not all of good character, they all had a high sense of collective honor when it came to their reputation. As a result, Lin Junman often encountered brigade members greeting her on the road, whether they knew her or not. Within a few days, she knew everyone in the brigade. Some people even came from outside after hearing the news. Time passed slowly, and Lin Junman finally realized her earlier idea. Come on, everyone, let's organize the study group we talked about before. After the first summer harvest, Lin Junman gathered everyone and made a serious proposal. Xia Yun, Lu Haomiao, and Yuanwan all agreed without hesitation, but Xue Xiaoyu hesitated a little. I'm afraid I really can't do it. Xue Xiaoyu also felt helpless. The few people around her had all finished high school. She joined in because she was worried about holding them back and also afraid of seeming especially stupid. Lin Junman looked helpless too. Xiaoyu, I told you before we start reviewing for middle school. We don't know what the future holds, so we'll take it slow, step by step. If there's something you don't understand, you can ask us in turns. Also, we've been away from our textbooks for a long time, so we need to relearn some things. She genuinely wanted to help Xiaoyu catch up, to thank her for the help she had given. If it weren't for Xiaoyu, she might not have made it to Yangyang Brigade. If she had gone to a neighboring or other brigade, her life might not have been as good, and she wouldn't have met so many good friends to connect with. It also made helping her parents easier. After everyone's encouragement, Xiaoyu finally agreed, but she became the most diligent among them. Lin Junman watched without trying to persuade her further. As long as Xiaoyu kept going, all the hardship now was an investment in her future. After the harvest, Xiaoyun suddenly announced, Manman, Wanwan, Xiaoyu, I and Lu Haomiao are going to get married. This news surprised Lin Junman and the others. So soon? Yin, have you thought it through? Yes, Xiaoyun replied with a slightly bitter smile. It's a pity my parents can't be here in person. Everyone had seen how Lu Haomiao cared for Xiaoyun over time. It wasn't that no other girl or young woman in the brigade had confessed to him. If Lu Haomiao's marriage was just to lighten his burden, he wouldn't have chosen Xie Yun. Choosing a girl from the brigade was better. Look at the young men who married brigade girls. They all live more comfortably. Because he was from the city and educated, in the eyes of these rural folks who didn't read much, he was like a talented scholar descended from heaven, almost worshipped. But when talking about Lu Haomiao, her smile brightened. It's okay. After we visited last time, my parents accepted our relationship. Our marriage was expected. Congratulations, Ayun. Lin Junman said sincerely. Thank you, Man. Xie Yun's eyes reddened. Since coming here, the people she was most grateful for were Lin Junman and Xiuyu. Since the last big fight at the youth station, if it weren't for Lin Junman and Xue Xiuyu, I might have become completely lonely. They didn't say much, just gently hugged Xie Yun. Xie Yun's wedding didn't invite many people. Only the local leaders and a few close friends. For the youth station side, only Lin Junman and Xue Xiaoyu were invited, and Lu Haomiao also invited 2 familiar male youth. The team leader, Chang Xinghua, was the witness, but there was no formal ceremony or vows. After giving a short speech, the couple bowed to the leader's portrait, and that was the end of the wedding. After the wedding, the Xiangyang team welcomed the first group of youth this year. Lin Junman was still interested and took a quick look. 2 boys and 2 girls. Girls this year are quite pretty, Lin Junman whispered to Xue Xiuyu while squeezing into the crowd. Xue Xiuyu looked carefully and honestly said, not as pretty as you, Ayun and Wuan. You're good at talking, Lin Junman smiled happily. But I like it. Ayun didn't come today. Lin Junman looked around but didn't see Xie Yun. Since Xie Yun married Lu Haomiao, she moved out. After marriage, they had to live together, which made it inconvenient for Lin Junman and Xue Xiaoyu in the yard. So Lu Haomiao directly asked the team leader for a piece of land and built a house himself. His situation was a bit better than Xie Yun's. Building a small yard was easy enough. She didn't come, Xue Xiuyu said sourly. You and the others with partners just know how to tease me, the poor little cabbage. I'm a single noble, Lin Junman corrected seriously. There's a difference from being a single dog. What's the difference? Xue Xiuyu asked foolishly. She had long gotten used to Lin Junman's occasional new words, including single dog and single noble. It's just the literal difference. One has 3 words, the other 4. Xue Xiuyu finally realized she was being teased. She let out a loud cry and pounced. You stinky Junman, I'll fight you. Come on. Lin Junman rolled up her sleeves, ready for a fight. Today, it's either you or me, Xue Xiuyu. Damn. I can't keep sisters like this. Man, Lu Jiqing and Xie Zhihong are already married behind us. When will I be able to do the same? Wei Yelin looked sad and pitiful, tugging at Lin Junman's sleeve and shaking it. Lin Junman almost wanted to laugh. She was about to bite her small handkerchief to hold back her smile, seeing how pitiful he looked. She reluctantly shook her head and said, I also want to get married soon, but I only have this one life. My brother can't come, and that's so unfortunate. Wei Yelin's eyes, which had just brightened, suddenly darkened. He understood what Lin Junman meant. It meant that when his brother came next time, they would get married then. But when would his brother come again? Probably next year at the earliest. Thinking of this, Wei Yelin felt his vision go dark. How could it be so long? He was lost in his own thoughts and didn't notice the sly smile that flickered briefly at the corner of Lin Junman's mouth. All right then, Wei Yelin said, looking a bit wronged and lowering his eyebrows. Give me your brother's address. I'll write to him right away and ask him to take leave soon. Ha ha ha. Lin Junman couldn't hold back her laughter and burst out laughing, which left Wei Yelin stunned. Not your wife. What do you mean? Lin Junman, in a good mood, gently ruffled Wei Yelin's hair. It just means I was joking earlier. If you want to get married, you can talk to my parents about the timing. We've been engaged for so long, and dragging it out isn't good. The surprise was so sudden that Wei Yelin was completely stunned. Fool. After a long while without any response from the person beside her, Lin Junman felt a little strange and pinched his nose. All right, you little liar. How dare you trick me? Wei Yelin snapped out of his daze, pretending to be fierce as he reached out to tickle Lin Junman. They had been together for so long that Wei Yelin knew Lin Junman wasn't afraid of much, except being tickled. Her waist and soles of her feet were especially sensitive. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, Lin Junman burst into laughter from being tickled, tears welling up at the corners of her eyes. Wei Yelin was stronger and quicker, and even though she tried to dodge, she couldn't escape his grasp. Okay, I can't take it anymore, Lin Junman said, wiping tears from her eyes weakly. I'm out of strength. Wei Yelin finally stopped and gently held Lin Junman in his arms, resting his head on her shoulder. Man, I am really happy, truly. I'm still cooking, Lin Junman said impatiently. Hurry up and put me down. My legs are weak. Wei Yelin chuckled softly and leaned close to her ear, whispering flirtatiously, You'll have even weaker legs in the future. Suddenly, Lin Junman's face turned bright red like a persimmon. She pushed Wei Yelin away and spat. Rascal. She awkwardly turned around, feeling a bit overwhelmed and helpless. She didn't want to be the girl who always understood everything instantly. It was so hard. Wei Yelin smiled foolishly for a moment, then quickly changed to a serious look. His quick change surprised Lin Junman. Did he learn face-changing tricks from Sichuan opera? Just say what you mean. Don't be so serious all of a sudden, Lin Junman muttered. It makes me feel like I'm talking to the police. Wei Yelin looked both amused and helpless. Who talks about themselves like that? He hesitated and then said, Actually, I think your family situation is something you can tell my family about. My parents definitely won't spread it or hold any prejudice against you. He was very confident about this. When we got engaged, the parents didn't even meet, but they still agreed. They wouldn't get married and then not even know who their future in-laws are, right? Yu's parents also knew and still agreed to let their daughter marry into his family. He believed his parents weren't the kind of people to be narrow-minded. And even if the truth came out someday, he was confident he could protect his wife. Are you sure there won't be any problems with this? Lin Junman asked, her smile fading. Even if your parents are okay, what about your brother and sister-in-law? Even though she knew the two of Wei's older brothers and their wives were decent people, what if interests got in the way? She knew well that there are two things in this world that you shouldn't look directly at: the sun and human nature. She didn't want to test human nature. I promise they won't mind, Wei Yelin said urgently. And our team has others who married into families with complicated backgrounds. I'm not the only one, he added. I don't mean to expose our relationship to everyone. Even if you and I are willing, I don't think your parents would be. Lin Junman fell silent. She had to admit that Wei Yelin's words made a lot of sense and were very touching. Not having done anything wrong, it was truly sad that her parents couldn't be at her daughter's wedding. Then just tell them, she finally nodded after a long pause. Hiding it any longer wasn't a good idea. Wei Yelin gently hugged Lin Junman and whispered, Don't worry, man. Leave this to me, okay? She didn't know how Wei Yelin explained things when he returned home, but Lin Junman encountered a problem on her side. Here's what happened. Recently, wild fruits on the mountain have been ripening. After the summer harvest, there's a short break, and many people go up the mountain to gather them. Because of this, most of the team members are not around. Lin Junman has enough food, so she doesn't want to go up the mountain with so many people. After asking the team leader for leave, she went to the county town. It had been almost a month since she last handed over pork to Chung Mei. This time, she was there to deliver goods. She planned to visit several places and sell all the chickens, ducks, pigs, and eggs. After nearly a year of persistent planning, she had developed 5 contacts in the county town. So selling these meats and eggs was not difficult for the 5 middlemen. She thought about the bicycle she wanted to buy earlier. Wei Yelin hadn't given her any news, and when she tried to find a way to buy it herself, Wei Yelin stopped her. So, when he had free time, he would lend her his bicycle. This time, he took it when he went back yesterday. Rubbing her aching forehead, Lin Junman gathered her strength and weighed the goods for her 5 contacts. Because the pork sold very quickly, she returned home earlier than expected. Most people were still in the mountains at this time. Inside the team, only a few children were around. They ran past her here and there, disappearing just as quickly. Truly unpredictable. Carrying her basket, Lin Junman got off the ox cart and walked back to her yard. When she was near the back of the yard, she suddenly saw two suspicious-looking people, a man and a woman. They were holding a small child in their arms. Don't ask how she knew they were a man and a woman just from their backs. It was because she heard the child's heart-wrenching crying. A little further ahead, about 500 meters, was the mountain behind the Xiangyang team. But not many people go up there now, and the small path that used to be there has been quickly overgrown with weeds. She suddenly felt uneasy. Thanks to her last published article, she had already identified everyone in the team completely. But these two people in front of her seemed completely unfamiliar. They looked very poor, as if they had just escaped from a refugee camp. In a split second, Lin Junman suddenly thought of human traffickers. Some thoughts she dared not entertain, because once she did, it seemed more and more likely. At this moment, Lin Junman felt more and more anxious. She quietly followed behind. They were getting closer to the foot of the mountain. Although she was very anxious, Lin Junman forced herself to stay calm. There were two of them, and she absolutely couldn't act rashly or recklessly. As she followed the two, she clearly saw the woman take out a tattered cloth from her pocket and give it to the man. After receiving it, the man quickly calmed the crying child. This was definitely proof. She secretly packed everything from her basket into her space, then took out her unused electric baton and stuffed some chili powder into her pocket. She felt these two items were now her life-saving tools. The man was holding the child, so she couldn't use chili powder on him. She could only use the electric baton. Big brother, sister-in-law, wait. Lin Junman pretended to run over hurriedly, gasping for breath. The two in front stiffened but didn't turn around. Their steps clearly quickened. Lin Junman was immediately anxious. She shouted, "Wait a moment. I came here to visit relatives, but I forgot where I was. Just asking for directions." The two exchanged glances. If they kept running, they would surely arouse suspicion from the woman, so they stopped and looked back at Lin Junman. Seeing her dressed like a rural girl, their suspicion eased a little. This was clearly a farm girl's outfit. They looked at each other again, both seeing excitement and greed in each other's eyes. Although her clothes were plain, her good looks stood out. She was tall, with fair skin, a well-proportioned figure that was neither fat nor thin. She was a rare good catch from any angle. If they made a move now, they could probably make a good amount of money. Those remote mountain areas have a lonely old bachelor who is lucky to have a fair and gentle wife. He would be willing to give up everything for her. Even if one person cannot do it alone, there are several brothers' families. The brothers can pool their resources and share one wife if needed. Lin Junman had watched many videos of human traffickers online in her past life. Honestly, these two people's disguises are very poor. The only danger now is that they are two people, while she is only one. The difference in numbers and strength is huge. She must stay calm. Lin Junman told herself this silently, but she put on a harmless, innocent look like a little white rabbit, successfully lowering their suspicion. Good. I like this kind of naive girl who doesn't understand the world's dangers. Big brother, I am here to find Wang Chunhua. Do you know where her home is? Lin Junman pretended to look shy. She is my married aunt. She married my uncle Lu Gui. Since my aunt hasn't returned home for a long time, my parents are worried. So they asked me to come and see her. These two people didn't just happen to catch the opportunity to take the child and leave. They had been scouting for several days. They also knew there was a family with the surname Liu in the Yangyang Brigade, so they didn't doubt Lin Junman's words. But more importantly, Lin Junman didn't seem to pose any threat to them. This was exactly what Lin Junman wanted. Seeing the big yellow duck-like grin on their faces, she sneered inwardly. Smile all you want. Let's see how long you can keep smiling. Girl, I really do know where she is. Come over and I'll tell you. Great. Lin Junman looked delighted, acting innocent and cheerful. She hurriedly ran to the two, saying, Sister-in-law, tell me quickly. At that moment, she pulled out the stun baton hidden in her pocket and pressed it against the man's stomach. Zzz. A powerful electric current shot through the man's body. He didn't even have time to speak. His eyes rolled back and he fell straight backward. Lin Junman had already planned the fall direction. The man fell with his back to the ground, just enough to serve as a cushion for the child, so she didn't worry about the child's safety. Meanwhile, the woman was stunned by the sudden change. She had never seen such a sinister method before. Before she could react, a tall man suddenly turned white-eyed and fainted on the ground. It was precisely during the woman's moment of distraction that Lin Junman found a great opportunity. There was no need for chili powder anymore. With a quick, decisive strike, she stunned them with her electric baton. The two confident human traffickers suddenly collapsed to the ground. However, it was a delicate young girl who had caused all this. Lin Junman turned off her electric baton and threw it into her space. She thought about how they might wake up later, and a fierce look appeared in her eyes. People like human traffickers are not worth saving. She gently took the child from the man's arms and saw it was Chang Rui, the grandson of Chang Xinghua. Lin Junman liked this child a lot because he often came running to play with her, soft and cute like a little rice ball, and he was very funny when he talked. Thinking about how such a lovely child could be sold away, never to see his parents or family again, Lin Junman felt a strong desire to punish these two monsters. But killing is illegal, and she suspected these two might not be first-time offenders. Out of sight, countless children might be suffering, families torn apart, loved ones separated, and homes shattered. She took a deep breath, carefully placed the child aside, and then approached with a cold expression on her face. She took out the prepared chili powder and kicked hard at the man's most vulnerable area. This was the most fragile part of a man, and Lin Junman's kick was full force, with no mercy. The man let out a terrible scream, eyes wide with fear, veins bulging on his forehead and neck. His face turned red instantly as he clutched himself and kept screaming, unable to stand up. But Lin Junman showed no mercy or guilt as she watched this scene. Thinking of the tragic stories of kidnapped children she had seen in her past life, her hatred grew even stronger. In the terrified eyes of the man, Lin Junman slowly revealed a devilish smile. She raised her hand, and the ruthless red chili powder was poured onto his face. Of course, most of it went into his eyes. Yes, she did it on purpose. The woman, awakened by the horrifying screams, hadn't had time to react before she saw Lin Junman turn around and sprinkle chili powder on her as well. Just endure it. Compared to the children you harmed, this is nothing. Perhaps the effects of the sedative had worn off. After Lin Junman finished dealing with the traffickers, Wan Rui slowly regained consciousness. Lin Jie, Common Rui's face was pale and weak as he called out softly, which made Lin Junman feel very sad. She quickly wiped her hand on her clothes to remove some chili powder that had accidentally fallen on it, then came over to pick up little Common Rui. Rui, do you know these two people? Common Rui turned his head and saw his already pale face become even more transparent. His voice was tinged with tears. Sister, I don't know them. Lin Junman gently patted the child's back and comforted him. Rui, don't be afraid. Sister has already beaten them down. Tell me, how did they take you away? Common Rui's small face showed fear. I was playing hide and seek with the Roots and others. I just hid when they found me. They first wanted to give me candy, but Grandpa often gives me candy, and I don't like it anymore because eating too much can cause my teeth to get cavities. Then they said they wanted to take me to find Grandpa. I said I didn't want to go, and wanted to keep playing hide and seek. But they didn't listen. They covered my mouth and carried me. I was so scared, I cried loudly. But they wiped my nose and it smelled really bad, like my poop. Then I felt dizzy, and when I woke up I saw you. Although only 6 years old, he spoke clearly and explained everything in detail. Lin Junman listened and felt a cold sweat break out on her forehead. Luckily, she encountered this today. Fortunately, she had a space to help. Without the space and electric baton, even if she saw this, she wouldn't dare rush in recklessly. Human traffickers are truly heartless and have no bottom line. Women and children have always been their main targets for kidnapping. She believed that if she didn't fight back today, these two wouldn't let her go. Patience for peace and calm, taking a step back for a broader view, she thought more, and more about how angry she was. No, she couldn't tolerate it anymore. The more she thought, the angrier she became. Lin Junman pushed Kamen Rui aside and stepped forward, punching and kicking the two animals who were rolling around. Soon, two versions of Lin Junman's pig-headed faces were freshly created. After beating the two animals thoroughly, Lin Junman felt a sense of relief. She felt much better. Violence isn't the best way to solve problems, but it is often the most effective. It can't solve all problems, but it can solve most. Kamen Rui was stunned, sitting on the ground, forgetting to even stand up, just staring blankly. Lin Junman turned around and saw Xiaochang Rui looking like that. Her heart skipped a beat. Oh no, she forgot there was a child nearby. Could she have been so scared that she lost her mind? Just as Lin Junman was feeling a bit annoyed, Chang Rui snapped out of it. His eyes sparkled with admiration as he looked at Lin Junman. Sister Lin, you're so amazing. Just as Lin Junman was trying to think of a way to comfort the child, she suddenly became very serious. Rui, wasn't it scary when I hit someone? No, it wasn't, little Chang Rui blinked. Grandpa said hitting people is wrong, but you hit the bad guys, so it's okay. What a cute little angel. Lin Junman was instantly comforted. She reached out and gave Rui a big kiss on the face. Rui is so clever. Little Chang Rui's face turned red, but he still acted grown-up. Sister Lin, I am a little man now. You're a girl, so you can't kiss boys easily. Oh, I didn't realize he was such a little traditionalist. Lin Junman laughed happily. But she didn't stop there. Instead, she continued to kiss him a few more times until his face was red, then stopped. Little Chang Rui sighed, thinking to himself, forget it. Sister is a girl, and I am a boy. Dad said boys should be gentle with girls. She put Rui down and took out some rope from her backpack. She had just taken it out of her space earlier and put it back in. She tied their hands behind their backs and then used the rope to tie their feet together. She dragged them toward the village office. The best plan now was to take these two to the police station. She had even thought about killing them to cover up what happened, since her space was a good place to hide evidence. But she didn't want her space polluted by such scum. She also thought that maybe there were bigger fish behind this. Handing them over to the police might help catch more monsters and save innocent children and girls. She didn't expect her guess to come true. Now, she was struggling to drag the two heavy loads forward. Ugh, such heavy food. What a waste of those grains. Lin Junman spat and continued to drag them forward with effort. Fortunately, she soon met some people coming down the mountain. It was the two new female-educated youth who had arrived this year. The two people saw Lin Junman struggling to carry two others and felt confused. They quickly came over to look more closely. Maybe because the people on the ground looked so miserable, the two young women, who had been eager to help since going to the countryside, suddenly showed their caring side. One of them looked reproachful and said, Lin, young pioneer, even if these two made big mistakes, you shouldn't treat them like this. Look at what you've done to them. The other young woman couldn't wait to speak up and said, exactly, even in war, prisoners are treated kindly. You're just a girl, so be careful if you're so harsh. You might have trouble getting married later. Lin Junman, who was struggling to walk, was tired from the heat and from carrying over 200 pounds of stuff. She was sweating heavily. When she heard the sudden accusations, she was stunned. She instinctively looked up at the sky. Oh, I see why it's so bright. It's the shining light of a self-righteous person blinding her. It's that kind of person who always thinks she's the only good one in the world, no matter what. The two people on the ground had already broken down. They vaguely heard these two seemingly pleading for them, like drowning people grabbing the last straw. Please help us. The suffering had drained them, but even so, their weak voices were heard by the two women. Feeling a surge of justice, their eyes looked at Lin Junman with more blame. One of the young women glanced at Xiao Chongrui and said, Lin, young pioneer, you came here to support the country's development. But what are you doing? You haven't done anything, and you're even corrupting the children. Xiao Chongrui, who was already clever for his age, didn't understand all the words but knew these two women were scolding his older sister. You two bad women. Xiao Chongrui stood up and blocked Lin Yunman, eyes wide. Go away. We don't want you here. Don't interfere. The other young woman looked at Chongrui in shock, then turned her blameful gaze back to Lin Yunman. Lin, young pioneer, you've already corrupted the children. That's wrong. Lin Yunman was speechless. She half smiled and said, Then, please, two self-righteous young women, tell me what I should do now. The two young women thought Lin Yunman was pretending to be weak, so they became more confident. They said, Of course, you should quickly release these two comrades and apologize to them. Admitting your mistakes and changing is a good virtue. Idiot. Lin Yunman endured and endured, but finally couldn't hold back and cursed out loud. The two young women's faces changed. Lin Yunman saw clearly that they were twisting their bodies on the ground, clearly trying to secretly untie the ropes. Without hesitation, she went over and kicked them several times. Be good, or you'll get chili powder again. Seeing that they no longer dared to move, Lin Yunman was satisfied. The two young women were angry about Lin Yunman slapping their faces. They said, Lin Yu. Before they finished, Lin Yunman cut them off. Shut up. The big leader said, No investigation, no right to speak. You don't understand anything and start blaming me without knowing the facts. Who gave you the right? The door of the mental hospital isn't closed properly, so you ran out. You're more disgusting than fertilizer in a pit. Seeing their faces turn as colorful as a painter's palette, Lin Yunman felt very pleased. She noticed a figure approaching behind them and showed a wicked smile. Second sister-in-law, these two young women asked me to let the traffickers who sold your child Rurui go, and even wanted me to apologize to them. Not only was Manhwa, who just came over and was unaware, stunned, but the two young women who were ready to argue also looked confused. The air suddenly became very quiet, almost frightening. In this silence, Xiao Chongrui suddenly stood up and rushed toward Manhwa. Mom, I almost didn't get to see you. Lin Yunman's normally angry expression almost broke when she heard this. Luckily, she held back. Manhwa, not knowing what had happened, felt her heart almost stop when she heard her son say this. She angrily patted Xiao Chongrui on the back. You little brat, what nonsense are you talking? What do you mean you almost didn't see me? Is that something you can say randomly? Xiao Chongrui was hit and stunned for a moment. He looked up at his mother with a blank face. Shouldn't she be hugging him and comforting him now? She used to say he was adopted and he didn't believe it. But now he was starting to believe it a little. Little lips pouted, and it looked like she was about to cry. Lin Junman quickly came over and picked up the child. Sister-in-law, Xiao Chongrui is telling the truth. Manhwa's face changed. What's going on? Lin Junman casually recounted what just happened, including the incident with the two young women. As Lin Junman explained everything step by step, Manhwa's face grew darker, and the faces of the two young women turned pale. By the end, Manhwa's face was completely black, filled with deep fear. Sister, today's events are thanks to you. I owe you a big favor. Don't worry, from now on, you are like my own sister. If anyone bullies you, just tell me, and I will stand up for you. She tightly held Lin Junman's hand, and Lin Junman could feel her trembling slightly. Although her hand was numb from being squeezed, Lin Junman understood her feelings. If she were in her place, she probably wouldn't be much better. Because of this, the traffickers received another heavy beating, even while Lin Junman was trying to stop it. Sister-in-law, we should keep them alive and hand them over to the police. Maybe they have accomplices. Yes, you're right. Manhwa suddenly woke up and reluctantly stopped. Despite that, both women were beaten half to death. The two young women, who had earlier been confident and bold, now cowered in the corner, not daring to make a sound. They were frightened by Lin Junman and Manhwa's fierce attitude. But now, they just dared not complain openly. Inside, they still felt resentful. This is too harsh. Anyone can make mistakes, but everyone deserves a chance to change, one young woman said angrily, watching Lin Junman and the others walk away. Exactly. Doesn't she make mistakes too? Another young woman echoed. She has no compassion at all. I told you, that's why Lin Junman and the others don't get along with the young women. It must be her own problem. If it were me, I wouldn't want to live with someone like that either. While they were complaining, Xia stood behind them with a blank expression. I will tell Junman everything you said, she said, her voice flat. The two young women were startled by her sudden appearance and turned around in shock to see Xia. At first, he sighed with relief, but when he heard the content, his face changed. What does that have to do with you? Xia sneered and glanced at the two people. Who would be a good person if they gossip behind someone's back?
I've known Man for a long time.
I know what kind of person she is better than you do. Besides, what are you to her? Who gave you the right to criticize her? You really have no shame. After saying that, she ignored the two and left with Lu Haomiao. Xia and Lu Haomiao had also gone up the mountain earlier. They missed the previous fight but arrived just in time to hear the gossip. They didn't plan to speak at first, but when they heard it involved Lin Junman, Xia couldn't hold back and stepped forward. Earlier, 3 women had come with Chen Yanghua. They all had children at home. Before Lin Junman finished speaking, they hurriedly searched for their own children. The human traffickers had caught 2 children, but that didn't mean there weren't others. Just because Chang Rui was targeted didn't mean other children weren't also being watched. Luckily, Lin Junman saved Chang Rui, but other children might not be so lucky. Within 10 minutes, news of the traffickers spread throughout the village. Parents who found their children missing became frantic. Hurry, hurry! Where is Gooden? Why isn't he back yet? My Gosheng hasn't come back either, another woman said, tears in her eyes, looking anxious. She and her husband only had this one son. If he died, they'd have to rely on him. If he was gone, what could they do? Those damn traffickers. The village echoed with cries of despair. People rushed back and forth, desperately searching for their missing children. Wei Yelin saw this chaos as soon as he arrived. A sense of unease grew in his heart. He immediately rode his bike toward the small courtyard. But it was locked and Xue Xiaoyu was still on the mountain, so no one was there. Wei Yelin turned his bike around and headed straight to the Yu family. But no one was home there either. Yu Wanwan and Xue Xiaoyu had gone up the mountain together. Yu's parents had already been brought to the village office by the commotion. This was a heinous human trafficker. No one knew when they arrived. Luckily, they didn't succeed. If they had, even the village secretary would be implicated. Let's not even mention Captain Chang Xinghua. When Grandma Chang heard that her grandson was targeted by human traffickers, she fainted immediately. Chang Xinghua, having experienced many hardships, only felt dizzy for a moment before steadying himself. He asked, "Where are they now?" The messenger quickly replied, "They're tied up by Lin Jiqing and are at the brigade office. Let's go." Chang Xinghua started walking quickly. Just as he took a step, everything went black in front of his eyes, and he almost fell. Luckily, someone nearby helped him. "Captain, take it slow. I'm fine." He took a deep breath and, full of anger, headed toward the brigade office. Those who had been on the battlefield before were almost all used to bloodshed. His fierce aura made the people behind him feel scared, and they quietly lit a candle for the 2 unlucky traffickers. The brigade office was already surrounded by angry team members, forming several layers. After Lin Junman and Chen Yanghua beat the traffickers badly, the angry team members attacked them again. "Damn animals, go die. You are not even worthy of being human. Even animals are better than you." The angry team members held rotten eggs and vegetable leaves. Usually, eggs were precious to them, but now they didn't care about that. If Lin Junman hadn't bravely stepped forward to block, those 2 might have been beaten to a bloody pulp already. The team members also respected Lin Junman because she was the hero who caught the traffickers. Naturally, they listened to her. Wei Yelin and Chang Xinghua arrived almost at the same time. "Where are those 2 animals?" Chang Xinghua shouted loudly, making the onlookers shiver. When he turned and saw the fierce-looking brigade leader, the crowd silently made way for him. Wei Yelin saw Lin Junman in the middle of the crowd. Under the loud noise, she looked especially small. His heart tightened. He hurriedly pushed through the crowd to stand beside Lin Junman, inspecting her from head to toe. "What happened? What's going on?" The pushed person was angry and ready to curse, but when they saw Wei Yelin, they swallowed their words and kept quiet. "Forget it. This is Lin Jiqing's man. Old Chong. Yu's father waved his hand. I've already asked the young men from the brigade to call the police in the county. Chong Xinguo responded with a sound, then looked down at two people on the ground whose faces were unrecognizable and looked very miserable. Are these the two? Yes. Yu Fu glanced at Chong Xinguo. Old Chong, be a bit gentler. Chong Xinguo gave a cold smile. Of course, I will be gentler. Then everyone watched as Chong Xinguo once again mistreated the two people, but when he lifted their clothes, there were no visible injuries. Everyone. Does their team leader have the skill? A group of children from the youth station divided into several factions. Some hid inside the house and never came out. Some just stood aside, watching quietly. Another group included Zhang Hui, Zhao Yuya, and the two new female youth. These people are really too cruel. Poor mountains and waters breed wicked people, said a female youth. If they weren't poor, who would be? This situation is very bad. It should be reported in the newspaper to criticize. Zhang Hui looked at her with strange eyes, as if she was foolish, and couldn't help but speak. Luo Cece, are you defending these traffickers? Luo Cece pursed her lips. I didn't say she was wrong. Human traffickers are indeed wrong, but weren't these children rescued? Just teach them not to do this in the future. Look at how badly they were beaten, almost to death. Zhang Hui opened her mouth wide, unable to agree with Luo Cece's way of thinking. After several conflicts with Lin Junman and Xia Yunqi earlier, she had become much more obedient. She always thought she was already pretty stupid, but why was there someone like Luo Cece even more foolish than her? Zhang Shuemei, what about you? Zhang Shuemei snorted. Cece is right. These people are indeed too vicious. Just as she finished speaking, a woman holding her child hurried over. Unfortunately, she overheard this and immediately lost her temper. She reached out, threw her child aside, grabbed Zhang Shuemei's hair, and dragged her into the crowd. While walking, she shouted, "Everyone come see. This woman is defending human traffickers. I strongly suspect she's in cahoots with them. Let's send her to the police." A few hundred pairs of eyes looked over sharply, full of hostility. Zhang Shuemei was so shocked by the sudden change that she trembled. She instinctively looked toward the entrance of the youth station, hoping to ask Luo Cece for help. But when she looked, the entrance was already empty. Inside, Zhang Hui tightly held Zhao Yuya's hand. "Yuya, if you still consider me a friend, don't go out now." She thought for a moment and added, "From now on, we shouldn't have anything to do with Luo Cece and Zhang Shuemei. These two women are not right in the head." Zhao Yuya rolled her eyes and held Zhang Hui's hand back. "Don't worry, I'm not crazy. I still don't like Lin Junman and Xia Yun, but I have to say Lin Junman did a good job this time." Zhang Hui finally relaxed and spat. "What bad luck. I share the same last name as that crazy person. So unlucky. Stop being upset. Just focus on our own things. I've realized that Lin Junman is a very strange woman. Once you get involved, it's never good." They talked for a while longer before each went back to their rooms to rest. Meanwhile, Luo Cece was hiding under her blanket, trembling. She was frightened by the sudden violence from that woman. She thought to herself that she was indeed rough and aggressive, quick to act without any womanly grace. In her heart, she apologized to Zhang Shuemei. She didn't want to be hit. When Zhang Shuemei returned, she planned to make it up to her properly. Over here, Zhang Shuemei was already surrounded by angry mothers. When they couldn't find their children earlier, their hearts felt like they were thrown into a hot oil pan, turning over and over in torment. They were almost going crazy. Finally, when they found the children, someone was pleading for the traffickers. Their eyes shot daggers at Zhang Shuemei as if they had poison. They dared not attack the traffickers directly, afraid they might be killed and unable to explain to the police. So all their pent-up anger was directed at Zhang Shuemei. In just a few moments, she was no longer the kind, innocent girl she had been before. Chong Xinghua and Yu's father looked at the scene with headache, but didn't step in to stop it. They knew these women needed a way to vent their anger, or they would cause trouble for everyone later. Rather than let them cause chaos for themselves, it was better to let them vent on this clueless young woman. Lin Junman watched the scene without any change in her heart. She thought, the world is so big, but it's nothing compared to their lack of common sense. After saying that, she glanced toward the youth station. Another person was lucky, escaping this disaster. But she wasn't worried. People like that would eventually be taught a lesson by others. Wei Yelin had already pieced together what happened. He was very angry, but didn't know who to be mad at. Should he be mad at the traffickers? Yes, he should. He also wanted to rush in and save the child without caring about the difference in strength, but he knew if he didn't act, the child wouldn't be saved. After a few minutes of inner struggle, Wei Yelin suddenly slapped himself. He was angry at himself for always being away when danger came. If that was the case, what was the use of having his wife? He couldn't help it all. Lin Junman didn't have time to stop him. When she saw the bright red slap mark on his face, her expression changed instantly. What are you doing? Wei Yelin paused for a moment, then suddenly took her hand. Man, let's get married. As soon as possible. After they married, he would move in with her, so he wouldn't be absent every time something happened. Lin Junman was silent for several seconds. Finally, under Wei Yelin's hopeful gaze, she slowly nodded. Okay. The police heard that the Yangyang team had caught the traffickers and immediately sent 4 officers over. Where are the traffickers? Father Yu was overjoyed when he heard the police. He was afraid that if he didn't come now, the angry crowd would be hard to control. He also noticed that the men in the crowd who had children looked unfriendly. The crowd made way for the police. When they saw the people on the ground, looking like 2 piles of rotten mud, the police looked stunned. They knew the traffickers would suffer, but they didn't expect it to be so bad. Who did this? A young police officer swallowed hard and asked. He was new to the force, facing such a big case for the first time. Before, he only dealt with petty family disputes. The officers all looked at Lin Junman. She spread her hands, innocent. It was my first time hitting him, but others were involved later. Don't think she would take all the blame. She wouldn't carry all the guilt. All right. Let's quickly take her back to the police station to avoid any trouble if too much time passes, the senior police officer said, trying to smooth things over. As the person involved, Lin Junman naturally went to the police station to give her statement, with Wei Yelin staying close by. Thanks to this, Lin Junman also enjoyed a ride in a small car from the 1970s. Since she still needed to be questioned, she only gave her statement and then left. The senior officer warned her as he saw her out. It's best if you don't go out during this time. If anything happens later, you'll need to cooperate. That's no problem, Lin Junman replied cheerfully. I've been at the Yangyang team. Just come find me if you need anything. As expected of a young person from the countryside, your awareness is high, the senior officer said with a smile. Many local residents respect the police a lot. Sometimes, when asked to help with a witness statement, they hesitate or refuse to cooperate. You might wonder if they haven't done anything wrong. Why fear the police who serve the people? Of course, Lin Junman said with a bright smile. After leaving the police station, Wei Yelin silently pulled Lin Junman along as they walked forward. Where are we going? Lin Junman asked, being dragged along. Aren't we supposed to go back quickly? I'm taking you shopping to make up for it, Wei Yelin said quietly. You can buy whatever you want a day, as much as you want. I'll pay. Wow, Lin Junman exclaimed exaggeratedly, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Wei Yelin. Big spender. Is that true? Wei Yelin, who had been feeling down, was instantly amused. He gently pinched her nose. Of course. I never lied to you. Lin Junman held her face and giggled. All right, but first, we need to go to the supply station. Supply station? Wei Yelin looked puzzled. What for? Lin Junman looked around mysteriously, then leaned in and whispered, I've finished reading all the books I brought home twice. This time I want to pick some new books to take back. Wei Yelin suddenly understood. He knew his wife often read all kinds of books from the past and present, both domestic and foreign. Some of them even made him nervous, definitely forbidden books outside. If anyone found out, she would be in big trouble. But his wife had promised that she had a safe place to hide her books, where no one could find them. Since I can't win, I might as well join in. Besides, these forbidden books actually look quite interesting. It's been a while since I last visited the donation center, but now there are several new batches of books. The old man in charge still remembers Lin Junman a little. Girl, you're here again, Lin Junman greets him politely. Yes, Grandpa. This time, I'm just picking some old newspapers and books. Go ahead. The old man hands her the key directly. You know the rules, right? Yes, I know. Lin Junman nods eagerly like a chick pecking at grains, takes the key, and heads straight to the backyard. She neatly arranges her favorite books and some well-preserved ones to the side, planning to weigh them later. She pushes aside a pile of dusty, land-covered books, coughing repeatedly from the dust. Wei Yellen reaches out, grabs her by the back of the neck, and pulls her aside. Tell me, I'll help you flip through them. Lin Junman doesn't mind. Yes, just these books. Help me knock them down. After choosing 2 books from the pile, her attention is caught by an old-looking book. The cover has turned yellow with age, and some pages are frayed and curled. When she opens it, she sees detailed notes written in black ink, clearly from someone who read it often. Wow, Lin Junman softly exclaims, crouching down to hold the book and flipping through it, her face lighting up with surprise and joy. Ah yow, Wei Yellen, still busy flipping through the towering pile of books, turns around at her voice. What's wrong, wife? Lin Junman raises a small, not too thick booklet in her hand, smiling happily. I found something really good. What's that? Wei Yellen, curious, jumps down from the pile. Show me. She hands him the booklet. I just looked through it briefly. It's probably a summary of pig farming experience from an elder. I was thinking, since our team doesn't have any special industries, pig farming could be a good development. Wei Yellen's eyes brighten. That's a good idea, but it's not so easy to put into practice. He remembers that 5 years ago, the Yangyang and Nanjing teams tried pig farming because meat supplies were even tighter then than now. Once the farming was successful, it would greatly solve the meat supply problem for all the communes and brigades around the entire county. However, after trying for 2 years, because they didn't know the right farming methods and had no place to learn, 2 brigades suffered heavy losses. Reluctantly, they had to give up this idea and instead allowed each household to raise at most 2 pigs, one for their own use and the other to sell directly to the county slaughterhouse for money. Only families with many members would raise 2 pigs. Most families only raised 1. Man, unless you're absolutely sure about this, don't say the brigade leader or even the team members will agree. Lin Junman took the booklet from him and waved it. I'll read it carefully at home before making a decision. Okay? Wei Yellen nodded. If you're completely confident, then you can become a technician like me. No need to work hard with everyone else. Really, Lin Junman was very happy. She hadn't paid much attention before, but now she felt a little more hopeful. It was a pleasant surprise. Really? Wei Yellen nodded firmly. All you need to do is feed the pigs and make sure they don't get sick. The brigade will send someone else to clean the pigsty. Lin Junman made a thumbs-up gesture and said confidently, I will definitely convince the brigade leader to raise pigs. After leaving the procurement station, Lin Junman thought that bringing so many books would make Wei Yellen give up on shopping at the supply and marketing cooperative, but he still remembered her original goal. Lin Junman felt helpless. If it were in later generations, she would be very happy, because just clothes would make her joyful. There were all kinds of beautiful little dresses and a variety of snacks, dazzling and abundant. But now? There was nothing. Unexpectedly, Wei Yellen, who was usually easy to talk to, was particularly stubborn today. Lin Junman didn't argue with him and let him choose himself. In the end, they couldn't ride their bikes and had to push them back home. Before reaching home, they saw a group of people standing at the door. That looks like your parents, Lin Junman said as she got closer and saw the people at the door. Wei Yellen glanced at her sideways. Do you think I don't know why my parents are here? Lin Junman fell silent. I didn't mean to ignore everything. I just couldn't let the child be kidnapped, right? You know I didn't mean that, Wei Yellen said with a bitter smile. Wei Yellen's parents, along with her 4 brothers and sisters-in-law, all arrived. As soon as they reached, Wei Yellen was pushed aside. Lin Junman was surrounded by several people who asked, Are you okay, girl? Are you hurt? Let me see. The kidnapper is so crazy. You're so brave to rush in like that. Wei Saw and Wei Saw looked at their future sister-in-law with admiration. If it had been them, they might not have had the courage to do the same. Wei's mother reached out to roll up her sleeve to check for injuries. Frightened, Lin Junman hurriedly stopped her. Annie, I really am fine. Let's go inside first. Wei's mother paused, realizing they were still outside. She quickly stopped. Yes, I was careless. They let everyone into the house. This time, Lin Junman had no excuse to stop them. Wei's mother checked her over and over again, making sure she was uninjured before she relaxed. Girl, I know you're kind, but next time, you must protect yourself first, Wei's mother sighed. Think about Ai Yi and your parents. If something happens to you, they will be the biggest victims. Tears welled up in Lin Junman's eyes. She nodded firmly. I understand, Auntie. I will think carefully before acting in the future. She wanted to explain that she had also thought carefully this time, mainly relying on her space. But she couldn't tell them about her space. She could only accept their worries and advice humbly. In the end, Wei's father spoke up to stop Wei's mother's nagging. His serious gaze looked at Lin Junman. Girl, your parents have already told us about the situation. Lin Junman's expression suddenly changed. Her fingers fidgeted nervously, and she hesitated to look up at the Wei family. She didn't know how the Wei family felt about her parents. Wei's mother saw Lin Junman's nervousness and gently patted her hand to comfort her. Lin Junman's mood eased a little, and she smiled gratefully at Wei's mother. Wei's father stroked his non-existent beard. As for this matter, there's not much we can say. After all, Lindsay really likes you. Our biggest wish as parents is for our children to be happy. Lindsay also said that in the future, she wants to move here after getting married. We have your 2 older brothers and sisters-in-law over there, so you don't need to worry about caring for your parents. If you live here, we have no objections. Every word shows she's thinking about them, but isn't she also thinking about herself? If it weren't for her, Wei Yilin could easily find a local wife and live with her parents, avoiding the hassle of traveling back and forth. Although the Xiangyang and Nanjing teams aren't very far apart, they're not very close either. It takes about half an hour to ride a bike. Lin Junman's eyes started to get a little moist. Thank you, uncle and aunt. Seeing the mood turn a bit sad, second sister-in-law Wei casually waved her hand. Hey, it's just living apart. We won't be completely separated forever. When Lindsay is resting, the 2 of you can come over and visit us. Isn't that enough? You're good at talking, Wei's mother said, playfully pinching second sister-in-law Wei. Although she was scolding, her face was full of smiles. Clearly, second sister-in-law Wei said what she was thinking. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. I'll come to visit you during my days off, Wei Yilin quickly promised. Wei's mother rolled her eyes. It's fine if Momo comes. You don't have to come. Oh, dear. Wei Yilin exaggeratedly clutched his chest and shouted, My heart hurts so much, like someone stabbed a big hole in it, and blood is gushing out. Get lost, second brother Wei couldn't stand it anymore and kicked him aside. He said seriously, I think Mom is right. You don't need to come back anymore. The atmosphere in the room became cheerful again. Wei's mother then brought up their wedding plans. Momo, when do you think we can meet your parents? We should discuss your wedding. Lin Junman thought for a moment. How about in 3 days? I'll talk to my parents, and then you can stay here for a night. I'll pick up my parents that evening. That works. Wei's mother agreed without hesitation. She added, You have friends here, so it might not be very convenient. We can just go to the Yu family's place and stay overnight. And at that time, only the 2 of them need to come. Wei's brothers and their wives don't have to come along. Lin Jingquan and Jun Yanjun, the couple, were surprised when they heard the news. They scolded, Man, you're too reckless. We can't attend your wedding. It's a pity, but your safety is more important. We've already done so much. It won't get much worse. But what if you get into trouble because of this? Lin Junman didn't expect her parents to react so strongly. She quickly comforted them, saying, He assured me many times that nothing would go wrong, so I agreed. Plus, Uncle Wei and Aunt Wei are very kind. Even if they find out, they won't look down on me. Zheng Yanjun sighed. I'm just worried about what might happen. Enough, Lin Jingquan interrupted Zheng Yanjun's rambling. What the kids do is for us. Yi doing this shows he's a good kid. And we won't stay here forever. When we go back, we'll treat the Wei family better. Since both the child and her husband said so, Zheng Yanjun had no choice but to change the subject. Tomorrow, I'll take out the new clothes Man brought us. That way, we won't embarrass the kids. No need to be so formal. Lin Jingquan rubbed his aching forehead. Just dress nicely. You don't understand. Zheng Yanjun shot him a look. Dressing well isn't just for us. It's also a sign of respect for the in-laws. No one would be happy seeing their in-laws in torn clothes, looking like they just crawled out of a beggar's nest. Lin Jingquan, unable to argue with his wife, wisely kept silent. If he kept going, he'd only lose face more. Who knew what old stories from the past would be brought up again? The child was still in front of him. Where could he put his old face? The other side didn't reply, and Zheng Yanjun felt bored. The old man had become smarter now, and wasn't as easy to fool as before. Lin Junman watched from the side, secretly smiling. She realized her strict and serious parents had this playful side too. 3 days passed quickly. After dinner, Lin Junman used a stack of comic books to send off Xue Xiaoyu. The girl was so addicted she couldn't stop, happily clutching her books and leaving. Later, after dark, Lin Junman climbed over the wall to meet Wei's parents and Wei Yilin, who had just come from the Yu family. They all headed to the cattle shed. Thank heaven. The past few days of hard work had exhausted everyone. As soon as it was dark, they all collapsed onto their beds, dreaming peacefully. No one was wandering outside. Meanwhile, Lin Jingquan and Zheng Yanjun were anxiously waiting. The other elders had naturally gone to the side to avoid disturbing the meeting between the families. The younger generation could help observe and give advice, but when the parents met, they shouldn't interfere. There will be plenty of time in the future. Once the young couple gets married, they will help take care of things. But only if they can go back and restore their original status and finances. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk, and the young couple will still have to take care of them. Suddenly, they heard footsteps at the door, and the couple quickly stood up to greet the visitors. Although it was their first meeting, the atmosphere was very friendly. Especially Zheng Yanjun, who used to work in the Women's Federation before her troubles. She was very good at handling women's issues. So, when she wanted to make friends with someone, it was usually easy. Wei's mother, although only a middle school graduate, had improved a lot after becoming the wife of the team leader. Still, she was not as skilled as Zheng Yanjun in social finesse. Wei's father, as the team leader, had sharp eyes. After a brief chat with Lin Jingquan, he immediately understood that this person was probably not simple. He was curious about what the Lin family did before their troubles, but he was smart enough not to ask directly. Instead, he continued talking with Lin Jingquan. On some major issues, he was surprised to find that Lin's father always had different insights. Many of his opinions were sharp and clear, helping him see things more clearly. Respectful, father-in-law, Wei's father said excitedly, standing up. Thank you, Brother Lin, for your advice today. I need to go back now and record these ideas so I can put them into action. I'm afraid if I delay, I'll forget them. Lin Jingquan understood and nodded, recalling that he used to do the same when he was in office. Just as Wei's father turned to leave, his clothes were suddenly pulled. Looking down, he saw it was Wei's mother, glaring fiercely at him. Are you leaving now? Wei's father was confused and hurriedly said, It's so late. Why aren't you going back? Let go of me. If I wait too long, I'll forget everything. Wei's mother took a deep breath, stood up, and tried to suppress her anger at the man. She lowered her voice and asked, Tell me, what are you here for tonight? Father Wei was getting impatient and blurted out, Of course, we're here to discuss the wedding date for the kids. He didn't finish the word date when Father Wei suddenly widened his eyes and his voice stopped abruptly. That. Mother Wei smiled slightly and loosened her grip on her sleeve. Go ahead. You should just go. Father Wei looked embarrassed and slumped back into his seat, exchanging a glance with Father Lin, who also looked awkward. Both sat quietly, not daring to move. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Both understood that any movement at this moment could be wrong, even breathing. Mother Wei calmed her rising anger and offered an apologetic smile to Zheng Yanjun. Please don't mind, dear. This old man has been a bit overly anxious lately. It's okay. Zheng Yanjun shook his head and shot a quick look at Lin Jingquan. You see, my son is the same, and as the team leader, he always puts people's needs first. Truly a good leader for the people. The atmosphere became friendly again. In the corner, Lin Junman and Wei Yelin tried hard not to laugh, their shoulders shaking. Lin Junman's eyes were almost filled with tears. How funny it was. Wei Yelin cast a resentful glance at his father. This must be the funniest part of the meeting. Then they moved on to the wedding plans. The parents discussed everything directly, not giving the young couple a chance to speak. Dear parents, this is what we think, Mother Wei said with a gentle smile. We like Junman very much, and Lindsay has saved some money from his 2 years of work. As parents, we plan to add a little to help them get everything ready, furniture, clothes, everything. Regarding the new house, she asked the kids for their opinions and decided to use Lindsay's own room at her house as the new home, since the kids would live there in the future, and there was no need to build a new house. Father Wei added, as for the house here, Lindsay has his own plans. That works, Lin's father nodded. We won't be staying here forever anyway. The talk went smoothly. As time was about up, the Wei family prepared to leave. Lin Junman also wanted to go, but Zheng Yanjun stopped her. Junman, your dowry has already been prepared, but it's at our house now, so I can't give it to you just yet. So, we can only give it to you after we go back later. This wedding can only be simple this time, and it's a bit unfair to you. Seeing the guilt on Lin Jingquan and Zheng Yanjun's faces, Lin Junman smiled and shook her head. It's okay, Mom and Dad. These are special times. We'll have a big wedding later. It's just a little unfair that you raised me and can't be there on my wedding day. Hearing her sensible words, Zheng Yanjun almost cried. She patted her daughter's head. When our Lin family goes back, we will give you a grand wedding. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Lin Junman didn't refuse her parents' love and happily agreed. The wedding date was set after the autumn harvest, when people had finished their farm work and had free time to attend. The Wei family didn't want a simple celebration. They planned to hold a big wedding and make those jealous people envy them. Wei Yelin, a promising young man, was being watched by many families with daughters. But unexpectedly, a young woman from the countryside, a young educated girl, took him away. Some people mocked the Wei family, saying they were dreaming. They believed the girl would try to return to the city later. If Wei Yelin was abandoned, it would be funny. Some even thought the girl married Wei Yelin just to please her father, Wei Dajia, and get a chance to go back to the city. But regardless, Wei's mother didn't hear about it, and when she did, she immediately argued back, not giving anyone face. Oh, isn't that his fourth sister-in-law? Has her son come back yet? Listen, you did something really bad. Her son ran away, and she's still dragging her daughter-in-law along. How can she refuse to divorce but stay in the house? That's so heartless. And little mountain girl, your son and daughter-in-law who lost their conscience, haven't they taken you back yet? And what about your eldest son and daughter-in-law, who you mistreated so badly before? Little mountain girl was famous in the Southern Brigade for gossiping and stirring trouble. When she was young, she tortured and exploited her eldest son, Wei Dashan, to support her younger son, Wei Shaoshan. She kept her eldest son from marrying, even after her younger son married and had a nephew. Finally, a second uncle from her family couldn't stand it anymore and arranged for his comrade's only daughter to marry Wei Dashan. His comrade-in-arms died tragically when his daughter was just born, and his wife passed away when the child was 5 years old. From a young age, the little girl was bullied by other children in the village. Until she was 8, she suddenly fought back and pushed a boy bigger than her into the mud, giving him a good beating. She made the boy afraid of her. When the boy's parents came to complain, she secretly fought him again, then quickly ran away so they couldn't catch her. Eventually, the boy's parents couldn't take it anymore and tried to seek revenge, but she stood her ground. This incident made her well known. As she grew up, her fierce personality made it hard for anyone to marry her. It wasn't until she was about 27 that she was introduced to Wei Daxin. Wei Daxin's wife, who was spoiled and hot-tempered all her life, suddenly faced trouble. She couldn't compete with her eldest daughter-in-law, and also separated from her eldest son. Wei Daxin, who loved her dearly, was seen as ungrateful. After his older brother and sister-in-law insisted on moving out, he refused to support his mother financially. He only brought her back when he needed help, and sent her away when he didn't. His mother was very angry but dared not cause trouble. The eldest son and his wife clearly showed they didn't want to take care of her. Besides paying for her living expenses, they did nothing else. So, she clung tightly to her younger son's family, still hoping that since she had always supported her younger son, they would take care of her in the future. Otherwise, no one would be left to care for her. This story was widely laughed at in the entire Nanjing Brigade, but little did Wei Daxin's wife know, she still went about her daily life, gossiping and fussing as usual. When her marriage date was set, Lin Junman stopped paying attention to her. Instead, she spent her free time carefully studying the pig-raising manual she brought back. Because there wasn't much farm work but still some chores, it took her half a month to finish reading the book. In half a month, the autumn harvest would begin. Lin Junman decided to talk to the brigade leader in advance, knowing from past experience that her proposal might not be approved. She had read the manual and learned that there are 3 best periods in the year for raising pigs. The first is early January, when some people start buying pigs to raise for the year. During this time, most people still haven't finished feeding their sweet potatoes and pumpkins, so they buy pigs to continue feeding. In early spring, there are many vegetable leaves in the fields, so pigs bought from outside won't lack pig feed. However, this situation is usually limited to the more resource-rich southern regions and is not suitable for the north. Secondly, when the weather warms up and pigs are raised, it is generally suitable for the north. During this time, the weather is not cold, and pigs are less likely to catch colds or get sick. Therefore, most people in the north start raising pigs in March or April, which is better for pig growth. Thirdly, pigs are usually raised after harvesting corn, which is the current situation. If they start too early, there won't be enough corn to feed the pigs. Buying feed isn't cost-effective, so they wait until after the corn harvest when they have corn at home. People who raise pigs this way are careful and prepared, avoiding unnecessary risks. At this time, people wait until the corn is fully grown before harvesting it to grind into cornmeal for food. She hasn't yet resorted to using corn to feed pigs, or she would be heavily criticized. What she focuses on is the corn stalks. Although pigs don't like fully mature, hardened corn stalks, the booklet mentions a method to ferment them. The method involves drying and crushing the corn stalks into fine chaff. Mix 50 kilograms of corn stalk powder with 750 grams of salt and 5 kilograms of water. First, dissolve the salt in water, then mix it evenly with the corn stalk powder. The mixture should be moist enough to form a ball that, when squeezed, shows water droplets, but doesn't drip. Fermenting the corn stalks improves feed efficiency and boosts resistance. The fermented stalks have higher nutritional value, better digestibility, and reduce anti-nutritional factors because they contain beneficial microbes, which help animals resist disease. While the weather is still warm, it's good to harvest more pig feed and dry it. Combining this with fermented corn stalks in winter won't affect pig growth. The remaining task is to ensure the pigs stay warm, and the booklet provides solutions for this. Next year, she plans to encourage everyone to expand the scale and start raising pigs in March or April. But this depends on her success this year. She doesn't plan to raise too many pigs, just 6 is enough. When the team leaders heard this, their first reaction was opposition. No, the lessons from the past 2 years were too painful, and the losses were great. I don't agree. I also disagree. Chang Xinghua, who has always been easy to talk to, also opposed. Lin Jiqing, it's not that we don't support you, but raising pigs isn't as simple as you think. All of this was expected by Lin Junman, so she didn't feel disappointed. I understand everyone's worries, but I have looked into your previous pig-raising methods. They are based on people's own experience of raising pigs. This method only works for a few pigs, not for large-scale farming. To succeed with big farms, you need to use scientific methods, and I know how to do that. The others clearly didn't believe her, some even sneered. Lin Jiqing, anyone can talk big. But raising pigs is just raising pigs. What's so scientific about it? No one has even written a book about pig farming. Someone else laughed, clearly mocking Lin Junman for overestimating herself. Actually, someone has written a book about it. That's how I know, Lin Junman said, annoyed by their dismissiveness. It's okay if she doesn't know everything. Everyone has many things they don't know. But not believing others when they tell you something, that's different. The laughter suddenly stopped. A few people looked like chickens with their necks squeezed, comically exaggerated. How is that possible? What's so special about writing a book about raising pigs? Lin Junman ignored them and turned her attention to the 3 leaders of the team. As long as she gained their support, her pig-raising plan could move forward. As for the regular team members, since this was a collective project funded by everyone, if the pigs did well, they could also profit. There was no reason to oppose it. So she wasn't worried about their opinions, she just needed the approval of these 3 key people. Father Yu, however, became a bit interested. He saw that Lin Junman wasn't acting on impulse but was genuinely prepared. Jiqing Lin, last winter and summer, pigs were especially prone to illness. What was the reason? Did you do a good job of keeping the pigs warm? Was the pigsty clean during summer? Of course we did, Chang Xinghua said seriously. We had someone assigned to clean. Lin Junman was confident. Did you clean 2 or 3 times a day? Not exactly, Father Yu shook his head. Just once a day at night. And in winter? Wouldn't it be best to build an enclosed pigsty? Maybe at a roof? And the roof should have ventilation openings. Did you do these things? Everyone present was stunned. What is an enclosed pigsty? What's a roof? Most people feel awe towards the unknown, and Chang Xinghua is no exception. These unfamiliar words kept coming from Lin Junman's mouth, and suddenly he felt a small flicker of hope. Maybe it really could work? Yu's father shared the same thought. The others couldn't even smile now because they had never heard the technical terms Lin Junman used. Seeing everyone being impressed, Lin Junman immediately smiled. That was exactly the effect she wanted. I didn't plan to start with a large scale. Just 5 or 6 pigs are enough. If we succeed this year, we can expand next year. Also, this year, the team can front the money. If it works, next year we can raise funds ourselves. Someone will be willing. She wasn't lying. When she first mentioned this, everyone was reluctant. But with a successful example in front of them, brave people would take the risk. Otherwise, in the 1980s, so many people wouldn't have been eager to get rich quickly. Chang Xinghua was brave. After getting Lin Junman's assurance, he made the decision. Let's start with 5 pigs this year to test the waters. If it works, we'll raise a few more next year. Yu's father firmly supported Chang Xinghua. The 3 leaders looked at each other and finally chose the team leader. The matter was settled. Chang Xinghua stood up. I'll take you to see our old pigsty. It hasn't been used for 3 years, but it should still be okay. The pigsty was on the other side of the team. Lin Junman had never been there before. It was near the foot of the mountain, probably for easy access to pig feed. It wasn't completely abandoned. About a kilometer ahead, there were some houses, but the distance between them was quite long. Most importantly, it wasn't far from the cattle shed. At first glance, Lin Junman was stunned. This is a pigsty? It looked like a luxurious blue brick house, although some parts were covered with moss, and the yard was overgrown with weeds. But it was a real blue brick house. Not many households in the entire team lived in such luxurious houses. Chang Xinghua wasn't surprised by Lin Junman's reaction. In fact, many people in the team also found it hard to understand. So I said, why did raising pigs 3 years ago cause us such a big loss? Not only did we lose money on the pigs, but also on veterinary care, medicine, and pigsty expenses. That's why so many people oppose it this time. It makes sense. Lin Junman also understood now, and her previous awkwardness disappeared completely. Don't worry, Captain. This time, I will take good care of the pigs and not let you or Uncle Yu down. Good. If you face any difficulties, just tell the team. Lin Junman, feeling a bit embarrassed, touched her nose and said, Uncle Chang, I really need the team's help with something. Chang Xinghua twitched his mouth and asked, what is it? I hope the team can help buy some coarse salt. Besides pig grass, I plan to ferment a type of food myself, using a lot of corn cobs. Corn cobs can be fermented with salt and water to make a new kind of feed, which is very good for the pigs. Salt is always a luxury, especially when controlled, and she can't buy so much on her own. But if the team helps, it's much easier to buy in bulk under the collective name than as an individual. Do you need fine salt? Chang Xinghua frowned. Fine salt might be a bit tricky. No. Lin Junman quickly waved her hand. Mostly coarse salt, just a small amount of fine salt mixed in. That's good. Chang Xinghua agreed directly. How much do you need? As much as possible, a few hundred jin, Lin Junman chuckled. Before Chang Xinghua could get angry, she quickly added, pigs need to eat all the time. We also have pig grass now. Besides that, in winter, all we have left is dry grass. Chang Xinghua took a deep breath. No wonder you're confident about restarting pig farming. Just the materials are not simple. Even before you start, I already think you can succeed. Then I'll take your good words, Lin Junman replied confidently, without any modesty. One more thing, Captain, Lin Junman suddenly spoke again. Chang Xinghua looked over cautiously. What is it now? Her nervous look made Lin Junman laugh. Was she really that scary? She quickly reassured him. It's nothing big. I just wanted to ask if you could help gather everyone to clean up this place. I want to move in. Since this was my first time raising pigs, I knew a lot of theoretical knowledge, but there's a saying that plans can never keep up with changes. I live nearby, so I can handle any unexpected events quickly. Chang Xinghua secretly relaxed. Luckily, the girl didn't ask for anything difficult. As for cleaning the house, that was a small matter. Moreover, when the pigsty was built, it already included a house, specifically for the pig keeper to live in. Even if Lin Junman hadn't mentioned it, I would have made sure to bring someone in. By the time Lin Junman returned from the pigsty, it was almost dark, and Wei Yelin had arrived. Xue Xiaoyu was cooking in the kitchen, and Wei Yelin stayed inside to avoid any awkwardness. When Lin Junman came back, she helped with the cooking, and soon they finished dinner together. Yi, I think we have a house to live in here. Lin Junman eagerly shared the good news as soon as she got back to the room. She was initially worried that after they got married, Xue Xiaoyu might feel uncomfortable living here, but now that problem was solved. She felt a bit sorry for Xue Xiaoyu, as they had originally been together from the start. I know. Wei Yelin closed his book and looked at the excited girl with a smile. You know, Lin Junman was surprised at first, then quickly understood. No wonder when your parents mentioned that there was no house here, you had plans, Wei Yelin nodded. Exactly. I already knew the pigsty could be lived in, and after so long without raising pigs, it no longer smells. We just need to build a wall between the pigsty and the yard. The two of us can handle it easily, he continued. It's more convenient for you to take care of your parents here. I initially planned to rent the yard from the team leader, but I didn't expect you to act so quickly and decide to raise pigs. Why didn't you tell me? She asked, feeling she had worried about it for nothing. Wei Yelin looked innocent. When you decided to raise pigs, I knew you'd find out sooner or later. If you hadn't discovered it before we got married, I would have told you after everything was arranged. But you found out early. Even a dog would have to admit defeat when facing you, Lin Junman said, glaring with a pout. Wei Yelin didn't argue further. He hugged her and sat on the sofa. Let me hold you for a bit. I have to go back soon. Lin Junman didn't say anything to ruin the romantic mood. She wasn't sensitive to romance. Since Lin Yunman was discovered, Wei Yelin no longer sneaked around. Starting the next day, he openly began to find people to repair the yard here. When he heard that Wei Yelin planned to move in with Lin Yunman after their wedding, the people from Xiangyang Brigade were shocked. Young master of the Wei family, are you serious? Of course, Wei Yelin replied confidently. Why else would I have someone fix the yard? Am I worried about spending too much money? The person asked but couldn't find words, and he left feeling annoyed. At the same time, news spread that Lin Yunman wanted to raise pigs. Some people in the brigade supported her, while others opposed. But this didn't change Lin Yunman's decision. Some people thought that after starting to raise pigs, others would come to take care of the pigsty, and those who cleaned the pig manure would find other jobs. Taking care of the pigsty was much easier than working outside in the fields, even though it smelled bad. But rural folks, what's a little smell? The work was less tiring and they could earn full work points. Just endure the smell. What's the harm? So, someone approached Lin Yunman and asked, Lin Jiqing, after you start raising pigs, can I help clean the pigsty? Lin Yunman looked at the person, an older woman from the brigade. This woman often slacked off and was lazy at work. The brigade leader had told her many times, but she refused to change. Later, they just deducted her work points. Her son was just like her. Whenever it was time to work, he'd complain about feeling unwell and do everything to avoid work. She was known as one of the laziest in the nearby brigades. Lin Yunman wasn't stupid. Why would she set herself up with such a big problem? She smiled politely and said, Auntie, I also have requirements for hiring workers. I've already written the list and sent it to the brigade. The brigade leaders will select suitable people and send them over. There's no point in you asking me. The woman's face immediately changed. Lin Jiqing, you're the main person in charge. This is your decision. Just tell the brigade leader. Although Lin Yunman smiled, her smile didn't reach her eyes. Auntie, your attitude isn't right. I may be in charge of raising pigs, but this is still a collective project of our brigade. We don't do individualism here. We're not enemies, so why are you trying to harm me? The woman's face kept changing as she said, My family has been poor farmers for 8 generations, with honest hearts. How could our thinking be wrong? Lin Junman still smiled kindly and said, I knew you, Annie, are the most understanding. Your ancestors were poor farmers for 8 generations, so you must be sincere and without selfishness. You want me to help you, right? Seeing that Lin Junman was not convinced, the woman's patience finally ran out. She spat harshly and said, Raising pigs isn't that easy. A young girl like you really thinks she's clever. I wonder how you'll end up failing. Some villagers nearby had come to check on the pigpen's progress. Lin Junman's smile faded, and she raised her voice. Auntie, our team's pig-raising project hasn't even started yet, and you're already hoping we fail. Can't you see we just want a better life for everyone? Why do you wish us harm? Lin Junman intentionally spoke louder, which quickly drew the attention of the villagers watching. Good, she thought. Lin Junman continued, As members of the country and our team, we should always put the group's interests first. Because I didn't let you take shortcuts to manage the pig pen, you're now cursing us. That's not right. Now, everything was clear. The villagers looked at the woman with disapproval. She's from the Chong family. People shouldn't be so selfish, one said. Exactly. Choosing people should be fair and just. Why should you get special treatment? Maybe you should stay away from us in the future. If you upset Lin Jiqing, how will you explain the pig-raising failure? You're even related to the team leader, but you've made us all look bad. The crowd whispered among themselves, full of criticism. No matter how rude the woman was, she couldn't argue with so many voices. She had to leave in a huff, glaring fiercely at Lin Junman as she went. For Lin Junman, this was nothing. She smiled and greeted the villagers. Thanks, everyone, for speaking up for me. Lin Jiqing, you're too polite, someone said. Yes, if anyone causes trouble again, just come to us, another added. Of course we will, Lin Junman promised, determined to keep everyone on her side. The leaders at the team headquarters looked at the dense sheet of paper brought by Lin Junman and exchanged surprised glances. Lin Jiqing's demands are quite high. Looking at this gives me confidence, Yu's father said, but I don't think so. It shows that Lin Jiqing really wants to do a good job. Chong Xingwa shared the same idea. Since we've already made the decision, there shouldn't be too many more issues. The autumn harvest is about to start, so let's finalize the people first. I think that's fine. What about the piglets? We previously bought piglets from the city when we raised pigs before, so we'll do the same this time. Although the county has a pig farm, it's small, and there aren't many good piglets available now. Alright, let's do it that way. As a leader of the team, everyone knows the temperaments and personalities of each team member well. After a whole day of selection, 3 people met the criteria. 3 people, but only one is needed over there. How do we choose? Asked Lin Jiqing. Chong Xingwa suggested after a moment of thought. He has good ideas. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. After Yu father's explanation, Lin Junman finally understood who Yu Dongmei really was. Yu Dongmei is the daughter who was sent back after getting married. Most people think that being sent back means she made a big mistake. But in Yu Dongmei's case, it's the opposite. Her father was not a good person. When Yu Dongmei was 3 years old, her mother passed away. Less than 3 months later, her father remarried. At first, her stepmother had no son, so she treated Yu Dongmei fairly. But when Yu Dongmei was 5, her stepmother had a son. From then on, she looked down on Yu Dongmei and was often mean to her. It was common for her to hit and scold Yu Dongmei, not giving her food. The young girl was often beaten so badly she had bruises all over and walked unsteadily. Finally, when she was 12, her stepmother sold her to a widower with a child. That child was even older than Yu Dongmei. Yu Dongmei tried to resist and cry, but her father had become completely a stepfather and didn't help her. In fact, he kicked her when she was down. When the widower came to pick her up, her father said, "From now on, this girl is no longer my concern." It was like throwing her out of the house completely. Yu Dongmei stayed with that family for 6 years. She could endure some things, but when her stepbrother started touching her inappropriately and even tried to assault her, she couldn't take it anymore. She told her husband, but instead of helping, he beat her badly. Finally, Yu Dongmei felt hopeless. She realized she couldn't rely on anyone but herself. So, when the family was not paying attention, she ran back to Xiangyang Brigade and went straight to the brigade leader, Chang Xinghua. Chang Xinghua was very upset when he heard this. If no one had come to ask for help, he might not have known. But now that he knew, he couldn't just stand by. He gathered about 30 young men from the brigade and stormed the widower's house. They beat him and his son badly and forced them to divorce. They only held a small wedding celebration and didn't get a formal marriage certificate. They went to the local village committee and got a proof of divorce. After returning, Yu Dongmei went straight to her stepmother and stepfather, holding a kitchen knife. She chased them out of the house. Before, she had tolerated them because they were her family. But now, she couldn't hold back anymore. She said, "What right does a son-in-law have to stay in my grandfather and mother's house? If no one held Yu Dongmei's father accountable, he could still deceive himself about the house." But when Yu Dongmei stood up for herself, her father's confidence greatly weakened. At first, he tried to use emotional appeals to win her over, but now Yu Dongmei was like a tough, independent woman who didn't fall for that. So, the family was forced to leave quietly, and the village committee didn't want to keep them. They had to pack up and move to the widow's house in another village. Many people applauded Yu Dongmei's bold move, but some disagreed, saying, "He is your father, after all. This is too unfilial." However, these voices were few. Before Yu Dongmei could speak, others already scolded them harshly. Most of the support came from the women in the village, who hated men like Qin Shimi's father and stepfathers who mistreated their stepchildren. Although Yu Dongmei faced some hostility after being relocated to Xiangyang village, most people showed kindness. Lin Junman listened to Yu Dongmei's story and admired her. She thought this was the right way to act, instead of being taken advantage of like a fool. "All right, I have no objections." Once everything was settled, Lin Junman entered the busy harvest season. This harvest lasted for 18 days. Although the hot weather had passed, the sun was still very strong. Lin Junman was proud to have gotten a tan again. This time, it was worse. She got a layer of skin burned off on the back of her neck, and sweat made it sting painfully. Wei Yelin secretly found an old doctor who had been beaten down and bought a special ointment from him. This ointment was made from traditional herbs and was designed to treat sunburns and burns. The cool, light green ointment felt icy when applied, and the sharp pains seemed to disappear instantly. On the 3rd day after the harvest, Wei's family proudly brought a marriage proposal to Lin Junman. Seeing the bride price, she immediately understood why Wei Yelin had been delaying giving her a bicycle ticket. Because the bride price included all the necessary items, 3 chickens, a pig, and some household goods. They also bought some new cabinets and tables, but not many. Lin Junman had already told them in advance that if they bought too much, it would be hard for her to take everything when she left later. If they didn't take everything now, they could move the items back to Wei's house after they left. The generous wedding gifts attracted many jealous eyes. It was clear that they had already gone to the Wei family to discuss marriage plans. Even though I don't have a daughter, I do have nieces and grandnieces. If I mention this, with the Wei family status, wouldn't their wedding gifts be even more generous? All these items were brought over and placed in the renovated house. When arranged like this, it really felt like a family home. When Wei Yelin arrived, he locked the door tightly with several large locks, making it impossible for anyone to sneak in. The wedding banquet was held in Wei Village. Since Wei Yelin is part of the Wei family, holding the celebration here might seem a bit formal. It was enough to invite everyone for a meal later. So Lin Junman didn't insist on holding the wedding here. Once the Wei family received the news, they started preparing enthusiastically. On the day before the wedding, Wei Yelin rode his bicycle to find Lin Junman. Junman, let's go. I'll take you to the county town. Where are we going? There was no rule before that the bride and groom couldn't see each other a few days before the wedding. That rule was abolished later. We're going to get our marriage certificate, Wei Yelin said with a big smile, showing his neat white teeth. Oh, right. Lin Junman suddenly realized she had forgotten such an important thing. Can we take some photos? Let's take a few pictures. Of course, Wei Yelin happily agreed, even though Lin Junman didn't say he had to take her. He was already planning to go with her. Lin Junman quickly changed her clothes, locked the door, and came out. Wei Yelin thoughtfully tied a soft cushion to the back of his bicycle seat so she wouldn't feel uncomfortable sitting. Feeling satisfied inside, he knew that only when someone truly cares about you do they notice these small details. Although they arrived in the county early, the photo studio was already open. The photographer saw them come in, and his eyes lit up. Today was a lucky day. Not only did they arrive early, but two such good-looking people were here, handsome man and beautiful woman. Master, we want to take a few photos, Lin Junman said softly. Sure. The photographer smiled warmly and started preparing the equipment. Then he asked, getting married soon? After speaking, he grabbed some candies from his pocket and handed them to his master. Here's some good luck, and please take some nice photos of us. His wife is so beautiful. He didn't want the photos to turn out bad. The master smiled broadly and said, All right. Today I'll just soak up some good luck. Taking photos wasn't as fancy as it is today. Behind them, there was a background wall hanging, which he saw was a picture of Tiananmen Square. After adjusting the camera, the master took down the current wall cloth and replaced it with a plain red fabric. Young people should have cheerful wedding photos, he said while fixing the camera. Red is very festive. Yes, master, they replied. Once everything was ready, the master brought over 2 stools and told them to sit down. Come on, sit shoulder to shoulder. Yes, and the groom's head should tilt slightly toward the bride, right, and turn your bodies a little closer. Smile bigger, girl. Oh, and one more thing. As the master finished speaking, a click sounded, and their happy faces were perfectly captured at that moment. Since they came to take photos, they didn't want just one picture. At Wei Yelin's request, they took 2 more photos of Lin Junman alone, and one of Wei Yelin alone. After that, they took a few more photos together. These were more intimate than the first one, with their poses closer and more affectionate. The photographer, though a bit old-fashioned, thought the black and white photos turned out very beautiful. He couldn't help but get carried away by Lin Junman's lively spirit. Master, when will these photos be ready? Lin Junman looked happily at the pictures on the camera, wishing she could see them printed right now. Usually about a week. If you want them faster, it takes 3 days, but that costs extra. Wei Yelin looked at Lin Junman and reached into his pocket to pay. Let's do the rush service. No need. Lin Junman quickly stopped him. If we can get them today, I wouldn't mind, but 3 days or a week doesn't make much difference. Let's just go with the normal speed. After leaving the photo studio, they headed to the registration office. Although the country has introduced a marriage certificate policy, there is no official civil affairs bureau yet. The county only has 1 marriage registration office, staffed by just 1 clerk. When there are many visitors, a temporary assistant is brought in, but most of the time, only 1 person is on duty. Today, the 2 people arrived neither early nor late. Only two couples were waiting to get their certificates in front, and they quickly followed behind. Soon after, another couple arrived and joined behind them. Most of these people look like city residents. Rural folks still hold traditional views. For them, holding a banquet is enough to be considered married, and few go to get an official marriage certificate. Only young people who dream of free love like to come and register. To them, it's not just a formal ceremony recognized by the state, but also a way to protect themselves. Having lived in the 21st century for so long, Lin Junman knew she had to get a certificate. It was impossible not to. Wei Yelin believed that only when he and his wife had the certificate could they truly be considered a proper married couple. He had no objections. The process of getting the marriage certificate was quick. Soon, it was their turn. At that time, there was no need for ID verification or other formalities. The clerk simply asked for their basic information and then handed them a simple marriage certificate. Compared to the beautiful certificates of the 21st century, this one surprised her. It was plain black text on pink paper, with 2 yellow tassels hanging on each side. At the bottom corners were 2 sheaves of wheat, tied together with a red string. At the top center was a shining golden national emblem, flanked by 3 red flags on each side. Below the flags were 2 quotes from the chairman, and in the middle, the large words, "Marriage Certificate," were freshly printed. Below that, the basic information of both spouses was filled in by the clerk. After Lin Junman had admired it enough, Wei Yelin took it, carefully read the details, and then lovingly tucked it into his chest. "From now on, just keep it with me, so I won't accidentally lose it." Lin Junman was amused and didn't point out his little concern. "All right, I'll leave it with you." After leaving the office, Wei Yelin wanted to take Lin Junman to the supply and marketing cooperative, but she repeatedly refused. No. She didn't need anything and was too lazy to browse. Wei Yelin couldn't persuade her, so he had to bring her back. "Let's rest well tonight. Tomorrow, I'll bring someone to pick you up." Lin Junman rolled her eyes and handed her prepared clothes to Wei Yelin, then shooed him out. "You should leave now." Early the next morning, Lin Junman felt like it wasn't even dawn yet when a loud, rude knocking came from outside. "So early," she muttered, forcing herself to open her heavy eyelids and go to the door. Last night, for some reason, her usually good sleep was broken. She couldn't fall asleep until late at night. She felt like she had just closed her eyes when she was already awake again. Man, get up, it's time." As soon as the door opened, Yumu, Yuanwan, Shui Xiaoyu, and Sister Ho Hot came in. Seeing Lin Junman with her hair in a messy bun and sleepy eyes, they couldn't help but laugh. Yuanwan grinned mischievously and went to pinch Lin Junman's nose. Still groggy, Lin Junman took 2 seconds to react and reached out to slap her hand away. Yuanwan quickly dodged her slap. "Are you awake now?" Surprisingly, she was a bit more alert. All right, today is a good day."
"Let's not waste time," they said.
Because Zheng Yanjun was unavailable, Yumu took on the role of mother. Then Lin Junman was covered with a damp cloth on her face, saying, "Just a face mask to wake up a bit." She sighed. After all that fuss, she was already awake. Yuanwan did her makeup, but it was simple, no foundation or heavy makeup, just some light touches. Lin Junman carefully shaped her eyebrows into a willow leaf style, which suited her face shape. She shaved off extra hairs and lightly filled in her eyebrows with a simple eyebrow pencil brought by Yuanwan, following the natural shape. Yumu used a silk thread to thread Lin Junman's face, a local pre-wedding tradition for daughters before marriage. Her gentle technique still caused some stinging pain. After the threading was done, Lin Junman felt her face was swollen and numb, with no sensation at all. But once the feeling faded, she looked in the mirror and saw that all the tiny hairs on her face had disappeared. Apart from a slight tan from the autumn harvest, her face was smooth and even, like a peeled, evenly dyed tea egg. Although it was already October, the weather was starting to feel a little cool. Lin Junman used red yarn to knit a thin red sweater for herself, paired with black straight pants and small leather shoes specially sent by Wei Yelin. It is said to have come from the Shanghai area. Her hair was styled into a bun by Yumu's skillful hands, but it didn't look old-fashioned. Yu Wanwan used a piece of red silk and a wire to quickly make a red silk flower, which Yumu then pinned into Lin Junman's hair bun. Really beautiful. Yumu looked her over and couldn't help but praise. Lin Junman blushed and smiled shyly. Probably because she was in a good mood, she felt she looked much better today than usual. Still missing a little something, Shue Xiuyu said, touching her chin and examining her. She took out the lipstick Yu Wanwan brought and carefully applied it to Lin Junman's lips. It took about a minute, and Lin Junman felt her lips were covered with a thick layer of lipstick. Xiuyu, take it easy. Be careful not to put on too much, or Wanwan might ask you to pay for it, she warned. No worries, Yu Wanwan said generously, waving her hand. I can afford one lipstick. Yu Wanwan had good taste. The lipstick was a proper red, not one of those pink shades. But Lin Junman had recently tanned and applied too much, which didn't look good. Shue Xiaoyu also applied a thick layer at first, but under Lin Junman's insistence, she wiped off most of it, leaving only a thin layer. Much better now, Lin Junman sighed in relief. Shue Xiuyu looked carefully and agreed that a thinner layer looked better, so she stopped fussing. While they were fussing, Yumu and Sister Guahua worked together to pack up Lin Junman's dowry quilt on the bed, neatly folding it into a box. There were also some leather shoes, pillowcases, quilt covers, sheets, and new clothes. Although everything was packed into the box, the lid wasn't closed yet because the people coming to send blessings and the wedding guests would want to see it. As the sky outside brightened, more and more voices could be heard, adults chatting and laughing, children chasing and playing, and some girls whispering secretly. The countryside house wasn't very soundproof, so every little sound could be heard clearly. After packing up, Yumu only gave Lin Junman an apple. Eat something now to fill your stomach. Don't drink water or eat other food for now, so you won't have to go to the bathroom later. Li Junman was mentally prepared for this, so it wasn't too hard to handle. Just after finishing biting into an apple on the bed, a loud shout came from outside. Here comes the groom. Li Junman instinctively sat up straight, reached up to wipe her mouth, worried about leaving any marks from eating. Yu Wanwan couldn't help but giggle secretly, quickly passing her lipstick and mirror. Quick, touch up. You'll drive the groom crazy with your charm later. Li Junman. No, that's not what I meant. At the door, Wei Yelin was dressed in a brand new green military uniform, without any rank insignia. Most people getting married at this time chose blue work uniforms, zhongshan suits, or green military uniforms, with green uniforms being the most popular among young people. Wei Yelin rode a bicycle at the front, leading the way, followed by more than 10 young men. Some of these guys were childhood friends from Nanjing Brigade, others were colleagues from the factory who got along well. They had been curious about Li Junman for a long time, but he was always very stingy and reluctant to bring people over. Now that they finally had a chance, they wanted to see which fairy had taken such a discerning big brother. Most of these people came from good families. Only 3 didn't have bicycles, but borrowing one was easy enough. A procession of over 10 bicycles came to welcome the bride, an unprecedented sight. Behind them, there was also an ox cart, used to carry Li Junman's belongings. Although the load didn't look heavy, it was packed full when loaded. Li Junman's dowry was modest compared to the bride price from the Wei family, but it was quite generous compared to most girls' dowries. So, aside from those who looked down on Li Junman and made snide remarks, most people offered their blessings. Man, open the door. Wei Yelin couldn't hide his excitement, speaking happily. I'm here to pick you up, but Yu Wanwan and Shue Xiuyu wouldn't let him in so easily. Comrade Wei, if you want to take Wanwan away, you have to pay something first. Without hesitation, Wei Yelin slipped 2 red envelopes through the door crack. Yu Wanwan quickly took the envelopes, opened them, and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, you're quite generous. There was 1 yuan inside the red envelope. Yu's mother glared at her daughter, who was eager to cause trouble, and said, Hurry up and get moving. Don't waste time. Yu Wanwan and Shue Xiuyu exchanged a look, reluctantly moved aside, and looked a bit disappointed. If not for the current restrictions on many things, she would have wanted Wei Yelin to sing a love song to confess his feelings before anyone could come in. Wei Yelin didn't expect it to be so easy. He was already prepared for trouble. But he reacted quickly and waved his hand, saying, "Let's go. I'll go in and get your sister-in-law. Brother Wei is so brave. Okay, hurry up, hurry up. Your sister-in-law is waiting anxiously." Amid the cheers, the door finally opened. Since there was no curtain blocking the way, Wei Yelin immediately saw the person he had been thinking about day and night. She seemed even more beautiful today. The young people who followed in were surprised. They knew their sister-in-law was pretty, but they didn't expect her to look so stunning. Although everyone was amazed, they were respectful and didn't tease her aloud. Wei Yelin took a deep breath, trying to stay calm, and strode forward to the bed, slightly bowing. "Wife, I'm here to pick you up." Lin Junman stared blankly at the person in front of her, her heartbeat clearly audible. She thought she wasn't the type to be easily smitten, but she never expected to be so captivated by this man's handsome appearance. "Okay, wow, wow, wow." A loud bark like a big dog startled Lin Junman, and she looked up to see more than a dozen bright, sparkling eyes. "Hello, sister-in-law." The room wasn't very big, and some people outside couldn't come in. They shouted anxiously, "Brother Wei, let's go quickly." Wei Yelin snapped out of his daze, bent down, and gently carried Lin Junman in a princess carry, effortlessly. "Let's go." With a big smile, Wei Yelin spoke, and the young people obediently followed behind. They carried the boxes, bags, and all the packages, quickly loading everything onto the cart outside. Wei Yelin carefully placed Lin Junman on the back seat of the bicycle, tying a cushion for her comfort. Man, don't worry. We'll see each other soon," Yuanwan said quickly, worried that Lin Junman might be nervous. She happened to be going to the banquet as well. Lin Junman's floating heart gradually calmed down a bit. The customs now are different from the future, so Yuanwan and Xue Xiuyu couldn't sit on a man's bicycle, like people do later, especially since Yuanwan is already engaged. So, they simply sat on a cart pulled by oxen, each one on a side. As the old man driving the cart shouted, the old ox wagged its tail and trotted along behind the bicycle team heading south. Wei's father and mother had already been waiting at the door. From afar, they saw the welcoming team returning. "They're back. They're back." Wei's mother cheerfully called everyone to sit down quickly. A group of children curiously peeked from both sides of the door, waiting for the bride to arrive. After some chaos, Lin Junman was taken to the decorated new house. Although she didn't stay here often, Wei Yelin had decorated it carefully, with big red characters of happiness on the walls and windows. The bed was covered with red blankets and quilts. As soon as Lin Junman sat down, she felt her bottom was uncomfortably hard. "What is this? What's wrong, wife?" Wei Yelin hadn't gone out yet and hurriedly came over when he heard. Lin Junman stood up and pointed at what was under the quilt. "There's something underneath." "I'll check," Wei Yelin said, lifting the quilt. When Lin Junman saw what was underneath, her face immediately turned red because it was filled with peanuts, red dates, longans, lotus seeds, and other dried fruits. It was a thick layer, no wonder it was uncomfortable to sit. Wei Yelin also understood and looked at Lin Junman with a teasing glance, but she glared back angrily, feeling shy and annoyed. He quickly withdrew his gaze and pushed the dried fruits aside. "Wife, you sit for a while. I'll be back soon." Actually, Wei Yelin didn't want to leave, but the guests outside were waiting for him, the groom, to entertain them. Just as he was about to go out, a loud voice came from outside. "Brother Wei, come out quickly. Are you too shy to come out?" "Damn these noisy kids," Wei Yelin muttered, took a deep breath, and looked back at his wife with reluctance before turning to leave. As Wei Yelin left, the room suddenly became quiet, and the oppressive feeling eased a lot. Although they used to spend a lot of time together, she didn't feel anything special back then. Today, she felt uncomfortable everywhere. Not long after Wei Yelin left, the curtain was lifted again. Lin Junman looked closely and saw that Sister Wei was carrying a bowl. When she tried to stand up, Sister Wei pressed her down. "Sister-in-law, don't be so polite. Your mother and Lindsay are worried that you're hungry and uncomfortable, so they asked me to bring you a bowl," Lin Junman had been tossing since before dawn, around 4 o'clock, and had only eaten an apple. She didn't feel hungry at first, but now her stomach was growling loudly in response. She felt a little embarrassed, but Sister Wei was calm and unbothered. She remembered when she got married, her mother-in-law also brought her food like this. The bowl contained a piece of brown sugar chicken egg. The deep red syrup floated 2 round preserved eggs, with some rice wine added. After drinking it, Lin Junman felt her hunger lessen a lot. "Thank you, sister-in-law. You're welcome." Sister Wei waved her hand and quickly left with the bowl. Wei Yelin, who had promised to come back soon, didn't manage to return as planned. He had invited over a dozen friends to show off during the wedding, but now they had become a problem. "Brother Wei, have a little more to drink." "Yeah, Wei Ge, you can't stop now. Get lost." Men shouldn't say they can't do it. Although Wei Yelin was a bit dizzy, his mind was clearer. He kicked the closest person on the butt. "You all wait for me." Everyone laughed and didn't take it seriously. In the end, Wei Ge and Wei Er came over to help Wei Yelin out of trouble. "All right, let's go back inside. Your wife has been waiting for a long time. Brothers, come on, let's drink together." Wei Er rolled up his sleeve and held a wine cup, joining the crowd. Seeing this, the others didn't insist on forcing Wei Yelin to drink, and instead started drinking with Wei Er. When Wei Yelin reached the door, Wei's mother came over with a bowl of hangover soup. She handed it to him angrily. "You little brat, what kind of day is it today? Why are you drinking so recklessly?" "Hee hee," Wei Yelin chuckled foolishly. "Mom, don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Wei's mother spat at him. "Get lost. If I weren't worried about Junman, I wouldn't bother. You'd probably drink yourself to death." After he finished drinking, Wei's mother snatched the bowl and went back into the kitchen without saying a word. Wei Yelin muttered something, pushed open the door, and went inside. Inside, Lin Junman was lazily playing with her fingers. Suddenly, the door swung open, and she looked up to see Wei Yelin stumbling in. "Why did you drink so much?" Lin Junman frowned. Wei Yelin quickly hugged her, feeling completely satisfied. "Those bratty kids caused me trouble." Lin Junman slightly curled her lips, not bothering to argue with a drunk. "It's still early. Let's rest for a while." Wei Yelin nodded and stretched out his arm, pulling Lin Junman onto the bed. "You too. Rest for a bit. We have more to do this afternoon." In the afternoon, they went through the same wedding ceremony as when Xie Yun got married. Finally, evening came. When these people tried to persuade him to drink more, Wei Yelin unceremoniously sent everyone out. "Don't try to trick me." The young people, seeing their plan failed, didn't mind. They joked around for a bit and then left. Especially those from the county town. They needed to go back early, or it would be hard to walk the dark roads. Wei's mother packed small gifts for each person. Since they traveled so far to support her son, she couldn't let them go home empty-handed. If the morning's waiting was boring, this wait was pure torture. The only sound in the room was the crackling of the candle burning. Everything else was silent. Yu Wanwan and Xue Xiaoyu called from outside the door. Man, we're leaving now." "Okay," Lin Junman replied, and they left. The quiet atmosphere was almost unsettling. Lin Junman took a deep breath. She had eaten something earlier, so she wasn't hungry now. Time passed second by second. Lin Junman watched the candle burn down halfway. Just as she was about to look away, she heard hurried footsteps outside. She quickly sat up straight, her eyes tense as she stared at the door. Soon, Wei Yelin's tall figure appeared in her view. He only smelled faintly of alcohol now, not as strong as in the morning. Wei Yelin was full of resentment. He hadn't seen his wife much all day. If those people hadn't dawdled so much, he would have come in earlier. "Hubby, I'm back," Wei Yelin said with a silly smile. "Been waiting a long time." "You've been waiting a long time," she replied. "Yes, I've been waiting for a long time." Wei Yelin felt wronged and said, "It's all those guys' fault." Lin Junman chuckled and looked carefully, relieved to see that the other person wasn't drunk. While thinking, suddenly everything spun around. When she regained her senses, Wei Yelin was pressing her down on the bed. Lin Junman immediately felt her chest tighten and struggled to breathe. She tried to push him away, but her hands were fixed and couldn't move. She could only say, "Get up, it's too heavy." Wei Yelin chuckled softly, slightly lifting himself, making the weight on her lighter. As the saying goes, the more you look at a beauty under the lamp, the more beautiful she seems. Although there was no lamp here, the candlelight was just as warm. At this moment, Lin Junman's face was flushed like a sunset, shy and charming. Her appearance was deeply imprinted in Wei Yelin's mind, and he felt his heart almost melting. No wonder it said that heroes find it hard to resist a beautiful woman, and he was no hero. "Darling, are you tired?" "No," Lin Junman shook her head. Hearing this, Wei Yelin's eyes instantly turned fiery. Lin Junman felt a bit overwhelmed by his intense gaze. "What are you doing?" she asked nervously, her voice trembling. Wei Yelin didn't answer. An unspoken, intimate atmosphere spread in the room, centered on the two of them. His Adam's apple moved, and in a husky voice he said, "Darling, it's getting dark. Let's rest." Lin Junman nodded dizzily. "Okay." That one word seemed to be a signal, instantly flipping a switch in Wei Yelin. The red candle still burned. Under the quilt on the bed, two figures moved constantly, and the clothes being thrown off told what was happening. When everything settled down, Lin Junman felt like she was about to die. Although she was starving and her stomach was pressed against her back, she no longer cared about anything. Her heavy eyelids didn't allow her to think about anything else. In her last moment of unconsciousness, Lin Junman mustered all her strength and pinched Wei Yelin's waist, tears almost falling. She wondered why she was so exhausted despite not putting in much effort. Wei Yelin didn't mind. He wore a satisfied smile, turned over and fetched water. He mixed hot water from the thermos, soaked a towel, and wiped her entire body. After pouring out the water, he climbed onto the bed, pulled her into his arms, closed his eyes happily, and fell asleep. Because there were many leftover dishes from the previous day's banquet, the next morning sister-in-law Weida and sister-in-law Wei Er didn't need to cook again. They just needed to pick some light dishes and warm them up. The two sisters-in-law sat in the kitchen, warming food and chatting. Sister-in-law Wei Er asked with interest, "Big sister-in-law, do you think third brother and his wife will come for dinner today?" Sister-in-law Weida laughed and said, "How would I know?" Sister-in-law Wei Er threw a piece of firewood into the stove and said, "I bet it will be after 9 o'clock." Sister-in-law Weida rolled her eyes and spat, "Go and bet with your mother." Sister-in-law Wei Er chuckled, "I was just speaking casually." Sister-in-law Weida snorted, "What? With that tone, did second brother not satisfy you?" Sister-in-law Wei Er was stunned and, normally thick-skinned, blushed a little. "Big sister-in-law, what are you talking about?" Sister-in-law Weida innocently spread her hands. "Didn't you start the conversation first?" Sister-in-law Wei Er was speechless. "Big sister-in-law, you've changed." While they joked and teased, Mother Wei just came in. "Let's eat first." "No need to wait for them." "Okay, Mother." The two quickly served their food and warmed the rice in the pot before heading out. When Lin Junman woke up, it was already bright outside. A ray of sunlight shone through the window and landed on her face, making her instinctively close her eyes and shift position. After a night's rest, she felt much better, though she was quite hungry. She felt like she could eat a whole cow now. She looked at the time on her wrist and suddenly widened her eyes, exclaiming, "It's already 9 o'clock." Her shout woke Wei Yelin. His fluffy dog had nudged her chest and mumbled, "It's still early, sleep a little longer." 9 o'clock is early? Are you joking? She looked at Wei Yelin in silence for a while, then coldly lifted her foot and, ignoring her sore body, kicked him away. "Get up quickly." Wei Yelin now wanted to sleep even less. He quickly got up from the bed, dressed in a few quick moves, and grinned at Lin Junman, showing all 8 teeth. "Wife, I'll help you get dressed. Get lost." Lin Junman was not used to him. Last night, he kept that smile while ignoring her repeated pleas for him to stop. Wei Yelin was not disappointed. His main goal was just to tease his wife a little. Of course, if he succeeded, that would be even better. He shrugged, turned around, and went out to wash his face. Lin Junman quickly put on her clothes and folded the quilt. When she saw the messy bed sheets, her face turned red again. She hurriedly gathered them into a ball and threw them aside, planning to wash them later. Wei's father and mother had finished breakfast and were sitting together chatting. When Lin Junman came over, they didn't tease her, which made her feel more relaxed. After eating, Wei's mother asked kindly, Man, when do you plan to go over? Lin Junman was momentarily stunned and hadn't answered when Wei Yellen interrupted, taking the conversation. In 3 days. If we go today, some people might start gossiping again. Wei's mother agreed with this and nodded, saying, All right. Then she looked at Lin Junman with concern and said, Man, here, it's a tradition that the new bride doesn't do farm work for the first 3 days after marriage. So, during these days, just stay at home and relax. You don't need to work. Then I'll cook. Lin Junman thought for a moment and agreed. She couldn't just stay at Wei's house waiting for food to be served. Wei's mother understood her and didn't object. Wei Yellen finished breakfast quickly and went out. At first, Lin Junman didn't pay much attention, but when she stepped outside, she saw him squatting in the yard washing clothes. A bad feeling rose in her heart. She walked over and looked. Sure enough, she guessed right. Let me do it. It's okay. I also feel responsible for the bed sheets. Wife, don't be shy around me, Wei Yellen said with a mischievous smile, dodging Lin Junman's hand. No need to feel embarrassed. Lin Junman felt both annoyed and amused. How had she not noticed before that this guy was so slick-tongued? Unable to argue, she had to go back to her room. She had brought some things with her, and now she needed to organize them as well. Returning to their own quiet place, Lin Junman felt a big sigh of relief. At the Wei family, although everyone was friendly, she still felt a bit uncomfortable because she wasn't very familiar with them. That night, Lin Junman took Wei Yellen to the pigsty. Although they had only seen each other occasionally before, this time felt especially long. Zheng Yanjun looked at her daughter, who seemed like a different person, and felt both happy and a little sad. She was happy that her daughter had found her happiness, but sad that her daughter, who had been raised by her since childhood, was now getting married and she, as a mother, hadn't been able to see her off. Mom, don't be sad. Look at me, I'm doing well. Zheng Yanjun wiped her tears and choked out, All right, Mom won't cry. Once her emotions settled a bit, Zheng Yanjun quietly asked, avoiding Wei Yellen, How's Xiaowei been these days? Lin Junman looked down and thought about Wei Yellen's recent behavior, then couldn't help but smile. He's very good to me. He doesn't let me do any work, just worried I might get hurt. While saying this, Lin Junman's face was filled with a sweet smile she didn't even realize. Seeing this, Zheng Yanjun finally relaxed. Her daughter's smile was genuine, coming from her heart. A woman who was unhappy wouldn't have such a sincere smile. Good. Meanwhile, Wei Yellen was happily chatting with Lin Jingquan. For Lin Jingquan, his daughter would marry someone eventually. As long as her happiness was assured, he was fine. Even if the other person changed their mind later, he, as a father, and Lin Yinian, as her brother, wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. He thought of himself as temporarily unlucky and didn't expect to stay here forever. So Lin Jingquan was quite optimistic now. The father-in-law and son-in-law were chatting happily, mostly about the current situation outside, with a few old men occasionally joining in the conversation. The next day, Lin Junman invited Xue Xiaoyu and Yuanwan for a meal alone before going to see the squad leader. The pig-raising project could now be scheduled. The squad leader was just about to bring up this matter when Lin Junman arrived first. Squad leader, you should take people to buy piglets. Also, help me find a few people to clean the pigsty and organize it the way I want. All right, the team leader happily agreed and quickly went to find someone. When buying piglets, it's important to choose good ones. An experienced old woman in the team looked at the piglets carefully, then called some capable young men and women to help Lin Junman. After a week, the pigsty was almost repaired. Lin Junman also dug a large pit behind for composting manure. In the past, people would just carry pig manure directly to the fields, rarely composting it. The person who went to buy pigs successfully brought back the piglets. Inside the pigsty, Lin Junman divided it into small sections using rural clay bricks, making the walls sturdy and unlikely to collapse. She also had skillful women weave straw mats for the ground. Since the weather wasn't very cold now, the straw mats were thin, mainly to prevent pigs from directly touching the cold ground. In winter, they could make the mats thicker to keep the pigs warm and prevent illness caused by cold. Besides that, she paid attention to the pigs' food intake and daily routines. The only thing that worried Lin Junman was the veterinarian position. Although the county has a dedicated vet, calling them costs money and sometimes delays help. She had learned how to give injections to people but didn't know how to do it for pigs. She heard that every year some teams send people to training programs to learn veterinary skills for free, though the training isn't very long. It could still be useful. If they took good care of the pigs, they wouldn't get many rare diseases. If necessary, they could also ask the veterinary station for help. But Lin Junman really hoped someone could learn veterinary skills, as it's a useful craft. While she was thinking about this, a young, educated youth came to visit. She had heard before that a young man from the youth corps was looking for her, which surprised her because she didn't know him well since she arrived here. When she saw him, she realized he was someone she knew. Comrade Chui, what wind blew you here? Lin Junman asked with a smile. Chui Xiangrong looked a bit embarrassed but explained his purpose. Lin, I heard you're raising pigs? Yes, she replied plainly. The piglets are already here. Chui Xiangrong touched his head. Do you need a veterinarian for your pigs? Of course. Why do you ask? Lin Junman answered, without hesitation. As soon as she spoke, she realized her mistake and was both surprised and happy. Chui Jiqing, are you a veterinarian? Chui Xiangrong was startled by Lin Junman's intense gaze and took a step back. He hesitated, nodded, then shook his head, confusing Lin Junman. What does that mean? Chui Xiangrong quickly explained, I'm not a licensed veterinarian, but my father is. I've been learning veterinary skills from him since I was young. Many times I helped him out. Is your father the veterinarian for your team? No, he works at our county pig farm. How big is it? Our county is quite large, and the pig farm has about 1,000 pigs. That's a big place. Lin Junman's eyes grew brighter. She immediately decided, okay, I'll go talk to the team leader. She took a step forward, then stepped back, looking serious. Chui Jiqing, can you guarantee what you said is true?
I promise, quick Xiangrong assured her repeatedly.
If it weren't for the fact that promoting superstitions is frowned upon, he would swear on it. All right, I believe you. Lin Junman smiled warmly and waved her hand. Let's go find the team leader. At this moment, Chang Xinghua was about to leave the team office when Lin Junman and Chui Xiangrong approached and blocked his way. Lin Jiqing, is there something you need? Yes, Lin Junman giggled. Team leader, this is great news. Oh? What's the good news? Tell me. Chang Xinghua showed interest. Lin Junman shifted to the side, revealing Chui Jiqing behind her. Team leader, the surprise is right here. Chui Jiqing, Chang Xinghua was confused. Lin Junman, acting casually, moved a chair over and then helped Chui Jiqing sit down before speaking. Team leader, we raise pigs in our team. Besides having technicians, veterinarians are very important, right? That's for sure. Chang Xinghua suddenly remembered the big expenses they had when the pig farm had problems and the money spent on veterinary services, which made him feel distressed. Lin Junman was even happier with his response. This Chui Jiqing's father is the veterinarian at a large farm in their county with over 1,000 pigs. He's been around pigs since he was young, learning a lot of veterinary skills. So I want to tell you, we should transfer him here to be our veterinarian. Chang Xinghua was very surprised but also a bit hesitant. But your pig pen combined with Chui Jiqing already has 3 people. That's a bit of a waste of labor. Lin Junman shook her head. Captain, this year is a trial. If it succeeds, we will expand the breeding next year. The effort we put in now will be worth it. Chui Xiangrong, who was listening nearby, had not spoken. He had been listening to the conversation between Lin Junman and the captain. Suddenly, he looked up and asked, Captain, are you sure we will still raise pigs next year? Chang Xinghua nodded. Yes, if this year is successful, we will increase the number next year. Chui Xiangrong felt encouraged and thought for a moment before speaking. Captain, about working on the farm while also being a veterinarian. If this year is successful, next year I could be officially assigned as the veterinarian. How does that sound? Chang Xinghua was surprised but thought it was a good idea. That works. Chui Xiangrong clenched his teeth and added another bargaining chip. If I don't go back to the city, I will stay on as the veterinarian. But if there's a chance to return to the city, I'd like to train someone in our team to become a veterinarian. What do you think? What do I think? Of course, that's the best option. Chang Xinghua almost immediately agreed. Okay, that's settled. Even if it's part-time, we can't let you work for nothing. Every time you help, you'll earn full work points. Thank you, Captain. Chui Xiangrong's face lit up with happiness, and he gave Lin Junman a grateful look. Lin Junman raised an eyebrow. That's because of your own effort, not me. This matter was settled. After sending Chui Xiangrong off, Lin Junman thought for a moment and shared her idea about who should be involved. Captain, I think Sister Dongmei should go with Chui Jiqing to learn about veterinary work. She had interacted with Yu Dongmei several times over the past few days. From all aspects, Yu Dongmei was very good. Kind, hardworking, capable. That's also fine. Chang Xinghua thought for a moment. There was no need to waste other manpower. The pig-raising business was now on the right track. Although the pig numbers weren't large, Lin Junman was very dedicated. Because this year was successful, they would definitely expand next year. And in the coming years, she could rely on pig farming to make life easier. Even if her brother's words are true, and next year the Lin family can clear their name, Lin's father and mother will definitely need to go back. However, she might not go back herself, and since the college entrance exam is not far off, staying here until then is also okay. Even if she leaves, Chui Xiangrong and Yu Dongmei will likely manage things well here. She can also donate this book to the Xiangyang team as a token of thanks for these years. She refocused her thoughts and carefully reminded Yu Dongmei, Dongmei's sister, when feeding the pigs, don't give them too much at once so they don't overeat. Also, we should feed them fermented corn cobs along with pig grass. Yes, and when the afternoon sun isn't too hot, we should herd the pigs outside to sunbathe. When cleaning the pigsty, do it 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening, and every day, take out the grass mats to sun them. There are many precautions, but Yu Dongmei listened very carefully without showing impatience. Since returning, she signed up for a literacy class and has learned some characters, but she still needs to practice taking notes. She tries to remember these instructions by combining Chinese characters and pinyin. For characters she can't write, she draws pictures instead, and her drawings are quite good. Lin Junman really admires people like Yu Dongmei. She herself might not be as diligent. By the end of the year, on the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, the 5 pigs were ready for slaughter. Thanks to balanced feeding and proper care, each pig reached about 140 jin, 70 kilograms. Although not as heavy as some families' pigs, it was still quite good. Most other team members bought their pigs in April. If they had bought the piglets earlier, they would have been heavier. This success greatly boosted everyone's confidence. So when Chang Xinghua suggested that team members pool their money to buy piglets, everyone was very willing. However, a small problem arose. Everyone wanted to raise pigs themselves. Families with more members would raise 2 pigs, while smaller families would raise 1. Unlike before, the number of people willing to raise pigs doubled. Chang Xinghua was a bit worried. He was happy to organize collective farming, but since everyone wanted to raise pigs on their own, this created a conflict. Lin Jiqing, do you have any good ideas? Chang Xinghua had no choice but to call for Lin Junman. It's very simple. Lin Junman looked at Chang Xinghua with some surprise. The team can buy some sows and bring them back. Sister Dongmei and Jiqing can take care of them together. When the piglets are born, they can sell them to everyone. Those who want to raise pigs themselves can buy the piglets, and those who don't can help with the work. We can keep some for collective farming here. After the harvest at the end of the year, everyone gets their share, and any extra can go into the team's account. That's it. Why didn't I think of that? Chang Xinghua was a bit stunned but excited. Let's do it this way. Once the idea was shared, everyone quickly agreed. It also helped families who found it hard to raise pigs. When people learned that Lin Junman was the one who came up with the idea, her status in Xiangyang Brigade rose even more. Chui Xiangrong also achieved his wish. When the first batch of sows arrived in April, he became a full-time veterinarian. Yu Dongmei also became his apprentice. Because 5 sows and 10 piglets came this time, he couldn't handle everything alone. The pigsty also needed more workers, so Chang Xinghua decided to bring in 2 elderly people to clean the pigsty, which saved a lot of time for the 3 of them. In May, 2 jeeps suddenly drove into Xiangyang Brigade. Who is that? Yeah, and a car too. The brigade members looked on with envy and longing. When could they ride in a car? Hey, it looks like they're heading toward the cattle shed, one member said suspiciously. Yeah, I thought I was mistaken, the members discussed eagerly, guessing why the 2 jeeps had come. Chang Xinghua received the news and ran over. Lin Junman also hurried over, very excited. If she guessed right, they were here for her parents. Sure enough, the jeep stopped in front of the cattle shed. 2 men in Zhongshan suits and 2 in military uniforms got out. Brother, Lin Junman shouted happily and rushed over. Her shout woke up the onlookers. When they saw the young soldier's face, they suddenly understood. They had been wondering why he looked so familiar. It was Lin Ziqing's brother. Why did Lin Ziqing's brother come here? Could there be a very important person in the barn? Lin Junman didn't think much and happily ran over to ask, Brother, are you here to pick up Mom and Dad? Yes, Lin Enian said with a smile, patting Lin Junman's head. Man, you've worked hard. It's not hard, Lin Junman said with a smile, but her eyes started to turn red. Their simple conversation sounded like a big shock to everyone else. What did Lin Ziqing just say? Mom and Dad, did I hear right? I think I heard it too. Me too. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. So, Lin Ziqing's parents are in the barn. We only found out now. Can they be picked up by a car? Lin Ziqing's parents must be very important. Of course, you don't need to say that. Despite everyone's gossip, Lin Junman and the others went straight into the barn. Mom, Dad, brother is here to pick you up? The barn was empty. Lin Junman suddenly remembered something and hit her forehead. I forgot Mom and Dad went to work. It's okay, we'll go find them now. Lin Enian gently patted his sister's head, said something to the others, and then headed outside. As soon as they stepped out, they saw Chang Xinghua bringing Lin's father and mother over, with Yuan accompanying them. Wan, Lin Junman greeted. Man, Yuan responded, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Enian. Lin Enian smiled and walked toward Lin's parents. Dad, Mom, Wan, sorry to keep you waiting. Zheng Yanjun's tears finally couldn't be held back, and even Lin Jingquan, a strong man, couldn't help but tear up. Good. 2 officials in Zhongshan suits approached and slightly bowed. Mayor Lin, Director Zheng, we are here on the organization's orders to take you back. Thank you for your trouble. Lin Jingquan composed himself and nodded to them. What everyone had guessed was now confirmed, and their envious eyes turned to Yuan. Did I hear right just now? These 2 officials called Lin Ziqing's parents mayor and director. Yes, you heard right. I heard it too. This is the mayor. Yu family's daughter is really lucky. She will be the mayor's daughter-in-law someday. That's too early to say. The Yu family used to be a good match, but now she might not even admit she's from the Yu family. Exactly. Is it so easy to become the mayor's daughter-in-law? Yuan looked upset when she heard this, and even her father, who had just arrived, looked very angry. Lin Junman rolled her eyes at them. My parents haven't said anything, so who are you to talk? Zheng Yanjun looked around, then gently took Yuan's hands and patted them. He kindly said, Wan, your marriage with Enian can't be delayed any longer. Find a good time and get it done soon. Okay. The previous teasing and sarcasm seemed to have disappeared, and Yuan's smile became more genuine. The people who had been mocking were quickly embarrassed and left in a hurry. But they didn't notice Yuan's father behind them, with a cold look in his eyes. They thought he was just an old man, but daring to bully his daughter right in front of him, things wouldn't be that simple to forget. Chang Xinghua quickly brought everyone to the village office and drove away the crowd that was watching. Hurry up and go to work. If you stay here watching, you'll lose your work points. Work points are very important to farmers. Once he said that, no one dared to stay. They all dispersed quickly. But they all avoided the pigsty area. The people who came could leave, but who could guarantee the others wouldn't leave too? What surprised them most was Lin Junman's identity. Her background was so hidden that they didn't realize the connection between her and the pigsty. So, The relationship between Lin Junman and the people in the pigsty spread like wildfire. She's the mayor's daughter. Many families in the village immediately regretted not sending their sons to the village school earlier. If their son had a chance to be connected to the mayor, their family's work problems might be solved. What kind of good luck did the Wei family have? The Lin family didn't know any of this. Although Lin Jingquan and his wife could go back now, some issues still needed to be dealt with. The 3 people who came to pick them up were asked to wait in the county. Captain, Lin Jingquan greeted Chang Xinghua. Lin, Chang Xinghua hesitated, feeling it wasn't right, and quickly swallowed the word back. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Mayor Lin. Lin Jingquan smiled slightly. Captain, I've really appreciated your help these past 2 years. When he wasn't trying to show authority, he was quite approachable, at least to Chang Xinghua now. Zheng Yanjun quickly spoke up. Captain, there's no need to be formal. We are all officials serving the people. Chang Xinghua visibly relaxed a lot, but didn't fully let go. After all, he's talking to a mayor. He's never seen anyone higher than a county chief, and even that was just a few times when he attended county meetings. He had never had a face-to-face conversation like this before. I haven't really done much to help you, Chang Xinghua said, feeling a bit guilty. Lin Jingquan shook his head slightly. It's nothing. When anyone faces this situation, their first reaction is to avoid trouble and not get involved. Not being harassed at the team is already the best help. Hearing this, Chang Xinghua felt very relieved, glad he hadn't caused trouble like those others before. Lin Jingquan didn't want to dwell on this topic and changed the subject. After talking for a while, Lin Junman came to take him away. When Wei Yelin returned, he saw his father-in-law and mother-in-law already outside, along with his long-unseen brother-in-law. Mom, Dad, are you leaving now? Wei Yelin, not very foolish, quickly guessed the answer. Lin Jingquan smiled and nodded. Xiao Wei, you're here. Come, sit. Wei Yelin obediently sat beside Lin Junman. Dad, when are you leaving? Lin Jingquan looked at his wife, a slight wrinkle appearing at the corner of his eyes, and smiled. Tomorrow. I can't waste any more time here. Wei Yelin was silent for a moment. For such a capable father-in-law, staying here was indeed a waste of time. What about Junman? He asked nervously. Lin Jingquan immediately understood his concern and comforted him. Don't worry. Junman can't leave right now. She came as an educated youth, so she doesn't have formal transfer procedures. She can't leave unless she applies for medical retirement. Dad, I'm not in a hurry, Lin Junman quickly said. We'll wait until everything is settled. The situation at home is still unclear. If I go now, I might cause trouble for you. It's better to wait until things are stable. I share the same idea as your mother, Lin Jingquan said with a smile. With Xiao Wei here, we feel more at ease. Once everything is settled, we will transfer you over. If this had happened before, Lin Jingquan would never have said such a thing, because he saw it as using his position and influence to benefit his family.
But now he no longer thought that way.
He believed that honesty and integrity had brought him nothing. His family had been struggling for over 2 years. Although he still wanted to serve the people in the future, he also needed to think about his family sometimes, right? Lin Junman quickly waved his hand and said, No need, Dad. Take your time over there. I'm not in a hurry here. He paused and added, I think our country won't stay like this forever. Maybe one day, I can go back using my own abilities. Lin Jingquan was clearly surprised. Although he was used to his daughter's changes, he now felt he might have underestimated her. In the past, she would never have said such words. All right, let's not talk about this now. We don't know what the situation will be when we go back. Besides, Xiao Wei's work is still here. Moving him isn't just a decision for one person. We need to think carefully. That's true, Lin Junman quickly agreed. She was doing well here and was a bit reluctant to leave. After a moment of silence, Lin Jingquan finally nodded. Fine then. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. Those people didn't expect him to return so quickly. Now, it's time to settle old scores along with new ones. The news about the Lin family's departure caused a big stir in Xiangyang Brigade, and it quickly spread to Nanjing Brigade as well. Not long after Wei Yelin returned, The Wei family also came to visit after hearing the news. Dear father-in-law, dear mother-in-law, the two sets of parents greeted each other warmly, proud to meet openly for the first time. Come in quickly. Zheng Yanjun hurriedly welcomed the Wei family. Lin Junman brought out all the small stools she could find. There were only 3 in total. With the sofa, it was enough for everyone. Congratulations. Finally, the hard times are over, she said. Perhaps because Zheng Yanjun's attitude was very gentle, the Wei family gradually relaxed and sincerely congratulated her. Thank you. Lin Jingquan showed a relieved smile and took the lead to speak. Dear parents-in-law, we will be leaving tomorrow. However, Man came here as a young educated person, so she can't leave just yet. Please take care of her for a little longer. Yes, Zheng Yanjun also felt a bit sad. The child came specifically for them, but now she can't go back with them. Man has been raised with great care at home. If she does anything wrong later, we hope you can be patient and understanding. Wei's parents quickly waved their hands. We're happy that our child married into your family. It's a blessing for our Lin family, and for the Wei family. We're not strict with our daughter-in-law. Her 2 older sisters-in-law are very kind, so you don't need to worry. We won't mistreat her, and we won't let outsiders bully her. That's good. The Lin couple exchanged a look and relaxed. While the adults talked, brothers Wei and their wives whispered to each other in a corner. Wei's second sister-in-law looked at Lin Junman in surprise. Man, I didn't know you're the mayor's daughter. Lin Junman's expression was calm. She smiled and said, That's something my father worked hard for. It doesn't have much to do with me. Wei's sister-in-law shook her head. That's true, but seeing how your parents love you, Lin family will never dare to bully you in the future. Just then, 2 voices spoke at the same time nearby. I won't bully my wife. He dares. Wei Yelin looked sadly at his sister-in-law with a distressed expression. Is this really his sister-in-law? How could she look at her own brother like that? Lin Enian spoke briefly, and then kept quiet. Sometimes, a gentle reminder is enough. Saying too much might make people annoyed. He stood up and said to Lin Junman, Man, I'll go find Wanwan. Yes. Lin Junman suddenly woke up and quickly nodded. Sister Wanwan has been waiting for you for a long time. You should go see her. Okay. Lin Enian nodded to everyone, greeted a few elders, and then hurriedly left. The next morning, Lin Jingquan and his wife met with the Yu family again. They confirmed the wedding date for next year, then left with the people sent to pick them up. Man, do you want to come back with us to Nanjing Brigade? After Lin Jingquan and his wife left, Wei's mother looked at Lin Yunman and said, You stayed here before to take care of your parents. Now that they are gone, what do you think? Lin Yunman was momentarily stunned. She didn't expect Wei's mother to bring it up so quickly. Although her parents had already passed away, she had built a close bond with the remaining people here. If she left, it wouldn't be convenient to keep caring for them. Even though she seemed to have a very good relationship with Wei's mother now, that was because they hadn't seen each other often. If they lived under the same roof every day, conflicts might happen. In her previous life, many of her colleagues got married. Those conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were mostly trivial things, which she found headache-inducing just hearing about, let alone experiencing firsthand. She was thinking about how to politely refuse when Wei Yelin spoke first. Mom, just let me spend some time getting along with my wife. Hearing this sudden voice, Lin Yunman turned around and saw Wei Yelin joking and teasing his mother with a playful smile. He winked at her when she looked over. Lin Yunman almost couldn't hold back her laughter. She quickly looked away to hide her smiling face. Wei's mother glared at her son sharply. It's none of your business. Although she said that, she didn't continue the topic, knowing it was better not to push too hard. Otherwise, Lin Yunman really wouldn't know how to refuse. Wei's mother was smart. Some things didn't need to be said clearly. She understood Lin Yunman's feelings and didn't want to force her. She thought it could wait until she was pregnant later. But she didn't expect this opportunity to come so soon. After the Lin couple returned home, Lin Yunman's life didn't change much. About 2 weeks after her parents left, she suddenly felt nauseous while eating. What's wrong, wife? Wei Yellen was startled and put down his chopsticks, gently patting her back. When she looked better, he quickly poured a cup of warm water. Why do I suddenly feel sick and want to vomit? Am I feeling better now? Is there anything else uncomfortable? His questions kept coming one after another. Lin Yunman wiped the water from her lips and sighed helplessly. You're asking so many questions. Which one should I answer first? I'm fine, probably just ate something bad. Because the weather was quite hot today, she made herself a fresh fruit tea at noon. She kept it in the well to cool for a long time. Maybe she hadn't had these things in a while, so her stomach couldn't handle it all at once. Let's go, time to eat. Lin Junman pulled Wei Yellen, who wanted to take her to the hospital, to the table and forced her down. Food shouldn't be left overnight. It tastes bad when it's cold. Wei Yellen couldn't argue and had to sit down, but she worried and said, Don't prepare lunch for tomorrow noon. I'll ask Xue Jiqing to make some and send it over. I'll cook dinner when I get back. No need, I'm not that fragile, Lin Junman said with a headache. And why bother little Rain? I can walk just fine. I'm not asking Xue Jiqing to do unpaid work, Wei Yellen said confidently. Enough, Lin Junman said impatiently, lowering her head to start eating. Recently, she felt strangely irritable, but she didn't know why. To prevent her bad mood from hurting those close to her, she focused on eating. This approach seemed to work well. Seeing her tone turn unpleasant, Wei Yellen had no choice but to back down. That night, she slept honestly, hugging her pillow without making any other moves. Coincidentally, the next day, Wei's mother came to see if the young couple needed anything. Since her mother-in-law was here, she couldn't leave immediately, so Lin Junman invited Wei's mother to eat lunch. Wei's mother, experienced in the kitchen, immediately shooed Lin Junman out. You rest outside, I'll handle the kitchen. Lin Junman grimaced, thinking she never got to go into the kitchen when her mother visited. Mom, is it okay if I just prepare the vegetables over there? Sure, Wei's mother agreed without hesitation. So Lin Junman picked vegetables from the small garden in the yard for today's meal and sat on a small stool in the kitchen to clean them. When Wei's mother arrived, she brought a fish, caught by Wei's second brother last night, and brought back this morning. There was also a piece of beef hanging in the well, brought back by Wei Yellen from yesterday. Originally, she wanted to bring lamb meat, but Lin Junman refused. Lamb is naturally warm, and she didn't want to eat it in this hot weather. She also found it strange. She used to eat lamb in summer, without feeling so repelled. She heard her colleagues say that mutton helps with sweating and detoxing. Eating lamb in hot weather is supposed to cool the body, promote sweating, and remove toxins from winter and spring, as well as dampness. Even the Huangdi Neijing, Yellow Emperor's inner canon says, in spring and summer, nurture yang. In autumn and winter, nurture yin. Although there are many benefits, Lin Junman still chose to refuse and instead picked beef, which was harder to get. Wei Yellen's salary is quite good, and he doesn't need to give money to his family, so he never refused Lin Junman's requests. If conditions allow, why should he make his wife suffer? The kitchen has all kinds of seasonings, neatly arranged and easy to see, so Lin Junman isn't worried that Wei's mother won't find what she needs. Wei's mother stir-fried the beef with red chili peppers. She didn't tell how she made it, but in the end, it tasted sweet and sour, while still keeping the original flavor of the beef. The beef was tender and smooth, not dry at all. Lin Junman was very fond of this dish. Man, eat some fish. Wei's mother carefully picked a piece of tender fish and put it in Lin Junman's bowl. Girls should eat more fish for good skin. She was surprised that people still cared about this nowadays. Mom, you know about that? Lin Junman asked. Wei's mother didn't mind. It's nothing. Women should take good care of themselves. Do you expect men to do it? Mom, your thinking is so advanced. Lin Junman couldn't help but give a thumbs up. That was really forward-thinking. Eat quickly, Wei's mother urged with a smile. Lin Junman nodded. She picked up a piece of fish and put it in her mouth. At first, she didn't feel anything, but after chewing a bite, her face suddenly changed. A wave of nausea rushed up her throat. Ugh. Her stomach churned violently, and Lin Junman quickly threw down her chopsticks and turned toward the yard. Wei's mother was startled and hurried after her, dropping her chopsticks on the table. Man, what's wrong? Lin Junman was holding onto a tree in the yard, vomiting acid water, and couldn't speak. Wei's mother was very worried and ran inside to get water, cursing, "This brat doesn't take good care of her. When I get back, I'll skin him alive." Lin Junman kept vomiting until she couldn't produce any more acid water and finally straightened up. The originally rosy little face was now pale and yellowish, looking especially adorable and pitiful. "When did you start feeling unwell?" "Yesterday afternoon." Lin Junman rinsed her mouth with water, feeling a bit confused. "I thought it was because I ate something cold, but it should have gotten better by now." Wei's mother was surprised and thought for a moment before suddenly asking, "Have you had your period this month?" "Period?" Lin Junman was caught off guard and took a moment to remember. "This month, it seems like half the month has already passed." Thinking about this, Lin Junman was stunned. She had been feeling so comfortable lately that she completely forgot about it. Wei's mother was both surprised and happy. Man, are you pregnant?" It was like a thunderbolt struck her head. Lin Junman stammered, "No, it can't be. Maybe I just ate something bad." Wei's mother shook her head. "It's unlikely you ate something bad. Even if you did, you wouldn't keep feeling nauseous and vomiting. These are clear signs of pregnancy." Lin Junman still found it hard to believe. She was pregnant? Not long ago, she still felt like a child herself, and now there was a baby in her belly. It all felt so unreal. "Most likely," Wei's mother said firmly. "Come on, I'll take you to the hospital to check." Even if she wasn't pregnant, she needed to see a doctor. If her stomach was upset, she should get treatment early. "Your parents entrusted you to us, so of course we have to watch out for you. Otherwise, how can we explain to your parents?" Wei's mother also knew how to ride a bike. This time, she slowed down carefully and took Lin Junman to the county hospital. At the hospital, Wei's mother gently helped Lin Junman sit on a chair while she hurried around to find a doctor. Seeing this, Lin Junman couldn't help but laugh and cry. "Mom, even if I am pregnant, the baby doesn't even have a proper shape yet. You don't need to be so nervous." Wei's mother firmly refused, "Because the baby isn't fully formed yet. We need to be extra careful. Don't worry about it. Leave it to me." The hospital was quite efficient today, partly because Wei's mother was quite experienced. Soon, she found a doctor with Lin Junman's help. After a series of routine tests, the nurse came out holding a report. "Congratulations, you're almost 2 months pregnant." This was like a sudden thunderbolt hitting her from the clear sky. Although she was mentally prepared, receiving the confirmation still brought a different feeling. Lin Junman was dazed as Wei's mother helped her out of the hospital. She never expected she was really pregnant. "Mom, I'm really pregnant," Wei's mother chuckled. "You silly girl. We're at the hospital. Do you think the nurse would lie to you?" "That's true." Lin Junman touched her belly, glowing with a gentle maternal light. Man, call your parents and tell them about this," Wei's mother reminded her. Yes, I'll call when I get home," Lin Junman said, as if waking from a dream. There was a phone at the local office. She could just go and call. It was only a few cents. Sure enough, Zheng Yanjun almost jumped when she heard the news. If Lin Junman hadn't stopped her, she would have rushed over immediately. "Mom, don't get too excited," Lin Junman said quickly. "My parents and Yi are taking care of me. It's really fine. Once things settle down on your side and my pregnancy is stable, we'll see whether I go back or you come here." She was barely able to comfort herself. Back home, Lin Junman sat on the kong, a traditional bed, in a daze. She carefully calculated the time. By then, her college entrance exams would be over, and her child would be over 2 years old. At that time, it wouldn't affect her exams. Wei's mother hadn't planned to bring this up so soon, but now that her young daughter-in-law was pregnant, she didn't want to leave her alone here. Her son was out all day, and even when he was at home, he wasn't very attentive. Man, why don't you come back with me? We can stay at Lindsay's house, in the same room as before. It's fully furnished now. Although the bedding hadn't been used for a long time, she could just air it out. Or she could replace it with new bedding. Sun-dried, it would be very comfortable to sleep on. She knew her young daughter-in-law was responsible for pig farming here, but now the pig farm was running smoothly, and no one needed to watch over it constantly. If any problems arose, they could send someone over to ask. Wei's mother was determined to bring her daughter-in-law back. Wei Yelin didn't know any of this, nor did he know his mother had returned. He rode his bike quickly back home, and before he even entered the house, he heard his mother speaking loudly. "Wife, today we will eat." Before he could hear the second word, he saw his mother standing in the yard, glaring fiercely, which left him confused. "Mom, why are you here?" He sensed that the atmosphere at home seemed a bit strange, but he didn't think much of it. As soon as he arrived, his mother started scolding him, spitting as she spoke. "You idiot! How could you be so careless with Man? You didn't even realize your wife is pregnant. If I hadn't come today, when would you have found out? Isn't it?" Mid-sentence, Wei's mother quickly stopped herself, thinking it was not a good time to say such things. She glared angrily at her silly son, disappointed. Then she turned and went into the kitchen. It was okay to let this fool be hungry, but she couldn't let her daughter-in-law and grandson go hungry. Poor Wei Yelin stood there for a long time, not understanding what was happening. His mother had spoken so fast and urgently that he hadn't caught everything. He only heard her say, "Idiot." A grown man standing there feeling so miserable looked very pitiful. Lin Junman finally couldn't hold back her laughter. "Ay, come here." Wei Yelin walked over feeling wronged and rubbed his head, softly asking, "Wife, what did Mom do this time? Is it because the days are getting longer, or did she eat too many fireworks?" When he said the last part, he instinctively glanced toward the kitchen and lowered his voice even more, almost too quiet for Lin Junman to hear. "You really can think of anything." Lin Junman rolled her eyes at Wei Yelin. "If you have the guts, go tell her yourself." "I don't dare," he said, reaching out to put his arm around Lin Junman's shoulders. Usually, he would just hug her and bring her inside, but today his mother was here, so he held back. They say that when you're unlucky, even a sip of cold water can choke you. That saying is really true. Just as he reached out, before touching her, Wei's mother suddenly peeked out from the kitchen and saw the scene. "You little brat, what are you doing?" Wei Yelin's face stiffened, and his hand froze in midair. Wei's mother was furious. She hurried over and slapped his hand away. "I told you your wife is pregnant. Can't you be more careful?" This time, the words were almost whispered right next to her ear, and Wei Yelin was suddenly stunned. He first looked at his own hand, then instinctively looked down at his wife's belly. Still so flat. Isn't it true that pregnant women usually have big bellies? At this moment, Wei Yelin's mind seemed to freeze, and he stared blankly at Lin Junman's stomach, silent for a long time. When Wei's mother started to worry that her son might be a bit slow, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Wife, are you pregnant?" Wei's mother. Lin Junman. If they remembered correctly, they had mentioned pregnancy twice already from the doorway. Is his thinking process a bit too slow? Lin Junman finally understood why this guy had been so calm earlier. She thought he didn't care, but it turns out he just hadn't heard. "Hurry, sit down quickly." Wei Yelin quickly helped Lin Junman sit on a chair. "Be careful." Lin Junman couldn't help but laugh and said, all right, I'm really fine." Wei Yelin chuckled foolishly. "What do you want to eat? I'll bring it to you every day when I come back." "I don't have any particular cravings right now." Lin Junman shook her head. "If I want something later, I'll tell you in advance." Okay, you must tell me then." Wei Yelin couldn't help but remind her. While they were talking, Wei's mother finished preparing the meal and called them over to eat quickly. But after sitting at the table, Wei's mother started to regret it. She wished she could just kick this guy out directly. Man, eat more of this. I heard it's good for pregnant women. Right, and this too. This soup should be drunk more often. I remember when second sister-in-law was pregnant, my mother often made it. And shut up. Wei's mother finally lost her patience and scolded. "I can make food that's good for pregnant women myself. Stop fussing. If you don't want to eat, go sit aside." Finally, the table was quiet. Lin Junman let out a breath of relief. She realized that this guy, who usually didn't seem to notice, had a surprisingly strong effect when nagging. She thought she had been pretty patient today, not scolding him outright. She wasn't sure if her temper had improved or if she was just worried about her mother-in-law at the dinner table. After finishing the meal, Wei Yelin naturally went to wash the dishes and pots. Wei's mother thought for a moment and decided to go back that night. Before leaving, I mentioned to the young couple about staying at home, since a pregnant woman is not a small matter. Lying on the Kong bed, Wei Yelin paused and asked, "My wife, what do you think about what my mother said?" He knew his wife didn't want to live with his parents. At first, he didn't understand, but after marrying and getting to know the women at the factory, he understood why. Although he thought his parents were good, his wife wasn't familiar with them, so her concerns made sense. But now she is pregnant. He is fine at home, and if she doesn't want to go back, she doesn't have to. He can watch over things himself. However, he works outside, and his wife lives alone. If she gets sick or has an emergency, he can't help her. "How do you feel about it?" Lin Junman asked, changing the subject. Wei Yelin touched his wife's belly. It wasn't very big, but he felt a strong sense of responsibility. The burden on his shoulders felt heavier. His idea was, "Maybe you should come to live at my parents' house with me. I work during the day, so I'm not home. If something happens to you, I can't imagine. But at home, my parents, brother, sister-in-law, and nephews are there. Someone can look after us, so I feel more at ease. Right now, you're alone at home, doing everything yourself. But if you go to my parents' house, they won't let you do all the work. My nephews and nieces can help with small chores." He was confident about this because when his sister-in-law was pregnant, his mother did the same. It was unusual for her to make an exception for him. Lin Junman hesitated a bit. It was her first pregnancy, and she had no experience talking to pregnant women before. She was worried she might make a mistake. But she also didn't trust the cattle shed area. If she left, it would be inconvenient to visit during her pregnancy. Wei Yelin wasn't stupid. He guessed her worries. "Are you worried about the people at the cattle shed?" "Yes. I thought it was something serious." Wei Yelin waved his hand. "From now on, I'll come over every now and then. You can prepare things at home. If it's inconvenient, I'll find someone outside to help." "Find someone outside?" Lin Junman was surprised. "Are there still private workers now?" "Yes." Wei Yelin chuckled softly and gently touched Lin Junman's hair. "It's like the black market. Although there are strict checks outside, some brave artisans still take on private jobs. Many things are actually understood by everyone without needing to say." Lin Junman always thought no one dared to take on private work here, since she had never encountered it herself. Sure enough, there are many bold people in the world. Compared to them, she, who came from a different story, feels very weak. "Of course, if you find it hard to adjust later, we can move again without any problem," Wei Yelin added after some thought. "That's fine." Worrying about the baby in her belly and her own lack of confidence finally made Lin Junman decide to go south to join the team. The next day, Wei Yelin took a day off specially to bring Lin Junman back. Later, Wei's older brother and second brother were urged by their wives to come help move things. The three men, strong and equipped with tools, quickly packed everything up. When Chang Xinghua learned that Lin Junman was pregnant and moving away, he also showed understanding. "Team leader, now pig farming is running smoothly.
I don't need to be there all the time.
If there are any problems, just ask Cui Jiqing or Sister Dongmei to come and see me." Everyone in the team called you Dongmei, sister-in-law, but Lin Junman felt this was not quite right. Although she was already married, wasn't she divorced? After a divorce, she should live for herself. Why still carry the title of being married? So she always called her Sister Dongmei, which deeply moved Yu Dongmei. "All right, then I'll trouble Cui Jiqing. After we settle the work points at the end of the year, I'll have someone deliver your share." "Thank you, team leader," Lin Junman politely replied. Pregnant, Lin Junman quickly became the favorite of the Wei family. From Old Master Wei and Old Lady Wei to a few nephews and nieces, everyone was very kind to her. By the time she was 3 months pregnant, her morning sickness not only didn't improve but worsened. Ugh, Wei's second sister-in-law had just served a dish of pickled fish yesterday. When Lin Junman smelled it, she immediately ran out, leaving Wei's second sister-in-law confused. Didn't her sister-in-law like the pickled vegetables in that dish yesterday? Sometimes she could eat a little fish with pickled vegetables, so today she made this dish again. Why are people reacting so strongly? Wei's mother, who has seen many pregnant women, quickly decided, bring it down quickly, and also bring up that spicy bean curd skin. She had seen a pregnant woman like this before, who liked it at noon but disliked it at night. Fortunately, this only lasted until the next day. Because there is a lot of work in the fields now, Wei's family still eats together for the time being. Every time they cook, Wei's mother is the first to come back and start cooking. The whole family has a hard time eating, but luckily a few little kids come to help. Lin Junman sometimes helps out, but only with light chores. When tasks get a bit heavier, the kids quickly go to complain. Grandma, my little auntie, is being naughty again. Yes, she still wants to do heavy work. After a few times, Lin Junman gave up and happily became a lazy person. She looked pale as she walked in. Wei's mother carefully asked, Man, you don't like the sour taste now, but what about spicy? At first, Lin Junman thought she would dislike spicy food because she vomited after tasting it yesterday. But today, just hearing the word spicy, her mouth started watering and she nodded eagerly. Yes. She finished a plate of bean curd skin completely. Everyone was stunned by Lin Junman's unpredictable tastes and silently wiped their sweat. This pregnant woman is really too hard to handle. Wei Yelin was so anxious that his lips started to quiver, and he was busy looking for women who were already married and had children at the factory every day. Uncle Du, did you experience morning sickness when you were pregnant? What can help overcome it? Lady Lu, do you have any home remedies for morning sickness? He even went to the hospital to see doctors and secretly visited a displaced traditional Chinese medicine doctor, but nothing worked. Lin Junman's taste seemed to be cursed. It was stubborn and unpredictable. It's hard to explain, but around the 3.5 months, her morning sickness suddenly disappeared. It vanished completely, as if it never happened. She could eat everything now, including meats and vegetables she previously disliked. Now, she eats happily. Wei Yelin didn't understand this, but he was happy to see it. Every night, he would bring some fresh food home. When Lin Junman was 4 months pregnant, her weight increased rapidly and finally stopped at 110 jin. Besides her growing belly, her body shape did not change further. Zheng Yanjun arrived in mid-August, just as Lin Junman's belly was getting bigger, like a round watermelon tied up. Because she had mentioned it during a phone call, Zheng Yanjun came directly to Nanjing Brigade this time. How are you? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? No, I don't feel unwell. Mom, don't worry. Lin Junman sat down holding her belly. Mom, how long will you stay this time? A hint of guilt appeared in Zheng Yanjun's eyes. My work over there just stabilized and I can't leave. I can only stay for half a month. Half a month is already good. Lin Junman smiled slightly. Once I get better, I will take Ayi back home. By the way, Ayi hasn't been to our house yet. Zheng Yanjun's smile widened. That's true. By the way, Man, your older brother and Wuan's wedding is scheduled for next year's holiday. The marriage notice has been sent and approved. That's great news. Lin Junman was delighted. She already knew that the main couple was a good match, and heaven seemed to favor their union. Moreover, the Yu family is reputable. Yu's father is a government official, so the marriage report was unlikely to be opposed. Yes, Zheng Yanjun patted her daughter's hand. Your dad originally planned to find you a job nearby and transfer you back. But now that you're pregnant, that will probably be delayed. Yes, I have no objection. She agreed because, as Wei Yelin had said before, she didn't need to go to work. She spent her days tidying the house, occasionally helping with cooking, and was basically a full-time homemaker. Furthermore, Wei Yelin kept his promise, visiting the cattle shed to see the elderly from time to time, bringing some supplies, just like before at Xiangyang Brigade. The Yu family, because of the Lin family, also held goodwill towards these people, not just Yu Wuan. There are examples of Lin's parents leaving, so even the more unruly members of the brigade dared not cause trouble for these people. If they left someday, these people would be the ones to suffer. Knowing her daughter was doing well, Zheng Yanjun felt relieved. You can tell Mom what dishes you want to eat, and she will cook for you. Although I've gotten used to the local flavors now, I still miss the tastes I've been eating for over 10 or 20 years. Since coming here, Lin Junman has mostly been eating northern-style food. She used to cook sometimes herself, and now Wei's mother and two sisters-in-law also cook every few days, but the taste is not quite authentic. Okay, I'll trouble Mom then. Don't be so polite with me, Zheng Yanjun said affectionately, pinching her daughter's nose. Since Wei's older brothers moved out, the Wei family has added 2 rooms. There's plenty of space to set aside a guest room. So, Wei's mother quickly made arrangements as soon as she returned. Mother-in-law, you can stay here as if it's your own home, Wei's mother said with a smile as she made the bed. If you need anything, just tell us. For food, just tell Lindsay, and he'll bring it back after work every day. Alright, I won't be polite then. The 2 women exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere was very warm. At first, I thought that with my own mother coming and having someone to spoil me endlessly, it would be great, but I didn't expect. Come here, Meng Meng, come to Grandma, Zheng Yanjun said with a silly smile to Wei's younger sister. Grandma will give you something tasty to eat. Since Zheng Yanjun and the children aren't related by blood, they simply use the same family terms as Lin Junman's children. Wei's older sister only had 2 sons, and Wei's younger sister-in-law currently has only 1 daughter. However, the Wei family is not one to favor boys over girls. They love this little girl very much. The 2 brothers are very sensible. When they go out to play, they always watch over their sister carefully, never leaving her behind to play alone. They also won't tolerate anyone saying anything bad about their sister. Even if some talkative people tease the children, saying, "Look at how much Grandma loves her sister." It's obvious she doesn't love you guys. In such situations, Wei's mother doesn't need to step in. The children always retort, "We also like to love our sister. Do you have a problem with that?" The Wei family members agree that this retort is good. Politeness is only necessary for elders. Not everyone of a certain age deserves to be called an elder. Momo is only 3 years old this year, but she looks very cute. When she heard this, she hugged a soft doll made by Lin Junman, shook it gently, and ran over like a cute little duck. "Grandma, what delicious food is there?" Her sweet, soft voice instantly melted Zheng Yanjun's heart. She immediately thought of how soft and fragrant Lin Junman's little girl looked when she was young. "Grandma brought you some fruit-flavored candies. Try them." She magically took out a few candies from behind her and handed them to Momo. These candies she brought back from her last business trip to the capital. They are very popular with children there. Moreover, she bought them from a special foreign exchange shop, so they are hard to find elsewhere. The candies that make children in the capital love them are even more appreciated here. Momo took a first bite and immediately fell in love with them. "Grandma, this is so tasty. I want to give some to my brother and little aunt." Zheng Yanjun smiled warmly and asked, "You want to give some to your brother because he's also a kid, but why give some to your little aunt?" Momo shook her doll and pointed to her little dress. "These were made by little aunt for me, so I want to share my treats with her too." "Good girl." Zheng Yanjun couldn't help but sigh. She had seen many naughty children and their parents, and she believed that a child's behavior is closely related to their parents. Rarely do good children come from bad families. The Wei family may not be wealthy, but they have strong values. She feels reassured that her daughter married into such a family. As for financial conditions, as long as the family lives happily and peacefully, that's enough. Being rich doesn't necessarily mean someone is successful. While the grandparents and grandchildren were talking, Wei Qingyu and Wei Qinghao, 2 little boys, ran in chasing each other. Momo's eyes lit up. She quickly went forward and handed the candies to her 2 brothers. "Brothers, eat quickly. Grandma gave me these." "Grandma?" The 2 boys looked confused for a moment. "Did our grandma come?" Momo rolled her eyes disdainfully and pointed at Zheng Yanjun. "She is our grandma, not yours. One is 3.5 years old, the other 5. When they saw Momo's gesture, they understood immediately. Holding hands, they ran over and bowed. "Thank you, Grandma. Good children." Zheng Yanjun smiled happily. No need to be polite to Grandma. After sending the 3 children away, Zheng Yanjun returned to Lin Yunman's side, feeling very emotional. "Now I don't have to worry about your children's education anymore. Mom, you went out and came back full of thoughts," Lin Yunman said with a mix of tears and laughter. "The little one isn't even born yet, And you're already worried? Zheng Yanjun rolled her eyes at her silly daughter. What's wrong with me worrying? The baby isn't even here yet. I just think that elders should be reasonable and the older siblings are polite and well-mannered. Even if this child isn't perfect, it won't be too bad. Mom, you're just worrying too much, Lin Yunman shrugged. Don't you trust that I can raise the child well? Who can say for sure? The couple is good, but their child is a little troublemaker. Such examples are quite common. People argue their points, and Lin Yunman didn't want to fight with her mother over this issue. Zheng Yanjun's visit made Lin Yunman happy, but it also brought some trouble. Comrade Zheng, going out for a walk. Comrade Zheng, come visit my house. Yes, Comrade Zheng, my daughter-in-law is a great cook. Come try her food. Comrade Zheng. Since Zheng Yanjun was here, she couldn't stay at home all the time. Sometimes she had to go out. Also, the children called her Grandma Zheng, so everyone in the community knew her last name was Zheng. That day, when a car came to pick her up, most people in the community, except the Wei family, hadn't seen such a thing. But rumors spread quickly and became more exaggerated. Later, the stories became even more unbelievable. Did you hear? Lin Jiqing's mother is said to be a high-ranking official from the central government. Yes, I heard that too. Several cars came to pick her up. That's right. People in Zhongshan suits and military uniforms came too. It was quite a scene. Do you think we can ask her to help find jobs for our children? We can pay her. Yeah, with such a high-ranking official, arranging some jobs shouldn't be a problem. Because of this, Zheng Yanjun was immediately surrounded by many women and neighbors. Although Zheng Yanjun didn't know these people, her work mostly involved such folks. With just a glance, she could tell what they were thinking. As the saying goes, the eyes are the windows to the soul. Many people hide their true feelings well, but their eyes often reveal their greed and scheming. This annoyed Zheng Yanjun. However, she didn't want to cause trouble. First, because they hadn't said anything directly, and second, because she didn't want her daughter to get into trouble. Thank you all for your kindness, but I have already eaten at my son-in-law's house. Most people would leave immediately after hearing this, but perhaps because Zheng Yanjun's behavior seemed easygoing, they thought she was approachable. Just as they were about to say more, Sister Wei and Sister Wei from the fields came back and immediately understood what was happening. Oh, isn't that Sister Jinhua? So, today Brother Shun didn't go out gambling, and you have time to take a walk. And Sister Inhua, have you paid off your debts? Will the debt collectors stop coming? Annie Su Fun, I heard you're looking everywhere for someone to help your unmotivated son find a job. You seem to have the time to invite people for a meal. Did you manage to find someone? The two sisters-in-law worked together perfectly, catching the others off guard. Seeing this, no one dared to speak and quickly left in embarrassment. The noise faded away, and Zheng Yanjun smiled as she looked at the two women. Have you finished work and come back? Yes, Annie. Are you out for a walk? Did the three children cause you trouble? As soon as the bothersome people left, the two sisters-in-law's faces brightened. Sister Wei waved to Meng Meng. Meng Meng, come here. Not Mom. It's Mother. Meng Meng didn't move but corrected her mother seriously. Hi. Sister Wei chuckled.
Why?
You've always called her Mom, haven't you? That's because you didn't teach me. Little Auntie calls Zheng Grandma Mommy. Isn't Mom and Mother the same? Of course not, Meng Meng argued. I want to learn from Little Auntie. Why do you want to learn from Little Auntie? Because Little Auntie is a scholar. She writes articles for the newspaper, and the postman even gives her money. Since returning to a carefree life of leisure, Lin Junman had been feeling bored and had started writing a new novel, which she submitted for publication. Perhaps because of her previous experiences, she received a quick reply this time. Therefore, Lin Yunman received another payment for her writing. It happened to be when Meng Meng, the young girl, accompanied her. From then on, Meng Meng replaced her father in her heart as the most impressive person. She didn't say anything aloud, so Brother Wei always thought he was still the most impressive in Meng Meng's heart. Okay, your little aunt is the most impressive, Sister Wei smiled. Do you want to become as impressive as her? Yes. The girl nodded without hesitation. That's good. Sister Wei clapped her hands. In 2 years, I'll send you to school. You must study hard, understand? I will study hard. the girl promised confidently. Having achieved her goal, Sister Wei no longer worried about how to address her. Then, Auntie, we're going home to cook now. Since it wasn't very busy now, both Sister Wei and sister-in-law Wei went home to cook. When the summer and autumn harvests come, the whole family will cook and eat together, which also saves some time. For farmers, work points are their lifeline. During harvest time, they not only need high work points but also must harvest quickly, or the crops will rot in the field. No farmer would allow that. Lin Yunman was stunned when she learned all this. People she knew wouldn't dare ask for help so openly. How could a stranger have the courage to ask? It was simply outrageous, completely over the top. When Mother Wei found out, she almost exploded with anger. She wanted to roll up her sleeves and confront them immediately, but Lin Yunman and Zheng Yanjun quickly stopped her. These people really dare to think like that? Mother Wei panted heavily. At first, I thought they were joking when they told me. I didn't expect they'd really come knocking. Who gave them the nerve? With their son's behavior, anyone they get involved with will be unlucky. All right, Mother, don't be angry. The older sister-in-law and second sister-in-law already turned them away, someone said. Mother Wei sneered and turned to Zheng Yanjun. In-laws, if you encounter this kind of thing again, just tell them off directly. I'll support you. What a mess. I understand, in-laws. I won't be angry anymore. Zheng Yanjun smiled slightly. They're just thinking about it. They really believe work is so easy to arrange. Even if I ignore them, they can't do anything to me. Yes, Mother, don't be angry. If you get sick from anger, no one can help you. Let's not get upset over people who don't matter. Mrs. Wei sighed. Actually, they know it's hard to find work. But that's not the main reason they're acting this way. It's probably because our family is doing better now and we've married a daughter-in-law with a strong background. They're jealous and trying to cause trouble. If they talk too much and spread rumors, and if you start to dislike our Wei family or Lin family, they'll be happy if they can ruin your relationship with us. Really? Lin Junman was surprised. Why do they think they can ruin our relationship just by doing this? You're still too naive, Zheng Yanjun suddenly said. What your mother said is true. Many people in the countryside are honest and kind, but there's always a small group like this, just like in the city. Some people get poorer not because they have to, but because they're jealous of others' good lives. They talk behind people's backs, stir up trouble, and when they see others struggling or worse off than them, they feel satisfied. That's human nature. Our family's life is now very good, and with connections to the mayor, many people are jealous. Lin Junman was amazed and kept nodding. She had mostly met reasonable people before, but she had never seen such people before. So, listen more to your mother's advice, Zheng Yanjun said, gently poking her daughter's forehead. We've lived longer and see things more clearly than you do. Okay, Mom. Lin Junman agreed obediently. Zheng Yanjun only stayed for half a month, just as she said. Actually, from the 10th day, someone kept calling the village office looking for her. She kept delaying her return because she knew it would be hard to come back once she left again. She waited until the holiday was over. Junman, I'll come back when your due date is near, she said before leaving. Before she left, Zheng Yanjun handed Lin Junman a stack of money. It was their combined wages for this period. The money in the bank card was almost used up, and they also included Lin Yinyan's wages from the past year. Fortunately, everything turned out well in the end. Lin Junman kept refusing for a long time but finally had to accept. However, when Zheng Yanjun wasn't paying attention, she secretly put half of the money back. Although she didn't care much about that small amount of money, her parents would feel bad if she kept it all. So she decided to hold on to it for now and find a chance to return it later. After Zheng Yanjun left, her life went on as usual. Every month, Wei Yelin took her to the hospital twice for checkups. The Wei family had no objections. Pregnancy was a serious matter, and it was best to be cautious. Since they had the means, there was no need to take unnecessary risks. By the 8th month, Lin Junman's belly was very big, and her waist and legs often felt sore. This also affected her sleep. Sometimes she would toss and turn all night without relief, and her sleep quality dropped sharply. She felt very tired, and her mood was poor. She could clearly feel her body becoming heavier and less mobile. Wei Yellen was worried because the doctor said that as the due date approached, pregnant women shouldn't stay in bed all day. They needed to walk a little every day. Every time she walked, Lin Junman felt extremely tired. At night, she would sleep lightly and wake up easily. By the 8.5 month, she looked very worn out. "Honey, after this baby is born, we won't have any more children," Wei Yellen said, looking tired himself. He had lost more than 10 pounds. "Okay," Lin Junman replied, feeling very distressed. She saw that some pregnant women in the village found it hard to give birth, still working in the fields with big bellies. Could it be that she was just too delicate? Wei Yellen saw her agree and felt relieved. He secretly decided to get a vasectomy after some time. "What if I have a daughter?" Lin Junman suddenly asked. In the past, she didn't bother asking such questions. She thought that even if her parents and grandparents didn't like a daughter, she, as the mother, would love her. She also believed her adoptive parents would like this granddaughter. And from the Wei family acted, they wouldn't dislike a girl. But now, as her due date approached, her emotions were very unstable. Sometimes she would sit and feel like crying. Today, for some reason, she suddenly wanted to know the answer. Wei Yellen answered without hesitation, "My daughter, even if the whole world doesn't love her, I will love her." After saying this, he gently massaged Lin Junman's swollen legs and softly said, "Don't worry. If I have a son, I will protect you both with him. If I have a daughter, I will protect you too, mother and daughter." This was probably the most comforting thing he could say to her now. After hearing this, tears suddenly fell from Lin Junman's eyes again. Perhaps, given the status of the Lin family, the man in front of her seemed very ordinary. Although he had a job, he was not considered important in the Lin family circle. But for her, the person who could give her both words and actions enough safety was the most suitable person for her. "What is poison to others can be sweet to me." As time passed day by day, the atmosphere at home grew more tense. Even the 3 children were told that they could run around outside as much as they wanted, but once they returned home, they had to be quiet and behave properly, not to run wild. Moreover, the 3 children were very obedient. Every day during Lin Junman's walk, they would quietly follow her, even picking up small stones on the road and tossing them aside. Lin Junman's belly was already very big. Every time she walked, she had to drag her belly along, or else she felt uncomfortable, as if her internal organs were being pulled. At this pace, she could naturally carry on until her due date and then go to the hospital. However, in this world, good things rarely happen, and most things do not go as planned. Half a month before her due date, Lin Junman finished lunch and went for her usual walk in front of the house. Wei saw and Wei saw didn't come over. Wei's father went to the brigade office, and Wei's mother was tidying up in the kitchen. Since it was December, there wasn't much work in the fields, but the brigade office was still busy. Because many things needed to be settled before the end of the year, and plans for the next year had to be made, Wei's father sometimes couldn't come home for dinner. Most of the time, family members or children would deliver food. Things had been peaceful and uneventful before, so Wei's mother always finished cleaning the kitchen before going out for a walk with Lin Junman. Unexpectedly, something came suddenly and unexpectedly. Just as she stepped out the door, she hadn't gone 2 steps, and the 3 children were still at the doorstep, not yet out. Suddenly, 2 shadows rushed out diagonally, heading straight toward Lin Junman. "Little auntie," the screams of the 3 children echoed across the sky. Wei's mother in the kitchen trembled, and the bowl she was about to put away fell with a loud crash, shattering into several pieces. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Wei's mother hurried out in panic and immediately saw Mingming's small face covered with tears. "Grandma, Grandma," little Annie fell. "Grandma, there's so much blood." Wei's mother's vision blurred and she almost staggered and fell to the ground. How, quickly go find your parents and second uncle and second aunt." Everyone was still at home at this time, so the children could be found easily. Wei's mother patted her dizzying head, ran to the door, and looked out with a desperate expression. Lin Junman was lying on the ground, clutching her stomach, unable to make a sound. Her face was pale, and cold sweat covered her forehead. Seeing Wei's mother come out and wanting to speak but unable to due to pain, there were no other children around. Someone help! Wei's mother couldn't wait for the children to find adults. She shouted loudly into the neighbor's yard. Fortunately, there were people at the neighbor's house. Wei Chunmiao was sitting inside embroidering insoles when she suddenly heard the shouting outside, startling her so much that her needle pricked her finger. She hissed in pain and quickly threw the insoles into the sewing basket, rushing out. "Third Annie, what's wrong?" As soon as she came out, she saw blood flowing from Lin Junman's body and was immediately frightened. Wei's mother's tears started to fall. "Chunmiao, hurry and tell your third uncle at the brigade office. Say that Sister Man is about to give birth. Also, call Brother Lin. I'll go right now." Wei Chunmiao snapped out of her shock and ran towards the brigade office. Wei's mother suddenly found strength from somewhere and directly picked up Lin Junman, running into the house. Fortunately, the weather had just turned cold and the house was well heated. As soon as they reached the door, a wave of warmth hit her face. "Mother, my stomach hurts," Lin Junman said, gripping Wei's mother's hand tightly, her face pale. My baby, is everything okay?" "Nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong. Don't worry, man. Everything will be fine," Wei's mother said firmly, though she wasn't sure if she was speaking to Lin Junman or herself. But after hearing this, Lin Junman felt a little more at ease. In less than 2 minutes, Wei's second sister-in-law ran over, pulling the women from the brigade and the midwife who helped deliver babies. "Auntie, come look quickly." The old woman ran out of breath, stopping to roll her eyes and say, "My old bones almost gave out because of you." Second sister-in-law Wei looked worried and said, "Auntie, I'm sorry. My sister-in-law's situation is very dangerous." Mother Wei, impatient, said, "Auntie, please check what's going on." The old woman understood the urgency and didn't waste time. She looked carefully and said, "She's about to give birth. Can she hold on until we get to the hospital?" Mother Wei asked urgently. If they could reach the hospital, they would go. If not, she would have to deliver the baby here. The old woman was experienced in delivering babies. Seeing the dirt on Lin Junman's body, she quickly understood what had happened. No vital injuries, and when she fell, she supported herself with her elbows, so her belly wasn't hurt. "She can hold on until we get to the hospital." She didn't say another thing, but she was relieved that Lin Junman reacted quickly. If she hadn't, given the fall and her current condition, it could have been very dangerous. Mother Wei made a quick decision and said to Sister Wei, who was panting as she arrived, "Juanzi, pack some clothes, blankets, and the clothes prepared for the baby. Send them to the hospital. Ingzi, you and I will take your sister-in-law to the hospital, and Auntie, please come with us too. I worry about accidents on the way." "Okay." Mother Wei gave the orders. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw Big Brother Wei and Second Brother Wei arriving with a bullock cart covered with thick straw. Dad called Lindsay at the brigade. "He should be on his way back now," Big Brother Wei explained quickly. "No need to explain, let's go now." Everyone hurriedly carried Lin Junman onto the cart and covered her with 2 thick quilts. On the way, Lin Junman's belly twitched with pain. Big Brother Wei was a good driver, fast and steady. Halfway there, they met Wei Yellen, riding a bicycle and rushing over in the cold wind, his face red. Because they left in a hurry, he only managed to take his coat, leaving his scarf behind. He only buttoned one button on his coat. When Lin Junman reached out to hold his hand, he quickly avoided her. "Wife, I'm cold." He put his cold hands in his pockets to warm them for a couple of minutes. When they didn't feel so cold, he carefully reached into the quilt and took Lin Junman's hand. On a normal day, the usually cheerful man was now crying, his voice trembling with emotion. "I'm fine," Lin Junman said, taking a deep breath before closing her mouth. Although she hadn't experienced childbirth herself, she knew it required a lot of strength. Right now, she felt a bit weak. It was better not to say too much. Wei's mother was also angry inside, but now wasn't the time to argue with those 2 kids. Her daughter-in-law and grandchild were the most important. The cart sped toward the hospital. As soon as it stopped, Wei Yellen wrapped Lin Junman in a blanket, picked her up, and hurried into the hospital. "Doctor, Where's the doctor? A nurse quickly stepped forward. What's wrong? My wife is about to give birth, Wei Yelin said anxiously, almost pacing. Where are the doctors? Which way should I go? The nurse led him quickly. Follow me. Another nurse had already gone to inform the doctor. Maybe because it wasn't a busy day, the doctor arrived very fast. As soon as Lin Junman was placed on the bed, Wei's family was asked to wait outside. Wait outside. Watching the door close in front of him, Wei Yelin felt like his heart was thrown into a hot pan, flipping and turning, making it hard to breathe. He wanted to go in and stay with her, but every second was precious. He couldn't bother the doctor, so he had to wait outside, feeling anxious and helpless. The whole process of Lin Junman's delivery lasted about 3 hours. Wei Yelin waited outside many times, almost unable to hold back and break in, but his reason kept him in check. God bless. God bless. He kept praying, clasping his hands together. He usually didn't believe in these things, but now he didn't care anymore. Wei's mother watched nervously and slapped his hand. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Wei Yelin turned his head with red eyes, sounding like a trapped animal crying out. Mom, I really can't accept losing her. I'm just scared. He had felt the blood when he carried her down earlier. If only he had known earlier, he would have taken leave during this time. But how could he have known everything in advance? Frustrated, Wei Yelin slapped himself hard across the face, and his face immediately swelled. He always thought he could protect her, but it seems many of his misfortunes were caused by him. If she had gone back to the city with her parents and married a high-ranking official's child, she wouldn't have been bumped into by children running around, and going to the hospital would have been just a few steps away. It wouldn't be as inconvenient as it is now. He chuckled bitterly, feeling like a useless person. Wei's mother opened her mouth but couldn't speak. She didn't know what to say. If Lin Junman were her daughter, she would probably be furious with her son-in-law after such an incident. I entrusted my daughter to you, and this is how you treat her? Oh, right, I haven't called the in-laws yet, Wei's mother suddenly remembered. Ingzi, go call Manman's parents. Mom, maybe later, after my younger sister comes out. Wei's second sister-in-law hesitated. Otherwise, calling now might just make them worry unnecessarily. She wasn't sure what the final outcome would be. Wei Yelin's heart suddenly tightened. Just then, a nurse came out. Wei Yelin quickly grabbed the nurse's sleeve and begged, Doctor, if anything happens, please save the mother and baby. The nurse looked at Wei Yelin with a complicated expression, as if she were looking at someone mentally challenged. But Wei Yelin, lost in his emotions, didn't notice. After the nurse went inside, he stood outside the door like a stone, waiting anxiously. After what felt like 3 long hours, the big door finally opened. The nurse came out holding a small bundle and handed it to the waiting crowd. Congratulations, mother and baby are safe. Wei Yelin didn't take the baby. He stared inside eagerly. Where's my wife? The same nurse looked at Wei Yelin with a somewhat complicated expression. She had seen many new mothers' family members react when they first come out. Usually the husband is the first to focus on the baby, rarely paying attention to the mother. Moreover, many men and in-laws tend to choose the baby over the mother without hesitation. But this family was different. Their first concern was the mother. Don't worry, the mother just fainted from exertion. She'll be fine after resting for a while. Then Lin Junman was pushed out on a hospital bed. Her hair was soaked and stuck to her scalp, her face was pale, and her lips lacked any color. The person closed their eyes and fell asleep. If it weren't for the faint sound of breathing, you might think they had already passed away. 2 nurses helped push the patient into the ward and then left. Before leaving, they reminded Wei Yelin, the mother had a premature birth due to shock. Although she successfully delivered the baby, her body was quite hurt. It's best for her to stay in the hospital for a few days to observe her condition. Okay, I will handle the admission procedures now. Seeing Lin Junman still sleeping, Wei Yelin quickly went to take care of the paperwork. The nurse's words made him a bit worried, so he decided to stay for a week first. After that, he would decide whether to continue staying based on her condition. He then borrowed the hospital's phone to inform the Lin family. When he returned to the ward, he saw Wei's father and others had already arrived, holding the baby and looking at him with curiosity. Father, mother, Wei Yellen greeted them. Is everything done? Wei's mother asked as she looked up, then took the baby and handed him to Wei Yellen. Here, this is your son. Take a look. Son. Wei Yellen was stunned. Isn't it a daughter? Wei's mother paused, holding the baby, and gave Wei Yellen a disapproving look. Still hoping for a daughter? You're not that lucky, Wei Yellen. I want to see him. His disappointment was only for a moment. As long as the baby was Lin Man's, he liked him. Before he could take the baby from Wei's mother, Wei Yellen's hands froze. Although the baby was still wrapped in a blanket, he was clearly a tiny bundle. Carefully touching the soft cheek of the baby with his fingertips, Wei Yellen almost cried. Mother, I'm afraid to touch him. Haha, Wei's eldest sister-in-law couldn't hold back her laughter. Don't worry, little brother. All babies are like this, so you need to be very gentle. Nothing else is a big deal. Wei's mother rolled her eyes. Good grief. If you don't practice now, when the baby cries at night later, you can't just rely on Lin Man, right? Although Wei Yellen hadn't taken care of a baby before, he had seen how his 3 younger cousins looked when they were small. He suddenly got a surge of motivation. Mother, teach me. Wei's mother was pleased and started to teach Wei Yellen how to hold the baby properly. Newborn babies are very soft, including their bones. So, when holding them, you must not use too much force. First, lay the baby flat on the bed. Support the neck with one hand and the hips with the other. Then, use both hands to gently lift the baby. Then, adjust the baby's head and neck to rest on the elbow so that the baby feels comfortable. Mother Wei demonstrated. This is how to hold the baby horizontally. Of course, you can also try another way. When holding the baby upright, first let the baby lie on your chest. Make sure the baby's eyes are above your shoulders and keep your hands supporting the baby's head and neck. Also, watch out not to block the baby's nose. Don't hold the upright position for too long. About 2 minutes each time is best. Mother Wei showed 3 ways to hold the baby. Then Sister Wei and second Sister Wei added 2 more methods. After practicing these techniques, Wei Yellen's forehead was covered with a light layer of sweat, and his hands and arms trembled slightly. Of course, it wasn't because the baby was too heavy, but because he was nervous. Fortunately, he not only learned all these methods but also became more skilled at them. Mom, Man is still sleeping. Let's go buy some ingredients to make her something to eat. They came in such a hurry that they didn't prepare anything. Luckily, they had just finished dinner. Otherwise, they might not have the energy to give birth to the baby. You're right, Mother Wei agreed. You were supposed to wait here, but since you know the town better, it's easier for you to buy things. After wrapping the baby and placing her near Lin Junman's pillow, Wei Yellen and Mother Wei went out first, heading to his workplace. Buying supplies at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative Grain Station requires tickets. He needed to go to the factory first to get some tickets. With his position at the factory, it was easy for him to get some tickets in advance. And as he expected, they soon arrived in front of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Mother Wei bought some rice and eggs. Since the new mother had just given birth, her stomach and intestines hadn't fully recovered, so she needed to eat light foods for a day, like rice porridge and egg soup. Are we going to borrow the kitchen from the cafeteria? Mother Wei asked, carrying the bags. Let's ask first. Wei Yellen thought for a moment. The hospital cafeteria depends on how many people there are. If it's not crowded, we can borrow it. Let's go see first. Mother Wei decided immediately. If not, we can ask the neighbors nearby to borrow their kitchen. I believe someone would be willing if we offer a small payment. Today, they were lucky. Out of 3 stoves rented by the hospital, 2 were available, so they started working right away. When the porridge was ready, Lin Junman was brought into the ward. She had already woken up but felt very weak. She turned her head gently and looked at the child beside her. When she heard the door open, Lin Junman raised her head and called out, Mom, you're awake. How do you feel? Wei Yellen quickly set the porridge aside and hurried over to sit by her bed, asking with concern. I'm fine, just very hungry. Lin Junman felt helpless. She was so hungry she felt like her front and back were pressed together. Giving birth really is a tiring job. Thinking about the sharp pain she felt while lying in bed still made her a little scared. She really didn't want to go through that pain again. She truly admired women who gave birth to 3, 4, or even 7 or 8 children. Didn't it hurt? I made porridge for you. Eat it while it's hot, Wei Yelin said quickly, standing up and bringing the bowl over. The doctor and your mother said you can only eat light food now. It's better for your health. Once you feel a bit better, we'll help you recover fully. It's okay, help me sit up, Lin Junman said clearly with no objections. The hospital bed now couldn't be adjusted like in later times. Wei Yelin held her and helped her sit up, then wrapped her in a thick blanket. I'll feed you, Wei Yelin insisted. You can't get cold now. It's very cold outside. If you catch a cold, you'll be the one to suffer. Lindsay is right, Wei's mother agreed. Man, just sit comfortably and let him take care of you. Wei's mother was very understanding. When she gave birth, her mother-in-law kept telling Wei's father to serve her. Now it was her turn to watch her daughter-in-law give birth, so she wouldn't be mean. After a few unsuccessful protests, Lin Junman felt at ease and enjoyed herself. She was really too weak to do anything else. Wei's mother was experienced at making porridge. Under her guidance, Wei Yelin cooked a bowl of porridge that was fragrant, soft, and sweet. Lin Junman drank 2 bowls in one go. After drinking, she felt very sleepy. She closed her eyes and soon fell asleep. Seeing her asleep, the Wei family quietly left the room. There's nothing more to do now. You can go back first, they said softly. Wei Yelin looked at the time. It's already afternoon. I asked for 3 days off from the factory when I came. So, I will stay here and take care of her for the next 3 days. No, I must stay, Wei's mother said firmly. Manon just gave birth, and there are many things to watch out for. You're a grown man who has never experienced this. So how can you take good care of her? Wei Yelin hesitated. That might be true. Wei's mother snorted. Of course it is. That's why we are here at the hospital. Your older sister-in-law brought everything needed, so everything is ready. Are we all going back now? Wei's father pointed to himself. Yes, Wei's mother nodded. As for meals, I don't believe that with you 2 sons and your wives, we would let you go hungry. I didn't say that, Wei's father muttered. He knew it wasn't right for him to stay. Besides being the team leader, he was very busy. Even if he wasn't the team leader, his daughter-in-law just had a baby, and as her father-in-law, staying here would be inconvenient. Then it's settled, Wei's mother said impatiently. You can leave now. Wei's older brother and second brother looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They came just to watch, like passing by. Their wives at least touched their little nephew's hand, but so far, they hadn't even held his hand, and now they had to leave. Could they object? No, they couldn't. Wei Yelin didn't know how other families' newborns looked, but his own child was very red all over. It wasn't as wrinkled as a little monkey, but it wasn't very pretty either. At first, Lin Junman didn't notice anything unusual, but when she woke up the second time and looked at the baby, she saw that the baby's eyes were tightly closed and hadn't opened once. At first, she thought the baby was sleeping with its eyes closed. But when she woke up again and looked at the baby, its eyes still hadn't opened. Mother, is there something wrong with the baby's eyes? Why are they always closed? Lin Junman was a little worried. She remembered reading novels where babies were born with big, bright eyes looking around. Why was her baby different? Wei's mother was startled by Lin Junman's loud voice and hurried over, worried that something was wrong. When she finally understood, she couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She quickly comforted her, saying, It's okay, man. This is normal, but it's really fine, Wei's mother patiently explained. Some babies can open their eyes right after birth, but those babies are all full-term and born naturally. Since your baby was born early because of an accident, it might also affect the baby's ability to open eyes. But it's okay. Maybe tomorrow, or at most in 2 or 3 days, the baby's eyes will open. Really? Lin Junman was half convinced. Yes, really. Wei's mother nodded confidently. You should relax and not worry too much. Pregnant women should avoid stress during the postpartum period, as it's not good for your health. Still feeling unsure, she wasn't overthinking on purpose. It was just that she cared deeply about her child. As a parent, she naturally thought more about these things. But her mother-in-law had more experience and explained things logically. Now, all she could do was wait. Sure enough, the next morning, Lin Junman woke up early and turned her head to see the little baby next to her had already opened his eyes. The surprise was so sudden that she froze. Her mother-in-law was right. Without thinking, Lin Junman leaned closer and stared at the baby's big eyes. After about 5 seconds, the baby's mouth twitched slightly. Although it was a tiny upward curl with some drool at the corner of his mouth, Lin Junman firmly believed that the baby was smiling at her. Mommy's good big boy, so well-behaved. In that moment, Lin Junman felt as if she had the whole world. A deep sense of satisfaction filled her, almost making her cry. Since she had been alone for a long time, she hadn't felt this kind of blood connection in a while. It was wonderful. This was her most precious treasure in the world. As the mother and son looked at each other and smiled foolishly, Wei Yelin came in holding a water cup and a toothbrush. Seeing the scene, a smile also appeared on her face. "You're here." It was Lin Junman's voice that finally broke the silence and woke him. "Yes, I'll brush my teeth first," Wei Yelin said, raising her toothbrush. "Mom is making porridge for you, okay?" With Wei Yelin's help, she brushed her teeth without getting out of bed. Lin Junman lay comfortably, playing with the baby and asking, "When can I leave the hospital?" Sure enough, regardless of past or present, she still disliked the smell of disinfectant in hospitals. "Your health is the most important," Wei Yelin insisted strongly. "Stay here for a week until the doctor says you can go home, but I could rest at home too." Lin Junman was reluctant. She already felt her body was fine. Unexpectedly, Wei Yelin, who had always been easy to talk to, was very firm on this matter. "No, you must follow the doctor's advice." "My mother also agrees." After several unsuccessful protests, Lin Junman had to give up and obediently stayed in the hospital. On the third day, after receiving visits from Xiaoxi's Yuanwan, Shui Xiaoyu, Lu Haomiao, and Xie Yun, they were relieved to see Lin Junman was okay. They played with the baby, left some health supplements, and then left. Her recovery was quite good. After 5 days, the doctor checked her and said, "Rest well when you go home. Avoid cold wind and cold foods. Young people are healthy, but you shouldn't take chances. Otherwise, you'll regret it later." "Okay, we understand." "Thank you, doctor." Wei's mother also felt relieved. She packed all her belongings, and Wei Yelin took leave to help bring her back. Thanks to his good relationships and other reasons, his leave was easily approved. According to the original plan, Weigo would come in a carriage to pick them up. But just as they stepped outside, they saw a jeep parked outside the hospital. Standing in front of the car were 2 familiar figures. "Dad, Mom." Lin Junman was surprised and happy. "When did you arrive?" Just as she was about to run over instinctively, she realized she was in Wei Yelin's arms. Because the doctor repeatedly warned that during the full moon postpartum period, she must not get cold or be exposed to cold wind, Wei Yelin was very thorough in enforcing this. He even didn't let her walk on this short trip, saying, "The ground is cold. Even if you're wearing shoes, the cold can enter your body through your feet. That's why many people feel cold in winter even when wearing cotton shoes. So, to avoid catching a cold, I decided to hold you and take you directly to the car." Mrs. Wei was happy to see the scene. She thought, since her daughter-in-law doesn't love her enough, she can't rely on her as a mother-in-law. Although she considers herself a good mother-in-law, she knows that her own husband's love is the most important. Otherwise, if she ends up in the hospital someday, the consequences could be serious. Lin Junkuan was somewhat more restrained, but Zheng Yanjun was already crying. Man, you've suffered." She didn't know what had happened, but since her due date was still far away, she could guess that something bad had occurred. She could tell it wasn't done by the Wei family, but she also knew that if the Wei family let a pregnant woman be in such danger, they were partly to blame. Her rational mind told her not to blame them, but her feelings made it hard to control. Right now, she was still somewhat polite to Mrs. Wei, but she didn't have a good attitude toward Wei Yelin. She even hated those 2 children more, because she had been worried about her wife's health and hadn't gone back home, so this problem remained unresolved. Also, Mrs. Wei didn't recognize who those two children were because they had already run away when she came out. But it didn't matter. According to her mother, the three nephews knew exactly who that naughty kid was. When the kid hit someone, the first thing they did wasn't to ask for help but to run away. It showed that the children weren't good kids. They almost caused her wife and child to lose their lives, which meant they had made a deadly enemy. Even if he couldn't do anything about the children, could he still do something about the adults? Moreover, he wasn't a saint who wouldn't hit children. If his own children weren't taught properly, then let others do it. Although he was very angry inside, Zheng Yanjun knew it wasn't the time to pursue these matters. He kept a stern face, helped Lin Junman into the car, and they drove back to the Nanjing team. Mom and Dad, where did you get this car? The atmosphere inside the car was too heavy, so Lin Junman had to find a topic to talk about. Hearing her daughter's question, Zheng Yanjun's expression softened a little. Your dad borrowed it from the police station. We'll return it later. Oh, I see, Lin Junman nodded. How long are you planning to stay this time? Your father can only stay for a week, but I can stay for half a month, Zheng Yanjun said, tapping her daughter's forehead. Otherwise, do you think we just came now? When they first received the news, they were very worried. But at their level, taking 3 days off is already difficult, let alone staying so long. Especially now, the city is more chaotic, and the situation is still unclear. As the second-in-command, Lin Junquan finds it even harder to leave. Fortunately, he has a good relationship with the top leader, and after returning recently with strong measures, he has really scared some scheming people into not daring to act up. But he can't be away for too long, or some previous efforts might be wasted. Tell me what happened, Zheng Yanjun said seriously. Be clear, Lin Junman looked around nervously and explained hesitantly. Actually, this was really an unexpected event. Then she described everything that happened that day in detail. After she finished, Lin Jingquan and Zheng Yanjun didn't say anything. Wei Yelin also didn't know what to say now, and the car became quiet again. This was one of the few times Lin Junman felt time was moving very slowly. She wished she could get home immediately. Finally, they arrived home. With everyone's help, they arranged Lin Junman into a clean, prepared room. Wei Yelin silently left without saying a word. Lin Jingquan had been watching him closely and then followed outside. In the yard, 3 children were playing quietly with small stones. Wei Yelin walked over and waved. Hao, Xiuyu, Meng, come here. Hearing the uncle's voice, the children quickly stopped what they were doing. What's the matter, uncle? Wei Yelin forced a smile and asked. Good kids, can you tell uncle who pushed your aunt that day? I know. As soon as Wei Yelin finished speaking, Hao raised his hand. It was Manju and Manton. Hao, are you sure you saw clearly? Wei Yelin asked again, checking. Did you see it clearly? Hao immediately became defensive. I'm sure I saw it. Don't believe me? Ask my sister. Meng also nodded confidently, her pigtails bouncing. Brother is right. It was the table and Manton. Wei Yelin's face darkened. He suddenly stood up and silently walked outside. Full Table and Full Store are the children of a notorious troublemaker couple from the Nanjing Brigade. This couple is very difficult to deal with in the brigade. They can be called thugs and scammers. Many people in the brigade initially didn't realize how much trouble they caused, but after more encounters, everyone saw through them. Since then, no one wanted to interact with them. Adults often told children, you must not play with the Full Table and Full Store brothers, understand? Why not? There's no reason. Their parents are not good people. If you go play with them, your mother will disown you. That's right. You should just be a son to the Full Table's parents. In fact, many children didn't need to be threatened. They just naturally avoided playing with the 2 brothers. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes to phoenixes, and mice to mice who dig holes. The brothers didn't inherit any good qualities from their parents. But they did learn to act like thugs and bullies, just like their parents. When they were 4 years old, they tried to pull down a little girl's pants, making her cry, and they just laughed on the side. But that was just kids being kids. With proper guidance from adults, it could be fixed. However, these 2 parents didn't educate their children. Wei Xuedong, the father, even took his son to secretly watch girls bathing. By the ages of 7 and 8, the brothers were already swearing constantly, making them disliked by many in several nearby brigades. Wei Yelin silently arrived at Wei Xuedong's yard. The two children had already gone out to play. Since a long time had passed without anyone coming to settle accounts, the children, unaware of the serious consequences, had already forgotten about it. Instead, both adults were there. Wei Xuedong was curled up on the cold Kong, heated bed, sitting next to his wife, both munching sunflower seeds. Most families prepare firewood before winter for cooking or heating, but this couple was too lazy to go up the mountain to chop wood. So, in winter, they could only shiver in bed, relying on their body heat to stay warm. When it was too cold, they would sneak out to steal firewood from neighbors' doors or sheds. More than half of the families in the Nanjing Brigade kept dogs, and this couple played a big role in that. Wei Yelin walked over and, without hesitation, kicked open the door. The old, weak wooden door couldn't hold up and swung open twice before falling off completely. The loud noise startled the two people inside. Wei Xuedong jumped in surprise and cursed. "Who dares to cause trouble at Grandpa's house? Are you tired of living?" Wei Yelin sneered and said, "What's it to you, Grandpa?" As peers, Wei Xuedong had known Wei Yelin since childhood because he often got into fights with him. He was very familiar with his voice. Wei Yelin," Wei Xuedong stammered. "What are you here for?" It was better not to say anything, but as soon as he spoke, Wei Yelin's anger flared up again. "Oh, so my wife has suffered so much, and you still don't know anything? Very good." Wei Yelin, furious, smirked and quickly stepped forward, grabbing Wei Xuedong by the collar and dragging him outside into the yard, then threw him to the ground with a loud bang. He didn't use much force, but Wei Xuedong was thrown off balance and fell hard, dazed for a long time. Although Wei Xuedong's wife was usually fiery and often won fights among women, she was also scared of Wei Yelin when he was this angry. Suddenly, fists rained down on Wei Xuedong like a storm, knocking him senseless. He instinctively raised his hands to block and dodge, unable to remember to fight back. Seeing this, Wei Xuedong's wife became anxious. She grabbed a small stick about a child's arm thick and swung it at Wei Yelin. This hit the back of his head. If struck, it could at least cause a concussion. Wei Yelin had been fighting since he was young and had never lost. If a woman hit him, it would be embarrassing. Halfway through swinging the stick, Wei Yelin saw it coming. He dodged quickly, grabbed the other end of the stick, and pulled her toward him. Men are usually much stronger than women, especially when furious. The strength was many times greater than usual. Wei Xuedong's wife was pulled off balance. Before she could steady herself, she felt a sharp pain in her stomach. Her body spun around, and with a heavy thud, she hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Oh no. I think I'm going to die." Wei Yelin did not hold back with his kick. Although he usually doesn't hit women, he believed it depended on the situation. Facing this woman who indirectly caused his wife to almost lose her life and nearly gave him a concussion, he saw no reason to argue calmly. Wei Xuedong also got angry. He got up and kicked towards Wei Yelin's lower body. Wei Yelin dodged to the side. Just as he was about to strike back, a sneaky foot suddenly appeared from the side, kicking Wei Xuedong back to the ground. The couple ended up tangled together on the ground, unable to get up for a while. "Dad?" Wei Yelin asked in surprise. "Yes," Lin Jingquan nodded coldly. "Are these two kids from this family the ones who started it?" "Yes," Wei Yelin quickly replied. "They're not good kids. The way our child ended up like this is all their fault. And the child, coincidentally, Lin Jingquan also didn't want to let the matter go easily." "I'm going to find him now," Wei Yelin said, and the two of them agreed quickly. Lin Jingquan stayed in the yard watching the couple, while Wei Yelin went out to look for the child. Wei Xuedong was furious inside. He was about to lose his temper. Recently, the team leader had been ordering them to clean the cattle shed and pigsty every day for reasons he didn't understand. Since they successfully started raising pigs in Yangyang Brigade, Wei's father also sent someone to learn some methods. Now, there were 10 pigs in the pigsty. They could slack off a little in the cattle shed because those people were still there. But the pigsty was different. Wei Hongbing, who managed it, was very strict. He insisted on cleaning it thoroughly every day, with no room for laziness. After 5 days, Wei Xuedong and his wife felt like they reeked of pig manure. The main problem was that the reasons for punishment kept changing. Even excuses like sneaking off to poop during work were used. They knew deep down that the other side was just looking for trouble, but they couldn't fight back. Finally, today they were told they didn't have to go, so they lay on the bed for a while. But soon, Wei Yelin, who was acting crazy, beat him up again. Life was becoming unbearable. Most frustrating was that he seemed to hear that his 2 little kids caused the trouble. But those kids didn't say what happened. As a father, he felt this beating was completely unnecessary. There was also the fierce man in front of them. With just one kick, he felt like his internal organs were almost shifted. Looking at his expression, he doubted that if looks could kill, he would have already died 100 or more times. Lin Jingquan looked around, then simply took a chair from inside the house and sat down confidently. Wei Xuedong wanted to run out and find someone to help, but when he saw Lin Jingquan's cold stare, he felt a shiver and crouched down, not daring to move. Even the men didn't dare to move, and his wife was even more afraid. For a moment, the yard was very quiet. In less than 10 minutes, Wei Yelin appeared at the door, carrying 2 small children, one in each hand. The 2 little kids, who had been so loud and proud earlier, were now crying and sniffling. They hadn't even entered the house before their voices started. "Dad, Mom, it's just us, wah. Mom, someone hit your son. Please help me hit back." Their crying sounded like a wolf's howl, making Lin Jingquan frown. Wei Yelin's scalp tightened, and he scolded, "If you don't want to get hit, shut up." Maybe the 2 kicks earlier worked, because the kids immediately shut their mouths and didn't dare to speak. When they saw their parents lying on the ground, their silence stretched on even longer. "What did you 2 little brats do?" Wei Xuedong was furious. Before Lin Jingquan and Wei Yelin could speak, he exploded. The 2 kids were stunned by the scolding, their mouths pouting, and about to cry again. Wei Yelin quickly took control. "Tell the truth, don't cry." Before they could even finish crying, their sobs were cut off, and they hiccuped suddenly. "Did you push Aunt Mengmeng earlier?" At first, the kids didn't remember, but after hearing this, they suddenly remembered. Their eyes darted around nervously, avoiding their father's gaze. Seeing this, Wei Xuedong immediately understood what was happening and felt his heart sink. His wife wanted to say something, but when Wei Yelin and Lin Jingquan gave her cold looks, she quickly shrank back and said nothing. Wei Yelin was truly not a man. He even hit women. Ugh. But she dared not say it aloud, only cursing silently in her mind. Wei Yelin didn't care. With a cold face, he threw the 2 kids in front of Wei Xuedong. "My wife almost lost her life. You deal with it." After speaking, he stood behind Lin Jingquan and didn't say a word, just quietly watched. Honestly, he found it hard to hit 2 kids who were only 7 or 8 years old. He had already kicked them twice, which was enough. But he could leave it to their father to handle. If he didn't want to teach them a lesson, he wouldn't mind teaching their father instead. Wei Xuedong's eyes flickered as he endured the pain in his body. "Lindsay, look, I'm a bit hurt from your hits and can't get up. Maybe we can wait until I feel better and then you can teach these 2 little guys a lesson." He had only 2 sons in his life, and he didn't want to hit them. If they held a grudge, what if they refused to help him in the future? Wei Yelin sneered and clapped his hands. "Sure, actually your son doesn't have to be hit." "Really?" Wei Xuedong was happy inside, but before he could smile, Wei Yelin rolled up his sleeves and walked over, wearing a familiar sneaky smile. As long as his father takes the hit for him, without warning, he threw a punch directly at Wei Xuedong's eye, almost instantly forming a black eye. Ow! The punch was so hard that Wei Xuedong shouted and jumped up. "I was wrong. I was wrong." Kids who don't listen usually deserve a beating. Afraid that Wei Yelin might hit him again, Wei Xuedong quickly grabbed a nearby table, pulled down his pants, and slapped his own bare bottom hard several times. "Paw, paw." The crisp slapping sounds kept ringing out. The onlookers were so shocked by the scene that they forgot to run away. After about 10 hits, Lin Junquan finally took pity and said, "That's enough." Wei Xuedong's heart was bleeding, and he hurriedly stopped. But before he could feel relieved, Lin Junquan spoke again. "There's one more. Both of them were responsible for hitting his daughter. One had already been punished. How could the other escape?" Wei Xuedong felt helpless and hated himself, but he forced a weak smile on his face and repeated the same treatment for Man Tun. The yard was filled with the crying of the two children. Only then did Lin Junquan stand up contentedly. "No more next time. You should be glad I didn't really hurt anyone today." Wei Xuedong almost cried. "Uncle, do you call that not hurting? You kicked me so hard, I almost saw the king of hell." But he still honestly said, "Yes, yes, yes. If I find out again that you bully my daughter or that your wife or children bully my granddaughter, I promise you'll be in bed for a month, and even the doctors won't find any problems." Wei Xuedong isn't really a brave person, and today, the crazy attitude of the father and son really scared him. He thought only someone with mental issues would bother this crazy family. "Uncle, don't worry. I promise to take good care of my wife and children and not to bother your daughter or grandchildren." He looked so confident he almost swore an oath. "Let's go." Seeing his serious attitude, Lin Junquan finally relaxed and turned to tell Wei Yelin to leave. Before leaving, Wei Yelin made a fist at the two kids, and seeing them shrink back, he was satisfied and left. Kids who are naughty only listen after a good scolding. Back home, it was almost time for lunch. Lin Junman was holding the baby and feeding him milk. Wei's father called Lin Junquan to the main room. Wei's mother and Zheng Yanjun sat nearby chatting. "Where did you go?" After feeding the baby and patting him to burp, Lin Junman put him down to lie down and asked. "I went to settle some accounts," Wei Yelin said vaguely, then leaned over and kissed Lin Junman on the face. "Wife, how do you feel? Any discomfort?" "No." Lin Junman shook her head. "The room is warm enough, no cold wind blowing." "That's good." Wei Yelin relaxed. "If you feel uncomfortable, tell me right away, or if you want to eat or drink something, let me know in advance." "I know." Lin Junman smiled and pinched his nose. "What's wrong with you today? You're acting strange." "Isn't that how I am every day?" Wei Yelin hummed, suddenly hugging Lin Junman and speaking in a muffled voice. "Wife, you've worked hard." "Yeah." Lin Junman patted the sleeping baby and raised an eyebrow, turning her gaze. "So you better treat me well, or I'll take the kids and make sure you can't find us." "No way," Wei Yelin said firmly, grabbing Lin Junman's sleeve. "I won't do anything to hurt you. Life is long. Let's see how you behave." Lin Junman shrugged, not planning to argue further. Anyway, she is not the only one responsible for supporting the child. Arguments and disputes always require cooperation from the other side. Lin Junman didn't play along at all. Wei Yelin wanted to argue but couldn't, so he had no choice but to reluctantly change the subject, secretly deciding, it's just about showing performance. He will definitely do well. Lin Junquan may look tough, but when he holds the child, he is very skilled, better than Wei Yelin, the biological father. Knowing he wouldn't stay here long, he spent his free time this week playing patiently with the child. As a result, when he left after a week, the child woke up and cried loudly because he couldn't see his grandpa. Only Lin Junman, the child's mother, could distract him. Everyone else's comfort didn't work. Lin Junquan, a big man with a soft heart, almost wanted to leave everything behind and stay here to spoil his grandson. Of course, that's not possible. When it's time to leave, he still has to go. Man, are you really sure you won't go back to the city for a short while?" Lin Junquan asked seriously. "I can still help you find a job." He felt he owed his daughter a lot and wanted to make up for it. For most people now, having a good job is very important. Especially for a girl, having a job makes her look better in her future husband's family. Although the Wei family now doesn't look down on their daughter. "No need, Dad," Lin Junman said softly, glancing at her son in her arms. "I want to stay here and build a good bond with Zhou. When he's a bit older, I can go back to the city to work." Zhou is his nickname. His full name is Wei Yunju. It was decided after discussion between Wei Fu and Lin Junquan. Wei Yelin, the father, didn't get involved at all. He didn't even get a chance to speak. When Lin Junman was in the modern era, she saw many children who didn't grow up under their parents' care for various reasons, and as adults, they had distant relationships with their parents. She didn't want to become like that. Plus, the child is still young, and she doesn't feel comfortable going to work and rushing back to feed him. There are less than 2 years before the college entrance exam. She needs to study hard so she can get into university. That would be a good outcome for both the Wei and Lin families. Lin Jungkoon saw that his daughter had made up her mind and no longer tried to persuade her. He decided to wait until she wanted to work before making arrangements. Later, when you have time, bring Xiao Wei and the kids to the city for the new year, Lin Jungkoon said, placing a peace charm into the baby's swaddle. Since you've been here for 3 years, you haven't gone back yet. Dad, that's almost here, Lin Junman chuckled. And brother is almost getting married too. You're right, Lin Jungkoon said cheerfully. I almost forgot. Your brother will marry Wanwan next year. When that time comes, you have to come too. Of course I will go back. That's my family, right, Dad? Lin Junman winked playfully. Of course, Lin Jungkoon said with a big smile, showing his wrinkles. Your mom has been looking forward to retiring soon so she can enjoy time with her grandchildren. Then I need to remind my brother quickly. He's too slow, Lin Junman pretended to be annoyed. After joking around for a while, Lin Jungkoon had to leave when his time was up. A rare feeling of sadness came over Lin Junman's heart. The father-daughter bond between her and Lin Jungkoon seemed to become more real. Sometimes she even thought her experience of traveling into a book was just a dream, or that she was actually the character Lin Junman in the story. But on the other hand, Jung Yanjun was much more carefree. Hurry up and go. You still have a big mess to deal with. Lin Jungkoon was helpless. He waved his hand and got into a rickshaw, which quickly turned into a small black and disappeared at the end of the road. Children grow quickly. When they are born, they are wrinkled little red monkeys, but in 10 days the redness fades and they become chubby and white. Their skin is very soft. If you press a finger into it, a tiny dent appears, but it slowly returns to normal after a while. Lin Junman often loved to touch her son's soft skin, but she, along with Wei's mother and Jung Yanjun, firmly opposed poking at his face. She remembered the first time she poked Ku's face. Jung Yanjun had slapped her hand without hesitation, turning her hand red. Lin Junman was so surprised she asked, Mom, why did you hit me? Jung Yanjun said annoyed. If you poke or pinch Ku's face again, I will hit you. Mother Wei watched happily and explained, Man, your mom also cares about Xiao. Kids' faces are often pinched, which can cause one side to become bigger than the other. In serious cases, I heard about a child in the neighboring team who was only 7 months old. Because he was cute, people often pinched his face. Later, the pinched side became so damaged that the child's face was scarred. As he grew older, the scar also grew. That's so scary. Lin Junman was startled and quickly withdrew her curious hand. Although I don't know why, it's true, Mother Wei said helplessly. That girl still can't find a marriage because of her facial scars. She walks with a hunched back. I've seen something like this back home too, Jung Yanjun said seriously, seeing Lin Junman take it seriously. Not just you, everyone should be careful not to pinch babies' faces. If something happens, where will you cry? Of course I won't, Lin Junman promised firmly. She knew the serious consequences of such actions. How could she let this happen? Is it okay to stop the danger before it even begins? Actually, little babies love talking to adults. There are many ways to communicate. Man, you can explore slowly, just don't touch them again. Okay, Lin Junman agreed happily. She now found caring for children quite fun. Only those who have been orphans understand the overwhelming loneliness and suffocation. To her, the child is not just a relative connected by blood, but also a bond to the world. With the help of Jung Yanjun and Mother Wei, not only Lin Junman but also Wei Yelin can skillfully change diapers, help with urination, and assist with bowel movements. They can also interpret the child's expressions and cries to understand what the child needs, whether to poop, eat, or go outside to play. Mother Wei and Jung Yanjun, using the child as a link, grew closer and closer. Eventually, when Lin Junman realized it, they were calling each other sisters. Sister, It's a pity you'll leave tomorrow, Mother Wei said with regret. Yeah, the new year is coming soon, Zheng Yanjun said sadly. It's a pity I don't have a holiday. I could have stayed to celebrate the child's full moon. 1 week from now will be Zhao Zhao's full moon celebration, and Zheng Yanjun feels quite regretful when she thinks about it. But she knows she can't stay until then. I don't even want to go back. How about I retire early? Zheng Yanjun suddenly asked out of the blue. That sounds great, Wei's mother exclaimed happily. By then, forget about Zhao Zhao's full moon party. Just stay at my house for the new year. Unfortunately, I'm not of retirement age yet. Zheng Yanjun shook her head, feeling disappointed. Although Wei's mother isn't a government official, her husband is a brigade leader who is busy all year round. That's not even mentioning her own friends. She already knows Zheng Yanjun is the director of the Women's Federation in Huiyang City. That's a city-level official. How could she just do whatever she wants? Fortunately, Zheng Yanjun only sighed about it. Wei's mother thought for a moment and then went to open the storage room, starting to organize some local specialties from her home. Miss Wei, what are you doing? Zheng Yanjun's eyes widened in surprise. Wei's mother was dragging things out in small bags, some even packed together in burlap sacks. She brushed off the dust from her hands and said dismissively, "The dust here is really thick. You're going back tomorrow, right? I figured there's not much good to bring you, but we have some local specialties with nice flavors. You can take them to give as gifts or enjoy yourself. Either way works. I can't carry so much." Zheng Yanjun smiled wryly. "And after I go back, Lin and I usually eat at the cafeteria. We only cook at night or on days off. I'm worried the food might spoil if I bring too much." Huiyang City is in the south, where the air is humid, and it's also the rainy season. She's afraid that if she keeps the food for too long, it will mold and go bad. That would be a real waste. But Wei's mother wouldn't listen. Then just go home and cook more. Homemade food is nutritious. If it doesn't work out, you can use it as gifts or to show kindness. It's a good idea. Under Wei's mother's insistence, Zheng Yanjun packed a large bag before leaving. Though her pregnancy was difficult, the timing was quite good. Soon after Zheng Yanjun left, she attended Zhao Zhao's full moon celebration. In just over half a month, the new year will arrive. Because of this, Lin Junman had a very comfortable postpartum period. Of course, it would have been even better if she could ignore the strange mix of smells in the house. Previously, her body, which had been slightly injured from childbirth, had almost fully recovered thanks to a month of nourishing soups and broths prepared by Wei's mother. Wei Yelin took the doctor's advice very seriously. Every day, he would come back with either carp, pork trotters, a chicken, or a duck. Seeing Lin Junman's body improve visibly made her feel relieved. However, Lin Junman was a bit tired. "Mom, I really feel almost better now. Starting tomorrow, I don't need to eat these things anymore." She clicked her tongue, feeling her mouth was almost numb from the blandness. Local people generally believe that postpartum meals should be light and preserve the natural flavor of the food, which is believed to be better for recovery. So, whenever Wei's mother made her soup, she only added a little salt for taste and nothing else. Although Lin Junman usually preferred her soups to be light, she couldn't stand drinking the same bland taste every day for a month. Pork trotter soup, carp soup, egg soup, old duck soup, or chicken soup all tasted the same. But her protests were useless. Wei's mother calmly placed a bowl of chicken soup in front of her. "Drink it. I've added a little less pepper this time." "Really?" Lin Junman's eyes lit up. "Really?" Wei's mother nodded confidently. Excited, Lin Junman happily picked up the bowl and drank. The taste was very mild, and she wondered if her mind was just playing tricks on her. After finishing the chicken soup, Wei's mother took the bowl away. Meanwhile, little Zhou started to whimper. Lin Junman turned her head and saw the little one moving his mouth a few times, blinking his eyes, as if he was about to wake up. She immediately understood. She was familiar with the little one's small movements now. This one was hungry and wanted milk. Although she had never breastfed before, Lin Junman knew some basic facts. For many infants, breast milk is the most nutritious, so she insisted on feeding her own child. When Zhou was picked up, He smelled something familiar and instinctively leaned his head toward Lin Junman's chest, making soft cooing sounds. Lin Junman's heart melted. Good baby. Eat your food quickly, then sleep peacefully. Little Jojo's eyes hadn't opened yet. As soon as she found food, she happily started to suckle. As the full moon celebration approached, Lin Junman gradually prepared to leave her confinement period. Originally, according to the doctor, it was best to stay in confinement for a full 2 months, but now it was clear that she couldn't wait that long because the new year was coming. Lin Junman didn't want to spend her new year still lying on the Kong, heated bed during her confinement. She would go crazy if she had to do that. The Wei family couldn't argue with her. Fortunately, her health was recovering well, so they agreed to let her leave confinement early. This is also why Lin Junman wanted to finish having children while she was still young. When you're young and healthy, even if you're pregnant and giving birth, your body can heal itself from some of the damage. But as you get older, your body can't keep up, and injuries often don't heal on their own. She also wanted to finish having children early, so she could start taking care of herself sooner. When her son grows up, she dreams of walking down the street, holding her handsome son's arm. Every mother's biggest wish is to walk down the street with her tall, handsome son, and be mistaken for a couple. Wei Yelin's first son, and also his only child in the future, so this time Wei Yelin was determined to have a good full moon celebration. Locals believe that if a baby survives the first month, they've passed a big hurdle. So, when a baby turns 1 month old, parents usually hold a full moon ceremony to celebrate the milestone, wish the baby good health, and pray for a bright future. They invite family and friends to witness and bless the child. Most friends and relatives, except those who really don't want to come, are usually invited. To Lin Junman's surprise, 2 of her factory leaders also came this time. Early in the morning, Lin Junman quickly got up to wash herself. She hadn't bathed in a month. Although Wei Yelin would wipe her hair with a towel every day and wipe her body every few days, she hadn't taken a proper bath. She had protested a little, wanting to wash with water, but Wei Yelin, who always listened to her, insisted on her not doing so. So, after a month without a proper bath, she felt like she was covered in dirt. Wei's mother was prepared. She got up at 5 o'clock and boiled a big pot of water in the kitchen. Lin Junman washed herself first, then bathed the baby and changed into clean clothes. In addition, they put small gloves on the baby early on to reduce skin contact with relatives and friends. Many people in the countryside are not very careful about hygiene, and since the baby is fragile, any accident could be serious. After the celebration, they also clean the baby promptly. The traditional full-month celebration used to follow strict procedures, but now, due to current circumstances, many steps are not openly followed. Otherwise, it would be obvious that they are giving something to others, and Wei Yelin naturally does not want to do such things. Wei's father was very happy today, so he was the first to speak. Friends and relatives also brought gifts to congratulate. Since Wei's older brothers already have children, they mainly celebrated Wei's father's joy of having a new baby and a full-term birth. Wei's father accepted all the gifts happily and smiled as he took everyone to sit at the table. Soon after, Lin Junman carefully wrapped the baby tightly, leaving only the face visible. The barber called earlier by Wei's mother was already waiting nearby. In the local tradition, when a baby turns 1 month old, they get their first haircut, called cutting the baby hair. Usually, a barber is invited to come to the house, and after the haircut, they give a tip. The baby wears new clothes, and during the haircut, the forehead is left with a smart hair, and the back of the head is left with a supporting root hair. The cut hair must be carefully kept. Following Wei's mother's instructions, Lin Junman wrapped the baby's hair in red cloth, sewing it onto the pillow, and some places rolled it into a ball, wrapped with colorful thread, and hung it on the bed to ward off evil spirits. Of course, the latter practice is no longer done, or rather, it is not safe to do so now. After the haircut, Lin Junman quickly carried the baby to greet friends and relatives at their tables, a necessary step. Close friends and family often prepare small gifts for the baby, but most give money. Even if the amounts are small, like a few cents or coins, it is a sign of good wishes and blessings. Lin Junman herself is not short of money, so She doesn't care about the amount. After greeting everyone, she quickly went inside the house. Although the baby behaved well today and did not cause trouble since the weather was cold, it was better to carry the baby back inside rather than let it stay outside for long. When the baby gets older, they can go out for walks. The guests who came were very satisfied, as Wei's family prepared excellent food, mostly hearty dishes. Wei Yelin's factory boss left behind 2 small silver bracelets before leaving, just the right size for a baby's wrist. Lin Junman saw that Wei Yelin didn't object, so she obediently took them. She figured she could find a way to return them later. After the full moon celebration, the new year arrived quickly. This year was the easiest for Lin Junman to get through. Wei's mother handled everything, while Wei's eldest and second sisters came to help on New Year's Eve, the busiest day. People didn't openly perform ancestor worship, but secretly paying respects at home was common. So Lin Junman relaxed and took good care of herself and the baby, occasionally helping out, but she didn't do any heavy work. The Wei family celebrated the New Year more grandly than she ever had. They had many more dishes, some of which Lin Junman had never seen before. Wei's mother noticed Lin Junman's interest and patiently explained while cooking. Lin Junman listened with curiosity, but she couldn't guarantee she would remember everything. She thought the baby would be very noisy at night, but surprisingly, the little one only fussed a bit in the womb and was very quiet after birth. The baby was smart. When hungry or needing to go, he would hum or make sounds to signal. He also used different signals, making it easy for Lin Junman to tell what he needed. By the time the baby was 3 months old, he grew quickly, his skin on his face and body becoming whiter and softer. Every time Lin Junman looked at him, she couldn't help but want to bite him. When the first batch of spring wheat was planted, Lin Junman received calls from her brother and parents. Man, I'll be back next month to get married. Do you want to prepare to go home now? Next month? Lin Junman was surprised. June, yes, Lin Enyan's voice was happy. The weather will be nice then. It will be convenient for you and your brother-in-law to bring the baby back. Sure. I'll definitely go back for my brother's wedding, Lin Junman agreed, without hesitation. That afternoon after hanging up, Yuanwan came to see her. Man, Lin Junman turned and saw Yuanwan outside the yard, a mischievous smile on her face. Come in. Yuanwan smiled and stepped inside. I have something to tell you. What's the matter? Lin Junman gently rocked the cradle and said casually, Let me guess, it's about marrying my brother. Yuanwan wasn't surprised. She had probably heard about it from Lin Enyan earlier. Yes, Yuanwan admitted openly. I'm here today to ask when you'll go back, whether you'll leave early or go with us. I'll leave early, Lin Junman teased the baby. It's a good chance to help my mom prepare things for your wedding, and I haven't been back in a long time. I want to go back early and stay for a while. That makes sense, Yuanwan said, still admiring Lin Junman's attitude. When do you plan to leave? I need to talk to Gai. He might not be able to go with me. Wei Yelin has a formal job and can't leave just like that. After chatting with Yuanwan for a while, Zheng Yanjun's call came. Man, your brother told you, right? Yes, Mom, Lin Junman replied softly. I'll wait for Yi to come back tonight, then discuss with him and choose a good day to go. That's great. Zheng Yanjun's voice was full of happiness. I'll clean up the room you used before. After Lin Jingquan and his wife returned home, they organized and returned the original room to the two of them. The room was messy from being rummaged through, but the layout was intact. Zheng Yanjun also tidied up the room after returning, and now it was spotless. All that was left was to air the quilts, and they could move in. The weather in May and June was sunny, so there was no shortage of sunshine. Lin Junman was also infected by Zheng Yanjun's happiness and couldn't help but smile. At dinner that evening, Wei Yelin returned. After Lin Junman shared the news, Wei's mother agreed. Your mom is right. It's been so long since Lindsay visited your mother-in-law's house. That's not right. You two should discuss it and pick a good day to go back. Okay, Lin Junman said, feeling relaxed. That night, lying on the Kong bed, Lin Junman patted the baby's back to lull him to sleep, then turned over and asked, Do you have time here? Too long definitely won't work, Wei Yelin thought for a moment. But I can ask for leave first, take you to stay with your parents for a while, and when my older brother gets married, I'll go over. That works too. Lin Junman agreed with the plan. If the child has trouble staying up late, she would consider that. But since Jojo is so well-behaved, she doesn't need much adult attention. Taking care of her alone is also possible. Tomorrow, I'll ask at the factory to adjust the schedule, Wei Yelin decided quickly. By the way, when is your older brother's wedding? June 12th. Okay. Their factory allows for shift rotations, and his master hasn't retired yet. Even if he takes some time off, his master can cover for him. Plus, there are 2 apprentices below him, so taking a break for a while is not a problem. Wei Yelin is always quick and decisive. The next day after work, he brought good news home. Man, I've taken 10 days off to take you to see your parents. We can leave the day after tomorrow. Really so soon? Lin Junman was surprised. She thought it would take longer since it's a long holiday, not just a day or 2. Of course your matters come first, Wei Yelin said with a smile. Then he changed the subject, sounding a bit reluctant. But that means I'll be separated from you and our son. It's not forever, Lin Junman said calmly. At first, she didn't feel it was a big deal when things weren't settled. Now that everything is decided, she can't wait to go back as soon as the time comes. She's never really lived in that house, just sneaked in at night to look around. Then start packing tomorrow, Wei Yelin quickly arranged. When you go with the child, don't bring too much, just change of clothes, diapers for the kid. I'll give you some extra money and tickets. If anything's missing, just buy it there. Call me if you run into any problems. Okay, I got it, butler, Lin Junman replied happily. Despite that, Wei's mother packed several large bags. When the time comes, just watch the child. Let Linzi, a grown man, carry these things. They couldn't refuse, so they had to take everything. The train ride would take 3 days and 2 nights. Wei Yelin specifically asked the factory director to help, bringing his work ID to buy 2 soft sleeper tickets at the station. Soft sleeper tickets are hard to get at this time. Without a work ID, it's almost impossible, which is why Wei Yelin asked the factory director for help. The safety in this area was not very good, especially for the 2 of them with a child. The soft sleeper carriage was safer than the hard seat area. Some unknown people couldn't even enter. Compared to the hard seat carriage, there weren't many people in the soft sleeper because it was very expensive. Many people couldn't afford it and just bought a hard seat instead. So, their compartment was very spacious, with no one else getting on at the stop. Lin Junman carried a small bag and held her child tightly. Wei Yelin was holding many things in both hands. After they put their luggage away in the compartment, they finally relaxed. It would be great if no one else got on until we reached the final station, Lin Junman said, looking at the seat across. Wei Yelin couldn't help but laugh. We'll be traveling for a long time, so that probably won't happen. Lin Junman rolled her eyes and waved her hand dismissively. I know that. I was just thinking aloud. It was quite cost-effective for 2 people to share a soft sleeper compartment instead of buying separate tickets. They joked for a while, and the baby in her arms started to whimper. Wei Yelin looked over and raised an eyebrow. Looks like this little one wants to eat. Since the baby was 6 months old, Lin Junman had been feeding him a mix of breastfeeding and solid food. After about a week of practice, the baby was now accepting it well. It was inconvenient to breastfeed on the train, mainly because she was worried someone might suddenly come in. So, Wei Yelin skillfully took out a bottle, along with a can of formula and a spoon, and scooped a big spoonful of formula into the bottle. Stay here and watch the baby while you rest. I'll go get some hot water, he said. After giving the instructions, Wei Yelin left with the bottle. But no one expected that in just a moment, Lin Junman would encounter trouble. Wei Yelin first went to the train staff's lounge in this carriage to get hot water, but it was empty. He then continued walking forward, heading to the dining car. It was 4 carriages away from where Lin Junman was, so it took some time to get there and back. The train staff regularly brought hot water to the carriages because passengers paid for the service. During the time when Xiao Zhou was drinking milk, it was not the train attendant's water-serving time, which led to Wei Yelin leaving and a troublemaker taking advantage of the situation. This troublemaker comes from a relatively well-off family, spoiled by his grandparents and mother, and often acts recklessly with cats and dogs. He especially likes to tease and bother pretty girls. Moreover, he sometimes uses his family influence to challenge others, even risking trouble. Lin Junman didn't expect Wei Yelin to be gone for so long. She thought he would be back soon, so she didn't close the compartment door. She adjusted her sitting position, holding Xiao Zhou in her arms and playing with him. From outside the carriage, you could see her side face clearly. Because she had given birth and become a mother, her figure was a bit fuller than before. When facing her child, her whole demeanor becomes gentle. This combination of qualities, along with her different style of dressing, made her stand out in a time when most women didn't pay much attention to fashion, attracting the attention of a troublemaker. This troublemaker had recently been involved in trouble at home for teasing a girl, and her family had sent him away to stay with relatives to avoid further issues. Unexpectedly, he was still the same troublemaker, and by chance, he ran into Lin Junman on the train. He didn't see Wei Yelin leave, and some luggage was under the bed, so he thought Lin Junman was alone. He was bold and barged in, closing the door behind him. At first, Lin Junman thought Wei Yelin had returned when she heard the noise. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly realized something was wrong and looked up to see a man with bad intentions. His gaze reminded her of Lu Lizhi from Xiangyang Brigade, a look that made her want to tear his eyes out.
Who are you?
What do you want? Lin Junman instinctively hugged her child tighter. Hee, I don't want to do anything, Xiao Qingyu said casually, flicking his hair. I just want to chat with you, sister-in-law. I don't want to chat with you, Lin Junman said coldly, reaching into her pocket and holding a chili spray. If you know what's good for you, get out now. Otherwise, when my man comes back, you'll regret it. She was not threatening anyone. Xiao Qingyu, who was the tallest at about 1.70 meters, would lose if anyone was even a centimeter taller than her. In front of Wei Yelin, who was over 1.80 meters, she looked like a little chick, easily pushed down and pressed against the ground. The words had already been spoken clearly, but Xiao Qingyu was stubborn and refused to believe that Lin Junman was talking about a man. So, what about your man? He wanted to make milk for the baby. Haha, I knew you, sister-in-law, should find a more reliable excuse. Men don't usually do things like making milk. That's women's work. She then raised her eyebrows playfully. Sister-in-law, just chat with me for a bit, and I'll leave. How about that? After saying this, she proudly reached out to try to touch Lin Junman's face. Unbelievable. Could she really tolerate that? Lin Junman slapped away Xiao Qingyu's hand. No, I won't. Lin Junman, unable to bear it anymore, stood up, placed the child on the soft bed, and took a bag to block the child's view. Then, in front of Xiao Qingyu's indifferent eyes, she quickly sprayed chili water and kicked hard at her private area, suspecting that this person had often taken advantage of girls before. She might have even done worse things. If it had just been her alone, with the child, she would have to worry about this person taking advantage of her. Xiao Qingyu let out a heart-wrenching scream, echoing through the small carriage. This wasn't the first time Lin Junman had done this. They say practice makes perfect. She performed the two actions smoothly, with Xiao Qingyu covering her eyes with one hand and her lower body with the other, not knowing which to protect first. Both were important, but Lin Junman didn't want to sympathize with her. Taking advantage of her inability to get up, she quickly opened the carriage door, picked up the child, and went to find the train attendant. She was joking. She had already paid, so her safety shouldn't be threatened. Just as she took a few steps forward, she saw Wei Yelin rushing over hurriedly. What's wrong, man? There's no water here. I ran a bit far just now. Lin Junman, holding the porridge, took a breath and pointed to the carriage. A hooligan rushed and tried to take advantage, but I knocked her down. She should still be inside. What? Wei Yelin was surprised and angry. Is that true? That guy doesn't look friendly. I was worried he might hurt the kid, so I knocked him down and then ran away. I'll go check, Wei Yelin said and rushed forward, but Lin Junman didn't have time to stop him. And honestly, she didn't want to stop him. That guy deserved a lesson. Sure enough, before she reached the door of the compartment, a figure was forcefully thrown out from inside. He was slammed straight into the wall of the train carriage with a loud bang. The milk bottle in his hand was placed on the table inside. Wei Yellen rolled up his sleeves and tilted his chin at Lin Junman. "Go find the train attendant." "Okay," Lin Junman responded and walked in another direction. Before leaving, she looked at Xiao Qingyu on the ground, who was crying out in pain, with a look of pity. "I told you my man was here, but you didn't believe me." Xiao Qingyu had just suffered a series of hits and was close to breaking down mentally. He wasn't a very brave person to begin with, and now he was completely soft. Brother, big sister, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please forgive me." He was also gasping for air, as Lin Junman was worried about causing a serious incident, so she left some room for mercy. Otherwise, if it had been the last time with Lu Lizie's scheme, he wouldn't even have the strength to beg for mercy now. The train attendant was quickly called over by Lin Junman, along with 2 police officers. When they arrived and saw Xiao Qingyu battered and bruised, lying on the ground like a dead fish, only breathing heavily, they were stunned. Seeing the police and train attendant, Xiao Qingyu seemed to see saviors. He widened his eyes and desperately reached out toward them, begging, "Please, save me." This confusing move left the police and train attendant baffled. It was truly a rare sight. It was the first time they'd seen someone ask the police for help, as if they were a life-saving straw. Their eyes involuntarily flicked to the side, where Wei Yellen, dressed somewhat disheveled, was standing. His eyes lit up. "Wow, this soldier looks promising." The police officer was a retired soldier and admired such a strong build. "Young man, are you in the military?" "No." Wei Yellen shook his head. "Just an ordinary person." That's a shame," the police officer said regretfully. Joining the army to defend the country would be so good. Wei Yellen was not angry and smiled, saying, "As long as you have a kind heart, you are contributing to the country wherever you are." "That's true." "I was narrow-minded," the train attendant said, waving his hand. "Tell me, what's going on?" Lin Junman quickly explained everything that had just happened, without exaggeration. The train attendant looked at Xiao Qingyu on the ground and said, "Wow, kid, daring to harass a woman in broad daylight. Do you know that's called being a bully?" Yes, Xiao Qingyu almost cried. When he saw Wei Yellen's gaze, he shrank back. "I know I was wrong. Please, just take me away quickly." The train attendant and the conductor both felt speechless. With such small courage, he still dared to act like a bully. Surviving until now without being beaten up is a miracle. After the train attendant took Xiao Qingyu away, the 2 of them returned to their compartment, which still smelled faintly of chili. "When did you prepare the chili water?" Wei Yellen asked with some doubt. He didn't seem to see Lin Junman prepare any chili water. Lin Junman explained calmly, "Earlier, we encountered human traffickers and Lu Lizie. I thought it was quite dangerous for a girl to be alone out here. Although you came with me this time, I also brought a child. We had to walk a long way, and if you left me and the child behind, what would happen? So, I brought some chili water I made earlier for self-defense. See, I didn't need to use it. Comrade Lin, your awareness is very high." Wei Yellen couldn't help but praise with a thumbs up. He didn't think Lin Junman was wrong to do this. A girl being cautious is how she avoids harm. They talked for a while, and the milk in the bottle was almost warm. Lin Junman carefully fed it to the child. Watching the little mouth move, Lin Junman couldn't help but smile. This little one, I really don't know if he's naturally calm or just a bit clueless. Such a big commotion and he still isn't awake. Look at his face, not changing at all. Although babies don't have many expressions, the smile on his lips remained the same, not moving at all. It's okay, don't worry. As he grows up and makes friends, he'll start to get lively. By then, you'll probably be eager to kick him out in frustration. How do you know so clearly? Wei Yellen suddenly felt a bit shy. Because I used to be like that. I don't know if my mother ever told you, but I started to become the kids' leader in the team when I was 5 years old. Back then, my mother almost every day had to chase me away with a feather duster. Why didn't you want to move before age 5? Because I thought they were too childish. Also, their fights were too weak, so I wasn't interested. Wow, I didn't expect you to be quite aloof, Lin Junman said with interest. Why did you suddenly become the kids' leader later? I didn't want to either. Wei Yelin shrugged. It's because the kids outside the team bullied ours. A bunch of silly kids, and they even lost fights. I couldn't stand watching. When kids fight, adults usually don't get involved, understanding it's just part of growing up. If kids lose a fight, they can just fight back and win next time. Only a few spoiled children, pampered by their families, would go complain to adults after losing a fight. Most adults feel it's awkward to step in, but some, overly protective, might come angrily to settle scores. Of course, they usually don't get any advantage. When adults interfere in kids' fights, what does that solve? And the child, who lost the fight, often ends up isolated by the others. Kids look down on adults who run to tell their parents after losing a fight. If you love to complain so much, then just play by yourself from now on. After we found our ground that time, they accepted me as the leader. I see, Lin Junman said suddenly. Looking at her son, she couldn't help but laugh. Of course, I don't want Jojo to become a troublemaker, but he shouldn't be too honest either. Otherwise, he'll definitely get into trouble as he grows up. Although introverted and extroverted are just two personality types, most people clearly prefer extroverted individuals. Wei Yelin didn't agree. It doesn't matter. As long as I can find a wife in the future, that's enough. At the next stop, no one got on the train. Lin Junman tidied up her bedding and changed Jojo's diaper. Rest for a while. It will be dark by the next stop, okay? Lin Yunman yawned, feeling a bit sleepy herself. Wei Yelin was feeling better and carefully took the porridge bowl into her lap. Both of them were on the lower bunk, so they didn't have to climb up and down. When she opened her eyes again, it was indeed dark outside. She could faintly hear the announcer saying that their next stop was coming soon. There are food vendors outside. Potato strips, braised eggplant, braised pork, minced meat tofu. Which one do you want? Wei Yelin quickly asked when she saw Lin Yunman wake up. Earlier, he had already fed the porridge and some snacks to the baby. Now, the baby was wide-eyed and curious, looking out the window, even though she couldn't see much. I'll have a portion of braised eggplant, Lin Yunman decided after thinking. Okay. Wei Yelin hurried out to order a portion of braised eggplant and some braised pork. When he came back, he took 2 tea eggs from his bag, peeled one, and placed it in Lin Yunman's lunchbox. Eat quickly, or the food will get cold and not taste good later. The train kept swaying on the road. At first, Lin Yunman was quite interested and felt pretty energetic. But by noon the next day, she felt like all her bones were about to turn to jelly. She had no strength to do anything. She had slept well last night, and no one had come up to bother her. Still, every time she traveled by train or plane, she felt as if she had been very sick, and she didn't know why. Rest well. The child is with me, Wei Yelin said. Hearing this, Lin Yunman looked at Wei Yelin and felt a mix of envy and frustration. When will I have your energy? Wei Yelin raised an eyebrow proudly. Keep exercising. At the next stop, 2 people got on, another couple holding a little girl. Judging by their clothes and manners, they seemed to be well-educated. Lin Yunman secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If it had been a difficult, nagging old lady or a lively, energetic kid, she would have been really worried. But now, she seemed to have good luck. Both the couple were on the upper bunk. After placing the child there, the woman politely nodded at Lin Yunman, who also smiled back. But during lunch, Lin Yunman realized her previous thoughts had been too naive. It turns out that being exceptional isn't just like those old ladies who often slap their thighs, but even men can be truly outstanding and not inferior to women. Hearing the sound of the stewardess approaching, Lin Junman stood up and said to Wei Yelin, I'm going to get some water to mix the porridge with milk, okay? Just as Lin Junman was about to leave with the bottle, she heard a lazy male voice inside the compartment say, Go get me a glass of water with goji berries and tea leaves. When the water isn't too hot, remind me to drink. Also, prepare a meal for me, 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable dish. You know my taste. Lin Junman froze at the door. She was stunned. If she remembered correctly, this should be on a train. Can you really order food according to your taste on a train? That seems impossible. And needing someone to remind you to drink water? If someone reminds you, you might as well just go ahead and ignore it. Lin Junman thought that with her quick temper, she would have smashed something on the man's head by now. The woman might resist like that, but she should at least react somehow. But to her surprise, the woman obediently stood up and softly said, "I'm going now." After that, she rummaged through her money and tickets, then looked up hesitantly and said, "I don't have enough money and tickets. Can you give me some more?" Her tone was so humble that Lin Junman immediately thought of the humble maids she had seen in TV dramas. Some of those maids even sounded more confident than her. When she heard it was about money, Lin Junman could almost imagine the man's tone, impatient, annoyed, and irritated. Since ancient times, money has always been the hardest thing to ask for, except for those old men who borrow money. Sure enough, damn it, you useless woman, how come you already have no money after just a short time? The man cursed loudly as he casually grabbed his briefcase and threw it at the woman's head. Take it yourself. If you dare to take more, see how I deal with you. Lin Junman? Wei Yellen. The woman involved, however, lowered her head and obediently picked up her bag from the ground, taking out 2 ration tickets from inside. Now, buying things on the train requires tickets. Of course, some people can buy without tickets, but the price is a bit higher. Lin Junman watched helplessly as the woman drew water, bought food, wiped tables, and called people to eat and drink. Her fists had already hardened. But even so, the woman looked like she was used to accepting things. Lin Junman, even if she disliked it, didn't want to interfere suddenly. Otherwise, she might end up in a bad situation where no one would treat her well. Forget it, if I don't see it, I won't be bothered, Lin Junman muttered to herself. She bought some food and prepared formula, then came in and placed it in front of Wei Yellen. Eat quickly. It seemed like these two were still traveling with them. Sure enough, the train stopped at each station, and neither of them showed any signs of getting off. Because of this, Lin Junman endured another day and a half of leftover feudal customs. "If you dare do that again, I will kick you out," she said eagerly as the train arrived at the station, hugging her child and rushing down. She was afraid that if she stayed a moment longer, the little one's ears would suffer more. Indeed, being with someone she disliked or who had a different aura made the air feel suffocating. Lin Jingquan and Zheng Yanjun stood in front of the busy station, looking anxiously at the passing travelers. "Old Lin, do you think they'll arrive soon? Can we see them from where we're standing now? And I wonder if little Zhu still remembers me as her grandma." Zheng Yanjun kept muttering, unable to sit still unless Lin Jingquan was watching her. Lin Jingquan felt helpless. "Zhu was less than a month old when you left. How could she remember you? She probably didn't even see you clearly." Zheng Yanjun pouted unwillingly. "I know that. I'm just saying." Yes, Lin Jingquan quickly nodded. He listened carefully. "It seems like the train that carried Junman just arrived. Look carefully, okay?" Zheng Yanjun immediately brightened, her eyes wide with anticipation, afraid of missing anything. Meanwhile, Lin Junman was also looking around, not forgetting to hold her child tightly. "Keep your eyes open. My parents will come to pick us up. Don't miss them." Wei Yellen was helpless and kept agreeing. I know. You've said it several times." Lin Junman glared. "I'm just worried you'll forget. It won't happen. Wei Yellen quickly shut up, sensing the situation, and looked at the crowd outside the station. It turned out that being tall with long legs was very useful at this moment. Before Zheng Yanjun and Lin Junman saw each other, Lin Jingquan and Wei Yellen's eyes had already met. The father and son's eyes lit up at the same time, and they almost spoke together. Man. Dad. The group successfully reunited. Lin Jingquan was driving a company car provided for him. Although it was his assigned car, it wasn't exclusive. Other leaders also used it, and he just paid for the fuel when needed. With Lin Jingquan's help, Wei Yellen quickly put the luggage in the back of the Jeep. 2 more people could fit comfortably. "Dad, Mom, you must have been waiting a long time." Lin Junman handed the child to Wei Yellen, who had freed her hands, and gave Zheng Yanjun a big hug. Zheng Yanjun affectionately patted Lin Junman's back, You, girl, even as a mother, are still so impatient. Lin Junman chuckled. I'll never grow up in front of my parents. Zheng Yanjun couldn't help but laugh. You little rascal. Even Lin Jingquan, who had been serious the whole time, showed a rare smile. As the old saying goes, it's true. Daughters are better. If it were a son, he definitely wouldn't say such sweet words now. I've already tidied up the house. When you go back, you can move in directly. Mom is the best. Lin Junman quickly flattered. Hearing this, Lin Jingquan suddenly looked displeased. He pretended to cough seriously, but his head didn't move, as if Lin Junman's words were just her imagination. But Lin Junman knew very well it wasn't a mistake. She was about to burst out laughing. She never expected her serious father to have such a side. She cleared her throat and said solemnly, Of course, Dad is the best too. Lin Jingquan was satisfied and ignored Zheng Yanjun's almost rolling eyes. The car drove to the big courtyard, just in time for lunch. People nearby, heading home from work, had already started returning. When they arrived, it was the early rush hour, and they all knew each other, familiar neighbors and friends. Zheng Yanjun had been cleaning and airing the quilt for days. Everyone in the courtyard knew that Lin's daughter, who had cut ties and gone to the countryside as a youth, was coming back. Old Lin, old Zheng, have you picked up the person? Lin Jingquan rolled down the car window, and Zheng Yanjun smiled warmly in reply. Yes, we've picked them up. Then she turned to pull Lin Junman's clothes. Man, say hello to Aunt Du. Lin Junman carefully searched her memory for information about Aunt Du, finally recalling her from a corner of her mind. After the original owner's family had trouble, she wanted to forget everything about that time. She kept her head down when walking near the courtyard, afraid of being recognized and embarrassed. Because of this, that part of her memory was locked away like trash, left untouched for a long time. And before the original owner could come out of her shell, she had already passed away, so Lin Junman only remembered after a long search. Hello, Aunt Du, Lin Junman said with a smile, leaning in to greet her. Aunt Du was a round, chubby middle-aged woman with a kind face that made people feel at ease. But her mouth was sharp as a knife, and she was never polite to those she didn't like. She said what she thought. Many women with tricky minds were a bit afraid of Aunt Du, so they rarely dared to offend her. However, Zheng Yanjun was very close to her. Since they met at the courtyard, they had become like sisters. Last time, when the Lin family had trouble, Aunt Du and her husband tried to help. But their opponents were well prepared and quick, catching everyone off guard. This time, when Lin Enian helped clear the family's name, Aunt Du and her husband also contributed a lot. Man, you're getting more and more beautiful. Aunt Du praised generously. Your mom said you have a little baby now. Let me see. Lin Junman looked down at her child, feeling a bit shy. Aunt Du, Cuckoo is sleeping now. When he wakes up, I can either bring him to show you or you can come see him, whichever works. That's fine. Aunt Du agreed happily. It's better not to disturb the sleeping baby. Her children had been very lively when they were young. When they slept, she never dared to move, or they'd wake up and start crying loudly again. Zheng Yanjun smiled. We'll head back now. Come visit us later. Go ahead. Aunt Du waved her hand and pushed her bicycle inside through the small gate. Zheng Yanjun rolled down the car window and looked worriedly at Lin Junman. She whispered, Man, if some people speak badly later, just tell them off directly. Lin Junman was surprised for a moment, but quickly understood. It was probably because she cut ties with someone earlier, leaving a reason for others to criticize her. Although she had explained that it was an urgent decision, and Zheng Yanjun had already clarified, some people who like to find fault might still make trouble. It's okay, Mom. I'm in a good mood, Lin Junman said with a smile to comfort her. Anyway, they can only say a few harsh words. You and Dad's attitude is clear for everyone to see. After a while, they'll shut up. Lin Junman truly didn't care much. No matter how much they talked, it wouldn't affect her. And although rumors can be fierce and mean words hurt, they are just a small part of the attack. If it were the online trolls from the future, she would really need to be careful. But these people now are nothing. Seeing that Lin Junman was really in a good mood, Jung Yanjun relaxed and patted her hand with a cold smile. It's okay, man. If you hear them talking, just confront them face to face. If you can't argue back, come tell us. Your dad and I are longtime residents here and have some ability. Since their men are causing trouble for our girl, we'll make trouble for them in return. Okay, Lin Junman agreed, without pretending to be modest. What's wrong with reporting? She's still a kid. Their luggage wasn't much. When the car arrived in front of the Lin family house, Wei Yilin and Lin Jingquan moved in together. The big yard now has standalone small buildings. According to Lin Jingquan and Zheng Yanjun's status, they could have a larger house. But considering that the Lin family has few members, a bigger house wasn't necessary. So they chose a medium-sized one. They also thought about their two children's future marriages and picked a medium-sized house. If it were just the two of them, they might have chosen a smaller one. Your room is in the south. You can rest directly after entering. Do you want to rest first, or? I'll rest for a while first. Lin Junman rubbed her eyes and went into the room, placing the sleeping porridge on the bed. Mom, I want to take a shower first. That's fine. The boiler room here has been heating water all the time. You can go straight to wash. I've prepared new towels and soap for you. Huyong City is currently one of the better-off cities in the country. As a large courtyard in the city center, it has all kinds of convenient facilities. Lin Junman let out an "oh," then pushed Zheng Yanjun outside. Mom, you go down and rest for a while too.
Okay.
After Zheng Yanjun left, Lin Junman took out all the clothes she needed to change from her bag. She also used a comb to untangle her hair completely, combing it straight. This way, her hair wouldn't fall out more when she washed it. Sit for a moment and watch the kids. I'll go take a shower, Lin Junman told Wei Yelin. You go ahead. I'll watch, he replied. Having grown up washing in wooden tubs in the countryside, standing under the simple shower head outside felt very convenient and comfortable to Lin Junman. She finished her shower quickly. She threw the clothes she changed out of into a wooden basin. She planned to wash them after a nap because she was too exhausted now. Her long hair kept dripping water. Lin Junman took out a soft, dry towel and patiently squeezed out all the water from her hair until her ends no longer dripped. Without using a blow dryer, and since there was no sun outside, she could only wait for her hair to dry naturally. Since she was used to this method, she didn't feel uncomfortable or disappointed. Compared to Lin Junman's long shower, Wei Yelin took a quick battle shower, finishing in about 10 minutes. He stepped in with slippers, water still dripping from his hair. Hurry up and wipe yourself, Lin Junman said with a look of dislike. Otherwise, you'll have to mop the floor again later. Got it, Wei Yelin replied with a cheerful smile, reaching out to grab the towel and wiping vigorously. He had a short black haircut. After a few wipes, his hair was no longer dripping and the bangs on his forehead had dried. I really want to give you a long haircut, Lin Junman said with envy and jealousy.
Her hair took a long time to dry.
Maybe I should cut yours shorter too? Like a government official's haircut, Wei Yelin tentatively asked. No, she replied. Lin Junman immediately refused without a second thought. If I cut it, I will definitely regret it. This isn't her being sentimental, but because she experienced it in her past life, and it made her very upset at the time. Wei Yelin shrugged and wisely kept quiet, knowing her well. Compared to Lin Junman's tiredness, Wei Yelin was a bit better. After drying his hair, he took a towel and started to dry Lin Junman's hair. Since he had been doing this for 2 years, he knew exactly how much force to use. Lin Junman quickly fell asleep under his gentle touch. After finishing her hair, Wei Yelin saw that Zhou still hadn't woken up, so he went to the bathroom and washed all the clothes they had changed out of, hanging them outside to dry. Their room doesn't have a balcony, but there's a pipe with a clothesline, making it easy to hang clothes. The clock's hands moved to 6 o'clock. Zheng Yanjun came upstairs and saw Wei Yelin packing, then quietly asked, Is Man still not awake? No, Wei Yelin looked up when she heard. Are you hungry, Mom? I'll go wake her. He had heard the clattering sounds from the kitchen downstairs earlier and wanted to help, but saw only Zheng Yanjun, so he didn't dare go down. Yes, the food is already in the pot, Zheng Yanjun nodded. I'll go call her. Lin Junman was half asleep when she was called. In her hazy state, she saw a figure swaying in front of her, and she still felt the gentle rocking like on a train. When did you get home? Zheng Yanjun was surprised by the question but then chuckled. Man, you're already home. Hurry up and get up to eat. The gentle rocking woke Lin Junman completely. Seeing the unfamiliar surroundings, she briefly felt confused. Already home? Yes. She suddenly turned over and sat up with a bitter smile. The aftereffects of the train aren't over yet. It was still rocking just now. I thought I was still on the train. That's normal. Zheng Yanjun comforted her. Your dad and I felt the same when we just got back. It took 3 days to fully recover. Zhou, who was nearby, had already woken up. She blinked her big eyes curiously, looking around. Now, her eyes could see very clearly, and she was very curious about everything around her. My parents' faces no longer interest him. He has grown tired of them. Zheng Yanjun prepared a rich dinner with 4 dishes and 1 soup. 3 of the dishes were meat, enough to fill 4 people's stomachs. Since the Lin family is well off, they could make more food, but Zheng Yanjun doesn't like waste. Usually, she and Lin Jingquan are busy and eat at the cafeteria. Only during holidays or days off do they cook at home, usually just 2 dishes. Leftover food, especially overnight dishes, is considered bad for digestion, so Zheng Yanjun cooks only what they need, preferring less over more. They all dislike wasting food the most. Of course, if guests come, that's different. But their daughter and son-in-law are family, so they're not outsiders. Coincidentally, Lin Junman shares Zheng Yanjun's views, and Wei Yelin has no objections. They all enjoy the meal very much. At the table, Zheng Yanjun kept serving Lin Junman. You must eat more now. Look, you've lost some weight since I last saw you. Your mother-in-law takes good care of you. I won't let you go hungry here. As she kept talking, Lin Junman's bowl was piled high with food, like a small mountain. By the end of the meal, she was so full she had to hold her stomach to feel better. I can't take it anymore. I need to go out and walk it off, she said. After feeding the baby, she and Wei Yelin took the child outside for a walk. Since unlocking Aunt Du's memories, the memories the original owner had sealed in her mind about this place also came back. At first, she felt a bit uncomfortable, but later, Lin Junman felt as if she had lived here for a long time. Actually, she had been living here for quite a while. Even if she greeted some people, she didn't forget everyone. You can't forget people you've known for over 10 or 15 years just because you moved to the countryside for a few years. Nowadays, there aren't many entertainment options after meals. Many elders believe in walking after eating, saying they can live to 99. So many people go for a stroll outside after dinner. The Lin family doesn't eat slowly. They left the house at 7:30, just after sunset. If it were the Nanjing team, the sun would still be hanging at a slant in the sky. Wow, this is Man. As soon as she stepped out, someone came over to greet her every few steps. Lin Junman blinked and looked at the woman speaking to her. The woman looked quite young, probably only in her 20s, but her clothes were much more fashionable than Lin Junman's. Of course, by today's standards, her style seemed very old-fashioned to Lin Junman. After experiencing many beautiful hairstyles and hair colors in later times, Lin Junman's curiosity shifted from everything to her love for long black hair. So, when she saw the original owner's thick, shiny black hair, she liked it immediately. Not only was the hair quality good, but the hairline was just right, not too much hair, not too little, avoiding baldness. It also didn't look depressing with a low hairline or too high with a big forehead, which would look awkward. The woman in front had curly hair. The waves looked nice, neither too big nor too small. But maybe because of common aesthetic preferences, her waves started right from the top of her head, making her hair look very fluffy and wild, like a type of grass she saw in the north. It was round and a bit like the tumbleweed in the desert. Most importantly, the woman had a round face, with some flesh on her body and her face too. Her face was originally quite cute, but with this hairstyle, her whole face and even her whole body looked rounder. After some internal analysis, Lin Junman felt a bit uncomfortable looking at her current style. But before she could speak, The woman spoke again. It's really you, Man. I haven't seen you in a long time. However, Lin Junman didn't smile like she did with Aunt Du. Instead, she looked at the woman with a cold face. Wei Yelin sensed that something was wrong and quickly stepped behind Lin Junman, holding the child in her arms silently, watching the woman opposite. Yes, there was also a man standing next to the round-faced woman. The man wasn't very tall, not much taller than Lin Junman, who was about 1.68 meters. With shoes, he was about 1.70 meters. Miao Sufan, just say what you want. I don't have time to play these little games with you. Lin Junman recognized Miao Sufan, who was actually a close friend of the original owner. A true best friend should be someone who genuinely cares, not just a relative or someone who feels like family, someone who can wake you up when you make mistakes. At least, that's how she understood it. But in reality, things are different. The original owner was spoiled and arrogant, but also timid. So many things she did were driven by a guilty conscience, but lacked courage. Most reasonable adults wouldn't say they liked such a person, but they wouldn't dislike her either. However, the original owner had a very bad reputation in the big courtyard. If not for her father being a mayor and her mother a director, Lin Junman would be worried about walking outside and getting beaten up. All of this was because of the woman in front of her. The original owner's bad behavior was obvious, but not very harmful. But this woman was truly malicious. Lin Junman couldn't see through her clearly, but she saw it very clearly. In her past life, she had seen many such fake friends. They would smile on your face, but secretly wish to see you fall into trouble, always scheming behind your back. Lin Junman had changed, but Miao Sufing still thought she was the same person as before. It's nothing. I just heard from Annie that you got married a country bumpkin, so I came to see you. Lin Junman chuckled softly. Oh, so you came today to see my joke? Before Miao Sufing could speak, Lin Junman looked at the person beside her and added meaningfully, Aren't you supposed to be my best friend? How come you got married so quickly? And she didn't finish her sentence, but everyone except Wei Yelin understood. Miao Sufing's eyelids twitched, and she forced out a weak smile. Junman, things aren't what you think.
Oh.
Since she wasn't holding a child, Lin Junman lazily played with her fingers. What do you mean? After my family had trouble, I remember you said you wanted to help me. But your way of helping was marrying Qinyang? She then shot a half-smile at the silent man beside her.
Qinyang, long time no see.
I didn't expect to see you in such good shape here. It really surprised me. At this moment, Lin Junman suddenly felt a strange discomfort in her chest. She frowned, trying to suppress this sudden emotion, and her face didn't change at all. She clearly understood that this was not her own emotion. It was very likely the residual consciousness of the original owner, who had always held the person close to her heart. Why hadn't she died completely after so long? Lin Junman felt an indescribable sensation in her heart. She showed no reaction when seeing her brother and her struggling parents, but her response to a certain trash was so intense. It was truly baffling. Qinyang didn't expect Lin Junman to suddenly mention him. He paused for a moment before saying, Man, long time no see. Oh, please don't. Lin Junman quickly gestured to stop. I'm not familiar with you. Please call me Comrade Lin, or I might just vomit up my dinner. Chun Yang's father was also a colleague of Lin Jingquan. Lin Junman didn't know whether he was involved in the Lin family's affairs at that time. But since Chun Yang could still stand here now, it meant he wasn't involved back then. Otherwise, given Lin Jingquan and Lin Yinyan's personalities, they wouldn't have let him stay. There would have been revenge or resentment. Just from those few familiar faces that hadn't appeared again, it was clear. But this guy definitely wasn't a good person. His father remained neutral, and Lin Junman didn't think he was at fault. Helping someone is a matter of kindness. Not helping is a matter of duty. You can't morally force someone to help you. However, Lin Junman looked down on Qinyang. Before Lin Jingquan's incident, Qinyang had secretly been dating the original owner. But because of her opposition, they hadn't made it public. When the Lin family's trouble first arose, Qinyang immediately distanced himself from the original owner. And her hospitalization was also closely related to this matter. Now, he had even married her best friend, though a superficial friendship. she was still a friend. Miao Sufin's family wasn't as well off as the Lin family, but they weren't poor either. The problem was that the Miao family was a traditional family that favored boys over girls. For them, daughters were just tools to gain benefits. Miao Sufin had 3 older sisters and only 1 younger brother, the only son in the family. All 3 sisters had been married off to gain advantages, and the family's current status was closely linked to selling daughters. Miao Sufin had disliked the idea of favoring boys over girls since she was young. Unlike her obedient sisters, she was a person weighing 130 jin, about 65 kilograms, but had a mind of 129.9 jin, about 62 kilograms. Directly, Lin Yunman improved her relationship with her father, the mayor, raising her status at home. Then she also connected with a few young men from Lin Jingquan's family through Lin Yunman. Finally, after Lin Yunman's incident, she decisively kicked out her good friend and got close to her friend's crush. Her plan was so clever that even the most skilled schemers in the world would have to admit defeat. Miao Sufin, Chen Yang, I don't want to bother with past matters. But from now on, stay away from me. I am allergic to trash, and if my allergy worsens, I won't hesitate to reveal some of your secrets to everyone for fun. She was once a crush and best friend, after all. Everyone has some secrets. Lin Yunman wasn't worried, because the original owner's secrets had already been leaked by this so-called good friend long before. After all, to ruin someone's reputation, you need some sharp tools. Chun Yang's expression changed. He didn't know what secrets others had, but he definitely had some in Lin Yunman's hands. He quickly pulled Miao Sufin aside and said, "Enough is enough. Let's leave quickly." Miao Sufin's eyes flashed with anger. Why was it that this woman, who was once favored and cut off from her family, could still be so loved after returning? But she had no choice but to leave. She had done some things to drag this woman down before, and if this crazy woman really exposed everything, her position as Chen's daughter-in-law would be over. The Chen family wouldn't allow a woman with scandals to marry into their family. Even Chun Yang's mother was very difficult to deal with. Seeing the two unwilling but forced to leave, Lin Yunman felt very satisfied. She shouted after them, "I wish you a lifetime of misery, like a dog and a prostitute, with happiness as vast as the Caribbean Sea and a lifespan longer than the blooming flowers." Seeing their resentful expressions again, Lin Yunman was truly happy. Who doesn't know how to be disgusting? Just because you want to disgust me doesn't mean I can't do the same back. Where does such a rule exist in the world? Who are they? Wei Yelin also guessed roughly, but he didn't know the details. It's nothing, just some insignificant trash, Lin Yunman said lightly, waving her hand. She then took the child from Wei Yelin's arms. Let's go. We're taking little Zhou to play. Next, I didn't encounter any more unpleasant things, but I did meet many kind elders. These elders and neighbors were originally upset when they learned that Lin Junman had cut ties with her parents. However, after Lin's family explained everything upon their return, these people now greeted Lin Junman very warmly. In their eyes, those past issues were just childish fights by a young girl. Being able to think quickly and come up with solutions shows that this girl has grown up. I heard she got married so early, and her husband is from the countryside. They don't look down on country folks, but compared to the Lin family's background, there's a big difference. Their big courtyard also has many handsome and well-off young men, some of whom are hoping to match with their children. So, many people are curious about Wei Yelin, eager to see what kind of person has become the Lin family's lucky son-in-law. Seeing Wei Yelin, who looks upright and full of integrity, and noticing Lin Junman's uncontrollable happy smile and the white, tender child in her arms, they all offered kind blessings. Wei Yelin's appearance is also very popular among many elders now, which added to his good impression. Although these people are outsiders and don't really affect him, gaining their approval makes him very happy. At least, it won't ruin his mood. Xiao Zhozhou was also welcomed by many elders. In a time when most children are quite thin, Zhozhou's chubby and healthy look seemed very fortunate to everyone. Before going home, Zhozhou didn't go back into his mother's arms. He seemed to feel everyone's affection and smiled happily at everyone he saw, winning the hearts of many elderly men and women. There are many obedient children and many adorable ones too, but children who are both obedient and cute are rare. Because of this, when Lin Junman returned, these elders and neighbors didn't want to leave. Let's go. Rest early tonight. Tomorrow, we'll go buy some things, Lin Junman said, rubbing her slightly stiff face from smiling. When are you leaving? The day after tomorrow. Then I'll go with you to buy tickets at the station tomorrow, Lin Junman thought for a moment. When my brother is about to get married, you and Wanwan can come over together. That's all we can do now, Wei Yelin said helplessly. If it were possible, he really wouldn't want to leave. His beloved wife and child were with him. Who would want to part? Buying train tickets was easy. After breakfast the next day, the two of them took their child and went straight to the station. However, this time, Wei Yelin insisted on buying a hard seat for the return trip. Are you crazy? Lin Junman glared. 3 days and nights on the train? That would be exhausting. I really can do it. It's okay if a grown man gets a little tired, Wei Yelin replied. This isn't about being able to endure hardship, Lin Junman said with a headache. She pushed him aside and said, let's stand while we go. Then she bought a hard sleeper ticket. She didn't buy a soft sleeper because it was very expensive. She trusted that if she bought it, her partner would try to switch it out when she wasn't paying attention. Although a hard sleeper was also costly, it was much cheaper than a soft sleeper. Compared to the soft option, it was acceptable. Wei Yelin had no choice but to go along with her decision. The supply and marketing cooperative in Huyang City was much larger than the one in her hometown. This was her second visit. The first time was when she was shopping before going to the countryside. She didn't look carefully then because she was in a hurry. The line in front of the cooperative was long, but orderly. The staff kept urging everyone to hurry, and everyone was focused on their goal, so the line moved quickly. Soon, it was their turn. They didn't need much. They only bought 2 cans of milk powder for the child. Buying these items was expensive, more than the current price of malted milk. Wei Yelin insisted on paying for 2 cans of malted milk, 2 packs of cigarettes, 2 bottles of liquor, and some other snacks. Yesterday, we came in a rush and didn't buy anything for my parents.
Today we'll make up for it, he said.
It was his first time visiting his in-laws' home. Going empty-handed wasn't very polite. Yesterday was busy, but today he could make up for it. The saying, fate is narrow, was true. On the way back, they unexpectedly ran into Qinyong and Miao Sufan. However, this time, they just exchanged glances and hurriedly left without saying a word. Lin Junman was quite pleased. She didn't want to argue with anyone. When they got home, Lin Jingquan and Zheng Yanjun had already gone to work. Zheng Yanjun is feeling a bit better, but Lin Jingquan is the kind of workaholic who always works late. Last night, after dinner, they went for a walk, and Lin Jingquan went back to work overtime at his office again. There are still dishes in the kitchen. If you're hungry, just cook something yourself. If not, wait until I come back at noon to cook. On the living room table, Zheng Yanjun thoughtfully left a note. Lin Junman glanced at it and put it away. She joked to herself, can she really expect her mom, who works during the day, to come home at noon and cook? How about taking a break for a while? This afternoon and tomorrow, I'll take you around the city, Lin Junman thought carefully. The original owner used to love going out with her friends and was quite familiar with Huyang City. But that was only possible if these places still allowed visits or still existed in the past 2 years. To be safe, Lin Junman decided to take Wei Yelin mountain climbing, then go see a movie in the evening. When her mom comes back at noon, she plans to ask if she has time tomorrow night to take Zhou out. Although Zhou is very obedient, after being married for a long time, couples still need some small romantic gestures to keep things fresh. Lin Junman loves children, but she doesn't want to be tied down by them at a young age. Zheng Yanjun happily agreed. Who doesn't like a cute and obedient child? Since the mountain they planned to climb was quite high, they got up early the next day. They packed a small bag with formula milk and diapers for the baby. They had breakfast before leaving, so they only needed to bring some snacks and enough water. It didn't take long to pack everything, so they left at 7 o'clock. Their home was in the city center, but the mountain was in the suburbs. So, they had to take a bus to the outskirts. Public transportation in the city was very convenient. Just 3 minutes after arriving at the bus stop, a bus came. The bus was the old-fashioned kind she had seen on TV, running between the city and the suburbs. A ticket cost 5 cents, but since the child in Lin Junman's arms didn't need a ticket, they only paid 10 cents and found a seat together. When they got on, there weren't many people, but after about 3 stops, more and more passengers got on. Lin Junman moved closer to the corner to sit. The noisy sounds inside the train car had already woken up Zhu Zhu. Lin Junman gently pinched his armpit to make him stand on her lap, watching the scenery recede outside the window. It was a different scene this time. Zhu Zhu's small face was full of excitement, and he occasionally made sounds like oh, or oh. He smiled widely, showing his pink gums. Lin Junman could see his tiny, white baby teeth. Although he only had 2 and they were small, it showed that his development was normal. Zhu Zhu is over 6 months old now. His sounds are no longer just crying or shouting. He can use simple sounds to show his feelings, and today he looks very happy. Lin Junman couldn't help but smile at his happiness. Maybe because his body was being held tightly by his mother, Zhu Zhu was too excited and just waved his little arms or kicked his short legs to show his feelings. At home, he has already learned to turn over easily and can sit up by himself. When someone calls his name at home, he responds by turning his head toward the voice. Lin Junman doesn't know much about the stages of a child's growth, but she heard from Zheng Yanjun and Wei's mother that all this is normal. Maybe Zhu Zhu was so happy that Lin Junman also became interested. The mother and son played happily together. They thought they would arrive safely at their destination, but suddenly, there was a loud noise ahead. The sound increased several decibels. Lin Junman was startled and instinctively looked up. "What's going on?" Wei Yiling shook his head. "I don't know. It's okay. We'll find out soon. There are too many people now." Only then did Lin Junman notice that the train car was full of people. Not only were all the seats on both sides occupied, but the middle section was also crowded. It looked like a dense school of fish caught in a net by fishermen at the seaside. So crowded it hurt to look.
It was too packed.
The argument in front was still going on. Lin Junman listened carefully and realized that an elderly woman had been caught for riding without a ticket. She suddenly remembered this. For her, 5 cents wasn't much, but for some people it was still a significant amount. "If you can't sit, then don't sit." Lin Yunman heard a man sitting nearby say to his wife, "Skipping fare is such bad manners. If you get caught, it's so embarrassing." "Shut up," the woman snapped at her husband. "We don't know the full story, so don't speak up." The man was upset. "How don't you know? I saw this old lady skip the fare myself. If that's not the full story, then what is?" The woman tapped him. "Just mind your own business." The man felt wronged, but didn't want to argue with his wife. He quietly sat aside, silent. "I don't get it. What's wrong with this old lady? It's only 5 cents. She's skipping the bus fare. Doesn't she care about her son and daughter-in-law being laughed at? I told you, I forgot my wallet today. Can't you cut me some slack? Old lady, this isn't your bus. I can't just let it go, do you know? If you skip the fare today, I'll have to use my own paycheck to cover it later. If everyone did that, I wouldn't have a job anymore." The ticket seller was very annoyed. She hated dealing with people like this. If the old lady really couldn't afford the fare, that would be understandable. But her clothes clearly showed she wasn't poor. "There are so many people on the bus. No one would know if I didn't pay. We record everyone who gets on. Whoever pays is recorded. I didn't record you. I don't care. You're probably mistaken. I paid, I swear." The ticket seller looked like she was only 17 or 18, close to tears from frustration. "Pay up now or I'll call the police." "Oh, this is unfair. A young girl bullying an old lady. Everyone come see. I paid, but this girl insists I didn't. She's just picking on me because I'm old and easy to bully." People around quickly stepped back. The space in front of the ticket seller and the old lady was now clear. Seeing a spot, the old lady immediately sat down heavily, groaning and patting her thigh. "Comrade, Look at this poor old lady. Why not just let her ride for free? When she said that, it was like flipping a switch. The crowd that was just watching and not involved suddenly became very lively. Hey, that's true. Young girl, you should show more sympathy. Exactly, it's only 5 cents. Yeah, why make such a fuss? Young people these days don't respect their elders at all. Originally, Lin Junman was happily watching the scene, but hearing this, she was stunned. Could it be that the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris is also on fire again? That's why so many people are coming out to support the elderly woman. There are quite a few people agreeing with her. She thought everyone would eventually help the ticket seller to remove the old woman who was acting bossy. But unexpectedly, the situation turned so suddenly, like a wild horse running free, impossible to stop. The ticket seller was just a young girl. Although she argued logically, she wasn't quick enough with her words and was soon forced to speak with a trembling voice. Seeing this, the old woman thought, "Wow, I have quite a few supporters." She got even more confident, giving a sidelong glance with her triangular eyes at the ticket seller as if saying, "So, what if I sneaked in? I still have so many people on my side." Lin Junman took 3 deep breaths to calm herself down, resisting the urge to punch these fools. She quickly handed the porridge to Wei Yelin, then stood up and pushed through the crowd. Fortunately, Wei Yelin knew Lin Junman's character well and had already prepared. He skillfully took the child, grabbed the bag, and followed behind her, squeezing through the crowd. The people pushed aside were unhappy and about to curse, but when they saw Wei Yelin behind Lin Junman, they immediately backed off. This man was tall and strong, no way they could fight him. Silently, they moved aside to make a gap for Wei Yelin and Lin Junman to pass through. Lin Junman rolled up her sleeves, approached the ticket seller and looked over. "Sister, are you sure this old woman didn't buy a ticket?" The ticket seller, already feeling isolated and angry, was crying. When she heard someone ask, she quickly responded, "I'm sure. Every time someone comes up, I register them, and after they buy a ticket, I mark a check. Look, see for yourself." Lin Junman examined carefully and found that what the ticket seller said was true. So, it was clear that this old woman was being unreasonable. Old sayings often say that a person's true nature shows over time. Judging by her appearance, this elderly woman clearly isn't a good person. Sometimes appearances can be deceiving, especially when considering specific events. Feeling confident, Lin Junman turned her head to look at the group that had just been loudly calling for respect for the elderly and love for children, mainly focused at the front. Most of the people behind couldn't see how miserable the elderly woman was. "So, you just said we should respect the elderly and love children? And you also said the elderly woman was so pitiful and that the ticket seller girl should show more sympathy." The person speaking earlier didn't seem to know what Lin Junman was thinking and nodded instinctively. Yes, maybe her family elders wouldn't want to be treated like that either. Huh. Lin Junman couldn't help but laugh out loud. She quickly pointed a finger at the other person and shook her head. "Let me correct you. My elders wouldn't be so shameless." "Girl, what are you talking about?" Before the other person could speak, the elderly woman on the ground exploded. "Who are you calling shameless?" "Oh, you're getting upset now." Lin Junman pretended to be scared, shrinking her neck. "I didn't name anyone specifically, so someone must be taking it personally." "You little brat, I'll tear your mouth apart," the elderly woman snapped. Although she didn't understand what taking it personally meant, her instincts told her that this girl was insulting her. Lin Junman was completely unreserved. She had been eating well, sleeping well, and her child was lively. With nothing to do all day, she had plenty of energy to spare. "Be careful, sister." The ticket seller behind her hurriedly rushed out to help. Lin Junman chuckled, tilted her waist to the side to dodge the elderly woman's claws, then took a quick step back, grabbing the woman's wrists and twisting them behind her. The elderly woman looked fierce, but her body was small, thin, and wiry. Lin Junman was confident in her strength. As expected, when her arms were twisted behind her, the elderly woman was helpless. When she tried to kick out her leg, Lin Junman pressed forward, pinning her against the nearby train carriage, making her unable to move. "TSK, getting angry when you can't win?" Truly, mean-spirited people get even more vicious as they get older. A girl dared to hit an elderly person. I am also your elder. So how can you hit an old person outside? It shows you're not a good person at home either. Just wait and see. I will definitely. The old lady cursed angrily, but Lin Junman remained calm. Instead, she tilted her head and said, "Here's the poor old lady you talk about." A few people who agreed with her felt embarrassed and avoided eye contact. "Humph, coward," Lin Junman said with a sneer. She knew how to pick the easy target. "Actually, I'm not someone who always insists on getting my way," Lin Junman said after looking around. "It's simple. You all just said that you're only 5-cent people. Why don't one of you come out and pay 5 cents to buy a ticket for this old lady? The ticket seller girl has nothing to do with this old lady. She's not obligated to pay for her, right? So why should we pay for her? Exactly, why should we pay? Money doesn't grow on trees. Why should we pay?" These answers were expected. Lin Junman's fake smile suddenly disappeared. She looked coldly at the most aggressive people and asked, "Why do you think the ticket seller girl should give her a free pass? Is it because you have the thickest skin? Or because your face is the biggest? Because..." The people pointed at hesitated to reply. They found themselves at a loss for words. Lin Junman showed no mercy. She tore off her fake smile and stepped on it, saying, "Every year there are strange people, but this year is especially many. Didn't you just say you were generous? Now it's your turn to be a tight-fisted person?" And the girl said, "What is a bus? It's a national asset. Using the country's property to do favors for yourself. Do you think that makes you great? Even though it's only 5 cents, millions of such small amounts add up. On a small scale, it's just fare evasion. On a larger scale, it's undermining socialist principles and harming national interests. Today, someone sneaked onto the train by paying 5 cents less. Tomorrow, dozens or hundreds of people might do the same, and the day after, thousands. What if everyone starts sneaking on together? It's clear that people without a proper mind can't understand normal thinking. Doing something as foolish as begging a kind old lady to help you cheat the system shows how many bad things they've done before. They still think they're right and proud of it. If you really wanted, you could just buy her a ticket with 5 cents. Lin Junman scolded them fiercely, and with Wei Yelin and Lin He watching closely, those people didn't dare to speak. One person, who was singled out, got so angry that he stood up, took 5 cents from his pocket, and slapped it in front of the ticket seller. "It's just 5 cents. I'll pay myself."
Wow.
Lin Junman smiled and let go of the old lady. She quickly grabbed the stunned ticket seller and said, "Sister, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and punch the ticket. It's rare to find such a big fool. Don't you agree?" The ticket seller reacted quickly, took the money, and threw it into a bag beside her. She efficiently punched the ticket behind the old lady. "This is so much easier. Everyone would be happy if we just paid normally instead of arguing for so long." Seeing the old lady still unhappy, Lin Junman snorted and said, "Old lady, you should be happy that a kind person bought your ticket. Otherwise, you have already gone to the police. And I warn you, don't think about hitting me. If I go crazy, no one can stop me. If something bad happens, don't blame me." After saying that, she pulled Wei Yelin and said, "Let's go, or we'll have no seats later." Thanks to Lin Junman's help, everyone was watching the show, and the seats that were empty before were now occupied. Of course, after such a fierce scene, no one dared to rush for seats for a while. Once seated, Lin Junman let out a long breath, feeling relaxed. She cheerfully added, "Old lady, you see? Next time you don't want to buy a ticket, just pretend you have no money like I did. Then find a kind person to buy it for you. Isn't that great? What do you all think?" When she said this, everyone, whether they had been involved or just watching, looked surprised. They all quietly moved back a step. Although everyone isn't so poor that they can't spare a penny, being forced to do this makes it much more painful than voluntarily giving $1. This woman looks gentle and kind, but when she speaks, she's surprisingly annoying. Compared to the grimy, hard stone-like expressions of others in the outhouse, the old lady's eyes suddenly brighten. "That's a good idea. Why didn't I think of it?" Suddenly, The train carriage falls into strange silence, with everyone keeping quiet. Meanwhile, Lin Junman, who had just caused some trouble, is in a very good mood and starts teasing the bowl of porridge she's holding. The ticket clerk girl looks at Lin Junman with admiration. If it weren't for her job, she'd want to go over now and ask for Lin Junman's contact information. The train quietly arrives at a suburban bus stop. Lin Junman pulls Wei Yellen off the bus. A cool breeze blows and Lin Junman takes a deep breath, sighing. Wow, outside is so much more comfortable. Wei Yellen suppresses a smile. Feeling better now? Yes, much better. Lin Junman nods, feeling a bit annoyed. There are always people who look down on others with high moral ground, but when it's their turn, they're no good. They should be glad this is a bus. If there were cow dung on the ground, I'd stuff it into their mouths. What a bunch of nonsense. All right, don't be angry. Wei Yellen raises an eyebrow. Getting mad at unworthy people just hurts yourself. Huh, they're not worth it, Lin Junman says with a shrug. Let's go mountain climbing. This mountain was originally called Nyangnyang Mountain, but after the liberation, people renamed it Sifong Mountain. Sifong Mountain is made up of 4 connected peaks, and they're quite tall. The scenery on the mountain is pretty nice. It's still undeveloped, so most of it is natural. Many local families go up the mountain regularly, so there are many small paths. The 2 of them choose a relatively wider trail to walk up, and some other people are also heading to climb the mountain. Most seem to come from the city, couples, and pairs of young lovers. I'll hold the kid, I'll carry the stuff. You just walk your own way. Wei Yellen takes the bag from Lin Junman and slings it over his shoulder. Let's go quickly. Because the 4 hills are connected, the 2 of them plan to finish climbing all 4 today, since they didn't know when they would come back again. By the time they and their child returned from the mountain, it was already 4 p.m. I'm so tired. As soon as they reached the foot of the mountain, Lin Junman found a large, exposed rock and sat down heavily. The surface of the rock was smooth and shiny from frequent use, so Lin Junman just brushed it briefly and then collapsed onto it. Wei Yellen was a bit better, but because he had been holding the child all along and hadn't walked such a long distance in a while, his face also showed signs of fatigue. At noon, perhaps because the child was uncomfortable from being held or because of the weather, the baby, Jojo, surprisingly cried for a little while. Since the child rarely cried, Lin Junman was patient and gently comforted him, and he quickly calmed down. Our son is really easy to take care of. Lin Junman looked at Jojo's peaceful, sleeping face and happily kissed it several times before stopping. Seeing the clouds drifting in the sky, a sudden thought flashed through Lin Junman's mind. If there were a WeChat activity feature, she probably would be at the top of the exercise leaderboard today. As they neared home, Lin Junman checked the time. It was only 5 p.m., and Jung Yanjun wouldn't be back for a while. I'm so tired today, I don't want to cook, Lin Junman said, massaging her sore legs with regret. Let's pack some food to take home, okay? There's a state-run restaurant nearby, Wei Yellen agreed without hesitation. Because many people worked nearby, the restaurant's business was quite good, and the food was tasty. As soon as they arrived at the door, they smelled the delicious aroma coming from inside. It wasn't even time to finish work yet, so the restaurant had already prepared all the ingredients needed. Since there was no need to wait in line, the 2 quickly packed what they needed and left. At home, Wei Yellen took the initiative to cook dinner, so when Lin Jingkuan and his wife returned, they could just reheat the dishes. With the current weather, the food could be enjoyed even without reheating. After finishing their meal, the 2 took the child to Jung Yanjun's room. Mom, we're leaving now. If the kid is hungry, there's formula and baby food. Just give it to him. Okay, I understand. You 2 go ahead. Jung Yanjun waved her hand and bent down to pick up Xiao Zhou. Let's go and have fun with Grandma. Meanwhile, Lin Junman and her companion arrived at the cinema. There were quite a few people outside watching the movie. It was a good time for it, and most of the crowd was young couples, though there were some married couples too, but they were fewer. Some families with children also came, making it lively and busy. The cinema here was much livelier than the one elsewhere. There were small vendors outside selling sweets like candied fruit, sugar-coated haws, and sunflower seeds. Inside, the ticket counter sold snacks like small roasted dishes and popcorn. Lin Junman sniffed the air and bought a small bag of popcorn and 2 cups of sweet drinks. Wei Yelin wanted to buy more, but Lin Junman stopped him. "Just wait until we come out," she said. "Let's go," she said excitedly, holding Wei Yelin's hand as they found their seats. They chose a drama film about love, hate, and revenge between the main characters. Once seated, Lin Junman looked around curiously at the cinema. Compared to modern theaters, the production quality and decor were far behind, but she was surprised to see how excited people were about watching movies. 20 minutes before the movie started, most seats were already filled. The enclosed space was noisy and lively. With nothing else to do, Lin Junman chatted with Wei Yelin. Have you ever watched a movie here before?" she asked. Wei Yelin thought for a moment and honestly replied, "Yes, I have." "How many times?" "With whom?" Lin Junman was very interested. "The first time was right after I started working with some friends. It was the same group we went with when we got married. Another time, my mom suddenly decided she wanted to see a movie, so I bought tickets and took my parents to watch." But Wei Yelin didn't finish his sentence. Lin Junman was curious and kept asking, "But what happened? Tell me." Wei Yelin twitched his mouth and said, "At that time, I was with my older nephew. After buying the movie tickets and going inside, we stayed together. But because it was dark inside, I was busy watching the kids. When I went to find them again, my parents had already disappeared, so I watched the rest of the movie alone with my nephew. Ha ha ha." If it hadn't been for the situation, Lin Junman almost burst out laughing and said, "So you were just a tool, huh?" Wei Yelin now felt a bit helpless when he thought about it. "When I asked them why they left me behind, guess what they said?" "How did they explain?" "My dad said that watching a movie should be with his wife or partner." "Ha!" Lin Junman couldn't hold back her laughter and burst out, "So they just didn't want you there." "Yeah." Wei Yelin chuckled and reached out to hold Lin Junman's hand, proudly raising his eyebrows. "Now I'm watching a movie with my wife too. You're so proud of yourself." Lin Junman pinched his palm. They joked and laughed, and soon time passed. Suddenly, the lights above dimmed, and everyone instinctively stopped talking. Lin Junman and Wei Yelin also quieted down. Gradually, a faint image appeared on the white screen in front of them. At the same time, there was a crackling sound, similar to the static noise on an old black and white TV when snowflakes appear. But this only lasted for less than a minute. The image on the screen became clearer, and the figures started to become more visible. "It's starting," Lin Junman whispered, sitting up straight, grabbing 2 pieces of popcorn and putting them in her mouth. The movie lasted 2 hours. During this time, it was quite peaceful, with no rude behavior like in some modern screenings. She remembered once in her previous life, she went to see a new war movie with her colleagues. The people in front and on both sides were very well behaved because the film was well made, with realistic scenes and special effects. Most of the explosion scenes were shot on location, and the main actors and some extras were injured during filming. The careful production made many viewers feel like they were right there, truly experiencing the danger and tension of the situation. Throughout the entire movie, many people, regardless of age or gender, cried so much that they couldn't stop. Lin Junman and her colleague were no exception. They both cried as if they had lost a close family member. Fortunately, when they arrived at the cinema, they had a feeling they might cry a lot, so they only applied light makeup without eye makeup. Otherwise, they might have gone home with smudged, tear-streaked faces. To make things worse, there was a very annoying child sitting right behind Lin Junman. The child kept kicking the seat in front of him. Since the child's legs were too short to reach the ground, he could only kick the back of the seat in front of him. At first, Lin Junman tolerated it, but after the 3rd kick, she couldn't hold back. She stood up, bent over, and scolded the child. The child's parent was unhappy and wanted to argue, but her colleague quickly responded and shut them down. They stayed quiet for a few minutes, but when a scary scene appeared in the movie, the child seemed frightened and suddenly started crying loudly. While crying, he kept kicking the seat again and again. The crying and kicking probably disturbed others' movie experience. The parent and the child were then scolded by a strong, assertive adult who pointed at them. Finally, A big, muscular man stood up, frightening the child into hiccuping, and the crying stopped. Lin Junman was very angry. Her mood was ruined, and she immediately turned around, grabbing the child's collar and threatening him fiercely. "If you kick the seat again, I will throw you out and call the police." The police's authority was effective. The child immediately behaved himself, and Lin Junman managed to finish watching the movie. Today, she was lucky not to encounter any more noisy children or their parents. She felt very satisfied. After the movie ended, it was already 9:30 p.m. When they returned home, Zhou Zhou was already asleep. Zheng Yanjun and Lin Jingquan were sitting on the sofa downstairs waiting for them. "Mom, you haven't rested yet." Initially, Lin Junman and Wei Yelin thought they had gone asleep, so they tiptoed to open the door. To their surprise, they found Zheng Jingquan and Yelin still in the living room. Zheng Jingquan put down the newspaper he was holding, waved, and said, Man, Wei Yelin, come sit here." The two of them obediently walked over and sat down. Lin Jingquan asked with concern, "Xiao Wei, you're leaving tomorrow, right?" "Yes," Wei Yelin nodded. "My train is at 9 in the morning. It's not too early," Lin Jingquan said, his frown easing a little. "After breakfast tomorrow, Man will take you to the train station." "Dad, I know," Lin Junman quickly agreed. "That's good," Lin Jingquan said, then looked at Wei Yelin. "Xiao Wei, have you thought about moving your work here?" Lin Junman was surprised. Why did her dad suddenly bring this up? The next second, Lin Jingquan continued, "The city is planning to bring in some new technical talents. I heard from Man that you work in a technical position at your company. If you're interested, I can introduce you. But whether you get in depends on your skills." "Really?" Wei Yelin felt a bit unsure. He hadn't thought about this before, and now he couldn't decide right away. Lin Jingquan understood and didn't push for an answer. "Take your time to think about it. This is a long-term plan. You can go back and discuss it with your parents. When you're ready, just let me know." Of course, he also hoped to keep Man close, since her family was too far away. Zheng Yanjun also sighed when she heard this. As parents, how could they not worry about their daughter living far away? Especially so far from home. But having her nearby was a different matter. At the same time, her in-laws also felt the same. Losing a daughter is like losing a part of oneself. Leaving home would naturally cause concern. "I'll think about it and go back to discuss with my parents," Wei Yelin decided. "Next time my older brother gets married, I'll come back and give you an answer. That's fine." Lin Jingquan knew that his daughter wouldn't be returning for a while. The next morning, after breakfast at 8, Lin Junman took the children and sent Wei Yelin to the train station. They also packed some local specialties and nutritious snacks for him as a token of their good wishes. The items weren't cheap, after all. After Wei Yelin left, Lin Junman finally relaxed. She spent her days either taking care of the children at home or going for walks outside. No one was watching, so Lin Junman restarted her black market business. Because she was pregnant before, she didn't manage it for over a year, so now 5 big pigs were still inside, just waiting. Each of these 5 pigs now weighed about 220 pounds, looking very tempting. Besides that, she had collected around 2,000 eggs, since she had switched to hens that lay eggs regularly, so there weren't many new hens. Starting from the 3rd day after Wei Yelin left, Lin Junman disguised herself and went to the black market every 3 days. Soon, she sold all the eggs she had stored for a long time. At this time, rice, flour, and meat were luxury items, but eggs were the easiest for people to accept, so they sold very quickly. Lin Junman slaughtered all 5 big pigs herself, neatly and carefully, then sold the meat. She also sold some chickens, ducks, and geese, and bought new piglets and young poultry to raise. Even animals that were not in good health quickly became high quality after some time in her space. Meanwhile, Lin Junman kept looking for a wedding gift for Lin Yinian and Wanwan. She couldn't find a suitable one for a long time. But just when she was about to give up after many failed attempts, she was unexpectedly attracted by the clothes worn by an old woman. The old woman's clothes weren't very noticeable. She wore a worn-out coat over her outfit. Most people wouldn't notice this. When they came to the black market, their main goal was food, not clothes. Just as Lin Junman was about to leave after selling her last duck to the old woman, the woman flicked her sleeve, revealing a corner of her clothing. Lin Junman quickly spotted the exquisite embroidery on it. She was overjoyed but also afraid she might be mistaken. She hurriedly grabbed the old woman's sleeve before she could leave and asked, "Grandma, is the embroidery on your clothes handmade?" The old woman suddenly became alert, squinting at Lin Junman. "What embroidery? You must be seeing things." After saying that, she turned to leave, struggling more to break free. Currently, embroidery is no longer widely accepted, and only the embroidered pillowcases and pillow covers sold at the supply and marketing cooperative are considered attractive. However, those patterns are all made by machines. True artisans have long hidden themselves to avoid trouble. Today, it was purely by chance that I encountered one. Lin Junman immediately became anxious and tightly grabbed the other's sleeve. "Grandmother, I am serious. My brother is about to get married, and I want to give them a good wedding gift. I haven't found the right one yet, but today's meeting feels like fate. If you agree, we can discuss the price." Recently, she had earned extra money from selling meat, so she was not short of cash. Although the grandmother was still suspicious, her resistance was not as strong as before. "Are you telling the truth?" "I swear I am," Lin Junman quickly assured her, afraid that if she hesitated, the grandmother would turn and leave. "Come with me," the grandmother said cautiously, glancing around and lowering her voice. Lin Junman hesitated for only a moment before following her. She had been persistent, and there was no reason for the grandmother to deceive her. Led by the grandmother, they went through a winding alley to the very back of the lane. It looked like a private house, but from the outside, it seemed very old and dilapidated, the kind rats wouldn't even bother to visit. The grandmother pushed open the door. As Lin Junman followed inside, she was hit by a wave of dust. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Junman coughed a few times and faintly heard another cough, a man's voice sounding quite old.
"Sit down first."
"I'll go inside for a moment," the grandmother said, pouring a glass of water for Lin Junman before quickly entering the house. Lin Junman guessed there was probably a patient inside. Sure enough, the grandmother soon came out. During their conversation, she explained that the cough earlier was her husband's. He had been sick and coughing without medicine, and as time went on, his lungs also developed issues. They could only endure. Meeting in the black market was because the family had run out of food. The grandmother used her hard-saved dowry to exchange for money to buy grain. Sometimes, she also bought some meat to help her husband recover. Otherwise, his health wouldn't have lasted until now. When she was young, the grandmother was a proper young lady from a wealthy family, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and embroidery. Such a person, in later generations, could easily succeed in any field. But now, they can only hide in a corner, struggling to survive and enduring pain. Yes, the old lady's health is also poor. The earlier hardships have taken a heavy toll on her body. Now, her dowry is almost gone. These days have made her almost give up. When will this end? Lin Junman feels sorry for the old lady, but doesn't know what to do. "Grandma, my brother is getting married. I want to give him embroidery as a wedding gift. Do you think you can spare one?" The old lady carefully looks at Lin Junman. After a long pause, she sighs. "All right, I have a ready-made embroidery of double phoenix and peony. I spent a year on it, and it was finished just last month. If you don't mind, you can take it." She pauses and explains, "There's not enough time. Your brother's wedding is still a month away, which isn't enough to finish a top-quality Sioux embroidery. I've been working day and night, and rushing would ruin the quality." The materials for these embroideries were carefully preserved over the years. At first, she dared not take them out. Only after many years, and after the danger had passed, did she dare to bring them out secretly. This embroidery took a whole year to complete. Lin Junman hesitates, knowing she might be asking too much. But she hadn't thought of this before. Now, having a ready-made one is better. But it was someone's heartfelt work for a year. Should she just take it? "Come with me," the old lady says, standing up on her own. She leads Lin Junman to a small room nearby. Embroidery is delicate work. It can't be displayed openly in the yard. Sometimes, not only are there ears behind the wall, but eyes as well. She leaves Lin Junman to wait here while she goes out. Soon, she returns holding a roll of silk cloth. Lin Junman has already cleaned the table. When the old lady slowly unrolls the cloth, revealing only a corner, Lin Junman is stunned. It's incredibly beautiful. The first thing she sees is the tail of two phoenixes, embroidered with golden silk threads. The craftsmanship is exquisite, with every feather on the phoenixes clearly visible. As the silk fabric slowly unfolded, two vividly lifelike phoenixes appeared. Especially around the eyes, Lin Junman was afraid that her voice might be too loud and scare away these two phoenixes. Between the two phoenixes was a blooming peony, brightly colored and luxurious. Overall, this piece of work has a full and lively composition. The embroidery threads are neat and orderly, showing skill and elegance, beautiful and splendid. Lin Junman immediately liked it and said, "Grandma, I want this piece." "Please set a price." 300, replied the grandma calmly, as if she had said 30. It's important to note that even 30 yuan is a month's salary for some workers and 300 yuan is almost a year's wages. But Lin Junman knew that given the effort and skill involved in this embroidery, 300 yuan was not high. It might even be a bit low. Okay, she agreed. She loved the embroidery so much that she gently stroked it, unable to hide her excitement. Finally, she asked, "Grandma, do you have any other finished embroidery pieces?" The grandma was momentarily stunned, then shook her head. Not right now. Lin Junman felt a bit disappointed. She was planning to give this as a gift, and also hoped to buy another piece for her collection. "But if I finish more in the future, I can keep one for you," the grandma suddenly said. "That would be great," Lin Junman replied happily. Her mood instantly lifted from despair to joy. "Then I'll come back when I have time." Good. Having obtained what she wanted, Lin Junman paid quickly and left. Time quickly passed to the day Lin Enian was scheduled to get married. A week earlier, Zheng Yanjun had taken Lin Junman to book a nearby hotel, as relatives from the Yu family and distant relatives would stay there. It was very convenient to find a hotel near the Lin family. There was a good hotel just 1 kilometer away. After 2 days of finalizing the wedding arrangements, Lin Junman had just sat down at home when Lin Jingquan and Zheng Yanjun called her to the living room. "What's the matter, Mom and Dad?" Lin Junman hurried down, still in her clothes. Lin Jingquan and Zheng Yanjun exchanged a glance and smiled, then took out a small box and handed it to Lin Junman. "Junman, this is for you." "What is it?" Lin Junman asked suspiciously as she took it and opened it. "Is this?" The moment she saw it, Lin Junman was stunned. She quickly closed it and placed it on the table. "Mom and Dad, I can't accept this. Although the box isn't very large, it is filled tightly with various pearls, jade, and gemstones, making it full and heavy." Even if she didn't know much about this field, she could tell that these items are of good quality and worth a lot. Zheng Yanjun smiled and shook her head, then pushed the box back toward her. "Here, man. This was originally your dowry. Later, because of me and your dad, you got married in the countryside, so these things couldn't be delivered on time. It's not too late to give them to you now. Yes, man, your mother, and I only have you and your brother. We initially hoped you and your brother might be together someday. But fate had other plans. You both found someone you like and started your own families. So, these items are split between you two, which is fair." Lin Junman was also surprised. She didn't expect Lin Jingquan and his wife to think this way. Unfortunately, in the original story, this idea didn't lead to a happy ending but instead caused a tragedy. As for the earlier talk about returning to give the dowry, if they hadn't brought it up today, she would have forgotten about it. She had already made her plans. She wasn't very talented, so she planned to use her intuition to get into university and then find a stable job. Her life would be like that. She also wanted to encourage Wei Yilin to get a government position to avoid layoffs. A family with 2 working adults might not be very wealthy, but it was enough. If the other person wasn't willing, she thought about studying economics, using her intuition to give advice, and letting her partner handle the actual work. Standing at the forefront of the times, riding the wave of reform and opening up, even a pig with ideas could be lifted up. What about a smart person? Lin Junman quickly walked down and approached Lin Enian. Brother, how have you been lately? Is everything going smoothly on the road? Everything's fine. Lin Enian sat down with Lin Junman and looked at the porridge in his arms, smiling. This is the porridge you sent. Such a good boy. He looks just like our Lin family. Lin Junman couldn't help but chuckle. Porridge isn't even a year old yet. How can you tell he's from the Lin family? She truly didn't understand. She remembered that on the third day after the baby was born, Wei's mother kept saying, Porridge will grow up to be a handsome young man. Look at his eyes and mouth, so much like his mother. His nose and forehead look like his father. Even Zheng Yanjun said the same. Later, she stared at the child for 3 days but couldn't see any resemblance to herself. But Lin Enian was very confident. You can see it everywhere. After saying that, he took out a fist-sized piece of jade from his pocket and handed it to Lin Junman. This is for you. Lin Junman blinked, wondering if these days were lucky days for making money. Why was she always receiving either jade or jewelry? Where did this come from? The piece was as big as an adult's fist, with quality similar to or even better than the ones Zheng Yanjun gave her yesterday. Lin Enian waved his hand casually. I got this during a mission I did before. It's from a place rich in jade. I just brought it back. Of course, this was something he privately obtained himself, not taking advantage of the country. Seeing Lin Junman still hesitant, he quickly added, This isn't for you. It's for my little nephew. You have no right to refuse. Just take it. In just a few words, he shut Lin Junman up completely. Wow, suddenly an embroidery gift didn't seem so important. This is a wedding gift for you, Lin Enian said, then took a dark wooden box from his bag and handed it to Lin Junman. She looked at it carefully. It wasn't just a simple box. It was decorated with intricate patterns, very exquisite. She could faintly smell a faint fragrance. This box must be special, Lin Junman murmured to herself, regretting for the first time that she didn't choose a related major in college for appraisal. Lin Enian chuckled. You're my sister. Not coming back in time for your wedding already made me feel guilty. Now you have to accept this gift. I thought for a moment and added, you and Wanwan both. Lin Junman slightly twitched her lips and nodded. I understand. Thanks, brother. Lin Enian was satisfied, and then suddenly thought of a question. Did you have lunch yet, brother? Not yet. Lin Enian shook his head calmly. I'm not hungry now and don't have much appetite. I'll rest for a while, and we can eat together tonight. That works. After all, she just got off the car and didn't want to eat immediately, so she had no appetite. Lin Enian simply washed up and went upstairs to rest. He guessed that people would come over in the next few days, so the room was already tidied up and ready for them. When Lin Enian returned home, Lin Junman opened the box and fell silent again. Inside was not anything else, but a complete set of gold-inlaid jade hair accessories. The craftsmanship was so fine that it was definitely a palace-made piece from the past. It could be considered a family heirloom even in later generations. That evening, Lin Zhengquan and Zheng Yanjun came back and were very happy to see Lin Enian. The family talked until late at night before going to rest. The Yu family arrived the next day. After Lin Enian returned, Zheng Yanjun took the two of them around, busy preparing everything for the wedding. Meanwhile, Lin Junman was assigned to accompany Yuanwan. Yuanwan had never been this far from home before, and she was worried about living here long-term. But with Lin Junman here, her worries eased a lot. Plus, the lively atmosphere brought by Xiao Zhou made both Yuanwan and the Yu family feel more at ease. Since the wedding was approaching, it wasn't suitable to take her out to get familiar with the environment. So Lin Junman only showed her around the nearby Lin family area. The rest would be settled after the wedding, handled by Lin Enian. The Yu family also brought over more than 10 people, mostly relatives and brothers. Some elders, due to health reasons, couldn't travel far, so after the wedding banquet, they planned to return to Xiangyang Brigade and hold another celebration there. Besides Wei Yilin, Xue Xiaoyu also came along. At first, Lin Junman was surprised to see Xue Xiaoyu, but she later learned it was because Yuanwan strongly requested her. She wanted to have a familiar sister to accompany her, so she was basically her bridesmaid. Chang Xinghua thought that a girl who married far away would need a peer to talk to, so he approved Xue Xiuyi's leave. Since Xie Yun is already married, she is not suitable to come over. Instead, she plans to give a gift and money when returning to Xiangyang Brigade for the celebration. Wan, rest early today. I will come again tomorrow. Time quickly passed, and the night before the wedding arrived. At 7 o'clock, Lin Junman called Wei Yelin to prepare to leave. There are many things to do tomorrow, so staying out late is not appropriate. Okay, I understand. After leaving Yuanwan's room, Lin Junman said goodbye to his father and mother and hurried home. Today afternoon, she didn't bring Zhou along, so she didn't know if the little boy was causing trouble. Back home, the lights were still on. Lin Jinquan, Zheng Yanjun, and Lin Yinian sat on the sofa, repeatedly reviewing the plan for tomorrow. Getting married is a big event in life. For their family, it only happens once, so they must not make any mistakes. Zhou's small bed was next to the sofa, where Zheng Yanjun sat. The little boy blinked big eyes and chewed on his fingers. After greeting the three, Lin Junman went straight to the small bed, picked up Zhou, and held him in her arms. She habitually teased him. Zhou, my little Zhou, call Mom. Yes, learn from Mom.
Mom, Ma.
Ma. Wei Yelin also joined in, trying to coax him. Zhou, be good. Call Dad. Duh. This scene had happened many times. Each time, Zhou just bit his fingers and made sounds like, ah. Although Lin Junman felt a little disappointed, she was not worried. Some children speak early, others speak late. He's still young. She thought today would be like usual. After playing with the child, she was about to put him down when suddenly Zhou mumbled a sound. Mu-a. The child's voice was soft, and because it was the first time making such a sound, it was very unclear. Lin Junman even thought she was hearing things. Unexpectedly, Lin Yinyan's sharpers caught it and turned around in surprise. Zhou is only 7 months old now, right? Yes, Zheng Yanjun confirmed, his voice full of amazement. I think I just heard Zhou call Mom. Lin Yinyan stepped over confidently, took Zhou from the stunned Lin Junman and smiled. Zhou is really clever. Come on, call again. Zhou seemed to understand that her uncle was praising her for being clever. She clapped her small hands excitedly and smiled widely, saying, Mama. Mama. This time, her response was much clearer, and Lin Junman was awakened from her surprise. She quickly stepped over and picked up Zhou again, happily saying, Good girl. Say it again, Mama. She thought Zhou would cooperate easily, but this time, Zhou blinked her big, grape-like eyes at Lin Junman, moved her mouth, and loudly said, Hey, Lin Junman. Wei Yelin. Lin Yinian. Lin Jinquan. Ha 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 ha, Zheng Yanjun, who had been quite calm all along, suddenly burst into loud laughter, almost knocking over the ceiling. Lin Junman's face turned from pale to red, then purple, and finally looked like a cooked shrimp. Mom, he just seemed to take advantage of me. Lin Junman took a deep breath, trying to hold back her urge to give Zhou a good spanking. Lin Yinian was also caught off guard by this little boy's words and was momentarily stunned. After reacting, he burst out laughing openly. Ha! Good boy, you're clever. You already know how to take advantage of your mom. Lin Jinquan also walked over with admiration and took the child from Lin Junman's arms. Good. No wonder you're a child of the Lin family. You've got spirit. After a round of teasing, Lin Junman was so annoyed she sat aside in silence. She had only seen children taking advantage of their parents online before, never thought it would happen to her and her little boy. Zhou, small but clever, didn't understand what the adults were saying about him, but he could feel that they were making fun of him. He immediately twisted his little butt and buried his face in Lin Jinquan's chest, saying nothing. Is this kid shy, or does he know he's done something wrong? Lin Yinian asked with interest. Lin Junman rolled her eyes dramatically. He knows he's offended his mom. Maybe tired from all the laughter, Zhou quickly fell asleep, and naturally, he didn't call for his dad anymore. After the child was asleep, Lin Junman gently placed him back in his small bed. She sat nearby and continued discussing the wedding plans with the Lin family for tomorrow. I have a 20-day holiday this time. After the wedding tomorrow, I want to stay at home for a few days, then take Wanwan to Yangyang Brigade to hold another banquet and also take her to the army. However, Wanwan can't join the military now. She will stay at the army for a while and then come back. Once I qualify to accompany the troops, I will bring her back. Does Wanwan know about this? Yes, she does. Lin Enian nodded. He had called her and her parents earlier to explain. What does she think about it? Will she want to stay at her parents' house for a while? It's okay if she does. She and Lin Jingkuan are often away, so it's normal for her to want to visit her parents. Wanwan just finished high school. I also checked recently. There's a job opening nearby. When the time comes, I'll let Wanwan take the exam and find her a job. Staying at home will keep her from overthinking and give her some income. I also think that even if they agree, Wanwan's parents might not be happy about her moving back home. A job opening? Where is it? Lin Enian explained. I asked Dongzi. Their factory is hiring some staff, but I'm not sure if they will hire outsiders. I told him that if they do, Wanwan can take the test. If not, Dongzi will handle it and buy the job for her. That works too. Lin Zhengkuan sighed. At first, I was thinking about whether the job was for Man or Wanwan. Now I don't have to worry about it. Zhang Yanjun thought for a moment and asked, Can Wanwan find a job with you? I think it's better if you and she live closer. Lin Enian shook his head. Not safe now. Things are chaotic outside. I can't leave the army, and I can't be there for her if something happens. I don't trust Wanwan to stay outside alone. It's better for her to stay with her parents or her mother's family, where she can be looked after. Once I work hard in the army for another 2 years, I'll bring her to join me, and everything will be settled. That makes sense, Zhang Yanjun sighed. You and your wife are still young, and there's no rush for other things. But she still doesn't regret sending her son to join the army. The next morning, at 5 o'clock, Lin Junman woke up again. Time to get up, she said, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Then she kicked her husband, Wei Yellen, who was still half asleep beside her. They had gone to bed late last night, so her eyes felt very dry. Wei Yellen took a deep breath and sat up. He looked at his son, who was still sleeping peacefully, and then he relaxed. Let's go. When they went downstairs, they saw Lin Jingkuan, Zhang Yanjun, and Lin Enian already busy with preparations. The two of them quickly went to wash up. Meanwhile, Lin Enian had already changed into a neat military uniform. It's clear that people who have served in the army look very different from those who haven't, even if they were the same uniform. When Wei Yellen got married, he also wore a military uniform and looked very spirited. But now, seeing Lin Enian, who is a soldier, he felt a bit different. It really is true that comparing things can make you feel disappointed. Eat something first to fill your stomach. There's still a lot to do later. Zhang Yanjun brought a simple breakfast. The family hurriedly ate a little. As time went on, the young people who came with Lin Enian for the wedding gradually arrived. They greeted Lin Jingkuan, Zhang Yanjun, and Lin Enian, as well as Lin Junman and Wei Yellen. At first, they were unhappy with what Lin Junman had done, but after the family explained, they realized they had misunderstood her. So, these young men felt a bit shy when they saw Lin Junman. Junjun's sister, today is going to be a hard day for you. Lin Junman smiled softly. My brother is getting married. I should be the one working hard. They all joked around happily for a while before rushing to stand beside Lin Enian. These friends had grown up together since Lin Enian arrived here. They shared common interests and had a very close bond. The plan was to go pick up the bride at 8 o'clock. After sending Lin Enian off, everyone else prepared to go to the hotel. Junjun, your main job today is to take care of the kids. My dad and I will handle everything else, Zhang Yanjun carefully reminded her before leaving, worried she might forget the children in her excitement.
Got it, Mom.
I'll be careful, Lin Junman said, pinching her nose. She quickly picked up the little one, who had finished eating and was dressed, and held him in her arms. The family then drove together to the hotel. Mayor Lin's only son was getting married, so many people wanted to attend. However, Lin Jingkuan considered the current situation and the influence it might bring, so he politely declined most invitations. As a result, only a few colleagues attended the banquet, And although these colleagues had some influence, most others sent gifts but did not come. Lin Junman sat with her child at a relative's table, waiting for the meal to start. Today, she was not the main person. Besides the groom and bride toasting during the ceremony, she only drank a little with them. The rest of the time, she held her child and ate with Wei Yelin. On the third day after the wedding, Yin Lin took Yuanwan and her family back home. Xue Xiaoyu also left with them, but Wei Yelin stayed. The night before Yin Lin and Yuanwan left, Wei Yelin also told Lin Jingquan and Zheng Yanjun about his decision. I told my parents that after I go back this time, I won't return immediately. Dad, you mentioned before that the city wants to bring in skilled workers and I agree to stay. Actually, his parents' words were like this. Lindsay, your dad and I are reluctant for you to go so far. But your in-laws are not easy to deal with. Our only son has gone to the battlefield, and our only daughter married so far away. Both children are not with us, so it's naturally lonely. Your father-in-law is an official, always working for the country, and your mother-in-law is no less busy. Now your eldest brother-in-law is also on the battlefield defending the country. Your dad and I are not very capable, so we can't help much with your in-laws. So, maybe you should stay there and take care of Man and be filial. My dad and I are getting old and we fear loneliness. When we grow too old to move, you and Man can come back from time to see us with little Ku. As for retirement, we don't expect much from our 3 sons. When the time comes, whether it's money or effort, we'll see. Right now, we're still healthy enough to support ourselves. Wei's father took a puff of his pipe and sighed. My wife and I don't have much ability, and we can't help you much in the future. But your father-in-law is different. He's a man who does big things. Since he wants you to develop there, it probably won't be worse than here. After you go, you must work hard and stay honest. Do not have any tricky ideas. Be straightforward and honest. Do not think about cheating or dishonest ways. If you do poorly, it will embarrass your father-in-law and our Wei family. Do you understand? I understand, Dad. Wei Yelin looked serious. Elders, don't worry. I will not shame our Wei family. That's good. Dad patted his son's shoulder with emotion. Your father-in-law and your older brother-in-law are both capable men. We don't compare ourselves to them. But remember, people in their positions watch for mistakes. You must not cause trouble for them. Even I, a simple team leader, have people watching me. The family talked late into the night. The next day, Wei Dage and his brother knew and felt reassured. We will take good care of Mom and Dad. You just focus on your own family outside. Lin Jingquan and Zheng Yanjun were both surprised and expected. Since you've decided, tomorrow take my recommendation letter. Someone will guide you on what to do. Okay? He wasn't going straight into the job, which Wei Yelin had already expected. He was confident he could succeed. Compared to those recent college graduates, his position was earned through real skill. His technique was so good that even his master said he was ready to graduate. Although he wasn't as experienced as the old workers or master craftsmen, he was sure he could get the job. After sorting out Wei Yelin's matters, Lin Jingquan looked at Lin Junman. Man, normally you should stay at home. But after talking with your mom, we think we're rarely at home during the day. Now that Lindsay's work problem is solved and no one is free at home, we worry you'll think too much. So we decided to find you a job. Just right, your mom found and do their workplace will have an opening this week. Your mom and I decided to pay to buy the position. When they leave, you can start working. Lin Junman blinked. Mom, if I remember correctly, and Do works at the department store, right? Yes, you're right. A department store still has an opening. Lin Junman was quite surprised. Because the department store has many different sections, some are very quiet, and others are very busy. Zheng Yanjun sighed. What I showed you is a counter that sells export goods. The clerk there needs to know some English, not just understand but also speak it, so just keep doing that when you go. Lin Junman was really surprised. You still dare to speak English now? That's hard to believe. She remembered how sensitive international relations are these days. Lin Jingquan waved his hand. It wasn't like this before. This is a new position added by the city this year, But because no one dared to step forward, the business at that counter has been quite slow. The only person who dared to try was pushed aside, so we had to find someone else. Maybe knowing English doesn't matter that much. Lin Junman hesitated but finally decided to tell the truth. Mom and Dad, actually, I can speak English. Zheng Yanjun? Lin Jinkuan? Old Lin, did I hear that right? Zheng Yanjun was suspicious of her ears. With all the fuss these past few years, and how sensitive English is, how could her precious daughter know it? She didn't remember any English classes at school. Lin Junman touched her nose and made up a story that almost sounded believable. Actually, when I was hanging out with some troublemaker friends, I met a few old professors in trouble. I helped them out, and they were so grateful that they taught me some English I was interested in, but they told me not to tell anyone. Later, I went to the countryside, so I haven't been in touch for a long time. Though this story was a bit far-fetched, Lin Jinkuan and Zheng Yanjun believed it completely. First, there really were many people in trouble a few years ago. Second, they didn't know what kind of person their real adopted daughter was. They always thought she was kind and smart. That's a big favor. Lin Jinkuan frowned. Did you thank them? She made up the story herself, so how could she thank them? But seeing Lin Jinkuan's serious face, Lin Junman quickly straightened up. Of course, but that was before I went to the countryside. I already thanked them then. When they found out I was going, they told me not to come back to see them anymore. We helped each other, and after that, it was as if we never met. Everyone says to forget what they've seen in the future. What else could Lin Jinkuan say? All right, let's leave it at that. If I see her again someday and her situation isn't good, I'll help her. Otherwise, forget it. Got it, Dad, Lin Junman cheerfully replied. Finally, they managed to get past it. Since that's the case, man, tomorrow you should go find Aunt Du, have her take you there. As for your English skills, that's perfect. Sometimes there are foreigners in our city, but they are mostly officials. They usually bring a translator, so you don't need to step forward unless necessary. I understand, Mom. I'll go find Aunt Du tomorrow. After discussing work matters, Wei Yellen went to his room, took out a box, and placed it on the coffee table. What is this? The family looked at each other in confusion. Wei Yellen smiled shyly. It should have been brought out a few days ago, but I was busy and the time was tight, so I kept delaying. This is from my parents when I came here. They said it's a dowry for Man. A dowry? Didn't she already get one? Lin Junman asked in confusion. After Grandma Wei gave her a family heirloom, her parents also gave her 300 yuan, and everything else was ready, 3 gifts and a musical instrument. In their area, that was very impressive.
So, why is there more now?
Wei Yellen opened the box and explained. Inside is a set of headwear and jewelry. My mother was a maid in a landlord's household before liberation. She was a very respected maid. When she married my father, the lady of the house gave her many dowries. After the family's trouble, the lady passed away quickly, but her children's parents continued to care for her, though quietly. The descendants of that family wanted to thank my parents, so when my brothers and I got married, they sent us gifts.
This is what they sent this time.
My mother added some things and asked me to make sure you get them. Lin Junman had never heard of this before and hesitated, unsure whether to reach out and accept. Wei Yellen looked a bit apologetic. Because of their sensitive status and your and my parents' positions being even more dangerous for them, we didn't tell you, or Man earlier. Please understand. Lin Jinkuan remained calm and waved his hand. It's okay. Although I am an official, I won't involve innocent people. This is your Wei family's matter, so you can handle it yourselves. Wei Yellen also seemed to relax a bit and directly handed the box to Lin Junman. Hurry up and put it away. And Du saw that Lin Junman was still very friendly, but her warmth was a little different from before. After all, the girl was already married, and she should have let go of her feelings by now. Since Wei Yellen went to do his own things, Lin Junman came alone today. Xiao stayed at home under Zheng Yanjun's care. Zheng Yanjun had taken a day off specially to rest at home. Man is here. And Du smiled warmly as she came over and took Lin Junman's hand to sit on the sofa. I told your mom about your situation. The girl from before is now doing her handover. We planned to take you there in a few days, but she's in a hurry to leave, so I brought you today. Just right, you two can do a work handover, and you'll start work earlier and get paid earlier. Okay, and are we leaving now? Yes. And is a decisive person. She changed into a new outfit and took Lin Junman straight to the department store. When they arrived, Lin Junman realized that Aunt Du was the general manager of the department store, and all the salespeople worked under her. She suddenly understood why the salespeople looked at her strangely when she first arrived. She had wondered what was going on. At the same time, she felt a bit embarrassed. The original owner only knew Aunt Du as a person and that she worked at the department store, but didn't know her position. What a strange situation. They said it was a work handover, but there wasn't much to hand over. Aunt Du just briefly introduced her to the items at her counter and what she usually needed to do. Then it was over. This made Lin Junman breathe a sigh of relief. She thought it would be more complicated. The counter was quite relaxed, and there were some other nearby positions that were also quite easy. After starting work, Lin Junman realized how rich these people's leisure lives were. Although they were working, there weren't many customers. They were all free, so she brought some yarn from home to knit or embroidered insoles. Basically, they did all sorts of things. After 2 relaxing days at work, Lin Junman realized that her job at the counter was not just easy. She was actually here to relax. Aside from occasionally being called to help for a couple of days, she only served 4 customers this week, and only 2 of them were foreign visitors. As Zheng Yanjun mentioned, both of these visitors had translators with them, along with other government officials, so Lin Junman simply communicated with the translators in Chinese. She didn't dare to speak up directly. Although the Lin family background was solid and could withstand scrutiny, she worried someone might secretly cause trouble. So, with nothing else to do, Lin Junman brought her textbooks to work and reviewed them while on duty. She had already reviewed her middle and high school textbooks and planned to visit the recycling station after work today to see if there were useful review materials. Meanwhile, Xue Xiaoyu and Xia Yun wrote to say they were still studying hard. Although they didn't know if it would be useful in the future, they found that reading in their spare time kept them from feeling numb and helped them fully adapt to rural life. Lin Junman decided to send some review materials to Xia Yun and Xue Xiaoyu, in addition to keeping some for herself. After all, they were good friends who had lived together. She also planned to review with Yuanwan, Wei Yi, and Lin. With enough preparation time, passing the college entrance exam wouldn't be a problem. This was another step closer to her dream of becoming a laid-back person. The city's recycling station was much larger than the one in the county. Piles of old books, deemed useless, filled an entire yard. The staff there were quite relaxed. Most valuable items had already been sorted out multiple times. Lin Junman didn't mind. She wasn't after those elusive, worthless items anyway. In the yard, books were stacked high. Lin Junman skillfully covered her nose and mouth with half a cloth, then started searching through the mountain of books. Some books she liked but couldn't take now, so she stored them in her space. The ones she could show to others, she organized and took outside for weighing.
Her guess was right.
She quickly found many useful review materials. Among them was the famous set of self-study series for math, physics, and chemistry, which had helped her greatly in the upcoming college entrance exam and became very well known later. She once knew how popular this book was 2 years ago, but now it is just piled up here like trash. Lin Junman searched through it for more than 2 hours until it got dark before she stopped. Even so, she only found 3 complete sets of the self-study series of mathematics, physics, and chemistry, one of which was slightly stained, but it didn't matter much. There were also some other miscellaneous materials, many of which were destroyed because they were in English. So Lin Junman only found a few remaining pieces. Fortunately, her English foundation was still somewhat intact, and with these materials, she thought she could handle the college entrance exam without much trouble. If it didn't work out, she was sure more review materials would be available before the exam, and she could buy them then. Carrying the best books she found, Lin Junman went outside to weigh them. She chose quite a few this time, spending a total of 3 yuan. After paying, she tied the books to the back of her bicycle and headed straight home. At first, Wei Yelin was somewhat indifferent about preparing for the college entrance exam, but after coming here, he firmly changed his mind. Man, whether or not we can retake the exam in the future, it's never a bad idea to learn more now, he said suddenly one night while lying in bed, looking at the review materials stacked on Lin Junman's desk. Lin Junman's hand, which was pulling up the blanket, paused, and she asked in surprise, why this sudden change of heart? She wasn't stupid. She could tell Wei Yelin's attitude during their previous study sessions in the countryside.
She didn't pay much attention to it then.
Anyway, there was still plenty of time. At worst, she could keep studying a little each year. When the news about the college entrance exam came out, she could still rush to take a university entrance exam later. She didn't expect his attitude to turn around so suddenly. Wei Yelin sighed emotionally. Maybe it was because the place I was in was too small. The things I was exposed to, though impressive to ordinary people, made me realize I was looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Even machines here are much more advanced than at home.
My knowledge is really too limited now.
I even suspect that my father might have helped me get into the mechanical factory here through some connections. Lin Junman initially wanted to tease him, but upon hearing this, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's unlikely. My dad, for all his flaws, probably wouldn't go that far. She is very confident about this, although she admits that the situation is quite urgent. Just knowing this is enough. If the college entrance exam is restored, there will be special programs for further study, and more opportunities will be available. Yes, Wei Yelin nods seriously. Actually, there was something he didn't say out loud. When he was in the countryside, he felt a bit superior because he was the son of the team leader and had a formal job. At that time, he didn't realize the gap between their families, but now that he's here, he sees the difference between his family and the Lin family. Thinking about the time he pursued his wife, he feels that if he had another chance, he might have had the courage to make that decision again. Remembering the looks in Qin Yang's eyes when he saw them that day, he feels his wife was quite wronged to marry him. Since his wife firmly believes that the college entrance exam will be restored, he decides to prepare well. For him, getting into university is a way to improve his status and to bring pride to his wife's family. Yu Wanwan returned after half a month. Lin Yinian did not come back with her. He could only see his newlywed wife off to the train. Being educated, Yu Wanwan was not nervous and traveled confidently from Lin Yinian's workplace back home. The next day, Lin's mother brought 2 books on her major. The exam at the food factory has 2 parts. One is based on textbook knowledge and the other on professional skills. Yu Wanwan is not worried about the textbook part, but she hasn't had much contact with the professional knowledge, so she's concerned about that. Lin's mother is very relaxed about it. Just do your best to review. The factory's open exam is in a week. If you pass, that's great. If not, find another opportunity. Even if the factory doesn't officially recruit through exams, you can find out and buy a copy of the test. So don't worry and go take the exam. As long as your scores meet the requirements, no one will dare to replace you. Got it, Mom, Yu Wanwan says as she takes the books. I will study hard. Good, her mother replies. From that day on, Yu Wanwan only took care of preparing lunch for herself at noon and dinner for everyone in the evening. As for washing dishes, Lin Junman and Wei Yelin took turns. Sometimes, Lin Jingquan and Zheng Yanjun also helped out. In this way, a week quickly passed, and Lin Junman and Wei Yelin adapted very well to their new work. On the day of the food factory exam, Lin Junman took a day off to accompany Yu Wanwan to the test. As for Zhozhou, she was entrusted to Aunt Du's mother-in-law. Originally, Lin Junman wanted to bring her along, but the weather outside was too hot, and she couldn't bear to do so. Let's go, sister-in-law. Today, I will be your flower protector, Lin Junman said happily as she pushed her bicycle out of the yard and patted the back seat. Yu Wanwan raised an eyebrow and sat down without hesitation. Then, thank you for your help, little sister. TSK, Lin Junman clicked her tongue. Women really do get bolder after marriage. Back then, before they were married, she would tease and call her sister-in-law sometimes. Yu Wanwan wouldn't blush like a monkey's, but she would look a little uncomfortable. Now, she was calm and unbothered, able to respond easily without changing her expression. It's actually quite simple, Yu Wanwan said casually. It's just that now, it's more official. Alright, I give up, Lin Junman said with a grin. She crossed one leg over the front bar of the bike, pushed off forcefully, and the bike sped forward. Let's go. At this time, working here is very popular, especially for public job openings, which gave many people without connections or money a chance. By the time the two arrived at the entrance of the food factory, it wasn't exactly a sea of people, but there were definitely a lot of bustling heads in sight. Wow, so many people, Yuanwan exclaimed, looking a bit nervous. My chances just got even slimmer. Lin Junman parked the bike and comforted her. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Many people are just here to try their luck. Not many have real skills. All you need to do is stay calm, perform well, and stand out among those with real talent. And just based on what you learned from your textbooks, your foundation is already much stronger than theirs. Plus, you haven't relaxed at all this week. Hearing this reassurance from Lin Junman, Yuanwan's anxious heart calmed down a bit. She nodded. You're right. As long as I stay steady, whether I succeed or fail is up to fate. Exactly, Lin Junman cheered her up happily. And this time, the food factory is hiring 5 people. With Lin Junman's encouragement, Yuan quickly regained her confidence. All right, I won't let everyone down. After checking her stationery, she confidently headed toward the exam entrance. The exam entrance was in front of the food factory's main gate. Besides the large double iron gate in the center, there were 2 smaller gates on each side. Today, a white banner with black characters was hanging at the left small gate, Food Factory Recruitment Exam. Next to it sat an old man wearing dark blue work clothes. He had a table in front of him with 2 forms on it. People taking the exam registered here, and only after checking in could they go inside. Seeing Yuanwan smoothly check in and enter the factory, Lin Junman relaxed. She looked around and then pushed her bicycle to a large tree nearby. In front of the food factory, there was a row of trees. Lin Junman looked carefully, but gave up because she didn't recognize them. These trees had grown quite tall now. Even though it was autumn, they still had many leaves, casting a big shadow underneath, an ideal place to stay out of the sun. Luckily, most parents here to see their children were elders. They were all anxious and crowded at the gate, eager to see their kids first. That's why Lin Junman found a large, less crowded tree to stay in the shade. The weather at the end of July and early August was not cold, it was quite hot. Although Lin Junman was under the big tree, as time passed, the sun rose higher. Her forehead started to sweat. There was no breeze at all, and as the sun climbed higher, more parents couldn't stand the heat and moved closer under the trees. The more people there were, the hotter it got. Lin Junman slightly unbuttoned the top button of her shirt and magically took out a large fan from behind her to cool herself. Good thing I was smart today, she thought, smiling proudly as she watched the others sweat profusely. The breeze from the fan felt nice on her face, making her squint comfortably. 2 hours passed quickly.
Just a little more time.
Just a little more. She wasn't sure if it was the comfort of the fan or the psychological effect of comparing herself to the others, but within 5 minutes, Lin Junman started feeling sleepy. Her head drooped little by little, and with the unknown insects in the tree behind her humming a lullaby, she struggled to hold the fan. It almost dropped twice. Lin Yunmin was awakened twice in the middle of the night, but she quickly fell back asleep. On the 3rd time, she almost fell to the ground. She sighed helplessly, looked at her watch, and saw there was about half an hour left. All right, I have to wait a little longer. She shifted her position to get more comfortable, resting her head against the tree, planning to nap a bit more when suddenly, someone snatched her fan. Instinctively, Lin Yunmin clenched the handle of her fan, barely holding on as it was about to be taken away. Who is that? She asked, confused, her tone a bit annoyed. In the hot summer, a fan is a lifesaver. Someone trying to take it away is almost like risking their life. And why couldn't they just ask to borrow it instead of grabbing it? Her angry eyes met the person's, an old man. He looked to be around 60, but many people nowadays are bent from hard work, so he might be younger but look older. What are you doing? Lin Yumin thought her tone was pretty polite and not aggressive. But the old man suddenly snapped back. What attitude is that for a young girl? What do you mean, what attitude? She replied, feeling speechless and a bit annoyed. "Old man, shouldn't you have asked me first before taking my stuff?" She didn't say it outright, but she considered taking things without asking as stealing because she was worried about offending her elders. Instead, the old man grew bolder and said, "You've been slapping that fan around all this time. Can't you let us elders use it for a bit?" Lin Yumin looked around at the people nearby. Most of them looked to be in their 40s or 50s, but none of them had the guts to just grab her fan like that. "If I took my stuff back, of course I'd use it myself. It's so hot. Only a fool wouldn't think about that. And didn't you check the weather before going out? If you didn't bring your own, whose fault is that?" I was just about to doze off, so I wasn't paying attention to what was happening around me. She prepared herself for a fight, recalling her past experiences with arguments. She knew there would be a crowd of people backing the old man up, just criticizing others from a moral high ground, regardless of who was right or wrong. But the final outcome surprised her greatly. "The young girl is right," an old man weakly said. "It's our fault for not thinking ahead, bringing a straw hat or a fan when we go out." Exactly. The girl was just sleeping earlier. Who sleeps and still pays attention to what's around? I wouldn't do that. And if someone tried to take my things, I wouldn't be as easy to talk to as her. The people around were talking loudly, but most of them supported Lin Junman. A few aunties comforted her, saying, "It's okay, girl. Keep sleeping. That's right. You decide what to do with your things. Even if you don't go out today, no one can force you." An angry uncle scolded the old man. "Hey, uncle, you're so old. How can you be so shameless as to take a young girl's things? She gave you a favor, not an obligation. Do you have to force her to give you something?" People tend to fear the strong and favor the kind. Even the old man was no exception. Seeing everyone criticize him, he crouched down silently, and no one dared to speak further. Lin Junman felt uneasy. She was the kind of person who gives more when treated well, and gives less when treated badly. In simple words, she prefers to be soft rather than hard. Seeing so many reasonable villagers, Lin Junman felt warm inside. She remembered the movie based on real events she saw later. It was about a girl diagnosed with cancer. She was in a bad mood and wore sunglasses on a bus. A rude old man forced her to give up her seat. Some careless passengers and a dishonest reporter secretly filmed her and posted it online. Soon, the girl was overwhelmed by online abuse and, within a month, tragically took her own life by jumping from a building. Although the truth was eventually revealed and the reporter was punished, the lively girl was gone forever. Those who pretend to be innocent but hide behind their keyboards continue to be reckless, indirectly causing more tragedies. If everyone were as reasonable as these villagers, that girl might still be alive today. This is just what has been revealed. There are many more unknown things happening in secret. The feeling of being blamed by everyone can really drive a person crazy or even cause harm. Feeling comfortable inside, Lin Junman ignored the heat around her. She saw the uncle who had spoken weakly earlier, but still defended her. She took the fan from her hand and said, "Uncle, I'm not that hot anymore. Please use my fan." The uncle waved his hand and said, "No need, girl. It's almost time now. I spoke up for you because my daughter is about your age and is taking an exam inside. I don't want her to be unfairly judged by others in the future." He looked at the old man who was squatting down silently with a hint of disdain, which made Lin Junman feel a little amused. She threw the fan over and said, "I really am not hot anymore. Uncle, you should keep using it. You're already sweating a lot." The uncle hesitated a few times but finally accepted it with a smile. "All right, I'll take this chance to enjoy the fan of a young girl. I will use it, especially since the weather is really hot. That's just how it is." After this small fuss, everyone's drowsiness was gone, and they started chatting happily. With everyone's attention diverted, the hot weather was suddenly ignored. Laughter and cheerful voices floated around now and then. Half an hour passed quickly with chatting. Soon, the factory gate opened, and the exam takers started coming out one after another. Seeing this, everyone stood up and moved toward the gate naturally. The uncle returned the fan to Lin Junman and said cheerfully, "Girl, thank you for the fan today. If it weren't for your fan, I might have fainted." Lin Junman looked at the uncle's build and thought it wasn't impossible. With all that fat, whether real or fake, he looked to weigh about 200 pounds. In this era, such a body type probably meant he was from a wealthy family. No need to thank me. It was thanks to you speaking up for me today, Lin Junman said with a smile. I'll go now, my sister-in-law is about to come out. Go ahead. Yuanwan came out about 5 minutes later. Since some people had already left, the place was much emptier. Lin Junman immediately saw that Yuanwan still looked quite good. Let's go. Hurry back to eat, Lin Junman said, fanning herself. I'm almost too hot to stand it. Me too, Yuanwan sighed. The classroom was okay with a fan, but outside it's even hotter. Let's go, man. I'll treat you to lunch at the state-run restaurant today. Oh, so generous? Lin Junman was surprised. It seems you did well on the exam. Yuanwan waved her hand. No, it's just too hot, and I don't want to go home and cook. Plus, I just finished the test and my mind feels blank. I'm really hungry and can't wait for my own meal. All right, since I rarely get to treat you, I want good food, Lin Junman happily agreed. Get in the car. The two went to the state-run restaurant. Maybe because of the exam, there were still quite a few people there. They looked around but found no empty seats. We can only take a pack of food home now, Yuanwan said with a helpless tone. That's fine. The taste probably won't be much different. They agreed and packed 3 dishes to take home. Now, everyone at home had a proper job. Many people's opinions about Lin's family, who were rural folks, had lessened. Not everyone's family was full of full-time workers. Life gradually returned to normal. After sending review materials and handwritten letters to Xiangyang Brigade, Lin Junman and Wei Yellen, along with Yuanwan, started studying day and night. During the day, they worked, and at night, after feeding and putting the baby to sleep, the 3 gathered in the living room to study. Lin Jingquan supported their efforts, not opposing but encouraging them strongly. This year, the government's policies have loosened a lot. Now, many college graduates only have a diploma but lack real skills. I've heard many places prefer to rehire experienced workers rather than accept recent graduates. It looks like the college entrance exam might be reinstated soon. Keep studying hard. You might catch the first wave of opportunities. Thanks, Dad. We understand. We'll study hard, they replied. Lin Jingquan's words reassured them all, especially Lin Junman. Since moving here, life has been quite simple. Lin Junman is unsure if the world in the book will change because of her butterfly wings. From what Lin Jingquan says in his words, there probably won't be any big problems. The 3 of them have been studying hard for a long time, and soon it was January 1977. One day, while Lin Junman was at work, her coworker hurried over and said, Man, hurry back. Something's wrong at your home. The news was sudden, and Lin Junman froze in place. What did you say? I said something's wrong at your house, the co-worker said anxiously, stomping her foot. A neighbor came to tell me. Why would they lie? Lin Junman, you should go home quickly, another co-worker, who usually didn't get along with her, said with a mischievous smile. It's already this late, and you're still doubting them? You're really? Lin Junman glared at her fiercely, then handed the counter to the co-worker who had just spoken. Lingzi, watch this for me. I need to go back and see. Okay, Lingzi replied happily. Today, she didn't ride her bike, so Lin Junman ran straight home. As soon as she entered, she saw Lin Jingquan and Zheng Yanjun sitting worriedly on the sofa in the living room. Yu Wanyan was nowhere to be seen, but she could hear sounds coming from upstairs. Lin Junman leaned on the doorframe and took a breath, asking, Mom and Dad, what happened? Lin Jingquan and Zheng Yanjun looked up and met her eyes as she and her brother entered. Your brother had an accident in the army. This was something Lin Junman never expected. Her mind went blank. That can't be true. She remembered reading books where she never heard of Lin Yinian having an accident. Besides, Lin Yinian was the main character, unlike Wei Yellen, who was just a minor character with no name. The author's mother liked to describe every detail of big and small events. Zheng Yanjun's eyes were red. Your brother said he was injured in the army. He hopes a family member can go and take care of him. As a family member of a soldier herself, she understood. Only when the injury was serious would the army notify the family. Usually, nurses at the military hospital would take care of minor injuries. Is it sister-in-law going? As soon as she said this, Lin Junman felt she had spoken nonsense. Who else could it be but Yu Wanyan going? She quickly added, is sister-in-law going alone? I want to go see the past. Zheng Yanjun clenched her teeth. As a mother, she could accept her son going to the battlefield to protect the country, but when the injuries are serious, no mother can stay calm. Then go, Lin Junman blurted out. Since becoming a mother, she understood Zheng Yanjun's feelings. Go ahead then, Lin Jingquan also spoke. I can't go. Inyan's injuries are serious, but probably not life-threatening. If they were, the army wouldn't have this attitude. Hearing this, Zheng Yanjun's anxious heart calmed a little. You're right. I'll go take a look. Wanwan must be scared stiff. After speaking, Zheng Yanjun went upstairs, leaving the three of them staring at each other. I'm going out first. Lin Junman couldn't sit still. She stood up quickly. Yi, stay with Dad for a while. Before Wei Yilin could speak, she ran out. Enian was injured, and someone hurt should rest and recover. Since Mom and sister-in-law had already gone, they would probably prepare some food to help him recover. The ingredients were very important. The quality of chickens, ducks, and geese in her space was much better than outside. They had grown up now, so it was a good chance to bring some to help Enian get better. So Lin Junman packed 3 chickens, ducks, and geese into each bag. They were quite heavy to carry, but it was okay. It was urgent. They only needed to bring some clean clothes so they could share the load and carry everything easily. Fortunately, trains now allowed live chickens and ducks on board. If this were in the future, she definitely wouldn't have thought of such an idea. After packing, Lin Junman quickly returned home and forcefully handed the bags to the 2. I have to look after my little one, so I can't go, but this is my gift. The ingredients are top quality and will help my brother recover. You must take them. The 2, who had been about to refuse, immediately took the bags back. They had planned to buy ingredients after arriving, but this was her daughter's heartfelt gift to her brother. They would carry it for her. It would also save them from having to buy things in unfamiliar places later. The train ticket was for a late-night journey. The distance to Lin Enian's workplace by train is about 2 days and 1 night, arriving in the afternoon. The army will send someone to pick them up when they arrive. Lin Jingquan, Lin Yunman, and Wei Yelin, along with Zheng Yanjun and Yuan Wan, saw off the mother and daughter-in-law at the train station before returning. Meanwhile, at the military hospital, Lin Enian, who had been bandaged into a mummy-like state, helplessly looked at the squad leader sitting at the bedside. The incident was very serious, even involving the squad leader. Comrade Lin Enian, although you made a big contribution this time, you are also seriously injured. We have already notified your parents. We will discuss everything else once you recover. Sorry to trouble you, squad leader. Lin Enian instinctively wanted to salute, but the severe pain in his right arm made him give up and just move his heavily wrapped head. The squad leader quickly held him back. There's no need to be formal now. Just focus on healing your injuries. Yes, Lin Enian felt very helpless. Although his injuries looked serious, he knew they were mostly superficial wounds. Because he usually trained very carefully, he responded quickly when the bomb exploded, protected himself well, and avoided vital areas while rescuing others. So his injuries only appeared severe. As long as he rested properly and kept the wounds from getting infected, he would be fine. He was surprised that the team paid so much attention and even notified his parents. He also knew that the visitors were likely Wanwan and his mother. His father probably couldn't come, and as for Man, because of Jojo, she probably wouldn't come either. He remembered that he was still unconscious when they were notified, or he would have stopped them. Although he really wanted to see his wife, it wasn't the right time now. He wondered how worried she must be. His only plan was to rest well and recover as much as possible before they arrived, so he wouldn't look so miserable. The squad leader, busy with many tasks, came to visit, gave some advice, and then left. Before leaving, he emphasized the importance of being on time to meet the hero's family. Because they came in such a hurry, when they bought tickets, they only managed to get 1 sleeper ticket and 1 hard seat ticket, as only 1 sleeper was left. Over the past 2 days, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law took turns resting on the train. Their concern for their loved ones made them forget about their fatigue during the journey. When the train announced the stop, they quickly tidied themselves up. Seeing each other's tired faces made them feel a little amused. "Let's get off quickly. The army vehicle should have arrived to pick us up," said the daughter-in-law. Yuanwan nodded. "It should be here by now." She had been here once before. Last time, the military vehicle arrived early to pick them up. If they didn't come, the base was a bit far from the train station and it was quite secretive. Without someone to guide them, they could easily get lost in the wilderness. As soon as they stepped off the train, Yuanwan saw a lively young man in military uniform holding a big sign. The sign had two large names, Zheng Yanjun and Yuanwan. "Mom, over there," Yuanwan said. Since they had used the same spot last time, she recognized it immediately and excitedly grabbed Zheng Yanjun's hand. He looked over and saw them clearly. He couldn't help but comment, "People do get older, but your eyes are still sharp." "Mom, your eyes are still good." Yuanwan quickly encouraged her mother-in-law. "You'll need to help take care of the grandkids someday." "Haha, okay, I'll help take care of the grandkids," Zheng Yanjun said with a big smile. "I'll carry these 2 bags. You can hold the clothes and the other bag," Zheng Yanjun said, handing out the bags. She mainly took the bag with the geese inside. The 2 geese had been noisy the whole trip. Several times, Zheng Yanjun almost wanted to break their necks, but she was worried they wouldn't be fresh if she did. So she endured it until they arrived. Once there, her first plan was to cook the 2 geese that had caused her so much trouble. The soldier waiting for them was the same one who had come last time. When Yuanwan waved at him, he recognized her immediately and happily waved back, holding up his sign. "Sister-in-law, over here." Zheng Yanjun and Yuanwan struggled to carry the bags over. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "Comrade, thank you so much." The soldier scratched his head kindly. "No trouble at all, Auntie, sister-in-law. Let's go back quickly so we can catch the dinner at the canteen." The 2 quickly threw the bag into the trunk and then climbed into the back seat. Xiaobing started the car quickly and drove fast toward the base. As he said, when they returned to the camp, they saw smoke rising from the kitchen area. "Auntie, sister-in-law, I will take you to the hospital first, then bring the food over." Although it was a bit embarrassing to trouble them, Zheng Yanjun was visiting for the first time and was unfamiliar with everything, so she agreed. Yuanwan wanted to go with them to get food, but she looked tired and unkempt, so it wasn't suitable. The car stopped at the hospital entrance, and they introduced the 2 to the nurse, asking her to help take them inside. When the nurse heard they were family members of a hero, she immediately became very enthusiastic. "Annie, sister-in-law, I will take you there right now." On the hospital bed, Lin Enian was bored, playing with his fingers. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong and looked up to see his tearful wife and mother at the door, covered in dirt and dust. "Mom, Wanwan." Yuanwan almost didn't recognize the man wrapped up like a rice dumpling as her husband at first, until he spoke. Enian knew. Many words wanted to come out, but she didn't know what to say. She also couldn't be too emotional in front of her mother-in-law. Zheng Yanjun took a deep breath. Before she could speak, tears almost fell. "Enian, what's going on?" Yuanwan wiped her tears. Although her 3rd brother was also in the army, she had never seen him hurt so badly. Maybe he hid his injuries from the family, but this was her first time truly feeling the cruelty of war. She also began to understand why her 3rd brother was reluctant to marry. Such scenes are too painful and cruel for families. Her mother and wife were emotional, and Lin Enian sighed. Luckily, he was prepared. "Actually, I've made a contribution this time. During a mission, a young soldier accidentally got into trouble, so the new soldier was inexperienced and affected by an unexpected situation. His reaction was slow, almost costing him his life. If Lin Enian hadn't reacted quickly, he might not have made it back safely." After learning what happened, both of them felt sad but also proud. While they were talking, their little soldier brought food. The 3 of them didn't think much and hurriedly ate everything. On the train, both of them felt exhausted physically and mentally and had no appetite. Now, seeing people safe and sound, They felt relieved but also very hungry, so they ate faster. Rest well and comfort Wanwan. She was really scared, Jung Yanjun said after finishing her meal. She stood up, ready to give the space to the young couple. Outside, it was already dark, and the lights in the ward were on. Just as she was about to leave, suddenly, a series of quick footsteps sounded outside. Soon, several people rushed into the room. As a former military wife, Jung Yanjun immediately recognized the leader and the political commissar. Before she could greet them, Lin Yinian, who had been lying on the bed and being cared for by Yu Wanwan, used his healthy left arm to support himself and sat up. "Hello, leader and commissar." His loud voice was hard to believe for someone who was seriously injured. Yu Wanwan couldn't help but glance sideways, and Jung Yanjun slightly curled her lips. That little guy, it was obvious he wasn't badly hurt. He was so lively and energetic he might be able to leave tomorrow. Shaking off her thoughts, Jung Yanjun greeted the two. "Leader, commissar. Thank you for coming so late to see this kid." The leader waved generously. "No problem. He's one of my soldiers. It's my duty to check on him. But, sister-in-law, your child was hurt under my command. I hope you don't mind." Jung Yanjun felt a twinge of sadness, but kept a calm face. As a qualified soldier, injuries are unavoidable. This kid is only hurt, not in danger of life. That's already thanks to your efforts. If it weren't for careful training, he might not have made it back intact. The leader sighed in relief. As a former military wife, her awareness was impressive. "Sister-in-law, I just came to check. Are you going to the reception house now?" The leader looked around and soon spotted a bag in the corner, indicating she hadn't gone back yet. "I plan to go back," Jung Yanjun said honestly. "I was just about to find someone to take me there." The team leader immediately turned around. "Niu Quansheng, take Comrade Yinian's mother to the guest house." "Yes." Another soldier with thick eyebrows and big eyes stepped forward. He easily picked up 3 bags and held them in his hands. "Auntie, I'll take you there." Jung Yanjun tried to persuade him, then picked up another bag and nodded before leaving. The guest house was not far from the hospital, about a 10-minute walk. Niu Quansheng was very friendly. He went to the kitchen to get hot water before leaving, which made Jung Yanjun feel a bit embarrassed. When she wanted to thank him, he responded with a simple remark. "Commander Lin was injured while saving someone. He's my role model. Since you are Commander Lin's mother, helping you is only right." After quickly washing up, Jung Yanjun lay down on the bed and fell asleep. She was getting older, and her body was not as strong as before. The next morning, Jung Yanjun got up early. When she opened the door to prepare chicken soup in the kitchen, she saw Yu Wanwan standing there with dark circles under her eyes. She was surprised. "Wanwan, you didn't go back to your room to sleep last night?" Yu Wanwan nodded and shook her head. "I only came back late at night. Yinian had a fever last night, so I stayed with her until her temperature dropped before returning." "How is she now?" Jung Yanjun asked anxiously. Yu Wanwan quickly reassured her. "Her fever broke late last night. Mom, don't worry." Only then did Jung Yanjun relax a little. She looked at the chicken in her hand, feeling a bit unsure. "He just finished his fever, and his body is weak. Can he eat this?" Yu Wanwan nodded quickly. "Yes, I asked the doctor. He can eat, but not fried or braised. It's best to make soup." "I was planning to make soup," Jung Yanjun said with a gentle smile. "Soup is very nourishing. I'll go kill the chicken and pluck the feathers now." She hurriedly took a live chicken to the kitchen. The chicken was exhausted and had no strength to struggle. It hadn't eaten for nearly 3 days and was now weak and hungry. Having worked in the kitchen for a long time, Jung Yanjun was used to the work. The kitchen staff almost always agreed to her requests. In less than 10 minutes, she returned with a slaughtered chicken. Yu Wanwan had already washed some seasonings she bought from the supply and marketing cooperative. The mother and daughter-in-law worked together quickly to cook the stew in a clay pot over the mud stove. They ate the leftovers from a guest house, some buns and porridge, quickly and simply. Then Yu Wanwan went to the hospital ward, while Jung Yanjun stayed behind to watch the chicken soup. The chicken soup simmered for 2 hours. After removing it, Jung Yanjun left it at the guest house for the night. carefully skimming off the surface oil before pouring the tasty soup into a food container to bring over.
Drink this.
Your sister bought it especially for you. Jung Yanjun placed a bowl of chicken soup on Lin Enian's table. Drink it when it's not too cold. Lin Enian looked speechless. Mom, I know. He's not a 3-year-old child, and even if he were, he wouldn't put hot chicken soup in his mouth. Jung Yanjun rolled her eyes and sat on the bed. Seeing you still lively and active makes me feel better. There's a lot to do at home, so I'll leave in about 3 days. Wanwan will stay to take care of you. When you're almost better, you can go back. Wanwan was stunned. Mom, you should go back with me. Jung Yanjun waved her hand calmly. I can go back on my own. When you see that Enian is almost fine, let him take you to the train. With my experience last time, you should be able to get back yourself. Of course I can get back. Wanwan hesitated. But I have work, and I'm worried about taking too long off. There's nothing to worry about, Jung Yanjun said with a wave. You're a military family member, caring for a soldier injured for the country. Any unit will support you. But during this time, don't take your salary. Let them deduct it later. That's only right. Wanwan nodded without hesitation. Jung Yanjun smiled. Don't worry. Just call your factory and explain the situation. It's not a big deal. Hearing this, Wanwan felt a little relieved and planned to call later. Every 2 days, Lin Enian ate nourishing food like chicken and duck, and his complexion visibly improved. His rough, mummy-like skin finally started to shed. Seeing this, Jung Yanjun also relaxed completely. On the 4th day, she decided to leave. Since you're fine, I'll go first. Mom, why don't you stay a couple more days? When the time comes, you and Wanwan can go back together. Lin Enian couldn't help but speak up. Jung Yanjun seemed to have expected Lin Enian to say that, and with a confident wave of her hand, she said, No need. I've already bought my train ticket, and staying here is just a waste of national resources. You wouldn't want me to stay, right? Hearing this, Lin Enian was speechless for a moment. All right, I'll ask Xiao to take you to the train station later. Xiao was the young soldier who came to pick up both of them last time. Jung Yanjun still had a good impression of him. Okay, I'll leave after breakfast. The train ticket was for 10 o'clock.
It was only 7 now.
They planned to leave at 7:30, so they would arrive at the station just in time. Her mother was determined to leave, so Lin Enian had no choice but to call the nurse to ask Xiao to come over. Jung Yanjun looked at this scene and sighed. If the train station weren't so far away, she wouldn't have needed Xiao to send her. She would have gone there herself. When Jung Yanjun heard the good news she brought back, Lin Jingquan and Lin Junman finally relaxed. Lin Enian's injury wasn't very serious, so Wanwan only stayed for a week before returning home. She also brought some good news. Enian said he made a contribution this time, so his unit decided to promote him to company commander. Jung Yanjun was happy inside. If that's the case, it won't be long before you can go with the troop. Wanwan also smiled. Enian said the same. By June, Lin Junman started to feel a bit anxious. Almost every day, she bought the newspapers to keep track of any news about the resumption of the college entrance exams. She vaguely remembered that the official notice was issued on October 21st, and the exams were held in December. She couldn't remember the exact date, only that it was around mid-December. Lin Jingquan saw this, but didn't say much. Although the calls for the exams were growing louder, it had been stalled for so long. Until the dust settled completely, anything could happen. He didn't say much, but he kept a close eye on the developments from above. Finally, in August, one evening, just after Lin Junman finished work, Wei Yelin returned early today. He was sitting on the sofa playing with Zhou Zhou, who was over a year old. Now, Zhou Zhou could speak quite fluently, mostly short sentences and simple names. Lin Yunman realized that although her son was smarter than most people, he still wasn't a genius. When she entered, Zhuo's eyes lit up, and he opened his arms wide. Mom, Mom. His eager attitude almost caused Wei Yelin to drop him. He quickly grabbed his son's neck and said helplessly, This kid has no conscience. I played with him for a long time, and he still cares more about his mom's look. Lin Yunman smugly raised an eyebrow at him. This is my son, born after 10 months of pregnancy, She was very happy with this situation because she remembered stories she had seen online in her past life. So, whenever she had free time, she would stay close to Zhuozhua, talk to him, play with him, and take him outside. These efforts successfully made Zhuozhua feel close to her. Of course, Lin Yunman also knew she would need to keep some distance from her child in the future. After all, daughters grow up to avoid their fathers, and sons grow up to avoid their mothers. But now, since the child was still young, building a good relationship was most important. "Good boy," Lin Yunman said as she took Zhuozhua from Wei Yelin, who was flapping his limbs like a little turtle in midair, and kissed him firmly on the face. While mother and son enjoyed their playtime, Yuan Wan and Zheng Yanjun also returned. So Lin Yunman left the child with them and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner with Yuan Wan. Lin Jingquan would be back soon. Man, I have to tell you, my left eyelid has been twitching all day." "Do you think something good is about to happen?" Yuan Wan whispered mysteriously as she approached in the kitchen. In her hometown, there was a saying, "Left eye twitching means good luck, right eye twitching means disaster." She had been twitching her left eyelid all day and had to press it down with her hand. Lin Yunman was speechless. She took the remaining half of a cucumber and shoved it into Yuan Wan's mouth. "Forget it, I don't believe in that stuff." She used to believe it too, but since she was young, only once did she find 3 yuan on the street. Every time her left eyelid twitched afterward, nothing happened or she was scolded by her teacher at school. She no longer believed in such superstitions. "What should we eat tonight?" Lin Yunman changed the subject. "I want to have spicy stir-fried pork." "Then let's cook that," Yuan Wan said. Seeing Lin Yunman not respond and pouring cold water on her enthusiasm, she focused on preparing the meal. The Lin family's cooking skills are either good or average, but they are not kitchen experts. So, the two of them quickly finished preparing dinner, which consisted of 4 dishes and 1 soup. Just as the food was served, Lin Jingquan returned home. He didn't even have time to put down what he was holding before announcing some news. "Man, Wan, Xiaowei, the college entrance exam results are almost certain." Upon hearing this, Lin Junman's worries immediately eased. "That's good. The main goal remains unchanged." However, Yuan Wan and Wei Yelin were a bit anxious and excited. "Really, Dad? Is the news confirmed?" Lin Jingquan nodded with a smile. "Trust me, the country will announce this soon. Your preparations won't be wasted." "Thank you, Dad." For Lin Junman, the college entrance exam didn't mean much, since she had already taken it once in her previous life and attended university. But for Yuan Wan and Wei Yelin, this completely made up for their past regrets of not going to college. If it hadn't been for the recent chaos, they would have already graduated from university, instead of wasting years in delay. Fortunately, it's not too late now. Everything is still possible. After the initial joy, Yuan Wan's face also showed a hint of worry. "Dad, is there an age limit or restrictions on marriage status for this year's college entrance exam?" Lin Jingquan shook his head. "The official rules haven't been issued yet. The experts say that because our country currently faces a shortage of talent, the government has decided not to impose restrictions on age or marital status. Although this is just a rumor for now, it has a good chance of being implemented. So you should continue studying as usual, no need to worry about other things." "Okay, I understand." As the head of the family and the pillar of the household, Lin Jingquan's words carried weight. He reassured Yuan Wan and Wei Yelin firmly. As a result, from that night on, Yuan Wan and Wei Yelin studied even more diligently. After the 3 of them reached a consensus, Lin Junman sent letters to Xue Xiaoyu and Xie Yun, who were far away in Xiangyang Brigade, informing them about the possible resumption of the college entrance exam. She chose not to call because she thought a phone call might directly reach the brigade office. And in the brigade office, most people wouldn't avoid answering, so the news could easily leak out. Lin Junman didn't want to spread the news too early. Those people didn't know about the secret. If it caused a big fuss, it would be very bad. Even if she hadn't experienced it herself, she knew how much the news of the first college entrance exam being restored affected society, the educated youth, and the era at that time. On the other hand, the letter was different. It contained a warning, and both of them understood her meaning clearly. Sure enough, their guesses were correct. After receiving the letter, Xue Xiaoyu and Xie Yun immediately understood. With Lin Junman's reminder in her letter, they both spoke at the same time. This news must not be shared with others. Then what about Cui Jiqing? Xue Xiuyu asked. After spending some time together, their relationship with Cui Xiangrong had also improved. Xia Yun paused briefly, thought for a moment, and quickly made a decision. Don't tell anyone. Seeing Xue Xiuyu's confused look, Xia Yun patiently explained. Our relationship with Cui Jiying is okay, but with Man, it's just SOSO. The reason Man warned us so carefully in her letter shows that this matter is very important. We can't share it easily, or the consequences might be too much for us to handle. It's better if we keep it to ourselves. If it gets out and affects Man and her family, that would be our fault. There's another reason. Cui Jiying lives at the youth station, where there are many people and eyes everywhere. Any small change could attract attention. Moreover, Man also said in her letter that the government will officially announce it soon. When that happens, Cui Jiying will find out too. During this time, Cui Jiying has been studying with us. When the news is finally out, he will have an advantage over others in his batch. If he is determined and has built a good foundation during this time, plus his personal effort, he will definitely have a better chance than others. You're right. I won't say anything, she replied. Xue Xiaoyu is very honest. At first, she didn't understand, but after Xia Yun explained and broke it down, she immediately understood. When she received Xia Yun's message, Lin Junman also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is a sensible person like Xia Yun. As for Xue Xiuyu, she believed that after this, she wouldn't say anything either. They had lived together for so long, and she still had some confidence. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was October 21st. The weather in the city is gradually getting cooler. Lin Junman has already put on her coat, and Zhou is dressed like a little bun. The breath she exhales turns into white mist, but Lin Junman's heart is burning with excitement. It's probably happening today. Because of this, she feels distracted at work all day. She feels quite troubled. This kind of premonition is really uncomfortable. At 10 o'clock, Lin Junman had just finished helping a customer and turned around to see Juanzi, the clerk at the neighboring counter, rushing over. She looked excited, her face flushed, and her hands trembling slightly as she tightly held a newspaper. Something big has happened. Something big. Lin Junman's eyes twitched, and a voice inside her almost burst out. Before she could speak, she hurriedly ran out, snatched the newspaper from Juanzi's hand, and looked at it. The big words Gao Cao restored caught her eye right in the middle of the front page. Although she had prepared herself mentally, Lin Junman still felt very excited inside. This excitement wasn't just for herself. She couldn't quite explain it.
Great.
Lin Junman took a deep breath and returned to the counter. But going back now wouldn't help, because no one was at home. From the look of things, everyone must have already heard the news. And her guess was right. Yu Wanwan and Wei Yellen had already prepared themselves mentally. When they heard the news, they were briefly excited but quickly calmed down. But the educated youth from places like Xiangyang Brigade and Nanjing Brigade were different. Gao Cao is restored. Chang Xinghua and Wei's father, after a meeting at the commune, rode their bikes back quickly. They were holding a thick stack of newspapers tightly in their hands, and on the back seat, there was another bundle of newspapers. This news concerned the fate of many educated youth and children of the right age in the entire commune. They had to get the message back as soon as possible. As a result, they fell several times on the way. Chang Xinghua, as the longtime worker and the brigade leader giving orders, naturally had a loud voice. At the entrance of the brigade, his voice could be heard from the fields. The work in the fields was not much now, and the people there were leisurely working slowly. Because of the many voices, Chang Xinghua's voice was only faintly audible. I really want to hear the brigade leader shout. A young educated youth stood up, looking a bit confused. It's all over the news here. Could something have happened again? An older woman working nearby waved her hand. The team leader always has a loud voice. It's probably just another notice from the commune. Should we go to the grain field now? The young youth who had just spoken asked, patting the dust off his hands. Usually, important matters in the team were announced at the grain field. Not yet, the woman said calmly, waving her hand. If there's an announcement, the team leader will broadcast it. Just then, a crackling sound came from the loudspeaker hanging on a nearby pole, followed quickly by the team leader's voice. Hello, hello. People in the field stopped what they were doing and listened carefully. Chang Xinghua tested the loudspeaker twice, found it working, then quickly moved closer. After taking a deep breath, he shouted loudly, "Comrades, the college entrance exam has been restored." Maybe because Chang Xinghua's voice was so loud, everyone working in the field seemed frozen, as if paused, standing still for a long time. Chang Xinghua repeated the announcement into the loudspeaker, then left and locked the broadcast room door. 2 minutes passed. The young youth who had spoken earlier blinked, then stiffly turned his head and asked another young woman nearby, "Xiao Lian, I think I just heard the team leader say the college entrance exam has been restored. Is that true?" The girl called Xiao Lian looked confused. "I think I heard it too. I heard it too. Does that mean I didn't hear wrong?" The young woman's eyes suddenly filled with tears, and she started crying unexpectedly. Xiao Lian was also upset. She sniffed, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly, "Comrades, the college entrance exam has been restored. The college entrance exam has been restored." That shout seemed to turn on a switch, instantly breaking the seal. The college entrance exam has been restored. The college entrance exam has been restored. The villagers in the field remained calm, but the young educated youths were almost going crazy. They threw their tools aside and rushed toward the team office in a frenzy. This news felt too unbelievable. They were afraid it was just a dream and needed to get a clear answer from the team leader. Chang Xinghua also anticipated this. When the young youths arrived, he was already waiting at the team entrance with a loudspeaker in hand. "Team leader, is this true? Has the college entrance exam really been restored? Captain, where's this news from?" Everyone's noisy voices gave Chang Xinghua a headache. He pressed his nose and waved the newspaper. "Everyone be quiet. Let me show you the newspaper first. Line up." Suddenly, the volume increased, and the lively young people instantly quieted down, their eager eyes fixed on Chang Xinghua. He felt overwhelmed by their gaze, so he quickly put down the megaphone and handed out the newspapers to everyone. As expected, once the young people heard the news, they rushed like crazy to the county library, supply stations, and other places to buy review materials. This was their most direct way to leave the rural life of hard work under the sun. And if they passed the exam, it would bring great honor to their families. Great. If I get into college, the school will give us subsidies so we won't have to worry about family living expenses. Yes, I also care about that. Otherwise, even if I pass, I can't focus on studying. Such conversations kept happening everywhere. The young people who believed they had found the secret to success became even more excited. Some even took leave to go to the city to find study materials. Yangyang Brigade had always been quite supportive of the young people. Since this was a matter that concerned everyone's future, Chang Xinghua didn't hesitate to approve their leave. Fortunately, the autumn harvest was over, and the villagers could share the workload, so they could manage. But this only applied to unmarried young people. Those who were married or had children faced a dilemma. Should they take the exam or not? Their in-laws were reluctant. "You're already married. Why bother with college? Once a woman gets married, she should stay at home, take care of her husband and children. Going out to take exams and showing off, that's not right. I locked my daughter-in-law at home." An old woman sat under a big tree, unwilling. "I was against Josie marrying a young girl from the young people. She's thin and weak, no chest, no hips." After so long, she finally had a daughter. Another old woman waved her fan proudly. "I told you to marry my niece from my family. That girl has big breasts and hips. Now she has 2 sons. This statement was like a knife stabbing into the wife's heart. Not having a grandson had always been her biggest worry. "That unlucky star," the wife said angrily as she stood up. "Can't even have a grandson, and she still wants to go to college. She's dreaming too much." But no matter how much the young people cried and argued, only a few married women among the young intellectuals went to take the college entrance exam. Soon December arrived. The exam dates were set for December 11th to 13th, 1977. Living through this special time, Lin Junman understood why 1977 was so heavily marked in history books. 10 days before the exam, many people had already come to the city to get familiar with the area and explore the route. Lin Junman couldn't remember the exact number, but she thought it was a few million. The acceptance rate was very low, and over 1 million young people rushed to the exam sites like a flood. The day before the exam, Zheng Yanjun took leave to come home and see off her family of 3. Yu's parents also came 3 days earlier after hearing their daughter would take the exam. They had planned to stay elsewhere, but after Lin Jingquan and Zheng Yanjun strongly opposed, they decided to stay at the Lin family house. Man, Wan, Xiaowei, have you packed everything? Zheng Yanjun carefully checked the exam supplies for the 3 and asked nervously. Yu's mother also looked very anxious. It almost seemed like she was going to take the exam herself, not her daughter. Lin Junman and Yu Wanwan exchanged a look and said helplessly, Mom, don't worry. We've checked everything several times. Nothing is missing. Yu Wanwan stood up and pressed her mother onto the sofa. Mom, you've asked us 5 times already. Yu's mother felt a bit embarrassed and rubbed her hands. Well, I didn't go to school much, so I'm worried. And this is about your future college entrance exam. How can I not be nervous? Lin Junman comforted her. Auntie, don't worry. It's just an exam. We've prepared well, and as long as we perform normally, there won't be any problems. That's good, Yu's mother said, finally feeling a bit relieved. At 9 o'clock, Lin Jingquan looked at his watch. All right, everyone go to bed early tonight. Don't stay up studying. Let's face tomorrow's exam in the best state. Got it, Dad. Lin Junman responded quickly and clearly. Having taken the college entrance exam before, she knew how important it was to be in good condition for the test. The next morning, Zheng Yanjun got up early to prepare breakfast for the 3 of them and packed warm clothes for going out. The current exam environment is not as bright and modern as in later times, with some classrooms having broken windows. Since it is winter, cold wind blows inside. If unlucky enough to get a seat by the window, it's really bad luck, like opening the door to more trouble. To be safe, Lin Jingquan and Lin Yinian packed 3 new military coats. If luck is on their side, they can use them. If not, they can take them off when it gets warm. Since the school is not far from the exam site, Lin Jingquan borrowed a company car to take the 3 of them there today. Of course, they paid for the fuel. With the Lin family's means, that was affordable. When they arrived, the exam site was already crowded. There was an hour before the exam started, and from outside, it looked like a sea of heads. Many arrived late and couldn't get a bed in a hotel, so they had to spend a night at local relatives' homes. Some people's homes are far away, and they left early before dawn. Compared to them, the 3 of them felt pretty good mentally. Don't panic during the exam. Just do your best and stay calm. Lin Jingquan rarely gave advice. Don't try any tricks. If you pass, great. If not, you have your own job. It's not shameful. Understand? Understood. The 3 replied in unison. All right, go now. Lin Jingquan nodded with satisfaction, a rare smile appearing on his serious face. The 3 didn't take the same exam room. Except for Yu Wanwan, who was a bit far away, Lin Junman and Wei Yellen were in the next room. When they reached their exam rooms and sat down, only half an hour remained before the test. Lin Junman looked around her exam room. She was lucky to be seated in the middle of the classroom, with windows and the door repaired. She also had a military coat, so it wasn't too cold. Wei Yellen, on the other hand, was a bit unlucky, sitting near a drafty window. Fortunately, the wind wasn't strong today, and with her warm coat and her fiery personality, it wasn't too hard to endure. There was only one other student nearby, who looked like a young worker from the countryside. He was wearing a worn-out cotton jacket, and his face was so cold that it looked purple with some grayish-white patches. His hand holding the pen trembled and couldn't stay steady. In the first half of the exam, everything was fine. But by the time the second half started, the student was about to faint. Wei Yellen sighed. He was sweating and saw that time was running out. He waved to the proctor and asked, "Teacher, can I temporarily lend my military coat to that student?" The proctor looked at Wei Yellen with suspicion. After checking the coat carefully to make sure it had no hidden items, he handed it to the student who was about to pass out. A warm feeling spread through his body instantly. The boy shivered and, at that moment, his foggy mind cleared. He looked at Wei Yelin with a grateful smile. The 3 days of exams quickly passed. After finishing, Lin Junman and her friends happily went home to wait for news. They thought they wouldn't see Xia Yun and others until after the exams, but on the 3rd day after the college entrance exam, Lin Junman received a call from Xia Yun. It turned out that the Liu family had already returned home. Although the Xia family would need more time, Xia Yun, as the daughter-in-law of the Liu family, had come back with them. Man Xiuyu is also coming to visit us for a few days. Are you and Wanyan available? Let's get together. Of course, Lin Junman was happy. I and Ayi have time this Saturday. Wanyan can come too, but she needs to adjust her work schedule. Okay, ask Wanyan. If she agrees, we can have dinner together this Saturday. All right. Lin Junman agreed immediately. When Wanyan finished work, Lin Junman told her about the plan. Unsurprisingly, Wanyan agreed right away. Sounds good. I'll ask my colleagues to change my shift tomorrow. I just helped one of them recently, so it's easy to ask now. A few days passed quickly. On Saturday, the 3 of them hurried to the meeting place. As soon as they entered, they were greeted with a big hug from Xiuyu. Ah, I missed you so much. Do you miss me too? Lin Junman couldn't help but laugh and pinch her face. Xiuyu, I feel like you're even more lively than before. Shue Xiuyu's eyes flickered briefly, then quickly returned to normal. No. It must be you're feeling mistaken. Wanwan, after marriage, people really change. Since getting married, Yuanwan not only looked radiant but also became more lively and bold. Shue Xiuyu teased her, but instead of feeling shy, Wanwan waved her hand happily. Xiaoyu, do you have a boyfriend? I can introduce you to a few. A few? Lin Junman smirked. You want to introduce several? Yuanwan grinned mischievously. Enian has many good young men. Any one of them is great. But after a while, Shue Xiuyu didn't respond. Curious, she turned around and saw Shue Xiuyu standing to the side, blushing deeply. What's wrong? She asked. Xia Yun and Liu Haomiao had watched enough drama and said softly, She'll be your sister-in-law soon. My sister-in-law? Wanwan blinked, then suddenly understood. Third brother, third sister-in-law. You didn't know? Xia Yun clicked his tongue. This is not good. I thought your brother already told you. They already filed for marriage this year, and they'll get married next year. Not only Wanwan, but even Lin Junman and Wei Yelin were stunned. Their mouths opened wide and stayed that way for a long time. Is this true? Xia Yun rolled his eyes. Do I have candy if I lie? Lin Junman looked at Shue Xiuyu with complicated eyes. Xiaoyu, is this true? Are you really good at keeping secrets? Shue Xiuyu looked innocent. I thought third brother, and uncle, and aunt told you. The 3 of them looked confused. Could it be they thought you told us? Probably so, Shue Xiuyu shrugged. Wanwan huffed and, after questioning Shue Xiuyu, eagerly prepared to call her brother later to settle the matter. It was too much that her close friends knew, but she didn't. How do you think I did on the exam? A few days had passed since the college entrance exam, and her mood wasn't as turbulent anymore. The difficulty of the exam questions was acceptable to Lin Junman and others who had studied hard. Shue Xiaoyu thought it was a bit challenging, but not impossible. The main difficulty was in math. Shue Xiaoyu's strengths were Chinese and politics. I feel like my politics class is going to cause me trouble. The experiences of my teachers before scared me a lot. Now I don't even dare to write certain things, worried that I might get into trouble. Especially when it involves current political issues, I definitely won't write about them. Shue Xiaoyu feels overwhelmed. She thought her biggest enemies were math and English, but unexpectedly, politics is holding her back. She also didn't memorize some parts of Chinese, so she had to make up answers when writing. I'm a bit afraid of math. Yuanwan's eyes, some of those math problems are similar to ones we've done before, but for some reason, I can't remember how to solve them when I see them. As for Wei Yelin, who is well-rounded, Lin Junman feels quite jealous. The gap between people really exists. By the way, do you know how Cui Jiqing did on the exam? Lin Junman suddenly asks. Compared to other young people from the countryside, they still have some connection with Chui Xiangrong. Xia Yun smiles. Chui Jiqing did pretty well this time. She might not get into university, but she definitely can get into a technical college. That's really good. Lin Junman nods. Nowadays, a diploma from a technical college isn't as valuable as in the future. Students who get into technical colleges now are considered equivalent to university students later on. She also asked about the other young people, and what surprised Lin Junman most was Zhang Hui. Are you saying Zhang Hui might pass the exam this time? Lin Junman looks at Xue Xiaoyu in disbelief, pointing at her nose. How do you know that? Xue Xiaoyu shrugs. When I left the exam hall, I overheard Zhang Hui outside answering questions with Zhao Yuya. Many answers were the same as mine, and I checked the answers with Yun and the others. Several of our answers matched. Lin Junman looks complicated. At first, I thought Zhang Hui, with her reckless personality, would definitely suffer a big loss later. But it turns out her outcome isn't too bad. Xia Yun chuckles softly. Zhang Hui has learned her lesson. Compared to the other young people who came later, I think Zhang Hui is actually quite normal. That's her good fortune. Where are you all planning to apply? Lin Junman shifts the topic, not wanting to talk more about Zhang Hui. Xia Yun and Lu Haomiao exchange glances. Our families are both here, so we plan to apply to local universities. Being close to home is better. What about you, Xiaoyu? Xue Xiaoyu shyly smiled and said, I plan to go to Sanji's station. Anyway, I have a younger brother at home with my parents. Oh, so you're planning to go now? Yuanwan looked a bit annoyed. Lin Junman rolled her eyes and said with a half smile, Wanwan, don't be jealous. You're planning to go to my brother's place too, right? Yuanwan smiled proudly and said, that was before. A few days ago, my brother told me he was assigned to a military school in the capital to study further. He told me I should go with you guys. After graduation, he plans to find a way to transfer to Kyoto, or I might work at his station. TSK, the smell of young love. Lin Junman shook her head. Hurry up and eat. Otherwise, I might not be able to eat later. The others all rolled their eyes at the same time. We don't know who fed us the dog food first. The exam results came out after a month. Their scores were pretty much what they expected, so everyone applied to their preferred schools. Among them, only Xue Xiaoyu applied to the place where Yu Sango is stationed, not to Kyoto. Lin Junman, Wei Yelin, and Yuanwan all applied to Kyoto. Surprisingly, Chui Xiangrong also applied to Kyoto and is a schoolmate of Wei Yelin. Looking at the notice in their hands, they exchanged smiles. From now on, they would start a new chapter in their lives, and their future would be bright.